that's the extent of it. Both teams still kind of hanging on. No clear victor in it yet. JKS looks like he wants to challenge Poison. He even tries his hand at the swing as that smoke plumes. Now, Nico, will he be ready for this? Yeah, JKS gets decapitated. He's even flashing through. Nico, has to get past Poison. He's ready for the stairs peak. Can't find that shot. Was all hinged on the no-scope.
We'll see what they decide to do, how they assess their finances. Important kill to save your weapon, but it's not going to change the outcome. 6 up for G2. Maybe the bomb blows the AK. Oh, he got baited in. He got
tempted.
Oh, not far enough. That's so unfortunate. Pandora's box opened. A couple of rifles could go a long way. Blame. Oh my God, they molly him. They're like, yeah, push him in if you want. But it's not working. It's not going to happen. And the worst part about that, that gun's lost.
Yeah, that M4 is not only irretrievable. There's that lower push from Hunter. And this round, and any dangers that maybe that one M4 posed, now brushed aside. It should be a pretty clear-cut G2 victory. Looking to tie this game up at 7-7.
Yeah, no way this can get out of control. Nico's ready. Oh dear, Molotov as well. That will confirm S-Tag's position. Yeah, he knows. He's ready. Bye. 7 up, and Cole waiting to buy. Like you said, Blame would have loved that gun.
They're trying to aggro in at ramp. They're setting JKS. JK-us, maybe?
Yeah.
It's our JKS now.
Oh dear. Hunter, clinical execution, and one more man he's not ready for at least. Oh dear, S-Tag. On the window ledge. No way Hunter gets a double.
That's insane.
Despicable. Oh, it's done. Get him out. 8-7. Almost nothing can change at this point of the round. Amanek will die. JKS, low HP, still gets that frag and checks. Ooh, almost made me eat my words. Does take down Blame, though. And with the bomb heading B.
There's a player already deep in Hunter who has dismantled this B hold once, and he doesn't have to do it again. Jax closes that out, and G2, 8-7 at the end of that first half. It's close. It's competitive.
And they go. Nexa with a P2K. All right, let's see if he can get us believing. Hasn't really had to frag in this map. His team have been all around him to do so. Respect given by G2 to get this bomb planted. You can't go through the murder hole because behind it is murder. S-Tag not letting you through.
Yeah, full 5v5, retake game mode, looking round. JKS, while he's opened up with one, it's responded by Nico and Nexa. Amanek whiffs those shots, the bomb not the commitment yet.
They need it.
S-Tag's so low, they've got to get on this. Jax with the kit will hop on it, and there's just enough time for G2 to grab that. Oh, they've learned, they've evolved.
Yeah, they don't have lurkers outside of bomb sites, so you can just work your picks and feel it out. That's not a pick, though. That's a problem. Amanek kills Blame and changes position.
Oh, JKS just getting that one. Pulling the wall over Hunter's eyes, but you've got this triple lean down towards Tetris. Oh, Nico, the only man left from the 3 that once stood here. And even he's cut down. This force buy for Cole is threatening.
They probably have to force round this FAMAS, and that's not the call you want to make, it's just the call that you have to make.
Now deciding against it, he's going to double back round. They've re-smoked that top com position. Flashes over ramp. Cole are committed, but Nexa's Deagle is in with the first. Oh, 2 more trying to get out. Nexa, if he can even manage 1 more, it's a lot of damage, not the kill. Hunter is holding for this peek out through Con, but he's still beaten by Blaine. Nico waiting patiently, 20 seconds, hoping he can deny a bomb plant, and well, maybe he could. Maybe he goes unaccounted for here with all the attention pulled elsewhere. Nico doesn't stop the plant in time.
Boo.
Right, so this round's pretty uneventful, or at least it should be. Right, if 2 Deagles and a Zeus managed to make this interesting, I don't know, man. That wouldn't even feel right.
Right, Blame?
No, he is going to go through, but it still shouldn't be an issue. Nexa is pretty screwed as far as it goes.
Oh my God.
How is he still alive here?
Nice molly. These these rounds can always get scary. We've seen that even happen for Cole with USPs on the B site when G2 walked into their stack. So 5 alive, money made, 10 rounds. Cole are in control of this game. Double window play, maybe boosting into ladder. We see a lot of teams do that nowadays, but Amanek pushed out. Nico's spraying and he gets the kill. It's not the clean one tap we expect, but it does work anyway. Amanek's gone. He's having a mare of a map right now. NATO finds him. So that connector orb removed from the round. 6 and 15.
Yeah, Nexa might be in for a world of hurt here. The flash has left him blind. They are deep within this site, and Nexa is a dead man. But there's a bit more control taken. Hunter and Nico, they strike while the iron's hot. Oh, another through the smoke for Hunter. You never even see this guy, and he's ending the whole damn round. Oh, Nico's gonna close it. Yeah, they hear that AWP chiming in with a shot out through ramp as well, and so that's really sold them on this 4. Oh, JKS with a blinder.
Molly.
That's Nico out. Molly hits Nexa. Now they know he's underneath the scaffolding. Hunter, what kind of batshit move are you about to do here? He's waiting in the molly.
Nexa, die for me, please. Thank you.
Nexa will die for him. Hunter, he's tried to set this up. He's tried to hatch a master plan. The trap has been laid. Will Complexity fall for it? No one checks. No one's ready. JKS will trade it out. That has given Complexity a fighting chance. With the flank from NATO hitting a good timing, it's Amanek left in this 1v2. 20 seconds. Someone's got to cross. Someone's got to get the bomb. Bomb now retrieved and going down on default. This nade won't find the kill. The molly, however, will force a peek, but Amanek doesn't need peeks. He shoots them through the wood. Now NATO left to find. He doesn't realize he's crossed into the site already. And so NATO,
half a health depleted. Re-smoke in. Maybe they're hoping that no one knows, and even if they do, they don't care. Collar going A, and again, it's just Nexa alone. Blame. Oh dear, that timing. He again hits the dink. Nexa, always one, never done. Hunter will finish the job, but he can't get the gun. They're covering it. Needs another kill, won't find it. S-Tag takes the jungle back, and with this control, it feels unlosable for Complexity. JKS is even taking matters into his own hands. Oh dear. Clean as can be, only Blame dead, and that is no problem for Cole.
If you keep catching L's in these rifle rounds, really, you've got 2 left before this game is gone and out of your hands. So pressure is really building for G2. Oh, another one of these fast mid pops. Hunter, there's a lot more than just this one guy in middle. Oh, Nico trying to hold on. They know about it now, Poison. Can't find the follow-up, so Nico's reclaimed the kill, but NATO up in the window keeps it in the advantage of Cole.
A has been free real estate, all T side. Cole walking to an empty bomb site, and that's a round 1. It's just about confirming that fact. You know, you're going to be scared of Ramp and Palace with so much space being given. You can see that paranoia is there, but with the bomb planted, it starts to make sense in your head. G2 have given this away. They're saving triple guns. And Blame, man, I don't know if he'll activate. He is low. But if anyone takes a single weapon out from G2...
You know, like that was one of your chances.
Nico knows. Double ladder setup, though. And if they kill Hunter, they will be ready for the second man. That's a big if. Hunter's got the kill. The bomb has fallen into ladder. Hunter is playing with his food. Poison bites, but Nexa responds. The bomb is still lost. They've got to get this B pick. Amanek has won the A fight. Meanwhile, JKS gets out into the B site. Nico surprising S-Tag from behind, and now it is all on the lone Aussie. 1v3. Not the start he wanted, and Nico shuts it down.
Huge.
But this is not a B take.
No, I mean, I think it makes sense for Cole as well, right? They've had so much success at A. The one round they try going B, they lose to pistols. And so now you've lost Hunter on short. Well, now suddenly you actually don't have a player to rotate over. Amanek and Nexa, quiet from the both of them. And Amanek's dead in the water. Nexa, they know he's here. He's been here every single rifle round. Always in rough spots. He's good for the first. Now they need to deal with him, and they'll trade on to that guy.
Yeah, you know Nico's cat as well. You just don't need to re-peek him. They're not going to. Default plan, safe and secure. Nico swapped guns at least to get this retake going. His teammate's on a big flank right now.
He's dead if he swings this. They're holding for it. Blame F.
Lovely stuff.
Gonna lock that one in.
It's
Jax.
done. No kit.
Yeah, no time. Both the times they've attempted it, it's not gone well. I don't know why there's this idea that Cole would have lent so heavy into a B play.
You're just
again.
trying to make that read. You're trying to be one step ahead. Let's find out what G2 want to do, because this is it. This is, as far as the final buy goes, this is their chance, and Amanek does start strong. Cole down a man, and a key one at that with JKS removed. Blame's going through the smoke. It's bonkers, and it might just work out. Blame with one, Nico trades. 4 on 3. Jax taking space in B, but does S-Tag have a gap in the smoke? He could do if Jax goes any further. It's just a guessing game. It's a pot luck right now. How many beans in the jelly? How many jelly beans in the jar, rather? S-Tag takes the kill as Jack turns, and he just storms his way into B. Hunter's out in time at least, but there's 2 Ts here, and Poison on the AWP is a beast. Bye-bye.
Ooh! Well, Nico getting that, that's reinvested you into the idea of this retake. But if you go for it and you lose, you sacrifice everything you're gonna get. And with Poison holding the line, Nico, blinder of a shot, and low HP S-Tag left in this clutch. Nico and Amanek to beat. They've got a kit, and Nico locks the round in with 4.
This guy, he is an absolute behemoth right now. Oh my goodness, without him, G2 would not be in this game. They have yet to lock in that 15th, yet to lock in the guarantee of bonus play. Nico, he is audacious going up top mid. Does he have the cover to connect? The Hunter tries to provide, but inside the smoke, he has to run away, and S-Tag running and gunning them down. That is how G2 fall, and it's all at the hands of the Dane.
Oh my word! Even the AWP's gone. JKS, blinder of a shot. This is going to a 3rd, surely, right?
What a time for Cole to come alive as well. The 2 weak guns in the round. Harry, those triple rifle. The MAC-10, the Deeg. That's all you need. Ones that they don't want to think about. Jax needs this save, needs anything. It's all they're going to have in that next. And he's trapped up in the kitchen. He can't even get over the cash register. Trying to make a deposit. Instead, he's removed. 15 to 12.
Beautiful.
Of course.
That's Nico's 30th here. And even that might not be enough to keep G2 in it.
Maybe his last.
30 kills deep on Nico. And a 3rd map now waiting in the wings. Amanek dead at ramp, cut down by JKS. Nexa, well, he has traded it now, they know about him. They've got him pinned in here at Tetris. It's a rough old time to be stuck in this position. Hunter has dropped the bomb, but trying to go for more has given NATO a double. Jack's now left in the clutch. He's got the bomb in his eye line. He can watch that. But he's got to land 2 swift Deegs, and instead it's the ending. S-Tag smoke spams him out. This is going to Dust 2 after all.
It's a complexity holdout. They keep themselves alive, and they get over to a Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, just magnificent, magnificent second half. Calling was great. I mean, nothing special, but just abusing a bomb site that just could not be held. And the guys on the cast, Harry and Hugo, did a really good job of highlighting it over and over. Those A defenders, Nexa and Amanek, not able to hold on to that site. Amanek's AWP not on point in this game, and they just got battered. I mean, the entire CT side for G2, they had no answers. They win pistol, lose 3.
Yep.
Win the 5th round, lose 3. Win the next round, lose 1. Win the next one, and then it's just done. And they didn't string rounds together at any point during that second half.
You know, I was saying to you in the green room that G2 have no right to win this match when Nex and Amanek were both below 10 kills apiece, and Amanek finishes at 9. Nico had to do some insane lifting here just to get them this far with 30 kills.
Yeah, he's showed up today, which is exactly what you want out of him, exactly what I highlighted in the pre-show for this match as well. I mean, just in these 2 maps, he's got 53 kills combined across the 2 of them, so he's playing fantastic. He's going to have a really good series if that continues on Dust 2 in the 3rd map.
New roster changes are standing. And yet y'all look like the team today. That's pretty telling. Lovely little opener here for Blame F and Poison. Oh, it's only getting better with each passing moment. Hunter and Amanek, the last 2 left alive. And Hunter will double up as he swung by the Danes. Blame finished off as well. Hunter might get his revenge here, but JKS,
crikey.
Justin Savage.
But we've seen him tilting today, so it's nice to see him winning around like that. Now G2, yeah, forget it. It's done. It's over. Unless we get Deegs out. Poison? You okay, mate? You okay? Quick alt tab. He's back in, and he's in for the win. How?
What?
I don't know. How do they not kill a tabbed out player? I don't know, Harry. If you're not molding, he's lag, tab out, shift tab. I don't know.
He suddenly like sat up as though like he was having a look at his keyboard. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, the old Steam message bug where they message you like, good luck in the game, man, and they tab you out. You're like, ah.
Yeah, but a double setup. S-Tag wide on this swing. Nade could be good. Blame gonna bring Nexa to his knees. Poison down in the pit doing damage, and this was a bonus round out of complexity. It's looking done. It's looking done. That's another nade. Wha-bam! Blame's gonna steal it. And so just Nico left.
Because you know Nico will check this. He's still got it, man. He never lost it. Which way does he go, though? Blame F. Oh, he's got the round. Keeping it contained for complexity. Little Deegs out. Run boost, hopefully. A little prettier. Not really. Poison does not miss those when he's tabbed into play. Flashed off the angle. To be expected. Can the AK find the taps? Blame F's looking for, and Poison stealing the shots off the board. Blame gets one, and Poison ready to close onto Nexa. Someone has to, and S-Tag will answer the call. 4-0 and 5 alive. I'm starting to get the feeling that G2 are roasted. Gonna get flashed up cat by Jax. Orb is here, peeking after, and Poison, he don't miss.
Ooh, baby, look at him. Look at him go. That's where JKS and NATO are. NATO hasn't really had many chances to play yet, so this is his round now. If he's able to even take one to the grave with him, that would be huge. And Hunter not given any room, not with the flashes from Amanek, just keeping NATO suppressed in the sight.
Can Poison post up? Maybe if the player jumps across, tries to bait this shot. Oh no, it's a miss, Amanek. You can't miss these. You need to hold the round together. You are the glue at the seams. Flash is good, and Amanek stays on the angle for some reason. Poison finds him. Now they're moving through. They got to be quick. Time is ticking. They can't find that second man. Blame's got it. 1v1. I don't think there's time. Hunter's just stalling like a beast, not giving him the time of day. It's still a kill, but it's a G2 round on the board. Finally. Now he's up cat with no awareness from Poison. Smoke over. Nico gonna go right through the middle. B-split is quick, and NATO needs to spray. He's got some damage off, finishes the job, and his teammate holds onto Jax as well. NATO looking to clean house. Just gonna tuck, and oh my goodness, Poison. Absolutely precise. Get them out. Just the AWP of Hunter, and Poison's here for the round. This guy, he's on dust too, and he's in his element. There's still hope. Poison, giver of goods, the hope man. Can't hit the second, but he's got more chances. Blame's moved in. Flashes will cause a bit of a problem. Amanek with a nice deeg. Needed something for G2 here. Jax is out long on a lurk. S-Tag catches him though, and 2v4.
Oh, well, that's the bomb. And Nexa's gonna get followed up onto as well.
Many different forms. Poison. Stop. Chill, dude.
And bro, like, it's all Nico every time. Nico's like, man, get this Poison guy out of here. Like, he's just a hard counter to him. The kryptonite.
Even when you don't think about Nico and Orb, you think about his rifle. It speaks for itself.
If Cole are able to take this dominantly, they deserve so much credit. Yeah, there is this double short setup. JKS is blind.
Two more.
Deals with the first. There's more where that came from, though. Jax tries to not let them in, but they're not given much of a choice. Amanek also gets tapped out by S-Tag. How does S-Tag win that long fight? Nexa has got to deliver, and he can't. S-Tag with a phenomenal round.
Up cat they go instead, though. Oh, Jax, that's more like it. Opener onto Blame, who's having a great game here. Nexa's still waiting for S-Tag to make this move. Maybe he has some info. S-Tag, oh my god. Nexa leaves and S-Tag goes. You could not write it. Back to B.
Yeah, but But there's not a lot of bodies in B, and now they learn about the long wrap. That's only going to make you pick up the pace. Hunter has gotten all the way in, but JKS catches him. NATO with the tag. It looked like it was going to be a collateral. Instead, these players are trapped by the molly. They've got 10 seconds. They've got to go. JKS could mow everybody down here. That's the bomb. And with it, the round. JKS has locked it in. And Complexity are on to 8.
Counter-terrorists win.
Moving through.
Oh, JKS, you might be tempted to take that peek. The first shot misses from the AWP, but JKS, how is he still peeking? This Amanek should have had that. He's had so many chances. Finally,
too late.
The kill connects, but mate, everyone else was wiped out. Oh,
He's going to put down the AWP, man. Re-molly, delayed, S-tag. He doesn't wait for footsteps this time around. He's having fun. He's fluid. He is fragging, and he is right behind enemy lines. Missing the timing on Nexa getting up cat late. But now as Util comes in, it's confirmed. 20 seconds, Poison, blinded off the angle, going to go back, and S-tag is here to stab him in that.
Oh, the lineup for S-tag, so much damage. And with only 8 seconds, there's not enough time, not enough chances. G2 are getting blown out the water, 10 on the board for Complexity, and it's a very, very tricky site to be able to step up on. So I think, you know, trying to bully this B site, that could be a way back in for G2. JKS is the incumbent player that you're going to have to try and deal with. He set NATO up for the mid-peak. And so now this mid to B split is no longer a split. It's just a B tunnels rush. JKS will die, but NATO keeps the site locked in, and so it's 11-1.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's awkward.
NATO AWP. Oh.
Yeah, not for long.
We've not really got to see him on the AWP, right? That is his typical preferred role. Oh, Poison. It's no prettier for him either. Everyone's tired, everyone's sleepy, but G2 more than most.
Oh, little ugly. Poison's trying to hold on to long, but Amanek finally gets the better of him.
Not like you're ever going to break this bank. So Cole can afford to hunt, throw bodies at the problem. Good shots for Amanek. They needed to come through. G2 going fast B.
Yeah, in they come. Only JKS here. Oh! Lot of damage, and with Poison nailing Hunter as well on this mid-cross, you're in a 4-on-3 with low HP on G2. Complexity are very, very keen to make this retake happen. This little nade stack going in. Wrong spot for it. The mollies trying to make these players in the site uncomfortable. Haven't forced a reposition out of G2 yet. Jax is up close in the tunnel. S-tag's caught lining up utility. That's a freebie.
They're gonna go through.
And they don't know about Blame F, who's still in the tunnels. Carmen Lay, and there's the lineup. Just Nexa, who gets it to the 1v1. Clash of the IGLs. Low HP on Nexa. The molly is gonna attempt to force the reposition. And oh my God, talk about playing with fire. Nexa doesn't want to burn in it. Blame can't find him. And there's not enough time. Once again, they made Blame play Ring Around the Roses till the time runs out. G2 in with a third, and it's all this B site for them.
And Cole, they just look so focused right now. Rush it off, move on, go next. Jax does find Poison, tapping him down out of middle. Not really sure how he's pulled that one off, but it's certainly a way back in. Certainly a route to 4 for G2, and Amanek responds as well. Nexa again missing a timing. He just tucked in the corner, and in that timing, S-tag crossed behind the door. Again, unlucky, but in a 5-on-3, you're leaning in the favor of G2. Be fake, but S-tag knows it's a fake. He heard the scope. He knows his pen there. I don't know how he doubles up. Nexa tucked in the corner.
Oh, JKS. Timing was everything there. They bait him into Nico. Lovely little way. But the molly in the tunnel, that can actually slow down this push back in. Now they get ahead of it. The bomb doesn't. The bomb doesn't get ahead of it.
Just kill him.
But Blame should be a dead man, and he is. So they managed that 4-11-half on the G2 side. Is that going to be enough? Or are Complexity just giving them a couple of rounds in right at the end to restore some hope, only to snatch it all away in the second and final half of play?
G2 on the CT side, it's Nexa holding long, good flash. Oh my God, he's just standing in it. They swing him wide, he's expecting them to just move up close. That's not the case.
This was meant to be a fake, by the way.
Ah, the bomb is outside of B, and Nico tapping them out. S-tag does keep this round up in the air, and it keeps G2 stacked up on the wrong bomb site. They're realizing, they know now, but it's already too late.
Brutalized.
By
There is a
brutal eyes.
temporary 3-on-2, so if you're quick to act, well, now a 2-on-2, now a 1v2. Hunter, what can he do? Have you got the moves like Hunter? There he is. Looking for NATO. Oh, he's going to get him. But it's safe. Oh, he's got a kit, and the bomb's not applying for tunnels. That
He doesn't know.
Oh, no, S-Tag.
One more bullet.
And now he knows where it's planted for, and Hunter, Tappy, S-Tag, no peeky. Swing, and S-Tag nails the headshot, 2 in it to close, and there's Complexity finding the pistol.
Of course, G2 are going to panic at the first sign of... Oh, poor Hunter. Poor Hunter, and it gets no better. JKS mows down Amanek. He will get killed. There's a player trapped at blue, giving a gun over to G2. Maybe there's a way in.
Now he hears the footsteps. Now he knows the full extent of this. Jax is going to start to rotate over. Nexa lines up a gnarly double, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, dear. He's just going to grab what he can as much
Smoke's
heat.
missed.
Oh, well, he's got another at least. Ollie goes in. Nico backs up. Poison. Will he check fully? No.
No, he's
dead. Oh, there was one missed shot in there. Doesn't come back to haunt him, though. And G2 in a 4-spy. All right.
walk through a smoke of his own. He's got to look elsewhere.
Very botched utility. But he looked very panicked there as well, like just getting ahead of himself. Could slow it down, could take a breather. Nexa won't. There's something. It's one way to get it. Flash down mid, Blame will attack. Nico wants to get involved as well. Is there a flash? No. He's going in dry. Oh, Amanex baited them in, and Nico will shut them out. Oh my goodness, JKS, mate. Chill. This round is wild.
Let's try and have as few events as possible. Already monumentally nervous. It's fine. It's fine. Nico gets it back under control. Might not take as much as you think to get you back into this.
Not the smoke we want to see.
Also, a lot of utilities missing right now for Complexity, but NATO will give the opener over. They get this long control, but the response is pretty clear-cut from G2. They cross Nico into the pit, and they're relying on the element of surprise, one of the most precious and rarest elements around. Nico, has he got the minerals for it? Oh, they check for him.
Marie. Nico, can he find another head? Just moved in. Nico grabbed NATO, and he lines up even more. Almost doubles there at the end, but now Blame's been given a chance, and he won't botch it like Poison did. Panicked, not.
It's like,
yeah,
a little hint.
Oh, no, he's
that's a tag, and now he really is screwed. He's tapped the bomb, hoping that baits a peak, and it does, but he's not ready for it. If they do pull it back, like, props to these guys for somehow mentally getting back into it, because they look done. They look wasted, bro. Like, and I mean that in like the GTA sense of wasted, not like the fun way.
Yeah, no. That would be a harrowing way for this night to go for Cole. Okay. Cleanup crew is in. There's the round. 9-12. Suddenly you forget about the 11-4 half. Suddenly you forget about the domination this series has shown, or at least this map. No.
Fast long play for Cole.
Through the molly.
Hunter in the pit will deliver. Big round from him, doubling up now. Nico, it's the Kovacs again, trying to put the back in Kovac, and doubling up once more. Ooh, that's a big barrel. It would be a shame if JKS ruined your day because of it.
He's not getting much closer. Jax is here with his back turned. JKS, it's a whiff. Back of the head hitbox, hard to hit, and Jax is coming alive in the night time. G2. Player on the site ready to swing when his teammate gets contact, and the spray in the smoke does some good damage. There is a kill. Hunter's got to take USP, no ammo, but he's just as lethal. Quick tap. One more perhaps, and Hunter just destroying. It's only Poison left up, no armor at all, but it doesn't matter. Hits the shot. Can he get a gun? Well, it had no ammo. It's a Harry's classic. Can say that much at least. Oh dear, Blame catches flashing Hunter, and finally will finish the kill. Dinked in the process. Nade just a bit too late to take him down. Molly on long. They're up in front of it, and they're stuck in the smoke. Nowhere to go. Nexa takes that kill. Poison's still here. He walked back into the Molotov to avoid the bullets, but it was either fire or lead. 20 health with the bomb. He gets out. They set up mid to B. Aminek's there to stop it.
Blame's dead on this peak. Whoop, there it is.
Yikes.
Neo and Poison, they're the ones to try and stop that scoreline from being equalized up. This did not feel at all doable coming in. Aminek's gone. What's happening?
Out. Get him back. He's crashed. It's a
Okay.
1v3.
Well,
No, he's back. Oh my goodness, he definitely had something.
What is
going on
happening?
there.
This is such a cursed game. Like, who has done this to this game? Poison, ooh, dead on the swing. Jack's taking heads off, and we're tied up at 12-12. Tracking the flow of this one, I can tell you that much.
Good luck, Reddit detectives. NATO, he's out long quick. Tech 9, tap down Hunter. There's an AK for Blame. It's going to have to do everything up catwalk. Nico's on, and it's taking the first. Dink doesn't matter. Nexa provides cover. Jax, there's the shot. He escapes back into the mist. What can you do about it? Let's see. Blame out lower to upper and up to no good. Takes down Jax. The bomb's still cat.
Amanek, if there ever was a time to show up with this AWP, it's right here, right now. This would be the lead secured from G2. Just Blame F. He's nailed that first shot. Is it going to take the IGL a complexity to show the rest of the boys how it's done? He's got a 1v2 on his plate. Nico and Nexa to beat. And with the swing, he's seen them both. Trying to fight this. Nexa takes his head off. And G2 at a monumental turning point in this map. They are now in the lead. And I've said it so much. If you don't know what the scoreline once was, there's really no excuse. But just to reiterate, I'll say it again. This was 11-1. Oh, my God.
Oh,
Poison.
okay.
That's a nice opener.
Great shot. Sheesh. And is that how Cole suddenly... They've got the control, and they've got it for free. Cat take for Blame, keeping up the appearances. He smokes the Molotov to keep this position. Hunter tries to take him down, and Blame responds very well. 2 headshots, clinical stuff from Blame. And now Cole, with the smokes down on long and the AWP cut off, they can get this A site.
The weird part is like, if anyone knows how one round can sometimes completely reinvigorate a team, it's G2 right now. So you understand them wanting to give that a bit of a look and see if they can get anything.
Sure. It doesn't from time
It
to
could
time.
actually happen, like, realistically.
Yeah,
or it could end in regulation.
You said it after they won the Force Buy.
That was it,
And
yeah.
I was laughing.
You know, it didn't look like much in the beginning, but oh, look at how it's ended. That opener from NATO, that could tip the scales to Cole's favor once again. A 5-on-4 right out of the gate. Nico wants to get fancy with it. Now, one man's dropped into CT. That's someone else's problem. Amanek deals with it. Can't follow up. Nexa holds on to long at least, and that is such a pivotal moment in this round. It's now going to enable G2 to set up a 3-on-2 retake, right? If S-Tag was still alive, this might not be the case. Poison's taking matters into his own hands, and JKS has removed another.
Nexa holding on to long, killing S-Tag, like you say, setting them up for the 3v2 retake. Well, the other one is Poison, shutting down Jackson CT spawn.
There's a little flash for Nico, but he's smoked off now. Is he going to go through it? Nico the unspeakable, tries to come in, and S-Tag mops him up. This B defense now is down to Jax and Hunter. No support, no one else can really offer a helping hand. Nex is trying to plug holes on a T-spawn route.
Oh, no!
Hunter, that's a freebie. They've slowed down in mid. Not many teams do this, but it's because the double door smoke was in. They're now trapped between a rock and a hard place. Hunter dead after the first. It's a 2v2 retake at the B bomb site to decide if this comeback was all for nothing. The worst part for G2 now is if they go for this and lose, they are done.
Nade. It's good, it lands. 18 health for NATO, double kit, flash available, the orb swapped off. Blame looks at the ground. Do they know? No, they don't. NATO takes one and Blame trades the round. 15 to 13 complexity. Break the money, break the morale, and maybe set themselves up for the series.
Can G2 make it even longer?
Flash.
They need an OT. Flash into the
Dodge.
tunnel. JKS ain't blind, baby. He's shielded their eyes. He kept them closed, and he's doubled up. This could be the beginning of the end. They're split apart from one another. They've got to win these fights alone. Nico's Deagle got to deliver. Down goes the burst.
Okay.
Amanex claimed another. Now the AK out, but Flame's going to quell the Nico resistance. Still, they've been able to present the 2-on-2. G2, what are they capable of here? This scout, not the ideal weapon for the retake, I'll tell you that much. Nexa
No kit.
does have a molly, but as you pointed out, Hugo, no kit means time is of the essence. You better hope that getting that AWP was worth it.
Same
Flame mollied out at Car. This time can't be a problem till later in the round. And now NATO 1v1 to decide it.
I don't
Nexa
know.
with the kill, but they don't have a kit. G2, I don't know if they've got time. I don't think they've got time. I think once again, it's a bomb explosion that decides it. And there it is. Complexity from 11-1. They close this out as 16-13. The resilience, the grit that both these teams just showed.
If I went back in time to the start of Pro League Season 14 and I said to you guys, G2 are going to be 0-3 in the groups, none of you out there would have expected it. Now, I know there's probably some people out there, well, Jason, actually, I predicted G2. No, shut the hell up. You did not.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it still falls flat. I mean, they have a great, incredible comeback in that second half, especially considering they lost the pistol round. But I mean, look, you put yourself down in a 4-11 hole in the first half. Like, it's really tough to get out of that one. And I mean, that's what it felt like. It's just a comeback the whole way. And when they finally get there, complexity snaps back in, and there's just no margin for error for G2. And they played a very error-free second half once they won that second round.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, what are you going to do? That's such a massive comeback to ask for. If you can see the scores here among the two teams, look at the effort out of Nico. It's matched by Poison. So exactly what you said. He's able to actually compete with the best player on the other team and helps carry this into a victory for Complexity, which is absolutely wonderful.
First of all, man, how you doing? Long time no see.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's a bit of a weird feeling. Obviously, I'm very happy about the win, but I must also say I had a bit of a mistake in the middle of the last map. So I would say that kind of puts a little bit, I don't know, cools off my emotions a little bit.
Nobody noticed. We weren't on your POV when you made it. It's all good, dog.
Perfect.
To remind you guys really quickly on what the groups currently stand, and again, something I never would have expected to see that.
That G2 0-3 after a second place at Cologne. You want to talk about the difference in a team between online and LAN? This is brutal. This is a tough collapse for G2, and they've never been able to recover in this group. VP was almost there. They thankfully recovered today, able to put themselves at 1-2 in a decent spot at actually being able to make these playoffs. But man, those top three teams, I think we would have said VP, G2, OG coming into this. Force shocking everyone, OG shocking everyone, looking as strong as they can, and now Complexity with all the difficulties that you would never want to have piled onto their shoulders, sitting in third place at the moment at 2-1. Yeah, this group, we knew it was going to get exciting after the upsets on day one. This is still really weird.
We thank you all for tuning in and for watching, but we'll be back yet again tomorrow for some more Pro League action, so make sure you tune in and have a great night.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Raid Shadow Legends, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Oh yeah, the beautiful Malta. Looks like some sunshine vibes down there, and I can get on board with that, as I'm sure that all of you can as well. But as it happens, you should probably be inside to watch the ESL Pro League. So welcome back, everybody, to this 14th installment. We're in that 14th season, and we're ready to continue the party. I say we, I'm talking about Yanko. and myself. I'm Trace. Nice to meet you guys. Yanko, how's it going, man? How you feeling this morning, this afternoon?
I'm feeling great. Nice. Because I'm not a G2 fan, Trace.
Shout out G2 one time.
If I were a G2 fan, I probably wouldn't be feeling so great right now.
Yeah, it'd probably be some pretty sad, some boo-boo faces going on for the G2 camp. Of course, we're going to dive into that. Don't you worry for 1 second. We're not going to let them get out from underneath the radar, and I think that's definitely something to dive into. Also, to dive into would be the statistics looking at overtimes in the last season or two versus now. Because where did they all go? They just happened yesterday, Yanko.
Yeah, we're back from the break and teams just suck more, so the games aren't as close. We just have, I think even in the first group, you look at it, we had a lot of 2-0s, right? We had like after the first 3 days, there was only one series that went the full 3 maps. So yeah, could be just an exception that confirms the rule, so to speak. But even that OG Force game wasn't supposed to go to overtime. It was OG lost around against Pistols on like 15-11 really, and they could have closed it out in regulation too.
It is just wild to look at, the numbers, because I do remember doing the games where it was just, endless OTs. It didn't even make sense anymore how a team would get to OT and they'd be down, 12-3 at the half or something outrageous like that. Nonetheless, this is OG. And in comparison to their last visit to the ESL Pro League, in which they won 2 games, one over Big and one over Renegades, this season has been starkly different.
Yeah, they've played much better this time around. I think also, we talked to Alexi, we asked him about Cologne, because they played so well. They were in the final of summer and they couldn't make it out of the play in Cologne. They said that there was a lot of issues there at that tournament, but that, their confidence wasn't down after it. They still think they're a great team. They just need to work on some things. The atmosphere within the team was still good, and I think they're showing that in this Pro League group.
Yeah, it seems like they're swiveled back around to the right direction. Of course, this was a game that I didn't think was going to go to overtime. I didn't think was going to even find its way to a third map, but then it did. OG, wrestled down 4s. They end up winning the series. They remain undefeated in the group, and that's a talking point all on its own. For OG to come here and kind of surprise a lot of folks with what they've shown us, that's something to grab onto. So G2 fans, if you're looking for a new fan base, this might be for you. I don't know, Yanko, what do you think?
Yeah. Could be. Why not, right?
Yeah,
it sucks to be a G2 fan right now, but to me, I don't know. I think for G2, like, the issue with them is I just think they approached this whole season off the wrong foot. I think they got overconfident with their performance in Cologne, and they figured once they saw the group that, they're just going to make the playoffs no matter what, really. And for me, it's you always need to come back after the break doing a boot camp. Like, it
does make sense.
Like, how are you going to, you have your players, they were on vacation, and they come back and they just go to the other room. Oh yeah, the season has started again. Like, it's very difficult for you mentally to make that switch, no matter how professional you are, right? It's just difficult without a change of environment. And I think G2 right now is paying the price for that. You can see that the players, a lot of them are individually off. Like the T-sides the calling has been awful for the majority of the games, right? If you were in a boot camp, first it's like the atmosphere, the energy, yeah, we're here, we're all together, the season is starting, everyone's playing more CS, you're getting things done more efficiently, right? And you can also snap yourselves out of it, right, when you're all at the same location. But right now, they're just looking terrible, and it's going to hurt them moving forward because all the confidence that they've built up from the previous tournaments, it's getting shattered right now.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely getting smashed. Of course, we're talking about Cologne runners-up in G2, but maybe it is time for that change of pace, Yanko. I think you nailed it right there. We're going to change it up a little bit. Check in with Frankie, who is going to be on the sidelines with us. Frankie, what's up, homie?
Well, I don't know. What change of pace are you feeling like? Do you want me to talk really fast, just bring my usual chaos, not make any sense? Basically, just be myself. Is that what you want?
Yeah, something like that, like a compacted chaos. There you go.
I'm really excited about today because I've had a couple of days, as you say, watching from the sidelines, and I know that there's a couple of teams in particular who hopefully are not feeling too much pressure, as a win today could mean that they qualify. I'm talking about OG. We didn't know how they were going to bounce back from that play-ins loss to Renegades at IEM Cologne, but obviously they've done nothing but impress us. And then Complexity, they're like the little engine that could. Although I am wondering if it's simply a case that, the teams can't prep for them because of the whole 2 different players than the teams have seen them with in the past.
Yeah, that is a slightly a bit of a curveball, Yanko, with the Complexity situation. That's just like a problem on its own that's turned out kind of okay. I'm not sure how they did it. Yanko, any ideas?
Yeah, I think it's just obviously even with a stand-in and the new player, it's still very good players who know what they're doing, right? So you're not going to see too many glaring mistakes. Obviously, some sort of sync is going to be missing, but looking at how shaky other teams are, they're supposed to be more solid. You know, they're just taking advantage of that.
So, Frankie, I don't want any spoilers, but I am curious. Do you know who you're talking to today?
I'm hopefully going to catch up with Malik from G2 and Little from Force to do a little bit of a coach head-to-head, because we didn't expect Force to be in the position they are now at the start of Group B, and we certainly didn't expect G2 to be so down in the dumps.
Ugh.
So we're going to have a chat to both of those coaches to see how they've changed the game plans going into this
Ask him if he wished they boot camp before this event.
Did they not boot camp, Yanko? Is that what you think the reason is?
Yeah.
Were they on holiday
yeah.
at the villa in Greece, like for 6 weeks or something? 4
Well,
weeks?
not for 6 weeks. They were on vacation, but when they came back, they just didn't boot camp. They just practiced from home.
Some would say that they're still on vacation now. We don't really know.
Some players are playing like they're on vacation.
Yeah, the jury's
They might
out
go
still
on
now.
vacation after this tournament.
Also,
The bench vacation.
Yeah, the long vacation, the extended vacation. Frankie, I'll get you out of here. If you don't mind asking the coach of Fours about, kind of being out of the server due to a power outage, we'll get that one kind of figured out as well. That's kind of got to be a lurking thing for Fours. Thank you, Frankie.
Those
We'll see
are
you around.
centers.
Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
yeah. Centers. Same difference. Just kidding. They're two totally different teams. And let's not stop right there. Let's continue to look at Season 14. Let's continue to dive in to how the round-robin groups are panning out thus far. Still a lot of action to go. Of course, we're only in Group B. But it is definitely a time to be an OG fan. As you can see, at least within our group, it's going to start to shape up in a way that OG probably walks away with this one. Heroic won the first group, and that says a little bit there about the competition that we've had, because, again, that was a group that had Astralis, and now they're gone too. So maybe G2's in the same camp.
Yeah, we see some unexpected results early on in Pro League, and OG in prime position to take that #1 spot, but it's still not a lock. They're not even a lock for playoffs just yet. That just tells you how wide open Group B still is, but they've played the best Counter-Strike. I think they are going to end up on top in this group. As for some of the other spots, we'll have to see this game today between Complexity and VP. That's going to be a huge one for both teams.
Yeah, and actually, if I'm looking at this correctly, it says something along the lines of OG versus Sinners. If OG win today, they are qualified, which, makes sense. It's kind of like glaringly obvious. But then it gets kind of nitty-gritty, right? Because VP versus Complexity, if Complexity wins, they've also somehow qualified, which is probably against small odds, all things considered. G2 versus Fours. G2 must win all remaining matches, and Complexity has to lose today. So it's really out of their fate.
But even with that, they still need some results tomorrow to go their way. But this is where I want to make it clear. It's like, yeah, there's a scenario in which G2 makes it out. If G2 keeps playing like they do, they're going to be 0-5. Like, let's just make that clear. For them to win both games, like, that's a pretty unlikely scenario at this point. The only thing that could be going their way is the fact if they start playing pissed off.
Yeah, it's kind of taking a fight.
Yeah, exactly. And like, okay, we're mad at ourselves basically for playing this way. Like, let's just try to unleash, try to do something. And, they're obviously going to have some very serious conversations within the team about what happened and why it happened and how they can prevent this from ever happening again moving forward. We're talking about a team that's supposed to be a contender, right, that wants to take away that #1 spot from Navi, and here they are, not being able to make it out of the group.
But they look so damn cool. You know what doesn't look cool? And I'm just going to throw this out there. Amanek on the AWP yesterday, man. That was a rough time for young Amanek.
Yeah, that was, he had a nightmare of a game.
Is he a liability?
Especially on Dust 2. Well, sometimes I think he is. I don't think in a general, I don't think so, because he's asked to do specific things and that's it. He's not asked to be simple or Zyvo or turn the game around. Just like be someone we can depend on.
For one.
If you're holding window and a guy peeks window, like, just hit that shot. Right? So he had a terrible game. It happens sometimes. He had a terrible event. But, I think there were times when he was playing okay, when he was, like, just doing his job, it was enough for G2 and the way they want to approach the game.
And now it's kind of grinding down. It's kind of.
But when he's having bad games, you can see, like, it is, becomes a liability. So it's just about being more consistent.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of eyeballs on the G2 camp as they try to climb their way back up the group itself. For us, we're going to climb ourselves into the caster chair. And by that, I mean we're going to bring in Alex and Chad. Hopefully they're ready and sitting idly by so that we can talk about not investing, but something similar to it. We're talking about playing with cryptocurrency. That's because ESL is partnered with Coinbase, and that ultimately does set us up for a little bit of fun, guys. How's it going?
Is it fun?
It should, I mean,
it should be fun.
It could be fun.
It will
needs
be
to
fun.
be. It
Could
needs
is the
to be
word we
fun.
should use?
Look, it's
exciting.
It's for charity, so I guess it is for fun. But right, I want to win. I like to win. I got a competitive drive, and I've gone. I don't know about you boys. I'm gonna spoil it. I went for very stable picks in my coins. I went the USD coin, which is not going to fluctuate in price at all. So that's I put a decent share of that in there, and then I went with Ethereum and Bitcoin because it feels safe.
Okay,
I like the safety.
I haven't filled mine in yet.
Oh,
but I'm gonna
you're in trouble.
just because you've told me yours.
Oh.
I'm gonna go for the opposite. I'm gonna go pure volatility. I'm gonna go for all the weird, fruity,
Dogecoin.
like the ones that 18-year-old
definitely do
Zoomers
that.
have made in their bedroom. Those are the coins. Those are the coins I'm gonna be investing in.
Yeah, I don't know if
Boys,
we were...
I just want to say, by the way, while we have you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that having Yanko on the desk segment for the G2,
it's great.
It's a special treat, you know. Like I know it's deep within his soul watching those games, and every word that comes out of his mouth is.
Look, I know it's not a
rooted in
coin.
emotion.
I know it's not a coin, but Yanko, if Nexa, Jax, or Amanek was a crypto coin, which one would you be investing in? Because they're all three of them in the bottom 5 right now in the tournament. The group even.
I would mine the shit out of that, and then we'll just hold it for all eternity so it could never go in circulation. I would protect humanity from that coin,
Yeah, that's definitely one way to look at it.
That wasn't the answer I was expecting.
I like it, though. I respect it. Yanko, you picked 1,000 towards Shib? Is that right?
Yeah, I went for full volatility similar to Alex, right? I usually, when I dabble in these things, when I put money in, I say goodbye to it straight away.
It's just gone.
Right? I consider I don't have that anymore. So, you know, I put 250 in something that's called the Swiss Borg because I love OJ and I just saw his name and I was like, let's put some money into that as well. Probably not what you guys should do. Probably put a little bit more thought into it. And I just put a little bit into Bitcoin, you know, just in case it blows up again. We kind of covered maybe some of the losses, right? It's like the safe one.
And just to kind of cover all our own, you know, basics here, this is not professional advice. I can tell you that right now. Out of the 4 of us, none of us are going to be the ones that are giving you that. I have to tell you, I know you didn't want to hear it, but I can also say that on that same notion, I put $50 in Doge. And, you know, the others, I guess, doesn't necessarily matter. Well, you know, you got to play, you know, it's like playing the slots, like Yanko's saying, basically. You take the risk, sort of. I hope I don't get in trouble.
Okay.
He's covered the board.
It's very possible. Guys,
diversify.
Yeah.
Day full of matches.
Bye, Trace. Have fun.
Bye. Financial advice.
Adios. And that was the last time I ever talked about crypto. Guaranteed. Just kidding. That's Coinbase. They're a partner with ESL. They're a partner with ESL Season 14. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on the cryptos that we have selected because at the end of the road, we do run the numbers and send that and a matching amount over to a charity of our choice. And I'm pretty sure that we've started to pick those out already. So it's all right there for the taking. All, I'd say fun and games, but it's not at the same time. Serious stuff at the same time. So we're going to go to a break. I think on that note, that's probably a great place to stop as my emails are blowing up with trouble that I'm in now. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll be right back after this for the first matchup of the day that encompasses OG versus the Sinners.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Being able to mesh together really well is super important on a team where you spend so much time together at boot camps, traveling, usually at least. So I think if you have a good mindset and a good attitude towards each other, I think it makes everything else inside the game so much easier. And I think it's way easier to talk about mistakes, fix all the individual stuff if you're on kind of like the same page, personality-wise. So I think that's probably the key reason for me as to why we work so well together. But yeah, I think it's a tough question. But yeah, that's what I would say.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. By the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. Bring the firefight, baby. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you.
The matchup is OG versus Sinners. That's what we're starting the day off with here at ESL Pro League Season 14. We're getting down to the very end of the group, so things are getting a little dicey for some and spicy for others. I welcome you back and your extended family or whoever else you find yourself watching the series with. OG put up a hell of a fight against a 2-0 Force Troop yesterday. And rallying back after first map, they went to win an OT in the second and then win the series on Overpass. Yanko, were they in control of this series minus the second map?
I think they were. I mean, obviously it got in close, but that's the thing. Like just getting the job done and then closing it out. That's all that matters. When the game goes live in an official game, you just want to win, right? Yeah. Doesn't matter. I had a lot of pretty losses, right? You don't care about that.
No one cares.
You'd rather win, make it, maybe it's scrappy, you're making a lot of mistakes, just find a way to win and then address that after the game, right? And look at the mistakes and see what you've been doing wrong and what you need to improve. And that's the most important thing at the end of the day. And OG is managing to do just that. They've been, for the most part in their games, also dominant. And they've played, I believe, the best Counter-Strike so far in this group.
And, you know, they're coming alive when they need to, and I think this might speak a testament to it. OG didn't win a single clutch in the first map, whereas, you know, in the second map, they won clutches 4-0. And then they broke even at 1-1 there on the third map of Overpass. And really, I think that's going to come down to the individuals, the performers, Yanko. Who are we looking at?
Yeah, I think Mantu for them has been the standout player in general. We see that when it comes to opening duels, actually Nico has been having a lot of success, flying a little bit under the radar. I mean, in that first series that they've played against VP, he was the highest rated player. But, you know, you can see how everyone is really contributing in their different roles. I'm sure that when we get to someone like Flames as well, right? He has a big amount of contribution too, and it just like that's what you want to see when you have a team that has roles like so set. Like you don't need everyone to have like the most kills. Just you can see opening kills per round. Yeah. Funnily enough, Blame is #1, but Flames is right there behind them, and that's, I think, an example of things working within the system that OG has.
And just in the series yesterday, Flames had 17 of the opening kills within the series itself. That should speak volumes to the contribution that you're talking about.
And you can see also, like, you know, OG is second only behind Heroic in flash assists, right? So there's like, that's team play. It's not cohesion. Flames is going out like just wide swinging by himself and like getting kills, owning people. No, it's like due to the utility, due to the style, the game plan, right, the execution. And I think this is their most impactful player at the moment. Manto, you can see he's had a lot of clutches, 6 clutches right behind Shush, but outside of that, really just impact, right? Like a high amount of kills, a high amount of frags in crucial moments, a real solid play. And I think this clutch was really what saved OG to an extent. I mean, they had like 4 in the last 8 rounds or something like that, I believe, in that map. So, but yeah, he's just been great for OG so far.
And he's also answering the question for OG, which is, what about the AWP? You know, I think he's able to pick that up and translate it pretty well into the game in terms of impact, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been doing it ever since he joined the team, and I think in 2021 he has elevated his game to an extent. Now we just have to see, once we have more LAN tournaments, can he maintain that level of performance on LAN?
Yeah, that is the question, at least for the side of OG, a couple of those. I'm not sure if I could say it this way, Yanko, but is the jury still out on OG? If we look at the litmus test that we got, you know, say on the first day of expecting OG to come in here, are they back to stay?
Yeah, I think so. I had them being #1 in the group in the predictions before this, because I think they severely underperformed at Cologne. I don't think that was, you know,
goes without saying.
telling of where they actually are as a team. And also they're a bit more comfortable online at the moment. They have some inexperienced players in that lineup, notably Flames and Mantu when it comes to LAN at least. And, you know, those are some of the guys who have the most impact for them and the most frags when they're in an online environment. So I also expected G2 to screw things up. I always do. So that kind of helped. That helped my prediction.
This bad, though, Yanko?
Not this bad, though.
Yeah, this is rough. Now, for Sinners, though, we could talk about them. We could look at them. 2 losses there. They got a win on the opening day versus G2, but, you know, I guess everyone else has, so why not continue down that path?
Yeah, Complexity, that was a close game, right? It is a 2-0, but the 2 maps were very close. Against VP, not so much, right? And they have difficult games ahead. I think now we're really seeing, you know, with how G2 has been playing, right, that it has been G2 just also playing really bad and not Sinners playing amazingly well or being on a much higher level, but they still can get a couple of more wins. They still have a playoff chance here. We're now falling back into that underdog win condition boxes, right? Like they're not going to win a game probably if they lose both pistols and start, you know, 3-0 or 5-0 in both halves. Like that's just not going to happen. They need some of those pistol rounds, early momentum, couple of key rounds, maybe clutches, a big clutch or 2 from Oscar in a map.
Map veto's important as well, but also I do want to say they got beat up pretty bad yesterday by Virtus Pro, and it's specifically Yakinder, right? He had like 1.08 KPR per round. You know, it's just pretty something to consider at least, and the troubles that they had yesterday. Nuke, the first map of the series. We're looking at Inferno's a second. Where do we go for a third?
Yeah, I don't know. I still think 5-map pool for OG. They're not going to have to play Ancient. Third map's going to be Mirage. So, yeah, I think it's just... I was wondering if Sinners, right, obviously they couldn't pick Vertigo as the permaban for OG. If they were going to maybe try that Ancient or Nuke was the obvious one when it comes to the more standard maps. OG hasn't won it in the last 3 months, I believe, the last time I looked. So, and Sinners had a good game against Complexity, even though it was a loss. So yeah, all in all, I feel like just for Sinners, it's about those underdog win conditions, right? Some good starts, maybe finally one of that big performances from Oscar that we were expecting. But in reality, I think OG just has a pretty easy game here today, and they lock in that playoff spot.
I do think that they're going to have a tight grasp on the game itself, and that does make absolute sense. I want to go ahead and thank you, Yanko. It does appear that we're going to be getting into the game here momentarily, and on that notion, it is exactly that time. You hear that music? You know what that sound means. It's time to get into the first map of the day. OG, group-winning OG so far versus the Sinners with Oscar at the helm.
Thank you very much to Janko Pavlovic and Trace Stunner Sorrentha. Sinners, yeah, it started great. You know, a full 3-map affair, posting a win against G2. And so far, following that, it's been Complexity and Virtus Pro taking them down in a 2-0 fashion. OG to lock in a playoff spot. That's pretty huge for OG, considering their shortcomings in Cologne.
It's crazy, though, as well. Today, even if they win this game, they lock in that slot. They could still come first, second, or third in the group, even with a win. And even with a loss, Sinners are still potentially, very unlikely, but potentially able to make it through. So this group is wide open, and we'll keep you up to date with all of the outcomes as we progress. And first of all, we've got the 1x bet onto the top of your screen favoring OG here. I think they've been listening to Janko's analysis, and it makes sense as we go for a bit of a ramp rush. Flames tested.
Yeah, he's immediately ducked out of trouble, so living on for now. Beastic lurking doors for descending that ramp, and he can maybe arrive on fence a little later. Flames, a lot to do. Valda's got a powerful position which will be smoked off. And that's the end of Flames, looking promising here. They've got a lot of map control, and they've even nearly taken down Valda as well. Beastic arrives in the feed from his late lurk, and, well, call this one done. Not much for Alexi to say or do about this.
Yeah, it looks like they're backpedaling for the save here early, and we're just going to see more and more of this, especially as the minutiae of Counter-Strike is dug on into. So simple as you like. Pressure the ramp player, get control. Into the lower site they go. 2 kills, Bob's your uncle. And it's a 1-0 start for Sinners here. Now, look, a win for them could mean absolutely everything. And remember, these guys, back in season, I believe it was 33, were in open, right?
Whoa.
Within what I think it's
what
5
season are we in now?
In ESCA, I think it's season 38. So season 37 is how they qualified for Premier.
From 33 open to 37.
They had to go main, advanced.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
It's the actual storyline.
Wait for it, because ESL will love this.
Yeah.
It's the path to pro, Chad,
There you
I'd
go.
suggest. I reckon that's the path to professional counter-striking, and they are certainly doing that now under the Sinners banner.
Well, it just shows, right, this whole thing with the EPT where you and I do those silly videos, there is actually the progression that you can make, right? There is a clear system. Before, when everything was disconnected and nothing fed into each other, it was all just all over the shop, right?
When we get lands back and stuff, part of that circuit is that they would qualify through, like, say, main, they'd get a spot at an open. It's something like that.
I think that's with, like, if you do well at a DreamHack Open, then you can get a spot in a Masters level
That's the
event.
one.
Yeah.
Zedko's in trouble, but he has managed to get himself down. The vents will be at quite the price. And they got 2 SMGs down there. That's not the bomb, but it's going to force Flames to acknowledge all of this presence. They're already down into the low side, so you kind of feel a bit dampened. I say that as actually the Deagles are winning out the trades.
Behind you, Bantu.
They want you. He's been allowed to reposition. Just ducks out of trouble. Flash to peek and punish. He's got another to contend with, and that's a rifle. 3 AKs in play. Oh. Flank from Alexi, slightly promising.
Yeah,
they're not looking.
One here.
Shock's aware it's a possibility, but just...
Hello.
Oh, Alexi's angry at himself for that one.
Spooned
Nade
that one,
looks
didn't
good,
he?
though. Oh, yeah, now Oscar's behind him. I think he's cooked. Shock's done well to recover from that, and Alexi, yeah, just lets it slip away without finding that instant headshot.
Well, Valda can do a little bit more damage here with the CZ. Maybe even head over to ramp and try and find himself a weapon or some exits on the way out the door. But this is looking very, very likely to be the Sinners' second
They're
here.
doing him a favor. They're taking their time.
You're right. That 40-second timer about to start now. Shock is punching in the digits, and the bomb goes down. And well, now let's see. Does Valda want to have a look in here? Is he interested?
No.
He was great yesterday, you know, with the smoke sprays. He was constantly just being a nuisance on Inferno, especially getting boosted over the smokes, just looking like an absolute monster.
What's your knee-jerk reaction to OG doing well after doing badly at LAN and G2 doing badly after doing well at LAN?
I think Janko points out some really, really good things, right, in the sense that they had the break and then they come back and they're still disconnected. They're all at their homes. Now, if they... This is the thing, we've heard from Malik before, talk about, you know, trusting in the process. If for them, and this is something that we need to talk about, each event is weighted differently for every team, right? If G2 don't have EPL as a priority, that's fine, right? But the Counter-Strike world is not to know that. The Counter-Strike world is just operating under the assumption that this is the next tournament since the player break and they are not performing up to the standard that we have them as. Now, if they're happy to come in here, use this as a teething event, right? They're like, oh, we make it or we don't, right? Just get themselves back into the year. They're going to focus their attention on the major, right? That's fine. But I think there's some issues when Nico is the highest rated player in the group. And then you have Nexa, Amanek, and Jax in the bottom 5 of the group, right?
Oh,
There's a huge disparity there.
Yeah, that's alarming.
And you can't be pointing the fingers at Nico and going, well, he's in-game leading and he's AWPing, he's doing... No, he's just fragging, and the rest aren't.
Do you think that's lethal range? It's probably right at the
With the
edge
Zeusy
of
boy?
the Zeus. the
Yeah, he
Zeus
should be
lethal
all right.
range. I guess as long as he's not crouching, I reckon if he crouches, he might survive.
A lot of players like to bop their head on the doorway as they come out the door of the hut with a little jump, so maybe a little bit closer to the Zeus. I think it should be fine. This feels close enough for me.
It's fully charged. USB-C.
What if the Zeus was like it was in Danger Zone, where you use it and then it has to recharge over time and then you can use it again?
Now then. Or there's ports around the map where you have to plug it in.
Oh, okay. It's like a Tesla.
He's at the charging station. He's charging his Zeus. Well, that would not be the same video game. And in fact, speaking of, Nico is going to get a charge. And even more for Zedco's Mac 10. $1,200 injected into his bank account, but Nico gets the extra bonus point.
Yeah, he just feels probably a little bit of, maybe there was a smirk on his face, just having a bit of a giggle there. Not too many repercussions.
Oh, hang on. If he just tapped that Neo frag head, he'd have made it very costly. But it's just Man2 parked in the vents with his Desert Eagle and not too much more for him to have fun with.
Who casts on your side? Is it Harry or is it Hugo over there? Do you know?
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever casts on this side has the volume very loud.
Okay, that's so interesting. Whoever casts on my side has it incredibly quiet.
Oh.
I had to turn it down. You can't hear yourself. If I had to guess,
yeah,
I reckon Harry's over here because he's always like just loud.
So, because okay,
so he just
yeah,
naturally wants to hear less of himself.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense.
Because he's projecting, you know?
Well...
Let me try it. I want to go
I thought it would be the other one.
You think Hugo... Well, he is quite a soft-spoken individual.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the Hugo left side.
Maybe Harry likes...
answers.
Yeah, okay.
They're probably asleep right now, though.
They'll be awake soon.
Okay.
Someone tweeted them.
Someone find out.
So,
what seat do you sit in?
Yeah, I guess it's gonna... It needs to be... Is it camera left, camera right?
We could
stage
do that.
left, stage right?
I think camera and stage are the same.
Oh.
Because, like, we're looking at from the camera or the stage.
Tom would know.
Yeah.
Mr. Producer?
I'm on stage right.
You're on stage right. Okay, yeah. Okay. Are you?
I don't know, man. I've forgotten all of my theatre studies. I got an A-level in that.
Right, well, the guns are out. And the orb for Man2 being prioritized here. The same for Oscar. Everybody with almost everything they need. No defuse kit in play for the original gangsters.
Sinners win the first gunny. I'm going to start the whole Sinners fan club.
All right. Rah. Stick him in a jar. Go Sinners.
Flames. That's very aggressive, and I can't believe how well he's played it. He's managed his angles so well. That's nearly 3. Hang on.
That was a bit fruity.
It was. Were they boosting over
the smoke?
Yeah, that's
into
naughty.
Squeaky?
And look what it's done to the Sinners. They've been channeled into this lower side. Already a very dire circumstance. The Molly, he's ahead of it. Oscar may not be expecting Nico from the window side. Oh, Nico's going to be able to isolate Neofrag here. He's going to mantle up. He's really not ready for a good find from Oscar. He's going to have to bail his team out of trouble very quickly. Tucked in on that tight corner. Pretty solid crossfire here, all things considered. Oh, and a miss. That does mean Oscar's got a new lease of life. It does perhaps bait him in from the flank. Mantu's on his way, locks the door, and Neofrag's screwed. Oh, he's so screwed. 2 HP. What are you supposed to do? He does well to find a frag, but there it is, recovered nicely. And they even have the option of a double AWP. I wonder... Actually, hang on, it's Nuke. Ignore me.
Yeah, like maybe ramp. You could rock another one and go for the creeps here, but I don't think we're going to see that out of OG early. And it gets very close. It gets very, very close. If Neofrag is able to delay for a little bit longer without that kit, OG may have let that first one slip. And you're right, this was great from Flames here. Understanding his molly keeps the right side of Trophy Room at bay, able to force on in, find a kill or two. And this is where it did get dicey because Oscar hits another spicy little AWP kill there. And oh, dearie me, that could have fallen apart. But that little boost, that was interesting. Let's see how many more tricks OG have up their sleeve here for the CT side. Buy it back out, both teams sitting pretty. Only real emission is Flames onto the Famus. And we have kits in play this time round. Back towards that squeaky door pick, Zedco.
Oh, you're brave.
Yeah, opens and closes. B-Stick doing the classic in-game leader lurk towards Yarn.
Flames has been dispatched to clear yard and be responsible for it. B-Stick's utility arrives. You can see that Mantu's going to have to acknowledge that. Like, they just don't have the info yard at this point in time, so it's actually pulled 3 members of OG over. B-Stick's done a lot in terms of weakening other parts of the map here. What's their strike point, though? They've got the AWP posted up on Silo. It does look like they want to do Wall of Smokes late, so Flames should have the info. Oh, he's so booked. Lovely team play, very standard procedures out of OG, flash and peek, and B-Stick just doing the dance.
Feels like they have a very good idea, though, of what's coming here, OG. The fact that they left ramp open during that entire proceeding, right, they were very comfortable in knowing what type of play it was. They get the kill they wanted, and now they slink back into more passive positions. With about 45 seconds on the clock, we're going towards top.
Yeah, Nico ate the flash, but he'll have his vision back. Alexi's forced back, and they know there's one main, but still unchecked on Hut. Some tags, Sinners with one in the frags. It's Nico, still a problem, but there's a second out of Oscar, and it does become a problem.
Oh,
Flames 2v2. They're so low, the fan mash should hurt, and it really does. Flames with a quick double. He's lost his partner in crime. Oh, the spray's a mess. And Flames will get 4.
And the AWP. Huge stuff from Flames there. He got the opening kill of that and then had to close it out with the clutch because Alexi B goes down to that Molotov. So got dicey for a moment. Sinners are doing a good job of keeping the pressure up here early. Now, without the plant, it is going to look like a very, very difficult time to get the buy going. I wouldn't hate a force buy here, just knowing that the CTs can't really establish too much of a bank just yet, but this is the maneuver to get the opening and then up the ladder. I think he changed to burst at some point there, because I heard it click back.
Well, very well recovered. I mean, going up the ladder is never favorable, really. I mean, there's very few circumstances when it is. Flames makes it look that way, and he's broken them. Sinners, gap is closing.
Oh,
quick,
nice,
and
nice
Neofrag
opener.
has closed the gap. He's opened up the site with just the
What is that?
What? I know tapping's long range, but that's absurd.
The Rec-9 in play here. Neofrag rips him apart. What can you do, Nico?
Oh my God, they have to convert this one, surely. He did so much for them, and it's still being pulled out of their fingertips.
Christmas came early, boys. You had to open your present. Neofrag did it all.
Now Nico's the Grinch. He's not going to steal Christmas, but Flames will. Ah, son of a... Not going to say it.
Witch.
Son of a witch. Neofrag did everything you could possibly do. If he did
How did he do that much anyway?
If he did that with an AK, dude, we'd been screaming.
Yeah.
He did that with an armored Tech 9.
That was mental. What a little maneuver this was. Dips on in.
Oh.
Hello, Governor.
It's the third that blows my socks off. It's spicy for the second, sure, but this, never in a million years. That's Mantu's AWP versus a Tech 9.
Well, they're keeping him honest with very, very little there. Sinners, that pressure, it's even turned up a notch here. Bodyguard, Mantu.
Yeah,
thank
Mantu really needed to be hitting that first bullet.
Look at this. They just distract somewhere, poke out somewhere else. This is high-intensity Counter-Strike here.
Yeah, and look what it's left us with. Neofrag, the crude object they've used to crack into the site. A lurky smoke and a big flank here out of Zedko. Messing around with his chances. Recovers nicely into Mantu and Alexi. Yard open for business for the Sinners, but from behind he slinked through lobby. Flames, don't forget the ramp players gone all the way back into the site. I quite like this.
Alex, this is the third clutch in a row. Flames needs to win, and he can't do it this time round. That is the third clutch they were asking of Flames. They break him, and they break OG.
And now Neofrag's Tech 9 round starts to look a whole lot more impressive considering the ramifications. That's going to put Sinners with a solid foothold into this T-side, Nuke.
I'm loving this pace. They are really keeping OG moving. They're never able to sit still. Their backs are turned. They're out of position. Their top site is bombarded round after round, and it's a force buy from OG.
And I do just want to raise my hands and highlight, Oscar's been successfully T-side AWP entrying. Like, his name has been in the feed. We haven't seen it from his POV, but his name has been in the feed twice on inner takes.
That is very weird.
Yeah,
you don't see a lot of that. The fact that they're operating with a T-side AWP, and, well, they weren't using it a lot towards Yard. They are now, so this is where we return to a bit of normality. Oscar Yard has the buddy system with 3. Shock to hold off passively towards that lobby push. But OG, they were in double eco territory. So let's see how far they can push these Deagles.
Oh, Flames to bait. Eco to peek. It's a perfect conversion. OG have the advantage here, and Flames will be able to not only get the frag, but get away. They can't let these ones slip. Now, Chad, how many times have we seen Sinners look convincing and then just trip over their shoelaces, as you like to put it, against, you know, an armored Deagle, even less than that?
They've done such a good job to keep this OG economy honest right now, and you'd hate to see one of these classic thorn in the side type rounds for Sinners rear their head again. This is top of the group OG here, and this is Sinners who haven't really looked like any slouches. You know, they've looked good.
And overcoming what you know to be a, you know, a
bogey round, right?
Yeah, a bogey round. Is it just as simple as partner up? You know, do you really want to be doing any solo projects when you're up against Deag armor? Like that. Shock's actually managed to successfully take down Alexi's trophy push, and he's confirmed Valdes in the lobby. Heavy tags, and he's got a perfect frag. Mantu from behind, 1. Not done. Neither is the round. 25 seconds. Zedko highly aware of these pushes. They're little worms weaving around the map, and he's running out of options. We'll try and get the bomb down. Up against 2 to save Sinner's honor. Smoke's not bad. Flames are advancing from their heaven position. Zedko's got a lot to do, and he's navigating quite gracefully. Into an off angle for the first. Flames again with high impact. The round closer is Flames. He's got 15 bloody frags.
Yeah, and I think what needs to be pointed out here is the 15, the next closest on his team is 5. So he is doing so much, right? Those 2 rounds they were able to convert late after they had the defuse in the first gun round was Flames having to clutch it out in high pressure scenarios. And this here with the Deagles, it was money broken. It was eco in the next round if OG couldn't get anything done here. And Flames steps up in a big way again. So really just a back and forth game. High intensity early out the gates for day number 9 of EPL. And this is the turning point day because the group is still open for everybody, pending results, right? Now, as we mentioned at the start of this, if OG win, they secure themselves a spot in the playoffs. First, second, or third, we don't know yet, but they secure themselves a spot. For Sinners, even if they lose, there is a world that we all live in, yes, you at home too, where Sinners could still make it out of the group, pending other wins, other results, tomorrow's games, etc. So we'll keep you updated. I know Michal Slavinsky from League Ops is keeping his finger on the pulse of that one.
Yeah, the round robin is a cruel mistress for our admin team. God bless.
If you want to work it out yourself at home and you're bored and you like punishing yourself, you can head over to the Pro League website. You can actually download the rulebook. And the rulebook there on the website has all the different steps of how we sort through the tiebreaker.
I'm so glad you told me. I'll be right there.
Someone will.
Yeah, you reckon?
Yeah, look.
All right, if you've just downloaded the rulebook because Chad told you where to find it, let him know. Beast sticks up on the silo with his Galil, and Mantu has a good shot if they do choose to take that engagement. Very quick wall smokes here. And typically, that's been rumbled by an aggressive secret CT. Now, that's not present this time, so there should be a bit of space for them to stretch their legs. Rotate is down. That's Alexi B, who's been summoned to the lower depths. Don't know where Beastic's health just went, but...
I think he just crossed to red outside, so Mantu must have hit him through something with the AWP. It wasn't a leg shot. It must have been through the box. But they do get to the lower site, and they have utility for this. So they need to wait out and respect Alexi's smoke, but that's starting to fade.
Yeah, he's got a... player with fire! He takes 2. Lined up, just as it fades. You'd think it would favor the Sinners. He's got more to do as well. That nade's perfect. Onto the nose of Oscar. Down to 70. His bomb retrieval mission is... an attempt to recover, but Sinners, I mean, I know how some teams would handle this scenario, Chad.
Yeah, and I don't know if they can even have too many places to save right now. It feels like they're thrusting towards lower. Lexi B catches a little bit more information on his jump, and look at Flames, this is perfect. The AK strikes it now. Is a 2-on-5, and this is looking like OG taking the lead.
Yeah, Flames' ankle looks so passive, but Shot puts himself straight into it. No fun to be had for Oscar and B-Stick. Surrounded by enemies. Safe angle. Held and Flames. Go on. Take 18, my son. That is fast.
Ooh-wee. That is scary, right?
He's coming smoking hot.
This is wild out of Flames, getting it done in a big way, right? I think when you look at OG, ever since they made the upgrades, they removed Issa and MBK, they brought in Nico and Flames. Flames was the potential, right? And he is just like a hard entry on the T side. You see they just send him out. Alexi B, I think if we consider him as the in-game leader and quite a fragging in-game leader, he can be that glue man in the middle. If Volda, Nico, Mantu keep up their form and Flames can do this, that becomes very, very scary.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I find the concept of like what ifs with Flames of like his development and the speed by which he's developed if he hadn't have left endpoint. Like it's such a huge gap to overcome, that transition from like competitive T2 to like big boys T1.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see it every day, but Flames does seem to have developed into exactly what he was showing the promise of over the last couple of years.
Oh, look at this nade.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the awareness.
I think this is only something we can really do in the post-mortem once we return to land full time. This might be a bit of a spray down here.
If there's one shining light for Sinners, it is Shock's Deagle. Zedko's hit 1-2, and suddenly it's Sinners' turn to be a little scary with the Desert Eags. Mantu really does not miss these. He won't faff around with his nades. He'll just shoot you. And as I say that, one has just whistled past the fingertips. A little bit of space for them to maneuver. Neofrag and Shock. If I was asking for 2 members to come up clutch in an eco, it would be these 2.
They're going back towards the top side here, and the problem for them is Nico has just rotated lower now. They still have Volda over towards that main position, and Mantu up the ladder to heaven. So They have a bit of a crossfire here to deal with this.
Yeah. I like the OG mid-rounding here. They've just got themselves into a pretty solid setup.
Oh, this is
actually
beautiful
chosen
now.
to drop into the side, which completely nullifies their attempts. And we'll call it 6 for OG. Solid handling. Mantu just mopping up that anti-eco.
It's going to be curious. What I was talking about before is the post-mortem from the online era, thanks to the whole global situation, to see how many individuals really flourished within this time period when it was online. And you have to recognize their brilliance because they could be the future, right? We're going to see who comes out good on the other side when LAN becomes a consistent thing. And we're going to see how many players, like the Bits of the world, right? Think about this. Think about all these names. You got Spinks even over there at Ents. There's a lot of names who have just come and out from nowhere that we never heard of before in the upper echelons, and now they're playing Tier 1 CS.
Look at Ents as well. Like, you got your Spinks in there as well.
We never heard of Doto.
Doto.
Like Hades is
a good shout.
Yeah, it's crazy. D-Hub was a little bit before. We had seen a bit of
How
him.
much of Brokey had we seen pre-LAN?
I think we
got a good year out of it, maybe?
Yeah.
It's honestly, I can't recover the timeline specifically.
Yeah, it's getting murky, isn't it?
It is with Brokey. I would like to actually double check that.
2 years.
Yikes. 2 years of a completely different environment to compete within. Oh, I love this angle from Mantu. It's usually good for one. They might even wide swing if their spacing's bad. He's been spotted out at least, but that doesn't stop him firing off a pop shot. And okay, dipping down the vents, it will be his route. Chad Burchill.
Almost fell off a box, everybody.
Chad Burchill, that
Don't
was
stand
scary.
on a crate. Okay, well, we're low on util right here, right now, so Sinners don't have a whole lot to work with. They're going to try and test ramps, and that's where Flames is. How many more kills is this kid going to get?
Oh, he's good for 2, isn't he? They're advancing. Solid angle. Nice bit of damage onto Shock. Chips away at one of the stars of the Sinners show. Alexi contends with that B-stick lurk. At least identifies it, but hello. They're knocking on the door of that lower side. Not many chances left for Mantu. The Molotovs are down, a missed shot, and now Neofrag has at least converted opportunities to get the bomb down. Alexi does deal eventually with B-stick's lurk on Yard. Nico down the vents. And it doesn't look like he's too interested.
The save call. They know they can pick up a rifle towards Yard, and this really is the back and forth affair that I think we were hoping for to kick off the day. Yesterday's Counter-Strike in the 2nd and 3rd series, if you guys tuned in for that, it was great. Great games, great games. Lots of clutches, a lot of comebacks, high-intensity CS. Today, it'd be great to have a lot more of that. Just knowing what's on the line for everybody. Wins is all they should be looking for, right? Just get the W, get yourself as close to those playoffs as you can.
Yeah, and talking about being close, just to review Sinner's last few games, their best of 3 versus VP left a little to be desired.
Yeah,
I think they
quick,
posted like 3 T rounds on their Vertigo pick, which of course we're not going to get to see as OG ban it out. And then in their game against Complexity, bearing in mind this is the Complexity with 2 new players, 1 stand-in, it was a full 16-12, 16-14. Like, Sinners sweat so hard, couldn't quite pull it across the line. Blame F and Poison having fantastic performances, and that leaves Sinners now 1 win, 2 losses, and up against OG, top of the group.
Yeah, so it's all a bit funky right now. Fours as well yesterday against OG. They were testing, they were pushing, they looked very, very good.
I'm glad to have Fours back in the conversation.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Oh, Oscar's braver than I am, and the door slams shut, but the wall bang in response. That is great. Oscar practically playing with X-Ray at that point. The no-scope follow-up, fantastic. 2 bullets through the door and the wall, respectively.
Nico didn't get to do anything last round, except save a gun, and then this round he gets tagged twice without getting to see his opponent. So he's going to be frustrated with recent events, but this is a very important round here. Lots has been invested for OG.
And B6's been having a nightmare on his Yard lurks, and again, Mantu's posted up on the perfect line to punish him. So unless they've got some warehouse utility or he waits long enough, this could be the end of B-Stick and a return to the 4v4. Shock's got util, so a flash or a smoke prior to B-Stick's...
Oh! Mantu, did he not see him?
I don't think he did. Or he's like processed it now. I don't see him talking. He's double scoping.
Maybe something showed up on the radar as well.
No util. He's actually going to smoke warehouse
defensive
for himself. And it's Flames to peek out, goes 1 for 1. That's double out of Oscar. B-Stick, big swing, and a find onto Alexi. Problems for Mantu and his Yard off. He's going to start getting hunted, and another headshot. Puts it all onto Valda's shoulders. Up on that hut, maneuvers nicely into the 1v3.
Oh, vent drop.
Yeah, doesn't lulls him into a false sense of security. Neofrag's ready for him and will be converting a 6th for the Sinners. For a T-side nuke, this is competitive.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff so far, and they can push it even further. I've just seen Alexi go for the buy right now, and well, so have you, because the HUD's up on the screen. And they're going all in on this. So this is the Oscar opening kill, which, look at that. You see it with the X-ray off. He's just operating with that little indication that Nico jumped across to the event as the molly was starting to dissipate.
So the door closed after he was peeking hurt, and he just assumed the rest.
I think he caught like a little glimpse, right? Or at least the sound cue. So we've got the diagonal smoke wall here, and to know OG have gone all in. If OG lose this one, Sinners can actually win the half 9-6. They're going to have the money advantage, and there's another Oscar opening, this time not through any walls or doors.
Yeah, but it does just put even more pressure onto Mantu.
Oh, the sound cue as well, B-Stick.
Yeah, he nearly struck onto Nico, but now he can disappear. I like the way he's playing this. Bit stressed, but smoke off main. Oh, that's so threatening. OG are quaking in their boots right now, and all the Sinners have to do is pause.
Yeah, Nico being low is a big drama here. Flames is just operating with a deagle, so this is an interesting looking round. They've given a lot of room. Flames drop down towards that B site. Mantu still trying to hover around yard. Nico trying to deploy his utility to buy a buffer for Valda, who's stuck in main. Lots of util being lobbed out squeaky here.
Good timing on the smoke from Nico. You saw that was perfectly synced up.
If they go ramp, which is where they're headed right here, Valda will have to rotate down that vent very quickly because Flames only has that deagle. I don't know how he's meant to contest this.
Oh, it's not going to be easy here. B-Stick just times to perfection, just as Flames and Valda look away to acknowledge the ramp gap. B-Stick's on his way round. Valda's gone, and that's 7 for Sinners. Wow, lovely conversion so far. Mantu's already disappearing off to spawn. Zedko to get the bomb down, and what's Nico cooking up? Does need to get a little bit further away from the bomb.
Yeah, just hold that shift key and keep going.
Don't stop.
You don't want to be losing that. Now, these saved rifles are going to be absolutely everything going into the next round of play. I do believe we have 2,400 as the loss bonus for OG into the next round. So these saved rifles are all they're going to be working with. They will need to take an eco for the final round of play. And, oh, dearie me, they might not even be able to save. Nico's dead. Mantu next up on the dinner plate. He's tucked all the way in passive spawn. They have a little bit of money right now. So if Shock throws his body at this, it's not the end of the world. And he's found a flash to do so. Here we go. Flashed in, bomb about to detonate. He's going to get close enough for the fight if he keeps going. Shock. Whoa, he didn't get it done. Mantu took him down just there. Take my word for it.
And that was the death of Alexi B. You saw just how much chaos was caused by that pressure from B-Stick and Oscar's frag combined. Nico starts to rotate out of main. He wants to acknowledge it. He's a bit surprised after that one, yeah.
The thing is, one of the key points so far in this Sinners pace that was early was quite quick, right? They were keeping OG moving around. Now that they've slowed it down a little bit, it's the same thing. OG never really look fortified in their position. They're always getting caught in transition or trying to peek an angle.
Ooh, Neofrag, he's going to be flashed through here, and there's a lot of... Oh, he's lost his vision. Nico's there. There's a lot more to contend with and getting a bit sketchy now, especially now B-Stick's caught a bullet from someone. They know Flames is on this ramp. He's so good, though, so far from this angle. He manages it so well. B-Stick, an opportunity. Shock's looking the wrong way. Somebody finish him off. It's getting so scary. They can't lose this one. 2 recovered rifles now, and with B-Stick parked up on ramp, there is a good chance they can cut noise, and the frags will come to them.
The fact that B-Stick didn't step out to try and help his teammates here, he should get this Flames kill for free. There's no way he's going to clear this corner. As long as they're tucked, there you go. It's all good. Problem solved, or is it?
Oh, sweaty palms. You really want to guarantee these free throws.
Oh, that's a lovely little prize just there for Oscar to pick up, a spare smoke to work with, and as they pedal around to heaven, Mantu's pushing up.
Oscar's ready, and he will strike. Now it's time to solve the mystery of the missing Alexi.
Oh, they're going back to B, and Alexi's in the right place.
Oh, jeez. And the door's open for him as well, so if he can tap this time, it's a problem. Shock, careful now, he's got a smoke. Alexi darting upper.
Oh, he thought his presence would force them. Up heaven, it hasn't. They've just stayed stuck towards this lower site. Another smoke to drop. The plant's going to come in. Alexi now doesn't have the timing here to stop this.
Okay, well, that's a new lease of life for the boys. Both low. Alexi, no armor, though. He's going to have to be the first to pull the trigger here, and an AWP posted up on his location. Oh, good damage. Oscar on notice and eliminated. And one more to find. He's already isolated. He knows where you are. Shock, and Alexi B with a beautiful 1v2. No armor. And he brings the round home for OG. He'll even scavenge away an AWP for good measure.
That might just salvage the half here. OG can still walk away with 8, but magnificent stuff. I thought they had done enough. The fact that they didn't just run away, they didn't just scamper to go up heaven. They stayed stuck to their guns. They were going to go towards that B bomb site. They get it planted. We did have a bit of arch-barge, a bit of back and forth. Well played. But this is great from Alexi. Like, he didn't have any fear in taking these fights, and that was the key to him winning that round. He didn't just shift around. He was like, all right, well, before they can really set themselves up in these post plants, I'm going to biff them. And you can see that that's another round they shouldn't be dropping, right? These pistol rounds have been such an issue. That's 2 so far in this first half that Sinners have lost. Think about how different this half could look. And they've had opportunities of their own as well. The Neo frag round where he's just fucking, cracked him with a Tech 9.
Exactly. They lost that one. Oh, yeah. You just trying to put it back in my brain. Those 3 frags, so good. Neofrag, however, has had a couple of unlucky turns of events.
2 Augs, an AWP, and 8 is looking very delicious if you are OG.
Well, courtesy of a team effort in that Deagle round. Of course, Alexi closing it out. Flames and his semi-aggressive ramp hold. He likes to threaten with that presence constantly. You can see what that kind of outcome has left with Shock. Very nice tip if anyone's struggling to hold the lower part of the map as that first rotator. Alexi B giving you a nice tutorial on how to do it safely. Just bounding his head off with an incendiary to react.
A lot of utility being held onto here, though. Look at Sinners. This is a completely different pace change, right? They've just used their smokes early yard as they've been doing, but now they're set up with all the Molly's flashes that they desire for a top piece. CT vent, Molly, main smoked, one to negate it. So they can even go for a double pump here. They're just working through OG's utility. Look at the difference right now. Not many left for OG. A lot here for Sinners to re-execute. They might be on for this one.
Yeah, they're doubled up on the actual default site spot now. That is Molotovable, not where Oscar's destined for. And great pop flash. Valda's so blind on main, but with vision restored, pressure from B-Stick's yard, it's not bad. And how is Alexi making the fence such a threat? Not bad from Oscar, he'd have to do better. Flame says no, and it is an 8-7 half. Close, but it will be OG taking it on the first half of the first map today. Looking competitive though. We'll see more from the Sinners in just a bit.
Hey Future Pros! I saw Big doing a nifty little boost on Nuke during the European Minor Open qualifiers, so I thought I'd quickly show you all how to recreate it. To do this boost, you'll need 2 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be acting as the stool. It's important work and your contribution is appreciated. Run over and hop onto the far left railing and crouch down. When Future Pro 2 is on your head, stand when they jump and then just chill out. Future Pro number 2, you will get to have all the fun. Follow Future Pro 1 and get onto their head using the close railing. Jump again to allow your stool to stand. Now aim towards this gap and line yourself up so this railing lines up with the edge of the direct close wall. Position your scope so you're aiming just below the painted blue section. Then fire your AWP when the timer is just about to change from 148 to 147. Here you can see the exact moment when CSN made his shot. And that's it. With a bit of luck and a willing teammate, I'm sure you can hit this shot at least 1 in every 100 rounds. Good luck.
OG just edging themselves out a lead, just chiseling an 8th in the closing stages. Sinners, competitive, but with a couple of slip-ups on these anti-ecos. It has been haunting them throughout their time here in Group B of Pro League. And the Sinners, the plucky boys who have risen through the ranks all the way from open to main to whatever comes next to pro. They're hanging out here with the big boys, and we've got a competitive one on Nuke. It's the first map of the series between these boys, and every member of Group B can still qualify. So a lot up for debate. Wins required. Oscar and Alexi just kind of flirting at the door. Knockador dash from Oscar. They are on their way ramp, and it's a hard shot to hit. You can see hiding that hitbox. Nico looking the wrong way. They do descend 5 players down that ramp, and Oscar's got a lot to do. A lot on his plate, and he's very quick to peek.
Oh, smoke missed.
Great shot. Flames is one victim, and there's a lot more to go. They've already flashed him off the door, and they should be able to get that bomb down.
Oh, they flubbed the utility here and lost a man, OG.
Okay. Chaos exchange, and well, there's just 2 Ts left. Valder and Nico with an awful lot to do, but the bomb ticking in their favor. They have a kit on Shock, a smoke as well. God, he's got the package deal. Make sure that smoke's well placed. The round's unlosable unless he loses all of his goodies. Nico to deny it. And that's the shot. That's Shock, and he's hit another. Valder's tapped ahead. Oh, not a 2v4. Sinners against the pistols again. Neofrag's got armor and a kit. Somebody defuse it. He's on it. All he has to do is hit the head and call it done. Sinners struggle in the 2v4.
Fourth, and that right there is huge out of the likes of Nico and Valder. They didn't have the greatest of first halves in terms of statistically, but that impact there and winning that pistol round could be everything in this first map.
I mean, the shot out of Nico stands out to me. That decon fight, it's everything. It's absolutely everything. They're just kind of getting the chaos to calm to the point where they can set up an afterplan. Valder's presence of mind to disappear up the ramp as well was nice. Like, his other options were probably dark or start pushing the hallways, so it worked out nice.
Yeah, and now right here for OG, they just have to dispel this force spy of Sinners. They've got 4 Deagles and the Scout for Zedko, not Oscar. Bit of util and fast out Hut, very fast out Hut. There's the first, already down is Neofrag. Beastick follows very quickly, and they're in. Get that bomb down, get the round on the board, and well, don't give away any guns. Quick as you like. From a 4-on-2 to now 2 rounds on the trot here. So it's quick how much of a cruel mistress the game can be.
It really can, can't it?
Because it did, it looked great. They did, like, the missed smoke from OG and Oscar getting that first, that was great. That's, when we talk about taking advantage of mistakes, there you go.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we're looking for. After that, though, it was going their way. It was going their way exactly as they needed. So just these tight but no cigar rounds plague the Sinners.
There was an interesting conversation going down on Twitter. I think it was Kassad's tweet that stood out to me, where he was talking about how sometimes when in the gamble stack meta, it's easy to sometimes overcomplicate your decision making as a T, because you start overthinking, like, oh, maybe they're stacked here. You know, you don't necessarily scout for the info as much because of that, and people get flustered in this gamble stack meta, and sometimes people overthink it. You can be. He was suggesting that it's hard to keep it simple with all of that potential threat. We haven't seen too much of it here, but it was something I was interested to know your thoughts on. Like, it's not always, when you were competing, people weren't gamble stacking to the same extent and playing the percentages.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like, Kassad obviously has a much better set of info than I do in the realms of if you've practiced a team before, or if you've played a team before, right, in recent officials, or if you've scouted and watched their demos and you know that they have a tendency to gamble stack certain sites. I wonder how much that plays into, right, not going to a certain site. Like, if you know a team, I remember back in the day, one of the early things that got unraveled was if NIP on Dust 2 found themselves in a 4-on-5 on the T side, 9 times out of 10, right, this isn't bang on stats, they would go mid to B, right? Like, those details right there that you can accrue over time, I wonder how much they play into it, because there's mind games between the in-game leaders as well of, oh yeah, well, they gamble stack B last time, you know, maybe they'll go for that again. Course. So those details right there is something that we don't talk about here on the casting side, because we have absolutely no idea how much is going into that.
I've got the tweet for you, just to make sure I got it right. Disadvantaged CT gambles are pretty scary, not just because you can easily lose the round that you're supposed to win, but it can also mess with your head sometimes, thinking that you're too obvious in your finisher, which is what we were talking about, right?
Sure.
The site you commit to.
Yeah, I think there's like a lot of different ways to look at this. If you are the CT side and you are, you know, number down and you decide to gamble stack a site, then if it's late in the game, obviously the consequences are much more dire. If it's early in the piece and you go, all right, well, they come and we win, they go the other side and we just save our guns, right? There's a lot of... Okay, hold up. This is actually getting messy.
It is getting messy, and with 19 seconds
Very
left,
messy.
Alexi's got so much to do. Oh, he knows where they are. Oscar's Eagle could do it all, and it has connected. It's Shock to finish the job. They have numbers here, and Alexi's down as well. It's actually all onto Valda Sinners. This could be such a recovery.
They're due one, aren't they?
They certainly are, but no kit, so that 10-second defuse is ticking. They are on their way now back into the site. They have to find him, first of all.
Oh,
Nice damage. 48 HP, and the scout from Zedco. He's got to get his socks up and run.
Looks like there's time. Looks like there's more than time.
And he
He wouldn't be
opened up
sticking around here.
the lower site as well. Like, that was the opening into the lower site, closing it as well with the scout, not on Oscar, no less. And just in the nick of time, Sinners claw one back.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely due one, considering the first half they had lost 2. They had that pissed around situation in the first half here, but now we're talking, and you can see Rugger there.
That's the Listerine face.
Yeah, he's not looking too happy with that situation, nor is Alexi. And you see how fragile these scenarios are. They can fall apart at any point, and that was a nice shot there.
Interesting. So that was his from way downtown as the opener.
Oh, double AWPs are out from Sinners here. So let's keep our eyes on that. Shock into one, Oscar the other. Mantu has his big green. So even though they lost that round, OG, it's still a full buy.
Okay, Oscar's got his plate full right now, but Mantu testing Oscar's limits, and well, he's been greeted by a bullet. Zedco is going for something rather ambitious here. Nico with the bomb, no less. Flames there. They need Oscar to draw attention. He'd love to fire off a shot. No, and as it fades, they find him. No issue. The threat neutralized. And oh, man, that's not a quick shot out of Oscar. I don't know what is. Just a slither of Nico. Flames is happy to have the bomb, but the flash play, B6 sets Valda up for success, and this is an aggressive defense.
Yeah, this is what you would be expecting from Sinners, right? You got 17 kills on Neofrag and Oscar with 16. That's the 2 workhorses of the team getting it done. But it's these little contributions of the other 3 that's helping him get across the line. Shocks, AWP.
Good angle.
And he just has one more to find here. Sure, Flames has crossed that line, but you can see for him to go on back, it's going to be dicey. He's been spotted up here, knows that there's 2 AWPs over towards ramp now.
He's baited a shot out of both of them.
Yeah, let's see. This is only a matter of time in my mind, and there it is. Shock with the headshot on the AWP, and well, we're close again, 10-9. Money, a big problem now for OG, and Sinners can tie things up. No dramas whatsoever.
You ever been to the Czech Republic?
I can't say I have.
No?
No.
That's one for your lists, I reckon.
I'm trying to think where I did a little, like, European time trip back in the early days of me traveling. No, it was like 2013 when I was first really coming to Europe.
A while ago,
yeah, and I checked out some little bits and bobs, but I don't know. I don't remember.
Let's see if Sinners can just convert this one cleanly, Chad. That's what I'd like to see. Definitely not biased in that any capacity, but they've lost enough of these. Want a competitive one here. And, well, getting themselves down, I certainly wouldn't be remiss if they could find a plant. They've got the smoke and the bomb on Valda, so there's a small universe where that bomb can go down, especially with Alexi already set up in the vents. So, you know, swing open the door, smoke, plant. You've got yourself something out of nothing there.
Plant would be nice.
I think they've got the setup so you can just kind of safely throw the smoke and your teammate opens the door. Bob's your uncle, and unless you got another nade with that, I'm pretty sure that's a plant. Yeah, Flames at 10 HP does get it down. And that's not bad from OG. Sinner's just going to have to handle business now.
We don't need another OD round.
This is what I was just saying.
We had plenty of bad news bears OD rounds. We
No
don't
more.
need another OD round.
Keep the deer in the stable.
Okay. Okay.
That was one of the kits. It has to be Oscar. Where's Oscar? Oscar. Okay. Oh, God, why is that so bloody nerve-wracking? I was convinced. I was convinced.
I think we've just seen so many go against them that anything feels possible in those moments. So, okay. All right. All right. All right.
Video games,
Yeah.
10 to 10.
I just got an email in on the interwebs.
On the interweb, yeah.
From our friend, Mr. Michał Slavinsky. He's keeping us updated. A few more updates for today. Let me read this in my head before I say it out loud.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, today, if OG win, Complexity win, and Fours win, that would put all 3 through today. And that means that tomorrow's games are only for first, second, or third.
Right. And that was if OG, Complexity and Fours
win. Yeah. If OG win and Fours win, that would put Fours and OG through. So then tomorrow would just be for 1 slot.
Can we just talk about Neofrag's confidence in these aggressive CT pushes? He's done that 2 for 2. Oscar's in trouble. Oh, Oscar. Oscar, lucky to dip out. Posted up, found by Valda. Orb now down and into the 4v4, into the lower site. Surely a bit of a util dump required if they want to try and break this. Door to be swung open. Ooh. Potential for a flank, and I think he saw the CTs acknowledging that. Oh, wow. Good hold from Shock. He just pulls the trigger. Valda down and out. Nade as well. Chips away. And Beastic now descending as well. He'll be smoked off, but that's a lot of pressure on these T's. If he just survives, he's a threat. Flames chunked down even further. They're whittling away at what remains of OG. Kind of cornered. Trying to rot the clock as best they can. A good headshot out of Beastic. Need to find Mantu as well. The trade should come in. Neofrag unable to finish his meal. And there you have it.
Okay, yeah, looking dicey for moments there, and you can understand the call, right? To go towards that lower bomb site with a double AWP of Shock and Oscar in play, it feels like it should be a safe place to roost, but Sinners now take the lead. They are up to 11 rounds here. Really, really pushing OG, and this is going to be a curious end to the map number 1.
Surely we don't get any more Neofrag funny business. Like whoever, I'm afraid I haven't been paying attention to who OG's lobby holder is, but he's not having fun. Not having fun at all by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is one of the things where Flames did have that really good start on the CT side, right? I'm not exactly sure with how many rounds it took, but he had 18 kills pretty early on, right? Yeah. And now he's sitting at 23. In the first half, he wasn't getting a lot of help. Valda and Nico were kept very quiet. So this is the side that you want Flames to come alive, because he's going to find you the entries in the space. So you're hoping he hasn't done all of his hard work in this map in the first half. You need to see more out of him. Or you need to see some brilliant calling now out of the likes of Alexi B.
Sinners are going to start really running away and laughing to the bank as well. With 4 rounds won, they've managed to keep at least 3 players alive for the last 3, which is really starting to reflect in their finances. Even buying double AWPs. What's Alexi up to? Straight out, flashed in, Zedko laughs it off. And already OG just dissolved. Flames trying his luck, and he meets Beastic as well. Oh, OG running out of players in round 22. Valda taking some chances. Shock trying to bail his teammate out of trouble, and Valda is dispatched of. So just leaving Mantu with it all to do. And Oscar getting a bit pushy.
Yeah, quick round. Already over. I thought maybe that... Okay. Well, he's not going to win this one. I've been to the future, I've come back. He's not going to win this one.
But we were talking about finances, bigger picture. Maybe if he could kill 3 more, it would be a welcome drain on the Sinners' swelling bank account.
A round like that on the gun round, though, is... Here we go. Push from all angles. He will go down, takes another with him. Like, I get it, because if they could crack on into the site, then maybe they establish a weakness here, but... That it could almost be like a bailout call when you only have a half buy with Tech 9s and stuff as well, right?
The top pop.
Yeah, that's. I remember. I think it was Godsent, not Godsent. It could have been when they were Godsent, but FPX is what they are now. Remember that they'd always have Crystal limp out into that smoke. We saw a similar play out of Sinners within the first half, because now they have Tech 9s, right? And now that may have been like, you know, a bit more throw. Oh, Flames has been knifed. We've seen a bit of that.
Getting a bit flustered here, OG. This is top of Group B.
I was thinking Ancient might be the pick here to punish OG, but we don't know what OG have on Ancient, so Sinner's making this nuke pick look good.
Yeah, and this is the flash you were just talking about. It does force the fight. Beastic takes 1 with him. Oh, and they're overwhelmed. The top pop, Tech 9s. It's not necessarily a guarantee, but Neofrag, I think he's been spotted out. Valda and Mantu can work together to get the job done. He's even Molotoved if he's not careful. Oh, Neofrag's cooked. Truly a dead man walking. Only Oscar. Call this one 11. OG. Second time's the charm, it seems, for these pressures onto the A site.
And I want to give a big thumbs up to the Danes here again. 3 for Nico, 1 for Valda, right? On the pistol round, it was their 2v4 situation that converted to help get them the freebie of the second round. And here again, in which is their first gun round on the T side, the Danes step up. So necessary. And they're keeping within just a 1-round spread here, OG.
Look what you get to leave with as well. You'll take that. Oh, you'll definitely take that. Only 1 reinvestment required after coming in with pistols. That's lovely.
Yeah, that'll give him a buffer here as we head down the straight of Nuke. But you were speaking about the money before. Sinners have enough to buy, and if they want to run the double AWP again for Shock, there's plenty of money to drop that across and do it. You think maybe a timeout here for Sinners at this stage of the game just to set yourself up for the last few, but they're just opting to buy back in, and that AWP was dropped. So, wow, Beestick is very, very hungry to get this double AWP out. Yeah, the fact that he's gone with an MP9 when they could have dropped him an M4, interesting. Very interesting here. Let's see.
It's not bad on Hut. We'll see how it works out, though.
Yeah, look, if this was Boomich,
yeah,
he'd be good for 3. Oscar in the vent with the AWP, so he'll be having to take care of Secret with that, trying to be in combo with Zedko who is tucked in towards that warehouse. He's actually quite committed in this position. Doesn't have anything to worry about right now, as we can see, but...
Shock.
Yeah, he does.
Fancies his chances. Pre-aiming the boost, you bloody nerd. There's more to come. He's so blind, he'll surely have to fall off. Yeah, Flames is ahead of the pack. He's always got a bit of pace in his play as Flames. This time, no success on the trade, so that's an untraded frag. Nice opener from Shock.
Really interesting angle he took there. He knew that was coming, right? You wouldn't have done that otherwise. So huge opener here in Sinners. Feels like they're going to respond immediately. What do OG have? They're almost out of nades. If they go back towards the top site, they still have to get through Neofrag, B-Stick. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and they've already conditioned them, like, you better be aware of late lobby, because we will just walk in if you aren't occupying it. They make it clear they are, though. Walking on through Secret. This is Zedko's frag all day long. And already shaping up lovely for a Sinners 13th. Let's see if they can hold on to this. Smoke main, Alexi plans to isolate the site. Neofrag's having absolutely none of it. The flank coming in, he's almost aware of it. And he takes down Valda's hunt.
Yeah, it should just be the save here from Flames. And, oh, trying to find that AWP. He will get his hands on it. And he will be hunted here. 8 seconds. Could throw a body or 2 extra at this Sinners.
They can afford to.
Yeah, there. Neofrag's coming. Looks like he wants to. And he won't. Flames to hold on to the AWP. And he gets away with it there at the final throw. So the AWP can go back over to Mantu. There is money to buy. Facilitated by that pistol round W. And yeah, check this out. He's ready for this for days. Great play from Shock there. And what a passive hold this is on the top side. Zedko's off angle out towards Yard. They had, the way that they were holding the lower bomb site was double AWPs. That's crazy, right? Because Shock...
Oscar was down the
Yeah, and Shock went down as well.
Yeah.
So they played it very, very passive there. Neofrag that late in the round as well, just jiggling for the vent peek out. Super passive stuff. So liking the...
variations. That's the end of Oscar immediately. Nades to slow him down in the Flames. There is a gap, though, and that product of it is a very tagged up Valda. Sinners have lost 2 members early, though, and that's... a nice change-up. B-Stick has rotated and been forced to do so. Now, he doesn't
threaded the needle.
Dropped his smoke, and he'll stick around. Should have and could have been 2. Leaves with a 2v2, and what are you up to, Neofrag? He's just considering his options. He'll be on a very quick flank here. Very quick flank. I don't even know if they're ready. And that bomb going down, Mantu booked. He waited for both of them and did spot a glimpse of that last player. Valda's got a hunt for this. Oh, he should be going down to the Flames. Oh, the nades. He's got 5 HP left to his name, and that's a good recovery. Wow, Sinners. They lose 2 players off the break there, and they'll still take the defuse.
That's wild. Absolutely wild. Was that their own molly that Oscar got stuck in as well? Because they were trying to unravel the smoke wall, right? So did they molly close red and then Oscar got naded and stuck in it?
What, do you think that was it?
It must have been.
Because that's how the gap was formed.
Yeah.
Because of the Molotov Oscar died in.
Exactly.
We'll maybe see it again in the replay. I'm intrigued. So yeah, here we go.
Oh, so
it is
that's a team molly.
It's a team molly to basically counter the gap. Like guarantee the no gap.
But it didn't.
But it didn't work. Someone missed their long smoke, the further one.
Because he's in that, right? As you're pushing, thinking, where is their smoke?
You get tagged down to 50, the molly pops underneath your toes, and you're just like, right, mate, all right, well.
Where's the smoke? Okay, 14. Sinners They can do this.
Yeah, what an incredible recovery. I mean, and this is their pick. This is when Vertigo's been taken away from them. To have Vertigo and Nuke as your maps is very, very impressive. And love this angle. He will be completely uncleared, at least by the first 3. Oh, Zedco with some real potential in this round. Round 26, Alexi is at the tail end of this, and Zedco looking to strike late. A slight gap. Alexi yet to clear it. Patience looking to prevail. Smoke will fade. Zedco will be exposed to Nico, and that's the headshot he needed to hit. Pulls us straight back in 4v4 as the trade comes through. Now, the bomb's already down lower, and I'm not sure if the CTs have even acknowledged this. It was smoked. They knew it was a possibility. Shock could address it. And they're just slinking on down to the decon door. No one's down.
Yeah, Lexi needs to be very careful here. They're kind of prepared for his lobby lurk, and yeah, just as he tries to get his way over towards Ram.
Shock.
What on earth?
I don't know. He's trying to be like a secret agent or something.
One of them.
Like he's Hitman. Like he put on a costume or something. I don't know.
I would save if I was Sinus here.
I am a T. I am a T. I am a T. He's like got an OG jersey on. He's like sharpied an O and a G onto his nipple.
Day number 4. They believe
They
I am one of them.
still believe I'm an OG member. He's like sitting in their boot camp like, what's up, boys? Nice try, nice try.
Oh, dear. Okay, well, good call from Sinners to save. That one did get away from them there for a moment. They still have plenty of money. No dramas, no dramas. It would be quite the comeback from OG here to keep this one going. But it has been the back and forth affair. The longest streak of rounds we've had is on the CT side from Sinners. They grabbed 5 in a row early in the piece after that pistol round win and conversion. And that was actually off the back of a low pistol round buy of their own. Remember, with Zedco with the scout, he had to finish things off. So that's what's really spurred Sinners forward here. Makes up for the mess of them losing a couple of their own in that first half. And even one here in this second half. Now, no AWP for the T side of OG. Only 1 AWP for Sinners CT defense. How does that change things?
Oh, Oscar's actually just caught Alexi straight through the squeaky smoke. Yard's a problem. Oscar's ready, though. He's quick to the draw. Shock. Jeopardized by the smoke spray.
Mouse wheel, maybe.
It could have been. And he's lost the sight. Like, low sight is theirs, and it's very quickly taken by Flames. Neofrag is trying to change the dialogue, and he is very snappy on the AK-47. Now, to get the bomb down, you'll have to smoke out the doors. Mantu has done just that. Neofrag tries to deny, and to no avail. So solid attempt for the 2v3 here. It's Mantu and Flames. These boys are very deadly and already have done a lot of the heavy lifting, getting the bomb down, repositioning into a very potent crossfire. And this is going to be very determining of how competitive of a close to nuke we get. There's wallbangs available. They're looking for any sound cue to understand as to where Mantu is. It's Flames to finish. And that's the shot Beastic had to hit. It's Mantu nearly onto the second as well. And it was a very time-sensitive mission. Oscar will just get on it in time. And so Sinners will call it 15. Here we go.
Great stuff out of Sinners here. This is, and they're not looking flustered in the retakes. They're taking their time. Sure, it's getting closer to the defuse, but that's because they're keeping it together here. Really showing some great Counter-Strike right now, the Sinners. And Oscar, look, it's not a 30 bomb, but the impact he has had in these rounds has been huge.
Agreed. Not only on the T side, like that opening spree we saw out of the Sinners where he was T-AWPing and convincingly, but also in this one. I mean, catching Alexi through the smoke's great. Nico had his crosshair dead to rights on Oscar's position and peak. He's just quicker on the draw. So big shout out to him. Good to see he's still keeping up with these zoomies.
All right, well, is it done here? Both teams, full buys. OG, backs against the wall in map number 1.
Look at you.
This is wild.
I can't believe he's still pushing. Valda's passive hold will slap him down. That is so ambitious from Neofrag. Look at the time. It's 1 minute 20. He's
they're
trying
going to push through this.
lobby.
I think they're going to push through this smoke. There's 2 of them here ready to go.
They need a flash, though. It's coming. It's sailing through the sky. Shock sets them up. And Flames says no. A team flash instead. Flames wants to play on. Shock to try and...
Might have 2 here. He might have 2. Could have 3.
He could have 3. They're all there. Alexi is first. Can't adjust. But Oscar in the meantime's caught Mantu, which will end the game. It looks like he's actually just ran through the Molotov.
All right, well, he wanted the round over. You know, he didn't want to do it without his teammates alive. And oh, that right there is 30 for Flames. 30 kills for him right now. On the other side of things, Neofrag, the other heavy hitter in the server right now, 28 kills to his name.
4 boys, though.
Oh, no. Okay.
1 minute 25. Neofrag's feeling himself. Like, I mean, fair play. You know, the call was there's a lot of action yard. His teammates are panicking and shouting about yard. He wants to have a little look and contribute. But yeah, Valdemar, the patient.
Imagine if he got into the back line there as well. You know, he finds the bomb, he gets a kill, the round's done. What a stylish way to finish things off. Now, look, the aggression when you're on the cusp of winning, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Let's see if it comes back to bite Sinners, who have already secured themselves OT. Now,
yeah, it takes balls, don't get me wrong.
This timeout here being called, they have a lot to discuss, because in the next round of play, they're only going to be getting 1,900 into the back pocket, right? And if they all take a save, Oscar and Neofrag can invest a little bit, some deagles. Everybody will have enough to buy next round. So here, it should be the eco. It should be the eco. And it will be, as nothing's been bought up just yet. Sinners know that they just need one more round here to get across the line on their map pick. OG should have a walk in the park with this one. And another timeout called, so really just calming themselves down. Look, I don't hate it, right? I don't hate it at all. They're giving themselves the breather.
Yeah.
They're just on that lip, right? They're on the edge right now.
Absolutely. And I think there's been a couple of losses in their run so far, which were separated by 1 or 2 oopsies, or as you call them, oh dears.
Yeah.
And those have been haunting Sinners, which is also, I think it's safe to say, not really that surprising when you're a team that's been in developmental stages for so long, still ironing out those slight kinks that when you are playing 2 great teams are head-to-head, it's those small mistakes that will differentiate the winner from the loser. Those will follow you, and they follow even the very best. Don't have to remind you about G2's current standings in Group B to prove that. Let's get into it then. This could be a big one, at least for OG. They're going to pull us all the way to regulation. There should be nothing out of this Desert Eagle, but they are giving it a bit of a chat. Don't forget the double back-to-back timeouts for this round. Bit of Kevlar slapped in there, and a misstep from OG isn't out of the realms of possibility.
No, and look, there's a couple of bits of naughtiness in this one. The 2 Deagles and the P250. Let's see. Can OG keep this one under wraps? Deeper smoke wall here. It's the L block being deployed. That's going to give them a lot of room to work with. A couple of nades for good measure in the smoke, so nobody can get pushy.
Interesting call. He just wants to take full yard control and keep the CTs in the dark. What are you up to?
I don't mind this, right? They can use their weapons at range and get that heaven control. One spotted. Oh, good damage from Zedko here. He's keeping this one interesting just with that USP.
They know there's at least 3 yard now. They haven't seen the bomb. Alexi's made sure of that. Oscar just about gets away. They know Valde was lobby. This is a lot of info for the CTs here, bro.
And 2 of them are low.
Yeah.
Very low.
So, within that at least Deagle range, right?
Yeah, Shock and Neofrag right now.
OG are coming to knock on the door. Oscar could have an opportunity here. He's been cleared nicely by Mantu, and a great adjustment onto Shock as well. OG, whew, just evade any deaths. They'll keep it all healthy, and 14 is found.
Okay, overtime or bust for OG here, right? This is a game that has gotten away from them. Definitely gotten away from them. It's going to be quite the close. They need 3 on the trot, this final, the 3-piece, to get it done and to give us those bonus rounds. Or to Sinners want to end this here in regulation. This is about holding your nerve now if you're Sinners. Oscar's been good in finding some openings with this AWP. Some quick little notes. There is no kit in play right here for Sinners. So if we get that bomb down, which we have been a fair bit, we have to get a move on.
Alexi's already out and about. And he's going down the vents very swiftly. Oscar acknowledges the gap, but he's slipping out decon. Zedko just looking for info. Oscar has relocated on this Alexi B hunt. This would be a huge frag to find. Oh my God. Oscar and Alexi meet, and it is the end of Oscar. No impact to be felt. Overtime looms as Alexi surges forward. OG to seize the site. It's only Shock, and he's gone too.
They're crumbling.
Falling apart at the seams. There's only 3 opportunities left for the Sinners by the name of Zedko, Neofrag, and Beestick. They're coming 2 secret stairs. There's so much util from OG just to buy time.
Remember, no kit.
And as you highlighted, Chad, that bomb plant really does kind of mark the beginning of the end of regulation. There should be no way in. Ahead of the molly, Flames just wants to delay. He knows OG's chances Oh, very, very high for a 15th here. And yeah, no hope left for Neofrag and Beastick. They're just kissing in the smoke. And OG say, let's do it again. MR3, we want to go all the way and then some. And from no overtimes just yesterday to finishing it off with 1 and a second. OG Sinners, we're off to overtime, folks, on map 1. We cannot separate them just yet.
I think Flames is an all-around good player. I feel like it is someone we needed in the team because he can obviously frag a lot. He can get us multi-kills when we do need him. And obviously he can save a lot of rounds, especially when we are far behind. So he can keep us in the game a lot of times. So I feel like he's doing well so far.
You know, they say that love takes time and it can go overtime. Well, I love overtime, Chad Burchill. It's one of my favorites. 15-15, OG versus the Sinners, and it's on Sinners' pick. They had Vertigo taken away from them, and they've managed to be incredibly competitive and impressive. OG have kept up, and it pulls us here. MR3, 16 grand, so no real financial conversations to be had.
Oh, and 1xBet aren't convinced. They don't think what Sinners have shown here is enough to get them in for the W, but out squeaky we go, and Alexi B keeping that pace up, trying to find an opening for his squad here.
Tiny gap if Alexi edges forward, and that nade was destined for success. It's a little deep into the vents.
The top popper, and here we go.
Yeah, let's see how they play, see how they handle it. Beastick shouldn't have much more than one. They know exactly where he is, but it's him and Neofrag, partnering up in perfect succession. And there's more in that hurt. He's right to be putting bullets down range. He's even picked up a Molotov for good measure. That will completely send Mantu packing. And Sinners with a flawless opening top pop defense.
DE_Nide right there. That was not going to pay off by any means. OG trying something fast out the gates. And Sinners, now that they've got all the schmeckles, I'm surprised we didn't see them bust out the double AWPs again here. That was quite the key with Shock and Oscar in tandem to their CT side success. But an AUG will work. And just 2 to find here. Mantu and Valder, I'm sure they're not done yet, knowing that you may as well play for all of these rounds. We have Zedko currently isolated right side of Warehouse. If they don't clear him, he might just get both. And, well, that looks like it's on the card. Shadow spotted, spam down, first found. Mantu locks him on in, gets the wall bang with position given up, and now with 35 seconds left on the clock, the entirety of the Sinners squad can turn their attention towards main. Mantu gets one.
Grab your AKs while they're hot. CTs not only delivered a round, but a couple of weapon upgrades. Neofrag and Beatstick given the gift of the one-shot headshot.
That's juicy. Very, very juicy. Mantu is the AWP here. What do you think the change-up is going to be? I liked when we saw the L-block smokes and they were trying to take some yard control. And maybe that's why Zedko's playing that position, because against the L-block smokes, that's not bad if you're going to do like a flash pop through and fight. Gives him the preemptive angle to play with. Oh, gee, you've taken it this far. What more can you give us? Valder's really turned things around. I think in the first half, Valder only had 2 kills. Now he's sitting on a total of 17. Lots of bullets put down through that smoke towards the vent. Nobody home. It's all a ruse as everybody from OG are working on this yard control. Looks like gone with the diagonal. No, it is the L block in play here. So are they going to limp through it? Are they going to play for warehouse control? Bullets and nades trickled on out. Just trying to find anything they can right here, Sinners.
No Zedko to be seen. This time, passive on that hell line.
Lots of room.
Yeah, overwhelming amounts of room. They know it's possible, right? Oh! Who's the elephant of OG?
Bull in a bloody china shop.
Yikes. Well, they've been given a giant warning.
We are coming.
The form of a sound cue, and their response is great. They're going to try and pressure on towards... Oh my god, Alexi's lobby with the bomb. Valder's there to bomb babysit. Neofrag bullied by the 2 of them. And maybe, just maybe... Oh.
Goodbye. An Orky Momo right there on the ladder.
What can you say about that one?
Yeah, another one. Okay, whack-a-mole on the ladder. And they've done it. Okay, all right. That could have been a car crash. Alexi with the bomb in lobby, that would have been a big problem, right? Like, Valder luckily is able to mop that one up. And the sound cue is what forced Sinners to start going for that little bit of a looky-loo in towards lobby. So it didn't look great at the time. It definitely didn't sound great, but it worked out fantastically here. OG bounced back.
Yeah, and this does not change the fact that in Antarctica there are 21 million penguins, and in Malta there's only 500,000 inhabitants. So if the penguins decided to invade, each Maltese would have to fight 42 penguins.
That we're included in that.
And that we're included in that, chat. I hope you've got your citizenship card and your sword ready.
I'm ready to take on 42 penguins.
Yeah, I can handle at least 30. I'm not sure about that 31st, but got to keep that into consideration.
Okay. Well, the double AWPs have been brought out here for the final round of the first half of overtime in map number 1.
Oh, Oscar. Bit of a standoff here with his counterpart from OG. And the whole squad kind of hinging on this. They're staring at that secret info peak. Little does he know it's just a very mobile Oscar. And he does start getting a sense for the push.
Ahead of the
Nico,
smokes.
well ahead of the smokes. That's a huge opener for Sinners. They have to hold on to this, otherwise we'll go straight back to the 4v4.
Could be a different pivot now. We've already seen them use the warehouse pressure to go ladder, and Oscar looks like he's on high alert for that. Flames has the warehouse control. There's no need to stay fully committed to this, and Valder's found a gap. Oh, he thought he found a gap there. Neofrag with 31, Flames back with 32.
This is a battle of these two as well, yeah. And Neofrag does head on over to the lobby. Perfect timing this time. There's no one home. OG, you're going to have to leave gaps, and this is what we were talking about before when he did get caught.
They have to cross Oscar's AWP though, right?
Like, the longer that Oscar keeps him busy. Oh, a missed shot from him. Tagged up as well. They will descend.
No one's
now
B.
No one is B. Neofrag's going to have to cancel his flank and start to descend.
Get a move on, boys.
Yeah, they'll be planting. And there's so much utility to play with as well. And that's from the T side. Certainly not the CTs. They're going to go for a 3-man ramp. OG have managed to make this very competitive. If anything, I'd say it favors them.
The thing
Double
is,
AWP retake. Ugh.
OG have no idea where this is coming from. Looks like they've turned a lot of their attention towards ramp right now. Mantu has to keep his head on a swivel. This is about to get very dicey.
Very dark to be cleared. It's with AWPs and Shock's gone very quick out of Flames. Very quick out of Flames, and he's gone, but it might bait an Alexi, and that's the end of that. Damn, OG, great recovery. Converting the 4v4 right in the last closing seconds.
Okay, all right. Great half there from OG. Now, look, they got lucky in the first half with a few rounds, right? But think about the tempo of the game. We have to reflect back to Sinners in the T half, and the tempo of the game they came out of the gate with was quite quick. There was a lot of faster maneuvers. They were keeping OG moving. OG never could plant their feet. So if OG offers something more passive here and they sit back and they allow Sinners to get away with their opening moves, might be set up for a better start to the CT side. Spotted.
Yeah, cool boost, and it does result in a frag. Beastic, presence of mind to just immediately swing on the info that there was an aggressor, and there's more from Oscar. 2 for the opening proceedings and make it 3. This round has fallen apart for OG.
I said that they might sit back and allow the opening move to come in. They actually went with the opposite. They just went like they did on the first gun round of the T half, really fast, right? And well, that's fallen away from them. So OG will need to respond. This one is done and dusted now that into the scope of Oscar Valde falls. Flames has been good, but he'd have to be absolutely brilliant here, and Shock finishes him off. It's a clean one, 17-17. Might have a couple more chapters in this opening map of the day. Timeout called from OG, and yeah, seems like a good idea. Let Rugger contribute. Yeah, I think the thing is, it's hard to remember the start of the game. And imagine while you're playing it. Imagine having to reflect back. Alexi's gone, so what happened in round 4?
Yeah. What was working again? Can you remember? I mean, this is
we won a couple Deagle rounds.
You're
Flames,
right.
you were killing everybody. Yeah. Flames, can you just keep killing everybody? That would be nice.
Remember that top pop that didn't work with rifles but worked with Tech 9s?
Yeah, that one.
Let's not do that.
So this is the thing, right? Having to talk through these options right now, it's hard to know what Sinners are going to be throwing your way every time. They've showed a lot of different looks. They've shown aggression early. They've shown pace changes. Bit of a different mood in the OG camp right now. They are being forced through their paces here.
I mean, this is the most we've seen OG sweat as of late. They've been very, very, very good in converting in their head-to-head. Undefeated as of yet, and locking themselves in the top spot if they continue the trajectory they currently are. What are you doing? Alexi dunked on. And Beastic, he's got a back turn. He could have made it too. A bit of a gap in the OG defenses there. We've seen it before from Neofrag in regulation. Valde, good placement of his nade, buys time for the main response.
That molly top main, we've seen them go through that twice. I'm starting to wonder if it is a CT side molly or not. Have to check the radar next time it gets thrown, or maybe we won't even get it. But a 4v4, and Sinners get this. They've secured themselves at least double overtime. Now, on the T side, we tend to say the number scenario where you are down a man in a 4-on-4 would favor the Ts.
You would. Why are you hesitant?
I just think they don't have as much utility to work with when they've done these late round re-aggressors. So they still have a little bit, a couple smokes, couple mollies, couple flashes, and they are postured and poised for this top site. Now, remember that first half, Valde and Nico didn't have the easiest of times. They've been able to come alive since. Great timing on that smoke from Mantu. If they go top right now, that's, oh, it's very deep.
Oh, yeah, actually, you could peek around that. Zedka might have to communicate, but this is so late, so late. You've got to be so brave. Valde's on the other side of this smoke. He's got 3 backs turned. Nico can't believe his luck. He will collect 1, but Zedko with a crucial frag they need to plant. They know where Mantu is. And Flames, a bit late to the party from heaven. He's just going to jump straight into the site. He's got the element of surprise at the very least, and more bloodshed from Flames. Shock will respond, and now Mantu, you wish you weren't having to fly up these vents. He's been Molotov'd out. And this just reeks of 18.
Oh, that's going to be a big sigh out of OG there. The gap that was created there just by losing Alexi early, topside is being punished. It's just being punished here. On the side, Nico, the only player behind the bomb box, he couldn't get any help, right? This utility that's being held onto late by Sinners is great. Like, main smoked off. There's nothing you can contribute. Mantu, he was dealing with the lower play in case they went secret with the AWP. He's being hunted. He's being chased. He's going to hit that shot. No worries. But one more round now for Sinners to pick up map number 1. And what a game this has been out of them. This is a dark horse that you can sink your teeth into.
Yeah, same gap we saw from Neofrag's Tech 9 fragging. That Valda Huck player was his second victim and couldn't quite get it across the line. I liked the push out of Flames using those bullets to mask his drop and just attempting to cause chaos instantaneously. Couldn't quite get it. And Sinners one single round separating them from knocking OG on their bottom here on their pick. T-side AWP is out. Mantu equipped on a passive line. Sinners have thrown pace previously. It does look like they're lining up outside smokes later. Off of spawn.
Yeah, they can rinse out a lot of this early OG utility, right? And now that this smoke wall is being dropped, it's going to give B-Sticker a lot of room to maneuver here. Third piece of the puzzle will fall. Alexi B's vision will be obscured, but it looks like he wants to tuck on into warehouse for any crazy maneuvers. Mantu pivoting back towards heaven. Smokes are fading. B-Stick didn't get anything out of this, but OG don't know that. I feel like top is the weakness again because Mantu can only rotate up heaven, right? Valda and Nico are at least on the site. Flames would have to come up the vent. Alexi B will have to get to main, but he has to cross the gauntlet of yard. If they just go top again, it's all on the Danes. It's all on the Danes here.
Valda and Nico ready to be called upon. Incendiary would be perfect. You can see Valda's waiting to drop his. Nico drops off of the hut, forced off of it. And the wall bang from Shock actually takes him down. They got a chance here, and Neofrag with the double finally silenced. Bomb loose and 40 seconds to play with. It's Oscar and Shock. They are on the site. I say they. Shock is on the site. Oscar was returning to lobby, and it's cost him his fight now up against Flames. Shock does tag up Flames significantly, does have to opt for a reload, and they are grouped up to take us to a second. OT number 2 required.
All right, here we go again. Strap yourself in. One more time for everybody playing at home. We're leveled out. 16K.
Do you know we've seen a distinct lack of ramp? Is it just because it's so easily locked down by an AWP and you have to invest so much to try and overtake it?
I just think that they've been having a lot of success with that top side.
Sure, yeah.
I think that's, like, now we can see where the weakness may be. And in the early stages, Flames as well was owning them. So I can see why they maybe want to stay away from that. He's still chomping away at 35 for him, 35 for Neofrag. But here we go again. Alexi, a little bit more aggressive in yard this time. Has a look towards top side. Doesn't catch a lot. And bullets coming through the wall.
Yeah, you're seeing this.
Yeah, it didn't actually do any damage. I think Zedko was
8.
yard, right?
I think it did 8.
Zedko was silo. He took the nade, right? The bullet that hit Shock just took armor away. It didn't actually take any HP away. So that's weird.
Org through very thick concrete. So they are ready to contest here, and Alexi...
Oh, he's in a good position.
He is in a good position, especially with the smokes as they currently stand.
Oh, they've gone secret instead.
Will be a bit of an early warning system, and looks like Mantu's been able to find Shock's lobby hold, which, oh, deep smoke, overly deep. I think it might lull them in. Big execution from one. Oh, and Alexi finds nothing as well. Sinners have the man advantage as they do prepare for the site, but Flames, you can't prepare for him. Laser beaming with his M4. Slams the door shut. Now, bombs on the back of Oscar. Good flash to completely nullify Mantu as his screen returns to him. Absence of information. Yeah, who's holding it?
I don't know.
Oh, now they know where you are. Make your choices. Make good choices. Sinners with the opening of our overtime 2.
Jeez, every single time we've kicked off OT, OG have lost that first round. So they're just maybe... They want to let them get one first, and then they try and bounce back. But yeah, I don't know. How many timeouts do OG have left? I wouldn't mind seeing another one here. I just feel like they're the ones being dictated to time and time again, and they're scrambling for answers. Like here, I'm thinking, okay, maybe Sinners rotate up the vent, but they're just happy to stand and take the fights. Now, Rugger, frustration brewing.
Hello, wow. Rare to see Neofrag with an aggressive, excuse me, Sean Connery here. Aggressive move like that. It hasn't worked out for him. Flames was so ready, playing Darks at 1 minute 33. Now he can activate a little more.
Alexi and Nico's HP have both gone down.
God, Flames is a smart boy. Can I just highlight that his understanding and his reaction to the calls he's currently getting from OG has just been so advanced.
It's on point. It's definitely been on point here. Look, there's still lots of worries, even though they do have this opening kill. The amount of territory given up right here for OG, this ramp space, a big problem.
Look at that smoke. Like, he just threw a fruity smoke, but they're not going... Like, they just have to respect it based on the premise that it's Flames.
It feels like Sinners have done a better job here operating late.
Yes.
Right? Now, when they're down a man, I don't know how this is going to play on out. So OG have ants in their pants and go for a look and lose their lives. It is a very potent little ramp crossfire they have set up. Beastic is playing very, very passive over towards T-Red. He's the X factor of this, and they're actually going looking. This is good timing because Sinners, they've had enough. They're backpedaling towards top again. This is about to be called clear. Oh, Alexi, you're not going to clear it. You're not going to clear it. You're not going to clear it. It's a double.
He gets a free double in overtime, no less. They're faffing around with nades.
Back to ramp it is.
Yeah, Valda's got a lot to do here. He's going to be just tapping the bottom of Oscar, but they now know. And it's Beastic, all the way from Red Container, who catches Valda's rotate. This is a good round out of the Sinners, and it all falls to Mantu to disrupt. He's got a kit, he's got a signature weapon, and he's got 3 to find. The bomb now down low as he doesn't know where Beastic's disappeared off to. Excuse me, he's gone.
It's gonna, I don't know. I was going to say it's going to be a save. Like, they can buy next round. Obviously, we're in 16K.
This is what I was saying. Like, you may as well give it a whack.
Yeah, and maybe he is just chasing that tail, trying to look and see if anybody's lingering around here. This is not really going to equate in anything. So Mantu wanting to hold on to his AWP, understandable here, but Sinners now are just 2 rounds away. Picking up map number 1.
The shock frags, you're never going to get another one of them, especially at such a crucial moment.
No, and that right there, I cannot believe how long they waited at ramp. They're just happy to get this space and wait, right? OG had the number advantage. They didn't need to make that aggressive move. They were obviously feeling the pressure elsewhere because it's been the top... Oh, look at this side by side on the replay here. And the lineup is such a drama, right? Flames is doing his job. He's actually wide spacing on Alexi to be baiting him a little bit, right? And then that happens. So
yeah, he gets tagged up through his teammate to the point by when he is accurate, he has 10 HP to left.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just over.
That's a car crash. So double orbs, emergency button hit. Flames bringing out the second AWP here. Let's see if OG can salvage anything.
Where are you off to, fellas? Oh, what a shot out of Oscar. Oh, dear.
Close it down.
Shot down, OG sent packing. In fact, Oscar packed the suitcase for him, threw it down the stairs and just said, get out.
Get on the bus, get to the lobby, check out, see you later, alligator.
Oh my goodness. He's circle strafed and still dies to the wall bang.
We know Alexi has great movement there, but that was just a great shot from Oscar.
Watch Sinners trip over their shoelaces here somehow, some way.
No.
They've got it all sorted. It's all ironed out. 3 individual jewels onto 3 CTs. Beastic with a world and a wealth of information.
And a bucket load of utility.
Coming in fast heaven, he's going to be able to call what's clear, identify the threat. Nobody's going to slip up, and we could be looking at an opportunity for a handful of map points. There goes Nico. 2 left for the Sinners to break through. And Valda and Flames are on either end of the extremities. Oscar's just going to add more to his tally. That's closing him down to 30 of his own. And Beastic will lock it down. Boom. That's a pretty solid haul. Sinners only need 1 of the next 3.
And it feels like they should be good for it. It feels like they should be good for it. Like their double orb setup has been hard, very hard for OG to crack.
This was amazing out of the first and the second, actually, from Oscar. Peeking into Mantu. Alexi head in hands after the wallbang comes through.
Bit of a meltdown happening, isn't it?
Well, yeah, OG, they're not familiar with this feeling they're feeling. It was a 3-0 first half in our second OT. All they need is 1 more OG slip-up, and the Sinners secure a crucial 1-0 in this series. And this is against the top dogs. In the head-to-head, this could be crucial for the Sinners project. Take a W here, and wow.
Yeah, even maps might be important when we get down to the tiebreakers, right? So anything that they can scrap together here, this is huge for the confidence.
And Oscar's actually in the right place. Expect a Molotov. If it's not there, Oscar's got a playground ahead of him. He respects it.
It's all 5.
Cruel.
All 5.
This flash from Neofrag, he was flirting with it, would have been timed perfectly if Zedco fancies it. Didn't go well for them last time, so he may be a little passive about it. Oscar.
Everybody on secret.
Oscar gets himself one.
Almost the double.
Yeah, nearly. Nearly a buy 1, get 1 free. Flames down to 15, tagged up through the teammate. And Shock's second AWP here, so the retake could get a little slippery. They're going through decon. Mantu's posted up, waiting for the frag onto Neofrag, and there's a gap there. Enables Shock to keep hitting shots. The bomb down. He's waiting for Mantu. It will not be fed to him. And they're all grouped up on ramp. Now, this should favor OG in a large margin. They know where Alexi is on site. More smoke to be played around. And this push is going to determine it all. Yeah, that's the end of that. Shock.
Give it a go, mate.
It's got the time. Why not have a whack? And yeah, Alexi will say no. So first of 3 attempts, OG denied.
Still dicey, right? Still not the cleanest of rounds, right? If Oscar gets that double, okay, that's a 2 for 1. You're happy with that. They're probably able to hold them off from breaching into that lower bomb site. Now, 2 more required from OG here. I don't know. I'm starting to believe in Sinners picking up this map. You can see Inferno as map number 2 and Mirage, if we need it, as the decider, map number 3. Shock into the AUG this time. Looks like Alexi having to keep a tight leash. The smoke wall disrupted there. You can see it's bloomed on top of main.
Okay, well that is promising for the Oscar or prospects. And the whole OG squad out yard. For nothing more than a look, it seems. With the gaps in the smokes, they don't want to try and contest and force anything, so they'll just park Alexi on the roof and return to lobby with a degree of uncertainty about lobby at this point. So clear in their corners, they'll have to be certain.
What's the answer, though? This top side that Sinners has had has been quite passive at times. This time, Beastic is all the way up in heart. Hard angle to clear. They're exchanging utility.
I'm not sure what OG want to do with this. I think they're feeling the pressure just a little bit. Nico with some util, but he's got the bomb, so top or vent. Much more likely top, and Alexi's util implies the same. 30 seconds, Chad. Sinners, eyes on the clock, but now eyes on the feed already. Beastic down, a huge lineup. It's only one, he's all he pulls through. Zedko burns, and this round falls apart again. Sinners getting a little sweaty palms now. OG are having a spotless T-side as well.
4. It's not the Sinners having had opportunities here.
Yeah.
They get one more crack at it.
Flames must have 40 now. Yeah, he does. 40 frags from the Israeli. Not 21 to 19 the score. This is about to go all the way 20 to 21. And to think yesterday we were talking about having no overtimes.
Yeah, look, we're getting them all now. So let's see how long we can go, because if we do make it to triple OT, it's a quick little ad break. You guys can go maybe go to the bathroom, get a drink, maybe a nice little snack, fill up your bowl of popcorn.
I've got some honey salted almonds to look forward to.
Oh, okay, all right.
Sounds a bit bougie, I know.
The problem with nuts and casting, Alex, is that gets stuck in your throat, and you know that's one of the issues there. No problems, going down with the bomb, plenty of cash to splash here for OG.
And like paranoia kicks in when you know you've got like a little bit of an almond stuck at the back of your throat. You're like, maybe this is anaphylactic shock.
Oh,
maybe I've just developed a nut allergy.
Okay,
it's just me. Maybe just me.
Maybe just you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I swallow a bit tough after an almond. I'm like, maybe this is it.
GG, see you later, Alex.
Now, BC got Molotov forward, so fair play. Flames continuing his spree. He really hasn't slowed down.
Diligent stuff there, but we have seen from OG, it was in regulation, there's been a couple of moments here that they have been frazzled, there's been misutility, there's been peeking before the smokes bloom. And if they can tighten it up here and take it to triple OT, maybe they can wipe the sweat off the brow and forget all about it. They don't want to give up here. Definitely being put through their paces, and final discussions being had. Timeout has concluded. AWP of the double variety, but it's a change-up. Zedko is bringing out the secondary AWP. We've only seen it on Shock to this point. So what's the change? What is the difference maker? What are Sinners? Look at the move around here for the final round of the double OT.
They're capable, but I can't help but feel they might be in their own heads just a little. Zedko aggressive. I love this. He's got a touch of aggression and takes down Mantu off the break. OG's plans starting to fall apart as Zedko gets a second. This is beautiful, and he'll even get away for good measure. Sinners on a silver platter, the chance to take down OG here on Nuke. Oscar's AWP is also connected. I think he spotted one, or at least suspects there's a red container individual. But damn. Oh, slipping the net a little. Oscar's alert. Oh, he's ready for Valda. Call this one done. OG. Thrust Flames into a 1v5, but Sinners, it's a lot of hard work. Double overtime required. But secure their map pick against OG. They are riding this success all the way to the bank. 1-0, locked in. And now we set sights on potentially taking the scout that is OG.
Close. That's true. You did the dog play. Oh! Nice calm on the flash.
Oh.
Nice. Two outside, one thing outside.
Nice. Rush was low.
How did he get there? How did he get there so fast?
Main roof. Nice.
Oh my god, they're just hiding.
No, he's just...
North Gabber's warehouse could be chasing me. Yeah, he's lower.
That's my AK.
50 HP was secret.
Yes. Nice, Harry. No, he's so fast down bed.
Nice, bro. This is the comeback.
Oh my god, both outside, both outside.
Hell, Harry.
Nice.
Hell. Oh.
Nice! Let's go!
One up.
Both outside.
Double spray down from Rush leader.
The spray down.
Alright, go. Nice.
I'm tired already, aren't I? Oh, you've let him get in such a sick spot now by not sticking it. Oh no, there's one.
Nice, Harry. Get him out.
One main.
Right to roof, I think. Third ladder. Got him.
They're just sitting outside. Sitting. I've gone around the map. Nice. Unlucky.
With the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare.
Well, the Sinners skip communion and head straight for dessert. If you'd believe it, Nuke is that plate, and it's right in front of them for the taking. They get it in there, and they get it done on the first map of the series. Nuke going all the way to overtime. Would you believe it? Yanko Paunovic here with me, and we're going to talk some sense into you about how OG just lost on Nuke in OT.
Yeah, that was a very strange game. You know, in the first half, I had, you know, I see around it, I can pick out, analyze it a bit deeper, and then the round after that happens, it's the same thing, like a lot of back and forth rounds with advantages that Sinners were, you know, either throwing away or OG was finding a way to get back into it, really. You know, I felt for the majority of this game, if Sinners didn't make as many mistakes or lost a couple of rounds to Pistols, they could have won this game like 16-5. I mean, wow. Look at this, you know, this is the triple Tech 9 killed by Neofrag, and you're 5v2. Just, you know, you can stop now. Like, you know, you just don't want this to happen. You don't want to let OG get right back into it, isolate your players, over-rotate, and kind of squeeze their way back into the round. Then you see it, you know, 2 rounds later against Pistols, Sinners again, right? So they lose a 5v2, they bring it back, then they lose to Pistols again. So it's just, they've been losing so many rounds that they should have won, where they have just, you know, off of freeze time, they have a big advantage. I mean, you look at even this second to last round of the half, they're 1v2 versus Alexi at the very end. They can't close that round either. So OG was like bringing back so many rounds. Second Pistol, 4v2, right? And still, even the 2 OG players are coming from 2 separate ways, and they still can't, you know, coordinate themselves, organize themselves well enough, communicate well, where one guy is on the defuse and the other 3 are just protecting him. You know, you don't need to go for the kill or challenge the kill. You just need to protect the diffuser and punish anyone who tries to swing and kill him, right? So that was, what, 4 rounds already, you know? And usually 1 round isn't just that you're losing that 1 round. You know, you're getting reset, you have to play with Pistols, or you're losing the opportunity to reset your opponent and build up your economy. We know Counter-Strike, like, the world race revolves around the economy.
It really does. And
so I think that's why, you know, like, I had a feeling that Sinners could have easily won this game like 16-8 or 16-9.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been that. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It didn't happen, though.
And props to them, though, when they didn't, and even they had 15, you know, they had match points even in regulation, and they still managed to, in overtime, double OT, have the mental fortitude, they stayed composed, and still managed to win the map, which is ultimately the most important thing.
Composure, I'm pretty sure that's Flames' middle name. Of course, he's a very shining star over there on the side of OG. Or I guess it would be like a budding flower is more their thing. But yeah, he put up some pretty impressive numbers across the entirety of Nuke. And in fact, he was obviously the top fragger for the side of OG. He goes 40 and 28. With overtime in there, you can factor that in as well. But still, you can't deny he's come a long way, and he's put in a lot of impact here for OG.
Yeah, he has, most definitely. We've seen the round, there was the round where he came out of vents with the FAMAS this round. So this is another reset round. He gets first the opening kill outside and comes out vents and cleans up, mops up here. So Sinners, yeah, they had an advantage here too. So it could have been 4-1, 5-1 with the reset. So a lot of opportunities for them. That's why I'm saying it took these rounds from the likes of Flames. You know, Manto again had over 30 kills. It took that sort of an effort to make it a close game. Sinners were just very good this game at, you know, finding openings and putting themselves in favorable situations.
And you would think that would make sense too, since Sinners did pick Nuke. We moved to Inferno as the next map, then Mirage being that third and final decider. OG going into Inferno. Thoughts?
I think they win this map without any issues. They're just a really good Inferno team, and it's not one of the better maps for Sinners either. So I think we'll definitely see Mirage in this series, and that's where it can get interesting. I think for OG, you want to, you know, have a comfortable win, not because of the result on Inferno, but so that some of your players, you know, so Alexi, Nico, Valde, like, sure, some rounds here and there a little bit, but not really, they didn't really have good games. So you want them to maybe pick it up a little bit so that when they get to that decider where Sinners actually has a bit of a chance of beating them, that they are locked in, you know, that they're playing well up by that point, and that OG can just close out the game 2-1.
Yeah, and that's what OG fans around the world are looking forward to. But of course, they have to survive the gauntlet on Inferno first. The Sinners 1-0 up in the series, and tomorrow being the last day of the group, this sure would make for an interesting timeline change. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to come back with Inferno between OG and the Sinners.
Nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Our main strength is, I think, communication sometimes, because it could be real fast and clear, but sometimes it could hurt us. So I think it could be the biggest strength of our team, but it's also the aim of the people we have in the team, like Shock, Neofrag, Beastic, and that could have a really great aim. So I think it's the biggest plus to have in the team.
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how.
A very good afternoon to all of you Counter-Strike fans watching from around the world. I hope you got your homework done. I hope you're hydrated. I hope you've seen the sun today. and I hope you're ready for Sinners versus OG Map 2. We are getting into the action. We had a great standout performance from some of the individuals of OG, but it proved not enough. Sinners looking good, looking drilled, and looking like a real threat in this group, considering that they have fought hard and fast for the last couple of years to get themselves to a spot like this. And now up against the front runner from Group B, Chad.
Yeah, so this here, why not? Let's just live in this for a moment. Let's have Sinners win. Let's have everything get thrown into absolute madness. Let's have G2 win later today. Let's have VP win. Let's have the group just locked up. Absolutely locked up.
And a perfect contrast to Group A, where we had that glorious 5-4-3-2-1-0. Tasty. And then the opposite, of course, in the other column. We're not going to get that if that happens, of course. Sinners have a real opportunity to throw us a wrench into the works of a functional and easy-to-separate group. It could come down to a lot of tiebreakers if they can convert this. OG so far, though, undefeated. Well, until yesterday, they hadn't lost a single map. Now, Sinners have taken one from them. We're heading to Inferno.
And interestingly enough, here on Inferno, OG's map pick, Sinners have opted to start on the T side. So, we all know what that means. Maybe, just maybe, they have something in store for this T half.
Interesting. Okay, well, OG very well drilled on Inferno. We'll get to see how Sinners plan to knock on that door immediately. Now, we have seen the Julies pulled out for Nico. They've put an armored Julies on Banana. And that could be the difference maker as he prepares to do damage. Flash is available. It's not a Flash, excuse me. That's Alexi's HE.
Soften him up.
No Flash is prepared just yet.
Well, they love a half-wall Flash here at Sinners. So let's see. When that comes, I assume Alexi's nade will follow.
This is going to hurt, isn't it?
There it is. There's the nade.
Oh, Nico, nothing to say. It's Flames again with his USP. Oh, what a problem child he is. Takes a double for the trouble. And Oscar elsewhere, he's opened up the potential on A. It's all Mantu. Oh, and as he looks to retrieve the USP, he's caught by the reaggress. Here we go. A chaotic pistol to start us off. I expect nothing less.
Well, if they head back towards the B bomb site, B-Stick still has the smoke forward CT spawn. Flames is playing passive over towards this coffin's angle, so he's going to have a choice. Does he stand? Does he fight? Does he do as much damage as he can? Or will he play retake and wait for the rest of his team? Smoke's landed. That will be communicated. Cutting noise. Not a single sound cue other than the smoke. And now a body spotted. Peppered away. B-Stick down to 60. And they continue the jaunt slowly in behind that soon fading smoke to get that bomb down.
Oof, this is going to be tough to overcome for these boys here on Sinners.
They're going on the fade.
Yeah, and as it fades, they're looking the wrong way. Little bit of a barrel enables B-Stick. Good find. I think he caught a glimpse of another. He suspects Alexi's close. A bomb plant would go a long way. And they've managed to pull that one. Oh, just about finished my sentence as they finished the plant. Alexi gone down, and now only Mantu spots out the emo player. There's a crossfire established here. He'd have to be very quick on the 90-degree turn unless B-Stick wants to feed it to him. Here comes the fight onto Zedko. Dancing between the two of them. Mantu can! He can't. Zedko does deal with it. That was right down to the 1v1.
Oh dear, that is not the way you want to be kicking off your map pick here as well for OG. They're already against the rope with the one map down. They just had a 3-on-2 man advantage that they let slip away.
Big stuff out of B-Stick and his boy.
Yeah, so this is where we really get to see OG sweat. Great stuff from Flames. Nico didn't get anything from his hidey hole. Alexa was a little bit late on the nade to make that easy peasy lemon squeezy, but it will be the force buy out of OG, and it'll be 4 Deagles, an MP9, and a bit of utility around this here is a slower pace out the gates, just allowing the maneuvers to come their way. Mantu and Nico together in apartments. Need to be careful for the spam of Zedko. The bullets through the walls can be just as deadly, and a sound cue could be heard from Shock, who's up close and personal. Banana control being worked on now. And Sinners just going through their paces right here, doing the standard map control, getting as much information as they possibly can for the big man B-Stick.
1 of 3 smokes deployed. Right nice and early, just from some steps and a Mac-10 bullet. Fired off. And only 2 remain.
Yeah, and 1 is over towards A, right? So for the B-bomb side, they only have 1 more to deploy. That molly has going to separate Nico and Mantu.
It's locked him in, actually. Mantu can't afford to retreat just yet. The quick switch nearly cost Shock his life. Mantu gets a free pot shot. B-Stick is, speaking of free, surging up A. They're wrapping long. The smokes are there. Oscar catches the boiler player, and it's bouncy Mac-10. It's not fun. Not easy duels for these Deags. And Mantu managing to hit a good fair couple has actually managed to make it competitive. Sinners One single headshot could ruin your day here. It's Neofrag and Shock trying to close it down, and a very loud Flames has drawn attention there. Alexi with a nade to try and soften him up, and Neofrag didn't
No idea
even
where it
look.
came from.
He couldn't work it out. Shock to come up clutch, and he knows he's on site. Good tag already from Flames, and he is a bit of a clutch master. Shock to stand up and deliver, and he just about pulls it across the line. 2 1v1s, Chad, in our first 2 rounds of play.
Well, nice. At least we're keeping it close here. And I think with the pistol round and now the conversion, that is fantastic for Sinners. Those are the rounds that they need to be getting away with. Now, sure, there was only one player alive, but they get it, right? They're able to convert it, and that is what truly matters here. Almost on the timing there. Shock going to be counting his lucky stars because they needed him to clutch this one out.
Really close on the spray. Watch his health. He gets hit again. That's 2 Deagle bullets. 2 connecting out of Flames. But yeah, OG just going to have a quiet one.
Well, we want to see if they're able to keep it close again. If they're able to make sure that they walk away with the whole, well, very little on the Sinners side going into round number 4, will make life easier for OG. Flash at the ready. And 2 will release that when feeling threatened top banana, and 3 could swing. But you can see how they're having to be a little bit more passive because teams are getting so good with their crowd control utility, the mollies, the nades towards top banana. This is a very predicted type of maneuver. So they'll be pouncing a little bit behind the 8-ball OG.
Also, T teams are very willing to just tuck back under the half wall. Like, they'll take this space, they'll be happy with it, and they'll just keep jiggling. But they'll throw out a double set of nades, so they are not necessarily committing, but they do want to try and force the CTs forward, and here it comes, the flash push.
Banana's clear, though. They get nothing out of this.
You have to acknowledge that they're pushing for info here.
Oh.
The AK should be well matched. Neofrag activated. A couple of good USP dinks has at least made it a little costly. And that smoke well placed as well. It's going to be very quick to catch the CTs as they rotate back in, and that's the end of Nico's aggressions. Oh, Valda went unchecked, and it's produced a frag.
Bomb has been planted.
But the hard work over.
Terrorists win.
Okay, mopped it up and kept 4 alive here. Managing to maintain the AKs, the Galil. It was only the MAC-10 that they lost during all of that, and straight in response, OG will whip out the big buy. AWP for Mantu. Org for Nico. No kit purchase just yet. I'm sure Alexi wants to work out what type of map control they're looking for here out the gates. That'll be reflected in his buy. It's gone without a Molotov, so might not see them. Oh, they're sending 4 players over towards B, so they are going for map control at B. And it's just Mantu over towards A. We've seen Sinners like these pouncy A maneuvers here out the gate, so if they get wind here that it is a B stack, they could quickly pivot. Need to get a move on. Valda and Nico, the Danes, scurrying back through spawn right now. They've set...
God, this nade exchange is rough. And... Oh, Alexi just knocks Neofrag for 6.
You don't mind that to kick off the first gun rounds here. So a good start. B-Stick's calling a fast mid-control here. He's about to flash. They've got 3 ready to go, and well, he's cancelled it. So lots of talking right now. Really just working out what the best maneuver is. Long smoke. Mid-flash, control taken.
Yeah, but with Flames so pushed up on Banana, and Beastick's going to have to be aware that that's a possibility. Oh, he knows now. Molotov, it's great, but you'd have to hit the spray, and it's not far off the mark. Does completely demand control of that top Banana.
At least they're buying themselves some room to work with, right? They're able to push OG around a little bit here.
Alexi playing a kind of flash peek defense. Waiting for steps or threat. 30 seconds as the Flames flash is cocked. Mantu with the first. OG looking very good, set for success as Alexi takes 1.5. Leaves B-Stick on just 28 points of health. They'll have smokes to commit to this, and well, it's only Flames on the site. He's playing Fountain, which is a hard one to clear. Oh, he didn't see him. And that results in the frag. Nice catch. And they will... Oh, they could lose another one. Ah, those bullets are so close to the mark.
He wants to live now, Oscar. Oh, never mind, he wants to die. I thought he wanted to maintain that AK. I thought he was going to tuck in and wait, but I think that time, it hit him in the face like a wet fish, and he had to go down. So Now the ramifications of losing a few too many men is felt by Beastick. He only has 2.4 to work with. The rest of his team can buy, but handled there by OG. In that position from Flames, we've actually seen him play that already within this tournament. So he's been using that a little bit, right? When he wants to play passive, you just see him play towards that emo pillar, watching for the barbecue jump up, right? That's his little maneuver there, and then he can pounce with his teammates. Be curious to see when teams start getting a hold of that. They might not run across the barbecue anymore. They might start coming in through the left-hand side of the site and forcing a more awkward fight.
Yeah, I can't think of a better term for the smoke you could throw. Like the dividing smoke, you know, the one that would be like a smoke defense, where you are in the position that Flames is in, you smoke off that emo side and it enables you to kind of float between the two and have a... It's like the simple smoke on Dust 2.
Yeah, it just opens up a couple of extra angles, right? Yeah. It's a buffer.
Like the Gandalf.
Maybe it's a buffer smoke.
Buffer smoke. We'll work on the vocab, but do let us know. Oscar onto Flames. That was a peek. Maybe it was just a jump peek, you know. I don't think Flames was foolish enough to actually just straight jiggle.
Either way, the trades are still falling in the favor of Sinners here. And
oh, look what it's done to OG's defense. You can see on the minimap. Alexi's just floating CT, so like they're not going to full gamble. But if they do commit B, this will just be a save out of them.
Well, this is where the CT side gamble conversation that we're having over there in Nuke really comes into play, right? So they're not gamble stacking. They're actually spreading their forces as evenly as possible. One towards Pit to deal with apartments and short. Alexi to be the rotator over towards B if they need it, and covering off to Arch side. He's your swingman. He's going to help both bomb sides here. And then a lot of pressure on Mantu, who's tucked in passively towards the back of B. Now, it is going to be the A finish. 30 seconds left. Alexi transitioning into the site. They're understanding what's coming in now, and Nico still has a smoke to drop. Now would be perfect.
It's going to be Molotov down. He'll use it defensively. Alexi B. Oh, dink for dink, but Beastick's gun is bigger. Nico lives. He's very low. He is being sprayed and hunted, and Neofrag. Oh, so low. Valda's been handed something, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, probably a save. Probably a hello, mate. Hold on to that AK. We need it going forward because
Alexi
money. Yeah.
And Nico both doing so much damage, but they can't really report it. It's not convincing.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the M4, why it's a cruel mistress versus the AK. That's where you see them always picking up the AK when they can. I guess the AUG at that range could have got it done, but...
Mason was making a really strong case for the AUG hipfire. I was watching him play. You
see him on overpass?
Yeah.
That is where, and it's not in recent history. We're going back about 2 years. I think when we were doing stuff for the last major within the minors and getting to see him, I just thought he was a handy glue man, right? He was one of those guys who would do those gritty jobs. He'd get you that necessary two-piece when you needed it. Looking pretty tidy. But Sinners, off to an absolute flyer here. Imagine a Sinners 2-0. Like, honestly, I was painting worst case scenario in terms of the hardest for League Ops to work out who's going to go through, right? Like, it could be this group. Honestly, if Sinners win, if VP win and G2 win, tomorrow, holy moly, strap yourself in. That is really when having all 3 games at the same time is a massive determining factor, because each game is going to influence the other.
Yes, it's very necessary. And I saw a very considerate reminder from one of the community members.
I think he works for Endpoint, right? His name's Tom?
Oh, was that the post?
I think it was the post on Reddit.
Yeah, I saw it. I appreciated it. He's right. It is often a cause for concern or quandary. Not the world's best smoke on defense there. It serves its purpose.
That's the funny thing with smokes like that, right? I feel like we were having a conversation when Hobbit would throw a smoke like that and he'd intentionally leave a little bit of a gap to look through. So there's always something around them to be worried about. Another one drops and still maybe a little bit of a hole just there. Well, that's the AK down to 1 HP. Yes, indeed. And Alexi has the Kevlar. He is on the other side of the map. So they're just going to keep Volda hanging with this. And I guess why the hell not? One of the things here is that Sinners are not looking flustered in these rounds, right? They're really taking their time. The fact that they're using the clock to their advantage. They're still throwing in mix-ups of pace, but it's good to see as they set themselves up for a B exec.
Yeah, Alexi's on his way, so they should have the lion's share of the defense here and ready to play. Counter flash isn't bad. And you got about 25 seconds now, Sinners. Oh,
it's a fake. They're going A.
Worked out wonderfully. And you're right, they do look like they want to set their sights on A. It would isolate Nico, and there goes Nico. Great catch from Rushley.
Rushley's not with us today.
Dude, you heard me pause. It was like a 50-50.
Is he with us? Yeah, no, today he's not with us. He's got an appointment today.
We got Jakey.
I think we should have Jakey, yeah. Does that mean Jakey has to do all 3? Jakey, do you have to do all 3 today?
No. Yes?
Oh, okay, all right. I was going to say, Russia's out here running a bloody slave labor camp. If that was the case, all right, cool, fine. I wonder who'll be doing the last game. Could be J-Raz?
J Rizzle.
Okay, well, 2 AKs is better than 1. So OG more than happy to hold on to the scavenged AK-47 on Man 2.
There's a universe where...
You think they go down?
Well, I mean, Man 2 does seem to have been given a lot of respect out of that. I thought Shock was going to continue his walk. He chooses not to, but they will preserve. And it's Sinners that prevail.
Right now, the Counter-Strike that we've seen today, and with Yanko on the desk there, he was mentioning the fact that he felt Sinners could have won Nuke in like a scoreline like 16-8, I think was one of the ones that he threw around there, if they didn't lose those pistol rounds. The type of Counter-Strike they're playing, they've definitely played the better overall CS, right, in terms of by the book. And I think with them not going for the hunt here, not wanting to give away too much of their economy early, that's more testament to that.
Certainly.
And I love that. That was a late round fake. So that round right there just shows they're willing to play with the clock. Lots of nade damage here, though. That one is going to sting.
Yeah, that hurts. Well, they've locked Flames into Banana. Alexi unable to contribute. And the same molly here would serve that same purpose, but Flames slinks away before they can isolate him.
Okay, well, they don't actually get full Banana control that they're aware of. I think they're hoping that those mollies were respected, which they were. So it's worked out as Sinners had planned, because they didn't clear Sandbag, right? So for all they know, somebody could be there. They're operating under the assumption it was clear.
And for all intents and purposes, there could be presence top B right now.
Oh, this is the boost Valdo was exploiting just the other day here, being a bit of a smoke criminal over the cusp.
Oh, they flashed it, but he should still have a chance, a very big chance at the multi-kill. Valda boosted up over the smoke. And that will catch you. Look what it's done to the Sinners. Beastic's just holding on for dear life. He'd love to plant. A smoke and a plant would
That's nice.
Go down a treat. Oh, lovely. You take those, Oscar would have normally hit that, and suddenly he has, but that's the end of that. OG, they recover the round, but Sinners happy to get some extra cash in the coffers with that $800 reward.
Yeah, that's not bad there. All things considered, all that early damage and still trying to operate. It was they're faking that they were going to go for a late BX key. So they've done a pace change. You can see this hit's coming in much earlier than the one did last round. I don't know how many more times Valda's going to be allowed to get away with that boost, right? We did see it a bunch already out of OG. So a couple of tendencies starting to be downloaded into the noggin here, and the other team should be taking note of that too going forward.
I'd also imagine it could probably be countered by a slightly different smoke towards your arch side. Had it been a bit deeper, could have covered it off. I don't know whether or not they've ironed out the specifics.
There's two. They've done the boost from 2 different positions, right? And I get exactly what you're saying. If teams are throwing the same default smokes, this is where having an analyst, right, and looking and studying your opponent. Oh, this is the arch smoke they throw. Okay, is there any gaps? Is there anything we could do with this? You know, that's when the real looking into the details can come into your favor.
God, that would be such a nerdy day. You sit down with your coffee and you just basically throw your opponent's default smokes and look at them.
Yeah, I think with refrag as well, what you could do is you could just run their demo in a round, and then you could get them to throw the utility and then just see how it is and see how you can move around it.
You could, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Refrag is like just putting Counter-Strike competitive on steroids. At least when you want to be an anti-stratting enemy.
Yeah. Okay, well, being able to manifest another buy here, Sinners. Let's see if they're going to be grinners after this one. Would love to bottom out OG here again. We're still trying to get this CT economy going. All the different combinations, right? All these different responses. Oh, they throw half wall smoke. Okay, we boost logs. Oh, Flames, I have to be ready for the logs boost. Okay, they throw a nade. They molly us back. There's so many different combos.
Fall back after showing presence because they'll probably throw nades. You can see both teams have just done that. Flames baited, falls back, avoids the nade. They fall back after fighting, avoid the Molotov. It's just a constant battle. Trading blows, albeit not necessarily non-lethal blows at this point.
Oh, Neofrag is trying to get Bogdan's Law going, is he?
I thought so. Oscar's just like, nah, man. Come on.
You keep that. I'm an AWPer.
I am the AWPer of the team.
They're actually trying something a little bit strange here. So they're getting more and more players over towards apartments. I can understand why you want to get Oscar posted up here. He can cover off the rotation with the AWP, but Valda's inside, Nico's in pier. He's going to have to get involved to break this.
And Oscar's not scoped up, so he's just going to have to go for a quick flick. Oh, he flashed for his squad. Boys, this is just an apps pop. Mantu's even leaving Arch at this point, so Valda's got a lot to do. And he's gone. Only Nico in the pit. They know where you are. Good timing on the angle. Neofrag arrives. Oh, Zedko does nothing with his opportunity. Shot not far off. OG crawling 2 for the retake. They're flirting with a...
No, right there, Oscar can do the jump smoke, but I think, I don't know what the discussion was just there.
That one lost me for a second. It does look like OG are giving this one away.
Yeah, the save calls come in, so Oscar can now deploy this smoke. Easy one for all of you at home. Back corner of the pit, little lamp, jump throw, smokes off towards that moto side.
Do you know, I think another standard one would be the underpass Alexi was just in. You saw that long smoke you can throw from there, like the all the way like moto smoke. I think that would be really handy for some teams. You know when you're doing your B commit, but you want to give your lurker a little extra something?
I think the strangest one we've seen is just to the right here of Flames trying to stay alive on the roof. Exula, he jumped up on there, and yeah, he's got boosted up there. It's been a whole theatrical scenario to make it happen, and then all he did was throw an extra flash over the roof for Banana, right?
Yeah.
That was the only thing that was a little bit different. So
wow.
There's so much util you can throw in Counter-Strike. It's very creative.
Yeah.
But the save has facilitated another OG buy, and look, Sinners, I mentioned Grinners, 6 rounds on the T half. This is looking very good.
This is, yeah, and very impressive haul, considering what OG have done to everyone else in this group as well, and Sinners have been a bit volatile in what they've been laying down.
This is another change-up. There's always so many different looks here from Sinners. They're not defaulting right now. They're feigning that they are. There's 3 players towards B from OG trying to chomp down on this banana control, and they're just going 4, like a conga line. Straight through the apartment. It's a double short setup. If they jump out here, Manto and Nico are going to have to hit some wild shots.
Yeah, they're going to be booked. I mean, they're considering it slightly. Nico's got a lot to do. Shock, that's the trade of the century. Needed that. Needs this as well. Oscar Zorp is going to connect. Paid a heavy price, but they're into the side. Neofrag onto Mantu.
Another save, surely.
Yeah, I don't know if they can contend with this.
The bomb's not planted just yet, and Alexi B does still have this line of sight for now.
Oh, that nade could have finished off Oscar, but it's a bit shy of the mark, and he throws out a smoke of his own to threaten to push through it. Flash above the planter, they look to boost. That could, have been the end of Oscar. Instead, it just throws Alexi into the jaws, and, well, for familiar territory for Flames, the discussion of the save, how he plans to do it. He's going to try and hide in plain sight for the library.
Today could be that day. Right, this is the 3rd time I'm bringing it up now, but really, this is already 7-2 scoreline. Like, we're looking at...
Well, OG coming into this with the mindset of, like, we're safe?
No, well, they shouldn't have been. I think I saw Vladdy tweeting that they needed one more win to lock in the playoffs, right? Now, look, it still is unlikely that everything falls apart completely. That would mean every single form loss would need to happen today. What I mean by that is, like, right now, G2 and VP are not in form. I think we can all definitely agree with that. There's no question marks there. So going up against a Complexity who's surprised everybody and a Fours who's looked very good in the 2 respective matchups, right? You would have Fours as the favorite over G2, and you would have Complexity as the favorite over VP, right? Looking at form, right? If you want to use historical and where they are in the world rankings, you can do that. That's fine, but you're hoping they return to that and shake off the cobwebs.
I think form is probably the best way to be taking it.
Yeah, so with that in mind, it's not very likely that all the upsets happen today, but it is possible.
OG have definitely ironed out their banana nades because it's taken a very large chunk out of the Sinners squad. Good trade again from Neofrag. He does avenge his leader. B-Stick's gone. Gap from Alexi on this smoke, and they're not even going to come knocking. In fact, they pull back, ready for the re-aggress from the CTs. This is very modern-day Inferno.
It's curious that there was a Mac 10 in play there, right? I'm not seeing things. I'm not losing my mind just yet. I think there was a Mac 10 in play.
I can see it on the floor, so you're onto something.
Yeah,
there.
so maybe they were expecting to not have a full buy going up against right now. So OG saves really being able to keep them in with this purchase. And if you are Sinners, feeling like you want to go all in for this B execute with the smokes you have, the mollies you have, the flashes you have, it's not a bad call. You're going to give yourself a 2v4 opportunity, unless Mantu, who is starting to float, finds his way over there to bolster Volda and Alexi B's lockdown. Alexi has a molly. Volda has no nades. So let's see how far can they push the issue here at B.
They have a molly for Nubox, so Alexi's going to have to find a new place to hide. And they're off. 4 versus 2 into the side. Valda already with 1. Zedko does trade low, and Alexi finishes the job. Just has to delay now. They have the man advantage. 18 seconds. That bomb needs to be planted, and Oscar wants you. He'll find it. Takes him down. The rotate's on its way. One from Banana and one from CT. So this 2v2 could have huge ramifications into the final first half score. I like the active hold from Shock. He's got the perfect weapon for the job. Flash with his name on it does get NiKo across with info as well. And that's just going to distract. Mantu's closing the gap. Shock actually pushing very far forward. It should be the element of surprise, but now he's got to win it all. And Mantu's so close! He wasn't expecting it. He must have assumed they were both CT. Concerned about the coffins, he walks straight into Mantu, and I don't think Mantu can really believe his luck.
Okay,
well, look at the time. Shock had to survive for 2 more seconds.
Yeah, gifted that one there, so frazzled in all of that. Sinners almost make that one work. Oh, that's just, yeah, maybe just misreading the situation, maybe a bit of a miscom there, or maybe just the pressure of the moment. That was a real chance for Sinners to keep the pressure on and win the half here. You can see this is a great find from Oscar, right? Because all Alexi's trying to do is delay for his rotation to get over. Let's see, so he gets the kill. Oh, hello.
What was he?
Oh, hello, hello.
I think he was like almost wanting to head into the smoke
to
so
hide.
he didn't get shot in the back.
Yeah.
And Mantu just happened to be waiting. Oh, well, there's a nasty one for Sinners to swallow.
Well, Sinners are just down to a, let's call it conservative investment. Oscar has a lot of money, so he's gone for the AK and the head armor here. They have 4 HGs, and I don't hate this because you know that NiKo loves to play in the back of the pit. He's actually opting for something a little bit different this round, and that's indicated by the balcony smoke. So these nades might not be working in the way that they'd like, and also that is because he's using a UMP, right? It's not as easy to play the bike position with an SMG as it would be close to balcony. So maybe...
Imagine if they all poked out a boiler and naded Mantu on Arch. That's a Fruit Loop play. Then here they come. Yeah. And NiKo laughing at him.
They were definitely trying to get away with that play, right? They had a clear objective there. Okay. Oscar gets 1, and that'll be it, because it's just Zedko with the Glock.
Long arms. Go on. Reach. Ah, yes. P250, that was the missing ingredient.
Okay. Well, the ideas, at least they're still having ideas, right? One of the worst things you want to see as a team in those situations, just go, all right, well, guys, everyone just buy a Deagle. Go to your favorite place. And
the matchmaking, dead silence. Everyone just buys one. And
everyone dies one at a time.
One at a time.
Yeah, look, it can work. It definitely can work. I'm sure, like when you're talking this level, there's always going to be a little bit more teamwork. But
I've seen the Karagana teams pull those off.
The Karagana?
Sorry, that's just Karrigan with a weird armor at the end.
Okay, sorry.
Don't know what I'm doing with that.
Wasn't plugged in there. Okay, 7-4. Let's see, OG, 4 more here that they could possibly get on this CT half. Sinners would love 1 more to secure themselves the half victory.
Leo frag, he's got 2 on this plate and already munches onto Flames. The timing from Zedko is flawless. He can punish here.
Oh,
he's looking for NiKo. He's lost him a little.
He's going to desk slam if he goes down here.
He's lost him a little bit. Oh, there was an opportunity. It's just going to calm down for Zedko's luck. I mean, most of the project is undergoing some pressure on B. Pulled Valder over.
This is where the gamble stack conversation comes in. Mantu's coming over here, and if Valder and Alexi B are able to establish top banana control, then they can just park Mantu and play 3 rifles over towards A. Let's see how quick Sinners react to any of this info if they get it. Oh, they're setting up a boost, so I don't think they're going to be pushing Mantu out at all. They are just going to set Valder up and really hedge their bets on it's a B bomb site finish.
Well, it's pretty convincing. Look what Neofrag and B-Stick are dropping. And if they do just kind of commit 1 into the site, yeah, they are. This is great. Good T-side. Unfortunately, B-Stick doesn't last very long. They'll start getting a sniff and a whiff that NiKo is a very vulnerable Dane. And here comes the confirmation of that crosshair placement. Good. Body placement. Suboptimal. Oscar posted up for the library fight. If he gets into pit, it's a problem. What a magnificent find from Alexi B.
Someone has to plant.
He's even confirmed Oscar's location. He's got a molly to stop the default, or rather, standard plant. And there's 3 of them coming. Oscar's changed his mind. He wants to play short side, and I kind of admire that. It means he won't be as predictable should shot go down. He can play for that default plant that's now ticking away. It's not actually ideal for Oscar. They strafe in multiple targets. His head is very valuable, and Oscar does only find the first of the 3.
Going up.
He peeks into another one-on-one. Oscar looking very good out of Oscar. He snatches away the 8th for the Sinners. 1 versus 3 in quick succession for the AWPA.
And this is what we've been talking about. You know, the hype around Oscar. Sinners back in here. Him being in a tier 1 team of Mouse Sports and being a quality top piece of a squad. That's just exactly what we're talking about here. A 1-on-3 to remember. That's the 8th.
Oh, and it's just the dream for an AWPA, getting all of that info. His read on this, by the way, you could see how quickly he had to solve that Alexi B disappearance. He could be above me, he could be wide swinging, he could be in the sight. And it wasn't planted for him. I want to reiterate that Oscar put himself at a disadvantage, the advantage being he was at an unpredictable position for that first shot.
Yeah, look, it's always a tough one, right? If you're in the pit like you're talking about, it's a hard fight to win. It's also a fight where he could get narrowed in on. They could jump up graveyard, they could strafe across the site, and now he's got a wider spectrum to deal with. And a tip for everybody at home, if you're on the T side, right, and you're going to the A side and you've lost a lot of casualties and you're not sure where the CTs reside, default plant is not the play. Get a safe plant, right? At least secure yourself so you can start playing that upper plant. The worst thing that ever happens, someone swings out short behind you, bomb goes down, round is over. So that's just one to keep in your back pocket. And it looks like we're going B.
Yeah, and Flames with it all to do and a USP to do it with. Poor soul.
I like that little maneuver from Neofrag. He has already completely cut off the rotation. You can see how stalled out this is. It's going to make it impossible for OG to get over there and contest, even if they wanted to. And oh, they're not even going to think about it. Drop him back.
Did you ever have a period in your life where you wish Pokeballs were real? Like you could just capture animals out in the wild?
I wish Pokemon was real for a while, yeah.
Okay, cool. Not just me then.
No, I think we've all been there. Same as like with Digimon. I thought, wouldn't that be cool?
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions.
Yeah, I always like, for kids at home who maybe are watching, you probably got like 7th gen Pokemon.
Oh, sorry, no,
now.
no. They're not Ben 10. What's theirs?
Now? It's definitely changed.
It's like, yeah, the modern day cartoons. It's one with crystals in their heads.
Crystals
Steven Universe.
Okay.
That's very modern child entertainment.
You've been keeping up with it, all right.
Well, I watched a couple of episodes. They're like 13 minutes. So like when you're feeling down, when you're coming down, you could say.
Okay. It's crazy though that they keep that like the 13-minute ad and then they put it on like Cartoon Network and the ad breaks take and you have a half-an-hour show that you somehow end up watching.
Yeah.
And most of it's ads.
The truth of it is it's like 13 minutes of content.
Yeah.
With 20 minutes of extras.
Thank God for streaming on the line now. Okay. Well, trip down memory lane aside, we're back into play. Round 14. The MAC-10s are being carried across. I wonder, will we see a bit more direct heads-up Counter-Strike here out of the Sinners? They love these quicker maneuvers up middle, and they're set for one right now. Nico, they're coming.
Yeah, if they hear that pin pull, I reckon Beastic would be tempted to go for something. He's like, oh, you're right next to me. He holds his nerve, throws out his own, and are they really going to push through this? Nico, lovely handle for the first, but a bouncy MAC-10 into prematurely. Mantu's in so much trouble. Someone's going to get him. He just wanted to take one with him, but he can't, and now smoked off. Dude, Sinners are putting in a serious shift here on the T side. Oscar is vulnerable and dead. Shock wants to smoke library. There's another lineup for you, Chadney.
Bit safe for that one.
Yeah, it is, but it does mean he doesn't have one now for the molly. He has to swing out. The smoke, guys, is his assault and a wide peek.
Oh, needs that.
Does find it. 2 to 5, very low. Swung on, though, from Alexi. Damn, you know, Sinners, that was a cool round outside the fact he doesn't convert that way.
Yeah, it should have been theirs, it felt like. Just caught off by that pace. Oscar looking the wrong way. The flank came in very, very fast. Shock making a meal of that kill there.
But I've watched so many Infernos where even when they're in the lead, no team is willing to just straight up change the pace with a fast pop A like that. We've done it twice.
Yeah, this used to be like all the vogue. Like, you have to go back to kind of Pronaxy time.
1 minute 20 and the AWPA's dying bout. We don't see that.
Yeah.
We really don't see that.
And one of the things is surprising we don't, because you can really punish heavy B lanes, right? Teams who do 3 top banana early. If you are willing to pop through the mid smoke with a flash and trade efficiently, we know in the save meta what normally comes out the other side of that.
Yeah.
Double digits going to be great here for Sinners. OG's trying to salvage 6. They are on the back foot. They're a map down. They are top of the group.
And Sinners are legit.
Good Counter-Strike out of Sinners here today. I think everybody was impressed day one.
Oh, Neofrag was ready for it. Perfect peek on the double aggress from OG. And you'd think he'd just walk into B.
He's a genius. By extinguishing that Molotov with the flash of B-stick, they were spamming the smoke, thinking that they were just extinguishing at the feet. So he's completely lured them into that.
Just with the sound cue.
he may have just won them their 10th round right here.
Neo Frag, you naughty boy. He's outbrained OG. And admittedly, yeah, they're a little worse for wear. There's a couple of foot faults they could fall foul too. Mantu's AWP is one of them.
They know that the CTs need to go for some kind of information play, and they're just waiting.
Yeah, this is the part of the game I am unable to play, where you just have to acknowledge that sitting still for 40 seconds is a crucial component of it, and you can see the product of it. Now, Valda spotting Neofrag's solo B. Mantu's only more ready for A here. Nice evasive move. There's 2 more to find. Mantu lines up 2.
Not like this.
And a 3rd as well. Falls apart, and for Sinners, 3v5. Not bad. OG will recover a 6th. And we'll take a very quick break to get our heads screwed on tight, as will OG and Sinners. Stay hydrated. We'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a second. Ta-ra for now. Goodbye. Arrivederci.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you an old strat that Fnatic still like to bring out from time to time. This execute is an alternative method to take the B side on Inferno, utilizing a wall of smokes. As with any great dish, executes, when you have the base locked down, you can start adding in other ingredients, grenades. To make this recipe, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smoke grenades, and some flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the close smoke for the wall of smokes. To throw the smoke, line up with the edge of this wall. Place your crosshair above the middle of the tree and right in the center of these 2 sets of wires. Then simply toss the smoke. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other smoke to complete the wall. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Find this slight dip in the trees and aim ever so slightly above it. Then toss the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the deep CT smoke along with a flash. To throw your smoke, get into the corner next to these barrels. Find the 3rd wooden strut and place your crosshair in the dip above the tiles. Then toss your smoke. To throw your flash, it isn't really a lineup, just lob it over the roof and pop it above the smokes. This should blind anyone on the site and also a player in CT. Now you have all the ingredients in place, it's time to think about your approach. The idea behind this strat is to cut off any site players and isolate the counter-terrorist player in CT spawn. Killing the CT player shouldn't be tough, unless you're playing against Scream. You can then wrap through ruins and split the site from 2 points. If you have the bomb, you might be able to get it down while the smokes are still up. JW is struggling a bit here, but I'm sure you guys can do it. Like with any great dish, feel free to add your own spices. Want to double nade CT as you push? Go for it. Want to throw a metric heck ton of flashes over the site? You can do that too. After all, you are the cool cat of your very own strat. And as always, enjoy.
Well, howdy, y'all. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 14. Did you think it was Stunner for a second?
Not even for a millisecond.
Not even a millisecond?
Nah, you couldn't have fooled me.
What about you guys at home? Did I get you? I think I did. OG have 6 though, and this is actually serious business. Now, OG did just recover a little cheeky 3v5 to put the 6th on the board, but now it's their turn to attack. Sinners posting 9. They are technically 7 rounds away from taking down the big boy of Group B.
And now the odds have swung, haven't they?
Finally.
Starting to believe. After a very convincing first half and some nice counter-strike being played by the Sinners. Keeping OG in check here.
I do love me a cheeky decoy. See if Shock can find some sort of impact with that. I don't know what it will be. Don't know how it's going to have any impact whatsoever on this round, but I want to see it. I know in-game leader Chad Birchall's toes are curling at that extra $50 he could be spending up.
On the T side to bait out utility, right? You use it over towards B, you use it on nuke to force a rotate. Yeah, okay. CT side, show me.
Not sure, not so sure.
If you use it as a fake flash and he gets 3 kills, buy as many decoys as you want. But they look like they're heading towards A right now. Volda has a smoke ready and raring. First one lobbed on out. Map control is mid. That's where they're after now. They have banana. And they're staying very quiet about this. So Sinners have no idea. They have absolutely no idea. There's another smoke that's been released by Alexi B. And oh, they're going mid to B. Neofrag and B-Stick, they are coming, my friends.
Oh boy, you're so bummed. Good smoke, actually. B-Stick, by dropping that, should be able to tuck in and take a couple of USP pot shots. Not so much anymore. Neofrag gobbles up Valda's flash for his afternoon snack. And yeah, call this one quits. 3 CTs charging on up through the banana. Thank God he's got a decoy. He's going to be throwing that one out as a fake flash for their retake, and they might win this, do you reckon, Chad? Here we go.
We've seen them save with less. I can't believe they're going for this.
It is a surprise. They could even... Oh, surely that's enough. Nico says, get away. 3, Queen. Queen?
Queen.
That's quick and clean.
Queen bees right there.
Queen bees.
Queen bees.
In the hive. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Well,
Queen.
I was just like painting the picture that Sinners have played by the book CS. I've liked their pace changes, I like the way they've approached a lot of these situations. This is one of those rounds where I feel like normally, or at least in other games of the tournament, they would have saved because they could have kept all the Kevlar, upgraded into head armor for free, had a little bit extra going into the next round of play. I think we're about to see OG quite quickly get themselves up to the 9-9 scoreline and tie things up, but they've been kept pressured here. Mirage will be the third map if we do go the distance. Still have 9 more rounds for OG to take us there. 7 for Sinners. We'll see who gets us there the quickest. As with full banana control this early on, a wise man named Yanko once told me, just execute B. And they have. So as long as they clear their corners, which they will, everything going by the book here. Only 3 to find, and I think Zedko and Shock will want to keep those deagles. Oscar on the economical here, and we will see another round of very similar fashion go down next. Sinners, they didn't all in, but they also... Ooh. Okay.
Bang.
Yeah, we'll take that. That's the AK. Getting a little bit sloppy there, man, too.
Yeah, cheeky Galil for his troubles. It's,
Galil, not the AK.
Not the prize possession, but it is certainly one of the top end of the spectrum from the OG purchase.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah, no problems and no complaints. Good placement of the crosshair as well. Take a quick look at OG's results to see how their T-sides have been looking, just out of a morbid curiosity.
So the thing is, before we entered Pro League, the last map that OG played before the break was Inferno, which they lost to Renegades. And earlier on in the year there, Inferno was looking better. I think it was more recent results. There was a bit more red in the column. So I always thought that Inferno was one of Alexi B's more favored maps to call on. Someone who always feels comfortable on the T side. He likes to do a lot of these the halls pops, and he always seems to have a very good read on things. But there isn't going to be any more of an investment coming out of Sinners here. A couple of HE grenades, 3 in total. That carried across Galil. 2 Deagles, a P250, and yeah, just B-Stick on a USP. So let's see, can they dish out any punishment right now? You'd like to keep this one as expensive as possible.
I just realized OG have got a 0% nuke win rate.
Oof. You don't love a 0% anything.
Well, yeah, just a targeted pick. I mean, they haven't played it that much, but interesting nonetheless. Zedko with a lot on short. Oh, well to find the first, but OG have the site and the round, so nothing to get too concerned about. That saved Galil. Doesn't quite pop to the capacity it could have.
Yeah, you can just see with the positioning there that Sinners weren't really going to be able to contest that, so outmaneuvered by OG. Get the Galil on the floor, into the hands. And now, knocking on the door of 9. We will be tied up here.
Yeah, Renegades beat them as well on Nuke. Interesting, as well as that Inferno you were referencing. So Sinners, Renegades, and Big have been their losses on Nuke in the last 3 months. But that leaves us here on Inferno. And as you highlighted, as you prophesized, we do get OG9. Sinners going to be bringing out big guns. And they've been saving their pennies, so Oscar will be bringing out his signature rifle. We've already got one little kind of, I want to call it throwback Oscar 1v3.
Yeah, it was classic Oscar, right?
Yes, exactly.
You know, in the chaos, thriving.
Could you name, oh, that's a challenge, just for you to think about and mull over, and you guys in the chat can as well, the roster Oscar was most successful with on mouse? How many, like, the players he was playing with? Was that God B era?
No, it was after that. Chris J?
Chris J. Oh, what am I saying? God B, by the way. That's, I was talking about mouse, not big. Anyway, we're not rolling back all the years to the mouse God B.
Really going back there. I feel like Chris J had to have been there. Probably Sunny. Chris
You're
J.
doing well.
Sunny.
You're doing well.
Steeko sounds like it could be a safe call. I'm questioning it with my upward inflection.
Let's get into the action instead while
They're
you
already up mid.
Mull that one over. Yeah, and they
Oh.
have no info top mid. So Oscar's going for this balcony AWP setup. He's going to be pushed very heavily here. And he does just go 1-for-1. Shot with it all to dust the bomb. He doesn't know it yet, but at the next glance, he'll know. Tries to get away. He's got the bomb at his toes. He's screaming now. Pushed by Boiler, pushed by Apps. They'll go for the retrieval. Does get the incendiary on it. Have they got the bomb? Oh, Alexi, quick fingers, has enabled it. That could have been round winning. He's grabbed the bomb, pushing the smoke. It's B-Stick. Big find from Mantu. He's ready for another, but Neofrag's quicker. And now, shapes up with just two. Alexi on short. Flames on the mini pit. It is a hard retake, as Chad has outlined, but there's no utility to hold them at bay. This is it. Oh, and another opportunity for Alexi B. Collect. Oh, gee, what a defense. It does all come down to Neofrag in a 1v1 and time-sensitive mission. He doesn't really have much time for this at all. Ooh, there's a kit and there's a chance. Flames hiding in the pit will be pushed on by the Neofrag. He looks away at the wrong time, and that's enough. Flames for the drive-by, and OG taking 10. Yet to see the Sinners post a defensive round.
Okay, well, problems now. Definitely problems now. And look, they did have a great first half. They could have actually had a couple more rounds. I think they were pretty good for 10. I think there was even a chance you could make an argument they could have had 11, but they've lost the lead.
Yeah, OG now had to make it sketchy. Great shot at the end there from Flame. You can see it from his POV. A nice snappy finish. But yeah, Sinner's going to keep it conservative, and this smells like an 11th. Zedko, a little tap into the bottom of Mantu.
I think that it's going to really come down to the next gun round, but if the next gun round falls in a similar fashion and Sinners don't seem too competitive, or let's say they don't pick it up, at that point, I think we're probably destined for the third. But I would love to see a bit of grit and determination here. They did win a round like this with Zedko on a scout on Nuke that spurred them to a 5-round trot on their CT half. So let's see, can magic happen?
Does lightning strike twice? They have been chipped away at a little bit. The health has been taken out of Mantu and Valda's department, and it enables a one-shot Zedko scout as prophesized.
He needs to get one more now and a one-on-one to win the rounds.
Yes, he did have to finish it as well. But it does that deter OG. Alexi's got his thinking cap on right now. Do I commit to the unknown entity that is B? They've only heard a scout on this side of the map. They'll boost B-Stick up, I like it. Oscar's still been floating middle, and I think he actually just hit that random no-scope a little bit. Chips away at one of them. He's very loud about this. He's just trying to lull them into a false sense of security. Here comes the util. And here comes Alexi B. 3 to defend the site. Needed good deagles out of B-Stick. He has provided, as has Oscar. Oh dear. It's fallen apart for OG, just as previous. Needs a fresh mag. He's pushed on. Does handle the first. Don't let this one slip away, Sinners, because Flames is scary. Very scary. Call it 10. Sinners will take a half by.
Starting to win back a couple of their own. I'm sure if you tallied up the amount they've won to lost, look, there's going to be a stark comparison here, but winning an important game like this, now we are talking 10-10. Don't even have to wait for that next gun round to see the competitive nature here. And Zedko on the scout, bit of a criminal here. Absolute bangers out of Neofrag, 18 for him, and we are seeing why there's been conversation about him being a star from the region.
Damn. Just when I feel like we're starting to return to normality, Sinners throw a curveball right back.
Fast map control being worked on here. Look how much pressure Valda's already applying the halls. He's pushed on more than halfway. Nico in that window room as well. Oh, perfect. Actually hits him on the dome right there. So that's going to send Valde back to where he came, but already drawing their attention towards an A attack. 4 players of OG, top mid, ready and raring to go. Smoke's being pulled out, deployed now. Pressure on Oscar, Zedko, Shock. They are coming on in.
Here they come, knocking on Oscar's door. And he pulls the trigger between the two of them. They're across, Long is lost. Zedko tucked in on site, Shock is smoked. This is great from OG, they've got a lot of space, but they don't clear their corners.
Beastic's flanking fast.
Alexi into the site,
Oh,
that's
he
the
lost
bomb.
the fight.
Bomb lives on. It's Vanti that has it. Big find from Nico as well on the rotate in, and Shock Molotov down. OG will respond. Couple of missed chances out of the Sinners there.
Yeah, Beastic was so quick on that flank. He actually pushed through their own utility, the smoke bottom Banana, to get there in time. If he wins the duel against Mantu, then everybody can kind of take a bit of a breather there, but scrambling to get onto the site and help out the under siege A bomb site. Doesn't get easier than that for Nico, who's then able to pivot straight over to Oscar, trying to find the trade desperately. 50 seconds, the round was done, and Sinners back down to Squalor here. 3 players can purchase 2. Neofrag and Beastic not looking pretty whatever in the finance department. And now we're back where we found ourselves 2 rounds ago, discussing OG, staring down the tail end of Inferno here, and looking good. They are going to buy.
Yeah, nothing sours the mood quite like winning a half or a force and throwing away the gunny.
Especially when that only round that you have so far in this half was the force. Beastic happy to operate with the SMG. He has a defuse kit as well, so no qualms in terms of the defuse kit check. Oscar still gets his AWP. Maybe they need to start searching for an opening kill here. By playing 3 towards Banana, it's left them relatively susceptible to these A pieces. They've been strung out in their defense. Do Sinners have a response? That's the question. And that's not the way they wanted to kick off round number 22. Nate down the gullet, Neofrag and Beastic already put down around that 70 HP mark.
I think Flames felt that one whistle past his ear, he did, but he's cool.
Who are you shooting at, Alexi? Oh, the B finish would be perfect. They only have the smoke on B-stick. Neofrag boosted, who's already chipped on down, so he could just get done by the drive-by bullets. Valde passively holding off towards second middle. The rotation now, because they've been conditioned into having to play heavier towards the A side, means that nobody is close towards Arch. But look at this, back they go.
Ooh, I mean, they've had a lot of success at A. You can't really act too surprised. This is where OG would prefer to be finishing, but it is where the lion's share of Sinners remains. And you can see there's a flash to set up that short player. Zedko's hiding, waits to strike. It's a little late. Kind of set up for failure there by his squad. The timings were off. Oscar does well to find one on the first peak. They group up, but he's lost his teammates. It would have to be another Oscar round, and Valde so quick on the draw. Oh, I mean, Beastic would love to go weapon hunting, but there's not much available nearby. So he might just have to hold on to what he can. It's armor, it's a kit, the SMG. OG will have 12 and 3,400 is lost. So, yeah, might just be another one of those conservative little scouty boys.
It's going to be a hodgepodge buy. Right? You're going to get the MP9, you're going to get the M4 that you still retain right here, but you're not going to get a lot else. So they had a decent setup there, but you're right. It almost did feel like the flash should have come sooner, or I'm not quite sure what the play was, if that was the type of attack up top mid.
I don't know if I misread it, but it felt like Zedko was waiting for that flash above him before he even left his hidey hole.
Yeah, well, we saw a Shock have something pulled in Graveyard ready to assist, so I'm not sure if he pulled, because Counter-Strike's a game of timing.
And Oscar ended up throwing his as well. That might have baited Zedko into having to stay in the corner.
Yeah, so it did get very flustered there. Now OG, look, they should be looking at 13 here. It's going to be 13-10 before we get a full buy. Zedko's spending a bit. We did see some aggressive maneuvers out of Sinners where they were pushing players really quick down the guts of mid here. Maybe we see that now. Zedko is the closest towards mid right now, and he is running down, so here it is.
Mantu jumping across, and he spots Zedko, but he only lands the tag. That's a great gift for the Sinners. If he could just disappear now, he would love that, taking a risk, taking a gamble. Nico punishes. At least he gets some info for it. He knows they're pushed up second mid.
they need to push Banana with 3 here. Neofrag, Beastic, and Oscar are doing exactly that. And okay, that's not bad. They know the M4, however, is over towards that B bomb site. Have to sort themselves out here, OG. They've been torn across, worrying about pushes A, worrying about pushes B. Now it is a 3v4. Sinner's going to win their second round of the half here.
What, with another half buy?
Wouldn't this be a strange turn of events?
Half buy and saved rifle and MP9. That's it. And it favors them. Just 3 members of OG stand between Citizen and 11th. You can see the conversations going down for OG right now. Shock responsible for App's side. And if he has a look now, did he catch a glimpse of Nico cross back? I think he might have. B-Stick still holding his nerve
Needs
here.
one.
He does need one. And it's not to be. Neutralized very quick from Valda. It's been a good couple of rounds out of Valda in terms of clawing things back for OG. Ooh, Shock, careful now. Nico still poking and prodding at top mid. OG are doing a good job to keep the CTs guessing.
Bomb's coming A, Neofrag's here.
Yeah, and already standing and delivering onto Nico. Valda might change his mind now. Neofrag can reposition. Yeah, they're heading into Oscar. And he's only got a deagle. Chill your beans, Oscar. You got a lot to do here. 10 seconds they need to plant.
He needs to delay.
He just has to buy time. 9 seconds. They know where you are. Bomb to be planted. He wants flames. He's tagged him. Oh, he doesn't frag him. And they're getting the bomb down just in the nick of time. Surely this one doesn't spiral away from the Sinners. They do not have a kit. They need this now. Doubling up and towards the ruins. And Neofrag still asking questions of Banana. Shock needs this. Real clear, and Valda's already elevated. He's hit some great shots so far, and I don't know if Neofrag is ready to expect 2 of them there. A 10-second defuse. OG, just a constant pendulum of pressure. And they succumb to it. Neofrag just is going to sit here and go down with the ship, take them with him. Good job, but 13 for OG.
Yeah, look, as far as the economic game is concerned, it's no problems for OG. They can buy. Everybody is strapped for cash here. There's no problems at all. But if Sinners bounce back now, there'll be problems down that straight I'm talking about. So we don't see the ramifications of those 2 Neofrag kills just yet. We need to wait and see how round 24 is going to pan on out. And this almost feels like the last chance. This was the aggressive maneuver we've seen Zedco get away with.
Like, OG really made that
difficult.
Well, yeah, incredibly difficult, but what a recovery again. You know, like, it's using their very small numbers to pivot between those 2 sides made Sinners look a bit silly.
One-way smoke here from Neofrag. They're going to know that's in play. He can't hang around forever. Pre-spam nades, all that jazz coming their way.
They look quick on A.
Yeah, they're
very quick. Zedco, here's all of this, and Shock's lost his duel again. Oh, and only the 1. They kept it honest, even trades, a miss from Oscar. He's in a lot of trouble. Valda confirms the suspicions. And again, a brutal and bitter pill to swallow because you've not got all the cash in the coffers. That bomb goes down, you're just going to have to back away and accept that 14 is OG's.
The thing letting Sinners down right now on this CT side is the lack of multi-kills. They're getting 1 and done, 1 and done, 1 and done. It's not enough. They just need to get a multi-kill. They need to give themselves a number advantage going into these retake scenarios. And I suppose I need to catch myself because when I say that, Flames and Alexi won a 2-on-3 on that A bomb site a little bit earlier in the piece that has put Sinners in this tailspin of despair where they're just 2 rounds away now from losing this map pick and definitely had multiple opportunities to make this one much closer to even have picked up the map. So they've tested OG.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? It does feel like Sinners have, like, they have made OG work as hard as they have to work for a map win.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that, but it does feel like Sinners, just those slight grievances coming back to haunt them. And it does potentially result in a mirage. You can see there, top right, our decider to be locked in if OG do put 16 on the board.
Last timeout called. So you can see here how under the pump Sinners have felt, right? They've had to take these timeouts to discuss their options. And, well, this will be the last gun round because I'm sure if OG secure this one in similar fashion, they're going to let the dogs off the leash. Alexi is going to be saying, get them, boys, stick them, get after them, take these guns away. We can obliterate them. We can give them 3,400 going into the final round of play. Don't let Oscar save that AWP. Priorities will change in this round right here for OG.
I mean, priorities have changed already for Flames. He's whipping out the Mac-10.
Yeah, let's see. Does that change anything up? He's actually going over towards second middle, so maybe this is just going to be an execute out the gates. 3 players top Banana again. Zedko and Shock are susceptible. I said multi-kills are a problem. They need a multi-kill on Zedko or Shock, or both would be brilliant.
Dude, the fact that the AWP's been heard on Banana, that probably indicates there's only 2A. They'll smoke out that half wall, but that's going to be a bit of an encouragement from OG now just to push on through. Alexi's already up top mid. Flames with his Mac-10 ready to bop on out. Flying through, he knows where you are. Unloading a full mag into Shock, and the A site's theirs. Good calls out of OG. They have absolutely pants sinners there.
That right there is like the Alexi B classic. I swear he calls that once a game, right? Just the 3-man, pace change, holes pop. It's just an Alexi B classic right there. The bomb goes down. 15 acquired, and they should start hunting. They really should. I guess the only reason they wouldn't is to make sure they don't give AKs over. Like, they have cash, they have lots of money. Like, maybe they're just withstanding to make sure there's no retake coming in here. Alexi's still very diligent towards top mid, but it's silent. There's no footsteps, there's no utility, nothing's being thrown. I really thought they'd start the hunt here. Really thought they would try and turn the screws on Sinners.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering how you explained what they'd be left with. And Alexi definitely has the funds, but bit late now.
Yeah, okay, well, just happy to let Sinners sit with their saved rifles. Let's hope it doesn't come back to haunt them here. Like, you really could have thrown bodies at this.
Yeah, well, either way, Oscar couldn't have played more into Alexi's hand as he took that aggressive peek down Banana. As the sound cue was heard, so was OG's stampeding footsteps through those apartments. And yeah, isolating Shock is not much what you can do when there's 3 players jumping out the apps on your reload, no less. Map point 5 to be specific. OG have the opportunity to take us to Mirage with 5 more frags. Let's see if Sinners have got any concerns they plan on voicing.
If OG just go B now and apply a lot of pressure, Oscar's over towards A. Played like a fiddle.
Oh, and Flames has managed to get himself all the way up half without a single point of damage being done. Near frag, they're asking a lot of you. Flash was great. And he does maintain control. There you go. Good utility. They don't opt for the smoke, so Neofrag can still actively fight, but B-Stick was setting him up for success there, and a 3-man crossfire in mid. Careful now. Zedko's playing with bloody fire, and fire saves him from a push. Uh-oh. B-Stick wanted info and catches more than just info. It's a bullet to the dome, and Flames with the double. Heavy impact felt. Oscar would have to hit some crazy shots here. He's already been smoked off. They flood into the site, and Sinner's dreams of an Inferno conversion start to falter. Too many men, all in this site. Valder's on the sandbags. Oscar would need a Hail Mary play as more utility is deployed.
Oh, how you getting in here? This one's done.
Yeah, and Alexi just confirms our suspicions. A quick double and trying to knife him. How dare you? Oscar will punish you for that on map 3, because that's where we're going. Mirage, locked and loaded. First the desk to break it down and understand it. Janko Paunovic standing by with Trace Stunner Sorrenthus. You'll get them, and we'll be back for Mirage.
on the JKS and a third from Buster. What a beast. Poison goes down.
From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they want.
10 rounds for OG in this second half, and they walk away with the second map of this series. Inferno now on the tally next to their name, setting us up for a third and final decider here of Mirage. OG coming to this matchup as a favorite, also as the ones winning the group, and well, that could just start to change. That could start to look a little bit different depending on the outcome of this next map, Yanko.
Yeah, I think OG has proven what we talked about in the pregame, that they are a very proficient Inferno team. You would have been a little bit worried after that first half. I mean, down 9-6 and having to play on the more difficult on the T side, but they've just shown their proficiency also in that first half. The main problem for them was they couldn't win consecutive rounds. Those win conditions we mentioned for Sinners, they ticked most of those boxes. They won pistol, converted, they got a couple of resets, you know, 9 rounds on T side. What more could you ask for? Probably the second pistol as well, or maybe that 3v2 when they were on an eco when Oscar was behind triple on B. That would have been a nice round to win, to maybe try to get them back into the game. But OG just took care of business after winning pistol, clean anti-ecos, and in the gun rounds they didn't leave too much room for Sinners to do anything.
You know, Nico stepping up in this map helps too in comparison. You know, if you contrast it to what he did in the last map, of the first map of the series, he shows up in a special kind of way here, winning a lot of opening duels, making some space for OG, giving them that opportunity to walk away with a T-side half.
Yeah, they definitely all put in the work. I think also when you look at OG, even in the body language while they were playing, they didn't really seem that worried or stressed that things weren't going their way. They just seemed confident that they would always know what to do on the T side and that they could bring it back no matter how many rounds they ended up winning.
Now, inversely, if we look at Sinners, right? So they brought the first map to OT and they picked that up. So they put up a fight here, but is it enough to make us a believer that this series could, in fact, go their way overall? I mean, that'd be kind of a shocking turn of events, wouldn't it?
I think it is. Mirage is a better map for them, much better than Inferno is, and sure, it's still a very good map for OG, but I think you just look at the chances that they have, and that they did look a little bit out of depth in some moments on Inferno. On Mirage, they have a better chance to do it. They beat G2 already in this tournament on the map. They beat Ents recently as well, which is another very good Mirage team. So they also have some results against some of these better teams that give you a little bit of faith that they can pull it off even against a team like OG here.
Does Oscar give you faith?
Well, if he can pull off some of more of those 1v3 clutches like he did in that one round, and that's definitely what we're talking about when it comes to him, right? That's what you would see almost every game Oscar plays. You would see that 1v3 or 1v2 or like a round that his team is not supposed to win, him just bringing it back for the team. And so far, he only had one 1v2 clutch against VP. And that's it in all of these games, right? There really hasn't been any of that, you know, that people might have expected crazy Oscar highlights or anything like that, or some insane rounds with the AWP.
Well, this one did turn out to be an insane round, all things considered. Of course, found himself in a pretty precarious situation that was kind of left to defend that planted bomb. I think the last player jumping up on the box kind of signed his death warrant as well. So this all really does come together for Oscar. Good stuff overall.
Yeah, he just hit some very good shots here. He got good timing on the guy. He saw him jump in, but he couldn't die from him yet. And that was just a really good round. But, you know, you would expect more of that. You would expect just him to have more impact than he does. But again, I don't think he is worse than he was necessarily. I think everyone else is just better. And he cannot have the same amount of impact, really. And yeah, I think he's doing all right, but no outworldly performances that maybe some people have been expecting.
Nothing that absolutely blows your mind. Now, if we look at Mirage between Sinners and G2, if it's sort of a comparison, that's going to lead us into what might be a pretty strong CT half here to start things off, Yanko.
Yeah, I think for Sinners, just OG is a team that likes to hit that B bomb side a bit more than your average Mirage team, right? Either be split and so on. So we'll see if Sinners change something up a little bit, playing more towards the sides early on, because against G2 in that Mirage game they won, they were mostly just playing a default side. Some two-man lower pushes as well were interesting. Oscar just fires a shot with an op, and then a rifle starts a bit of a delayed push up the stairs.
Yeah, something for you all to keep your eyes peeled for as we jump into the third and final map of this series. Mirage will determine if OG stay undefeated in Group B. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Pro League Season 14.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
My skin full of scars, I can feel anything. Turn up to feel the difference. My eyes cried out, I can feel anything. I'm blind to see a difference. The more we try, the more we learn. Here to
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Total Biscuit. I'm here to ask and answer one simple question. WTF is Counter-Strike Global Offensive?
Will not be good. Hopefully, get right. We'll do something here with the map. 1, 2, 3, 7. I don't believe my own eyes. We'll get right. Catalyst. They're gonna go in here. Goes for the defuse. He has to get it right now. If not, then they lose. He goes for it. Is he gonna get it? Oh my God! Oh my God!
Great turn of events. Aiden with a triple kill. It's all an assist. If he loses this one round, and that's gonna be it. 16-14. The first team in history to beat NIP on LAN. They must be feeling happy.
Private will eventually fall. Gerite is going to be waiting. Hiko charges in, doesn't check. What inhuman reactions!
Defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacked Wonderland. He gets himself a Africa frag. He waited, and then he finished off the job.
He's going to get caught in the corner though. Gets a running shot on Neo. Gets a second one. Soxy's making it happen. A third one. Soxy. The board.
NIP have won Gamescom 2014. It finally happens. They are the champions.
The frag rip. It's up against Nixon.
Swag delivers. Can you believe it? That is sensational from Swag.
Team Dignitas, they've got the smokes down to cut Cloud9 off, and in fact, they're going for huge plays. Dupree!
Quite a while here, so Hiko and Sean, that's a good kill from Hiko, but they realize Dupree's still in there somewhere. They're going to try and go for it here. They want to go all in. Hiko comes in with another kill, and back to a 2-on-2. That bomb so far ticked. They got to move quick right now. They're going for it. The defuse is already happening. Hiko, are you kidding me? He's going to go for it. They win the round. Hiko!
I can't believe what I'm witnessing right here.
Wow. They're still waiting. The patience game coming. I can spot them coming out of street door as well. He's here. He sees them down there. Straight headshot. They have no idea. Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot on the Meister. You've got to be kidding me. Takes down Hiroshima as well.
Try and get the flank off. He's going to have two right there. Can they line up for him? What is he doing? Why did he hesitate so much? Doesn't matter. Has the CC. Gets one. Gets taken down.
We'll see you back here in 1 month. It's going to be awesome to see you.
Shroud has let them all pass. 1, 2,
Back in its heyday, there was literally no reason to save. It's fucking $300.
I'll tell you what.
What?
Yes. Lots of people voting for Overpass. It wasn't Infermo. Should have gone for number 4. Fuck.
He's on ramp. Oh my God, no. Fuck.
I think I need to restart for another go.
He's got a lightsaber. Oh my goodness, he's a dead Jedi.
Get off here though. Forrest down the pitch, gonna pick it up. Michael to follow. The bomb is dropped. He picks up the double kill, turns around, and he headshots him right as he comes out the apartment.
Catalyst champion, not Fnatic!
Did Emilio just get backbanned?
What?
What? Chicken in the lobby here. Really wants to play. He has a good rank as well. You can see that he has the level to play in the semi-final, you know?
I'm leaving mid.
Boots here, Boots, come on.
I'm blind.
Bomb there.
Here we go.
Blind.
We're not mid.
Wow.
You can one-shot somebody with a fucking pistol! Why is that allowed? Oh no! Summit! No!
Are those red balls only for the commercials, or can you actually drink them?
FTV, what's your first name?
Bilal.
What? Why'd you put an accent on?
Because that's how you say it. I'm not gonna say. Dude, what the fuck?
Chicken coop still. Chicken coop! Chicken fucking coop!
You catch somebody peek on Envy's side, and well, that's what happens when you go around the corner. Happy with one dig. Oh, and another one! Oh, and a third! Happy! He could get another one here too, Dupree! Dupree is like sweating bullets! Happy's gonna get the quad kill in the ace! What is this?
It's gonna be torn away from them very, very quickly by Sighton.
Oh my god, Nico gets 3, 4! Oh my lungs, I don't believe it! Deagle is on fire, and Shox is gonna walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
Hiko definitely not going down without a fight. Oh wow, there's the first boss frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. Creeping around the site now. There's still time. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Once again, just be Hiko. Is he about to pull off the Alamo? He's got 3 from behind quad. Can he find a 4th? He gets the 4th. He's on for the ace and he gets it. What?
They're ready to shoot some ducks as they cross the middle. It's going to be a challenge, and Apex not in this lifetime.
Is he going to try and go huge here? Kenny S on site, straight in his face. Doesn't hit the no-scope. Doesn't hit the pistol. Oh! Kenny S, would you believe it?
On Crim's Flusher in the back lines. He's out of ammo. A knife is out. What's happening? Flusher. He's getting stabbed. He goes down. He drops Flusher.
Why you bully me? You fucking bitch, why you bully me? Everyone asking.
In the same place there, Simple just jumping, catching into the side. He's gonna fall down again. Why is it touch from Simple? Are you serious?
What? Once again, the first base is a Dren. He's gonna hit the ground there as Paul. Oh! What? Jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now?
Porém, chutando você pode, não pode morrer por aqui. Tenta fugir.
Fucking going there. Like, shut your fucking mouth.
Next one really is gonna blow our minds, and I'm just hearing my ear.
As Pronax finds Snack.
Oh, Basha! Elbow broken club! 4 frags in 4 seconds!
A third major championship in global offensive.
Envy winning the last major of 2015 taco. It may just be destined to be Luminosity winning their first major championship.
What's fucking Supreme Master First Class?
So excited, 16-12, great game coming out.
Yeah.
It's in your head.
Like you think you're
I'm
not still fucking so.
Baby, I'm saying I'm not the only one who has this problem. It's just CS in general.
No, I see other streamers. They don't lose it the way you do.
What are you talking about?
It's a good feeling for us, and I would like to thank.
GG!
Like I'm playing with a coach, a manager.
Why did I reload? What the? Oh my god, I'm stupid, dude. Wait. Clara.
Crisp, clean lock, boys.
Hang up the phone, Timmy. Timmy, what the man on the phone wants you to do is something called match fixing. Don't do what he says.
Rax was sight. This camera.
Oh my god, did everything open?
Are you guys kidding me with that? Awful teammates. So awful.
Olaf Meister, I love you. And second, God help me, and I won major.
Spamming up through the bench, leaving Coldzera in a 1-on-4. There's the first. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this one off. Oh, Coldzera, the man, the myth, the beast.
I feel like this is our opportunity, you know? CT side.
Yo, Mike, do they still want you to watch the demo?
Oh, there's a team behind you! There's a team behind you! What the fuck? There's a team behind you, dude! What? Shoot him! Gambit has sent even more firepower there. Bring more.
This is so smart. Oh, this is huge. Doji's throwing a nade into the corner just as the bomb's gonna go off. They're both gonna go down. Get rained on. Doja with the dunk.
Forward to try and find them, gets them both in his sights. It's a 1 versus 4 AWP. Push out, good shot, JDM. Looks for another, he's got this down to 1 versus 2. Overcommitment and perhaps a little bit zealous to try and early end this. Another is getting it taken down to the box. What is that from JDM? It's also flashed off Eagle. Works though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter, dude. Hooray! Oh, the 4th as well. How sick is this round for him? And he's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on a straw list in this tournament. And now they're getting bumped.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship. 16-14 against Virtus Pro. Unbelievable.
Yeah, flash her a bit once. Flash her a bit twice.
Flash her one more. Stop flashing!
Oh, someone is cheating. Of course, Flusha cheated.
They've started picking, a map like Train over this at times. This is a big nade. The spam to follow. Citrix is a genius. 3 kills. That is so beautiful. It even gets a 4th. Go for the ace, and you're going to get it.
By Astro Gaming is Sergey, and I have to get some words for you about this young player. He is a monster.
Yeah.
I'm feeling thank you.
I'm feeling thank you.
Let's go! Oh, and don't go heaven! Where do you want me?
Dude, I have the worst luck ever.
No, yeah, but if you're smoke, doesn't matter.
Not on it, not on pushing. And Tizian gets the shot. Great mid-round calls from Big, from Guppy, and now it's on to Electronic, trying to isolate. Oh, himself! He reads it! He reads it! And an arc! A power surge right through 2!
Look at it, 7 seconds to blow the bomb. They're trying to build pyramids, but it's no more play. Stewie's on the round. We're going to overtime. Cloud9 have done it! How have they done that? Patiently, as Cloud9 sets the push up. Oh! Cloud9 are your E-League major champions!
10 seconds left. Rops has to hold on to his gun. Chicken blocking the door. I've not seen that before. If that gets him killed, oh my god. A chicken blocking the door just got Robs killed. Love to see it. What's going on? What's going on?
Is Glaive actually just doing like some crazy code just to coordinate the troops? What does that one mean, James?
Dupree's always been dodgy.
Tizian taking the shot, hiding, getting his reload in, just trying to be the bait. I think he's been doing.
Did he get one?
Right.
No Molotov to use as a smoke on the site anyway. Forrest has picked up 1. Can he go any better than that? He knows it'd be better. Oh my god! Magnifique, Marseille! That was ridiculous!
Grab this black monster right here. That's right, I don't know why we call it that. I'm gonna have hear that cracking open a cold one. Duncan, you got a problem?
Okay, do you like the taste of that black monster?
Let's just go to the game. This is getting out of control.
Not only does Steel, you need to give him the first box, Steel. Come on. The cameraman.
Green, what's your problem, Green? What is your problem? Missile alone ramp. Missile alone ramp.
Hold off the rotations. Oscar's gone. Chris isn't. Op still in the picture. Op still very much in the round. Oh, Chris! He's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God!
Device just had a really rough game. Flashed. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. And now they're pushing. Oh! He's going to be. He takes every single one.
Looks like we got over here. It's going to be Sidewoo that rings out first.
No way.
Seconds. He's had enough. He's going to keep going through it. He doesn't really care, does he?
It's 4 here again.
Get him out of here.
Nitro's gone as well. And Twist in the corner. There should be no way out. My God! How has he done it? Picking up a quick triple, and he's going to win the round. Absolutely godlike.
What is it like being in front of this amazing crowd?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Zywoo, have you got anything to add?
No.
Nothing? Okay. Man, Zywoo, what do you think of Shazam just said? Trolling with Zeus's.
I don't know.
You don't know? Again? Zywoo, a man, a few words. What have you got to say about winning this game?
No.
one that makes it London later. Back to back, and Stralins again. It's
North to defend, and he nails the first shot. Second, maybe the third.
He's gonna give it a good shot. Nork's found another one. Anybody else?
No.
He's going for the ace. He's got the 6K!
Yes, to me that's the storyline. Steve Evans just continue.
All right. Thank you so much, security. Virtus Pro the credit that they deserve.
Hello, gentlemen.
You can get higher than that, guys.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting a shot. He's getting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable.
He's going to do something insane here. 1, 2. There's more to be had for Santaris as they're challenging his position. There's another. Oh my goodness.
At least 2 kills that have a chance in the round. There's the first, not bad at all. There's the second. It's working out. Let's go, Nexa!
Every single time, still winnable. Fallen needs the ace clutch he's got to.
Oh, come on, Fallen. Yeah, the blood's flowing now. Fallen, another. Oh, he gets it.
Wait, he's dealing with the kid. What are they doing? They're not finding the bomb? No.
No one's
No.
Oh,
there could be absolutely no way.
This can't be real.
Oh, no, G2.
Holy shit.
Side the long A doors, and here is Pearson. Oh, what?
Fine, again, it's Green versus Zorp, and precise as always. It was 6 in a row, and he's got 2 in a row. 4! Zach jumps into the Jordan, and he's got 5! It doesn't matter where they come from.
Does Breezy actually get a plant?
Oh no, the Kriegs are coming.
The Kriegs are coming.
Oh, wait! Maybe more!
No way. Oh my goodness.
1 versus 4, and ladies and gentlemen, they've done it for the 4th time! Astralis win the major in
A very warm welcome back. Thank you for your patience. It seemed like Steam wanted to stop the Sinners and OG game for a short moment. We had everyone restart and get ready. We had a bit of a technical holdup, but it does look like we're ready to get our 3rd map underway. Now, I can't believe I'm saying it, but at 5 o'clock, yeah, this is still our first series of the day. This is a 3-series day, just like we often deliver. And ESL Pro League Season 14 opening series of today's Group B play is going to be decided on Mirage. The 3rd map of the series. It looked like we saw the knife win go through. OG starting on that defense, and Sinner's going to be bringing it up on the T side. Now, they had a T start on Inferno, and that did get off to a pretty solid start, actually. A 9-round T haul. OG just too strong in the second.
Yeah, it was 9-4 at one point. It looked like it could have been 11-4. A couple of fumbles here, there, and everywhere, but we're getting into Mirage, a map where Sinner should be a little bit more comfortable. Let's see, can they push us the distance here again today? Already had a double OT affair to kick us off. A close one in Inferno, and now Mirage is the 3rd map decider.
Your standout individuals so far, we've had Oscar on the AWP, consistent for the boys. Neofrag dropping dirty 30 on the other side of the server. OG, we've had Flames be a real resilient member of the OG squad. And he's been on top of the scoreboard as well. Let's get into things then. It is going to be that pistol round. One expert believes OG has the edge. And a safe jiggle from Flames. I say safe, watch him lose his head to a double dink, but should be okay.
Probably a bit of a timer on this as well here. You can only say jumping and dancing in this position for so long. It's a heavy B lean right now out of OG. Nico, Alexi B, and Valder tending to that side of the map as Flames is smoked off, vision obscured, and now he's been pushed on back deep within that connector as, oh, okay. Easy as you like. Over top of the smoke there, he's found the opener.
Yeah, and they've got the retake package, Chad. They got 2 nades, smoke,
Flames,
kit. Flames is all you need. What was that? He's taken the whole squad down. His only shock. Give it to him, boys. He's got no bullets. He'll have to opt for another. Mantu steals it away. So this is the OG luxury. I guess you just play 4B.
Yeah.
Flames defense A.
It's pretty good. It's a nice strategy. You see it pay off in buckets and spades rather. That was absolutely phenomenal. You're talking about the retake utility. Yeah. Flames has heard you. He said, what utility? I'm getting it done on my own. What a one-man army.
I was just sitting there taking stock of what they had for this, and he goes and finds them all. He had 2 backs turned, and then this.
The pivot.
Yeah, onto B-stick. Lovely work from Flames.
It knocked Alex off his chair.
It really did.
He couldn't believe it.
Absolute disbelief, and he did a backflip.
Okay, well, Yanko was saying, could be right, could be wrong, that he was saying that Sinners like to hit the B bomb site. Well, they didn't go that way on pistol, and they're not grouped up to do that right now.
Oh, you know what I reckon the toggle on is?
The toggle on?
Yeah, from Flames.
Oh.
Like, I mean, not saying he was bad in their opening games. He just was, you know, he was a very middle of the pack, middling gamer. He was on 50 ping playing from home. He flew
into the boot camp, didn't he?
He's joined them in the boot camp. Maybe this is like that first officials in the boot camp. You're feeling extra juiced.
Extra juiced. Let me know the 10-15 ping. They're playing from, I believe, Copenhagen. So they're known to have some decent latency over there. Look, it is a bit of a buff. You do feel good.
And he's fist bumping with his teammates again. You know, I think that's definitely going to be leaving him feeling on cloud 9. Mantu with a lovely collection into the Sinners Deagle.
Okay, well, could have had one. Got away with none.
Would have loved one.
The problem here, maybe it's not a problem. If this is just flat from Sinners, it's going to kind of hurt a bit because the first 2 games were very competitive. It was a great showing on Nuke. I really liked Inferno. I don't want this to just be an OG stomp.
And is that are you setting that precedent now at round 2 because you suspect it might be?
One of the things with these teams, right, is they might lose a little bit of steam because they fought very hard in that double OT game, right? And they also put a lot into that Inferno game, even though the scoreline maybe not reflecting it in that second half. So the thing is, OG, they're used to losing their own map picks all the time. They're used to having to come back in maps all the time. So for them mentally, they're probably more accustomed with this environment right now, whereas Sinners, they're going to have to push their limits.
See Valder dropping an interesting smoke there. I wonder if he's got vision around that in any capacity, but B-Stick could be caught out by this. There's 2 CTs. Oh, spotted. Spotted and not dead. B-Stick's going to be mad about that one. It's info for sure for the T side, and with Valder dead B apps, that could be a gap. Zedko's already posted up short, so there's a real opportunity here, and I think they want to seize it. There's 3 converging in, and they know at least where one is. Neofractor lock down that rotate through mid. Shop finds the necessary frag, and this should be a Sinners round. There should be very little for Nico and Flames to do about this, but jumping into the AWP does leave just Flames yet to die with an AK-47 to hold on to.
Might get another kill here in connector. Neofrag is just hanging around. Still quite the healthy prize Chook is Neofrag, 99 points of health. Chook is Australian for chicken, for everybody playing at home.
Got reminded of Cadian's and Analyst desk antics in that video.
Yeah, with chicken.
With chicken.
Funny time that. A lot of the Counter-Strike that you watched in those highlights was people just holding W.
Mad.
Lots of W.
Watching, like, even Happy's Deagle Ace, you know, you watch that back, it's like, guys, there's a minute on the clock.
50 seconds.
What are we hard committing for when there's smokes down?
Isn't it crazy, like, how the game has changed so much, right? Like, the maps, obviously, that's the biggest thing when people look at it, but even just the way teams have been approaching a lot of situations. So Great from Sinners there. And that was with a man disadvantage. They responded with that trade onto Valde, or I guess we'll call it a kill elsewhere on the map, and then were able to snowball the round. So really good stuff. Very important round for Sinners to make sure what I was talking about with them getting steamrolled doesn't come to fruition. But that was an OG bonus round of sorts, and you can see that now reflected in their purchase. Mantu will get a glass cannon. Everybody into the M4s. There's diffuse kits. There's enough utility to make the gun round work. However, Sinners are sitting more pretty with their purchase. And that was a B bomb site hit, right? It wasn't necessarily the start of the round call to end B, but the kills came their way, and that's where they finished. And right now, they're looking like they want to head back in that direction. Mid control on the docket. B-stick passive towards T-spawn. Shock holding the B push, and Oscar overseeing proceedings with his AWP in middle.
Yeah, but this flash is everything, but Lexi turns it beautifully. Intentional or otherwise, it's resulted in an opener. And he slipped away as well, unscathed. Big plays out of the Alexi camp. 5 versus 3, very early into our 4th round of play. He's actively fighting this. He knows that Oscar may not be perfectly prepared, but he was. And quick to the draw. If they find Nico, ooh, Neo frag, yeah, tagged and fragged. Good work from the partnership of Nico and Flames. Valde did just slip past them. I wonder how deep of a clear B-Stick's willing to do with the bomb on his back. Maybe not thorough enough.
Just Mantu on the site here. Valde will clamp down late, but they have to get past Mantu's AWP. Valde's heard this. Oh my god, that was quick. Watch Valde get the final kill here. Oscar's going to be back turned, looking the wrong way. Bullets in the back of the dome, and there you go. OG get their 3rd. Okay, good response. And through Alexi there being ready and raring to go for the fight, coming up into the vent room.
Yeah, I mean, Sinners going to be feeling a little hard done by with the pop flash from Oscar being exactly where it needed to be. Mantu getting his opening and closing frags on that B-bomb site. Valde with the final frag indeed from behind. But yeah, a little hard done by. Alexi not getting denied on that flash that he did essentially swallow.
Mac 10 and a Deagle. The buy is out. The AKs are in, and once again, the prevalence for this B-bomb site out for Sinners here. 4 players up in the B apartments right now. Neofrag to stretch his legs in middle, try and make some room for the team. Creeping up along catwalk, the smoke gonna land to guys his push. Denied by one of his own, he's gonna go through.
Oh, I like this from Neofrag. It's the perfect opportunity to strike while the iron is hot and the backs are turned. It's only Mantu, and he's been spotted out now. It results in another from Shock. An OG confronting their demons on B. Nice finds from the Sinners.
It's curious, right? Valde and Nico play together on the Dust 2 B-bomb side as well, and I think we saw against VP that VP just had this prevalence of trying to split B, go B, and they absolutely just own them, right? So let's see if they're able to hit their stride again and start to lock things down there. They were caught out of position. The cap push sealing their fate, and well, at least we're continuing this one to be competitive. Back and forth we go within the early stages. Sinners respond 3-2. Now this is going to be a bit of a slow build here, I think. So one of these teams is really able to start getting a slew of rounds together. Flames can drop a rifle. Alexi B could potentially drop an SMG, and maybe Mantu could operate with a scout here if they want to keep these rounds as tight as they can. Or they could also just opt to go for a bit of a save. Now, look, with only 1,900 coming into the next round, I think the option is the drop. And there you see Famus getting purchased, an M4 as well, and Mantu will be operating with the Deagle. Now, yeah, you can just... The coaches don't have a good time, do they?
No, I mean, every time.
Never having a good time.
I mean, like, if they win, it's supposed to have happened. If they lose, it's not supposed to have happened, and that's essentially the perpetual state you swing between.
Yeah, and you have zero control.
Oh, yeah.
You just sit and you're the passenger.
That's the Serenity Prayer, right? Except the things I cannot change. Well... Technically, Rugger, you can't change anything now. You just have to sit back and watch as this one transpires. Oh, Neofrag, that is clinical, and he can just slip away. It's all a fake. The head in B. 4 members hunting down Mantu, and the dude's got nothing more than a smoke grenade and a bullet to the belly. Finishes him off. That is a full 5 Sinners stack converting onto B.
Yeah, and it couldn't look any better for what Yanko was saying towards the tail end of that death segment, right? The first rounds, Sinners tried to go A. The second round, they just spread out with the Deagles. The third round finished on B, right? They've had a lot of B attempts here. It's just been... Look, normally with this, a lot of teams like to do the mid-control into the A splits, right? They like to do the A hits. I think what NeoFrag just did there is going to keep them guessing, because that just all appeared out of nowhere. 1 second... There's no action. The next second, there's multiple frags across the map, and OG will be scratching their heads again. Is it weird that Rugger is Danish and he's not at the boot camp?
It could be considered weird, but I reckon it's probably as easily explained as he wants time at home.
Yeah, because I guess
the young'uns.
He could go to the boot camp and do the stuff in person with the team and still have all the meals and do all that kind of stuff, right? And
Certainly,
then
and then go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the boot camp is within, I don't know where he lives, you know, he might be like one of those forest boys, like
yeah,
Natu,
with Pimp or something.
Lives up in the woods somewhere.
With a jacuzzi.
Jacuzzi, and I don't know. I think he probably tends to the deer.
The deer?
Yeah, he has like a local bastion of deer.
Right, of deer.
I don't think bastion's the collective term, but...
The deer. Well, this shouldn't get interesting. It doesn't. That's one of the rifles dropped, and now it should just be 4 to 5 as Sinners are on the cusp of sealing the round advantage.
Oh. Hey.
You like the crowd. It's crazy watching back. You guys were in the break waiting for the game to return, or if you were here expecting to tune in to watch. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Oh, Zedka was like, what? I'm stuck on something. There's something blocking me. Hang on.
Valve, please.
There's a weird clipping issue I've got here.
And what was I saying? Watching the highlights.
Watching the highlights, crowd.
Yeah, the crowds and stuff. It just feels like such a foreign concept. I know we all would prefer that to be back.
Like it existed. It was a world we used to live in.
You've got this Counter-Strike that's like just sealed in this like crispy online environment. I like to see these teams getting more and more into boot camps. Though, like if everybody was at a boot camp space, that's the closest thing we could possibly get to LAN.
To our online LAN.
Okay. But saved rifle, a knife kill for Volder. I'm sure his bank balance is going to be happy with that. Here we go. It just seems silly at this point, doesn't it? He's trying to get out of there. What am I stuck on? Dead.
You saw that momentary turn where he's like, there's someone
like
here.
Fishy about
Something
this.
fishy. I'm still in the smoke. Because I guess that's also it, is when it's a smoke in particular, you aren't, unless you're looking at your mini-map, you don't track and process that you've just stopped moving until a little too late. Certainly doesn't complain. Valder's got an extra bit of cash to splash, and he's opted to flush himself with a full belt of util. Mantu's birthday recently. Looks like the balloons are still holding on.
You normally get a good like 3 to 4 days, I think, and then by about day 5 or 6, they start to look a little bit saggy.
Yeah, you come home and they're all on the floor and the cat's eating them. or not.
Wait, does that happen to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jasper, he had the whole, you know, like the string that the balloon's attached to just coming out of his bottom.
Oh.
We were like, Jasper, what have you been up to?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Quite the extraction operation.
I can imagine. Maybe the vet called in. Okay, well, ready to be tested on this B bomb side.
There's a good little flash
duo.
if you need a Nico tutorial. In the meantime, NeoFrag is
Very
working
sneaky.
his solo mid-venture. Yeah, I mean, you put your best
Coming
player,
again, here we go.
And they're coming on in. Nico's ready to receive this time. Valder and Nico tested by the Sinners, and again, they're knocked down. Look at NeoFrag's positioning. Like, you may as well save.
Yeah, they are.
Like, he's going to hunt you.
How many times is he going to get away with this?
It's pretty sick. I mean, it really is, because you need someone that's going to not only hit his shots when he's given them, but also know when not to be positioned or exposing himself to his enemies.
You shouldn't be exposing yourself to anybody, guys.
Certainly not without permission.
Consent is key, but I think that you have a bit of a quandary here if you're OG. If you go for mid-control just to deal with NeoFrag, you're either going to leave the B-bomb side with just one defender, right? Because you want cap presence, window presence, and connector presence. Or you're going to leave A with no defenders because you bring the A player over to help mid and leave 2 on B.
Yeah.
And if you do that and instead they go for a gear shift and B-Stick decides to call an A finish round, then you're playing retake A. This is a hard puzzle to solve right now if they keep getting away with these. You need your B defenders to lock one of those rounds down, right? You need them just to dismantle it. And yeah, you can see the frustration. It's definitely mounting from everybody right now. Definitely Nico and definitely Rugger.
Yeah. Definitely.
They're not hiding it.
No, they're under the skin. Sinners are under the skin of OG at this point. They've proven they plan to be competitive on our third. Chad was fearing that exhaustion would play a part of this, as well as just keeping up disappointment of losing a close overtime affair. The opportunity of, oh, Mantu here, aggressive. He should be good for 1, guaranteed. It's getting out of here that's the issue. Smokes himself out of trouble. Gets away with murder. Nice, slinking away through the connector. He's activated again. Chad, I hate to say it, but right now he needs to be careful on B. And Neofrag starting his process once again.
Yeah, he just takes the mid control whenever he can. He's made it into connector. He's made it up short. He might even find another gap here.
They've got a smoke. They've got smokes from B side, like where B-Stick is now. They got smoke this time. He threw it from all the way T-spawn for that mid-window progress of Neofrag. It keeps the CTs guessing. Nico's even floating back to A with the information denial.
This is a nice change, though. Mantu up here ready to scope on down the B apartments. This could be the difference maker. And there it is. They just step on out. So trying to do too much dry here. Now it is on Neofrag to find that room. 40 seconds left. He needs to be the one to initiate here. He slipped past the sight line of Nico. Flames under the balcony. Peppered on up. They now know the jig is up.
Yeah, but Neofrag, if he just continues to surge into the A site, he's actually opted to lock down the, excuse me, the B side rotate. So at 20 seconds, that bomb is heading A, and realistically, it's on Nico. Certainly is now. Neofrag activated, bomb being planted, and oh, he got him straight through the boxes. Panic stations for the Sinners. They need to plant now. Neofrag looking for a safe haven. Nico being very aggressive. It results in his death. And now Mantu up the creek, no paddle, 2 to find. Smoked off for now, trying his luck with some pot shots. But Sinners have recovered, and they were just willing to go between the 2 sites there. Quick reactions from them. I got a message from OG.
Yes. Well, the organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rugged does not live in Copenhagen, where our boot camp is happening. Also, he just got his newborn a few days ago.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, I thought as much. So that must be another bit of responsibility for him. He's got a coach.
Well, it's not deers. That's close, though.
It's close.
Don't know if they need as much care as a deer, a baby child. But,
I imagine they would.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, just
okay. Well, that's good info.
Certainly is.
Live updates. Isn't that nice? Okay. Well, 6-3 and problems for OG here. I wanted to point out the little detail there. Oscar throwing the smoke from B apartments to land on Catwalk, and then the molly from B-Stick as he is coming up through connector was great because they already had the game plan they were going to plant open. That smoke and molly combo deny dying from Cat pushing through connector and give you the buffer to be able to plant. Nico was lucky to get that kill through the box. Now, it didn't get them the round, but this is a dream for Sinners. They had this on Inferno. They had a great T-haul. They need to do the same here. I still can't believe they've come out and they're pushing OG so much today. Thought we were going to see the class of OG here, but Sinners showing they're not that much further behind the pack.
They really aren't. And Neofrag's even got not a bad opportunity onto Mantu here around the smoke.
Oh, the head.
Yeah, it's the tiniest margin separating these guys, and pressure onto Flames as well. Neofrag walks straight on into Alexi, and OG's pistols are starting to be threatening. This was a half buy. Sinners looking to stabilize a little bit here. All of the CTs are on A, can't control the spray, loses vision. B-Stick onto Nico. That's AWP from Mantu does connect as the smoke fades. And we've got so much time here. I think they are going to cut noise and at least pause for a moment's thought. Piece yourselves back together again, because you lost a lot of players, lost a lot of weapons, lost a lot of map. I like the flash from Oscar. It's a quick way to serve its purpose of implying T's could be rotating around the map at this point. Smoked off Palace. It looks a bit fruity, actually. Is there a gap? Nah.
Maybe a little one, but I think Oscar will be able to play around this. Lexi B on the wrong side of the map now with Boulder. He's crept past the magic line and pulls off the frag. That was huge.
Oh, he needed that. Zedko's going to be pretty miffed.
Save call. You don't love to hear it, but I know he's got 12K. I don't think Oscar can be going for this one. And now he doesn't really have a choice because I think Alexi's going to take him out of the server before he gets a chance to get away.
He'll have to hit the drive-by Deeg. Not going to happen. Great round out of OG. Just a simple passive Kevlar and Deegly opts for the double AWP last second.
Yeah, now that's curious because when Mantu was AWPing earlier, he was able to find a lot of impact. Maybe now they just post a secondary AWP up to B and just really lock down that corridor. But great shot there from Volder. And going towards A on, I want to call it the anti-eco, right? I guess it was more of an eco scenario. It was just the saved gun. Maybe to try and show OG that they're happy to hit that site. But when it doesn't profit, it almost works against you. Alexi B with the movement. Up and over he goes. Short is where he scoped on in.
Yeah, Zedko's taking a bit of a chance here, but he loses vision and his life. Alexi B claws OG into a man advantage early, and he doesn't seem done. Using his own smoke to drop a nade at the toes, and yeah, frag chipped away at just a little bit.
Yeah, when you get Alexi B into this mode where he seems to just start taking a lot of these heads-up decisions. Last round, you know, he was aggressive and connected, got that kill on Neo frag. This round, taking that secondary AWP. This is him getting his team in a power position, and now they just have to close.
Good flash. Alexi wants to have a look on that, and then they take their fights. Flames the first. And a Mantu another. Just picking them apart. Nibbling at what remains of the bones of Sinner's attack. Round 11 is all OG. They can keep it spotless as well if they hunt down Oscar. Very similar scenario for the poor soul. Step straight into the line. Lovely stuff from OG. They get to keep everything. 2 AKs make it 3 and 2 AWPs. It doesn't get more threatening for a CT weaponry list.
Yeah, that right there just seemed not too easy, but it felt like OG knew everything that was coming, especially after that opening kill. But let's see if they start returning to more of these B hits. That was what was working early for Sinners. And you'd really hate it if losing to those upgraded Deagles and the saved AWPs was the unraveling of their T-half, because now they lost that one. They've lost a follow-up gun round. They need a response here to kind of shrug that one off. And looks like they have this stubbornness towards A still. Faster mid. Mantu misses, but lives to tell the tale.
Oh, that's the punish. That's the change-up from OG. They've stopped Neofrag in his tracks. His project in mid this time bears no fruit. And Zedko's had a very quiet time so far here on the T side. He's been kept honest and kept on that goose egg even into our, what is it now, 12th round of play.
Oh, he's got to be careful here. Nico's having a look. If Nico makes a sound cue, which he will, Zedko will convert. Easy as you like. 4v4 now, starting to get lured into the potential for that B play. They've given away a pretty bad death there, all things considered. 3-pronged A split here. B stick through app, shock ramp. Zedko can come up through that jungle position now that he's got control of window. And Oscar's actually pivoting back. I think they've changed the call here. Shock's falling back with that bomb as well. Something spurred them to change their tact. Oh, and what a shot from Flames. Whoa. Active.
Yeah, he's just always ready. Took a quick glance and yeah, Palace is gone. They start to wrap the noose around the necks of the A defenders, but Valder, oh, his timing is impeccable. And he will catch Oscar on the crawl. Great management of his angles, good understanding, and looks like Zedko not quite done with this round yet. He'd have to do it all, as Alexi has collected onto Shock, and Zedko just going to be caught faffing around with the retrieval of that AWP for Oscar. OG tied all up, 6-6. And there's loads of cash in the coffers as well, so OG set for the one-out half here. We haven't seen Sinners show much evidence that they can return to that B site yet, as Chad was demanding.
I don't know why they haven't tried.
Yeah?
They've just been limping towards A, yeah. So maybe now off the back of the timeout, they'll go back to it. But this is where it becomes easy to read. If you're sitting there having the conversation in this 30 seconds, if you're OG, what worked? The B hits. What's probably coming? A B hit. What are we going to do differently? I don't know. That's the mystery.
Please, sir, I have a suggestion.
Yes?
Well, because we've got double AWPs, can we just dispatch whoever's got the spawn over for a little Aggie line on B, and we can react off that very early info from a nice secondary AWP.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe whack a guy on ticket with it or watching mid, get Flames close ramp and play 2 rifles close short and go for a bit of a brick box boost. Because that way, if it is the B rush, you can have the AWP ready to pop a couple shots. You can have the rifles close to help. You can have them helping connector and all that kind of...
And Neofrag's funny business in mid will be corralled by the bricks double and the boost, perhaps.
Bang. We're thinking on our feet now,
I like
aren't
the
we?
setup, and it is 3B.
Oh, wow.
Going to be sending Mantu's AWP, and even Sinners heading towards this side of the map as well. Chad, it's like you've played this game before.
Are we in the game right now? What's going on?
I think we might be. The variation is the 2 play apps and the AWP plays mid. Still same result.
Oh, they know it's coming, don't they? They can feel it in their bones.
Yeah, the only exception is this underpass that Alexi's overseeing. Sinners second-guessing themselves a little bit here. Hoping for a CT aggress.
Was that smoke scuffed? Did it
Yeah,
have a bit of a gap? Yeah, that means there's not really going to get the peel off here from Volder to check things out. So, skew if.
I think Alexi's convinced there's some funky business in the underpass. I can't believe he's gotten away with that. He had an AWP on his back. It could have really been the beginning of the end, but jumps down, spots him out, confirms that they are back to B, corralled that way. Sinner's really feeling a bit silly at this point. They've been waiting 30 seconds. Zedco's been parked in this corner the whole time. They just haven't been given what they've been waiting for. Don't forget, Shock's been in Palace this whole time.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing now. Like,
game plan.
We're sub 40 seconds. The underpass play, is it a double pump? Oh, it's a double. Well, they're going A.
Yeah, they are.
The bomb's going through T-spawn.
They're boosting window though, and it's actually a little gap. Flames, if he's aware it's a possibility, that's quite the shot out of Mantu. Neofrag is a slight element of surprise, no longer an OG.
Oh.
Solid defense, a shot out of Shock, and he'd love a plant here, Oscar. But Alexi's holding the line, and call that 7.
Different way to do it, but yeah, you could see the idea there from Sinners starting to manifest in the final moments. Now, 7-6, if we take a look at the round recap, the last 4 in a row have gone in the favor of OG. So they've wrangled back this half that was once again, similar as Inferno, looking like they were going to be on the receiving end of a potential 9-6, 10-5. Definitely nothing as respectable now as what they could be on their hand, getting the 9-6. So here we go. It's returning to this B lean, Alex. Check this out. They've given up on their fast mid control. They've given up on their A splits. They're just going back to what worked. Have they exhausted the amount of B attacks they can get away with here today?
Ooh, good util. It does give them a battle 1 for control of mid. And they don't even have to lose a player for it, so they'll take that all day long. Quick re-smoking of the window buys them another 18 seconds to hang out. Mantu is in that underpass, which is a bit fruity. Alexi, what an angle from him. He will collect, and the sound cue heard. Mantu can strike. It's a little unorthodox, but that's still a frag. Neofrag was not expecting that. Shock to hunt Mantu, plays anti.
Oh,
he's too
that is
good.
brilliant.
Too good, and he's even got the route out. He can disappear through B.
It's all coming together now for OG. Really picking up some steam here.
And I don't even think it's to the discredit of Sinners either. I just think OG are just looking a bit more like themselves here, like the team that have gone undefeated in their group. And Sinners just those small nuanced touches, sometimes a little absent. Like, they've got the work of art, you know, they've got the main body of the painting, they've put all the hard work in, the work of art is finished, it just needs those final touches, the little fine liner, a little bit of an eraser.
Yeah, I just think that it was the Deagle round that has kind of spiraled them, because I think the part of their game plan was to get an A round to work, which would mean that OG would have to stay in a standard setup, and then late in their T half they could go back to hitting B. But because they didn't get away with that A round against the Deagles, they had 2 more rounds where they still tried to go A and they just couldn't convert. And now we find ourselves here, 8-6. And I get what you mean now with OG, you know, maybe them looking a little bit more like them. I think that they're being much more confident, like the way that Nico's just walking out, Cat taking fights, Volder doing the same, Mantu in the underpass here, Alex taking a couple of biffs. They're playing more confidently here and actually starting to settle on in to map number 3.
And I mean, Sinners probably as well, intentional or otherwise, have managed to avoid Flames, who's been having a really hot series. He is the A player, and so perhaps leaning into their B defense. We haven't seen Flames really activated.
He hasn't had to do a lot since the pistol, has he?
No, he did go 4 in the pistol. Now he's got 9 total. So over the course of the rest of this half, the 13 rounds of additional play, he's got just 5 frags.
All right, well, let's see. Can they salvage anything here, Sinners? And this is more for confidence sake. Wouldn't it suck to go out knowing that you were in a scoreline that was 6-3 and you walk away from the half 9-6? So just 1 round here on the nose would be tidy. It would probably make them feel like they have a chance when they flip on over towards that CT side. And look, if we're going to have the discussion in the realms of a decent half, 6 rounds on the T side is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with 6 on the T half at all.
Yeah, and the circumstances, you know, by which you gain them can differentiate how confident you're feeling. But 6 is 6. It's as simple as that. 7th certainly wouldn't go awry. Looks like we are ready to get back underway in Eco with a fresh restart. We can fly on into the final round of our 3rd map's first half.
You can see just how rough the buy is going to be for Sinners here. Mac 10, 2 Galils. It's not the end of the world. It could be much, much worse. They are lacking a couple of Molotovs on Neofrag and Oscar, but they'll make do with some flashes and some smokes, even some decoys for good measures. Measures or measure?
Measures. Measure.
Yeah.
For good measure.
You measure once. No, measure twice, cut once. That's how the saying goes. Well, who would have thought? A B hit again. Valde and Nico, can you do it this time round?
They dump their util. It's pretty solid. It works out wonderfully for a pair of frags between the 2 of them, and Nico still lives on. Found out to pay quite the price, and some util dropped by Nico that enables him to play around it for a double. Now that's a solid B defense out of Nico, and it is for the 9th. Edging OG further ahead. B-Stick's the last of full. OG 9. Sinners 6. And we do need to take a break to catch our breath before we can fully find out whether or not OG will be locking themselves in right here, right now, or if Sinners can continue to close the gap. It has been quite the game to get us here. I mean, for Sinners, they really impressed. They came in with Nuke. They managed to lay down enough to put us onto a third. OG admittedly did respond, but they're pushing the top of the group here, Sinners, and they've already done that to G2. That's the reason they turned heads in the first place. Let's see if they can pop heads to continue to push OG, who no doubt are the favorites. 1xBet's been leading their way the majority of the time, and a 9-6 half pointing the way of the now T side. OG have got full A util here.
Yeah, and looks like Sinners are ready. They've got B-Stick touching in towards Sandwich, Zedco under the balcony, Shock helping out from Spawn, and Neofrag over towards Jungle. 1xBet odds are swung back in OG's favor, and here we go.
B-Stick and Zedco need to tap a head or two. Alexi keeps it level. Oh, caught a glimpse of a leg through the smoke, but that doesn't stop Neofrag getting 1.5. It puts it into a manageable circumstance for Oscar, and they're clearing CT, which gives him a bit of a gap. And the info as to where they're going.
He knows.
He's aware. He's wise to their antics. And if that divider is open, which it is, he'll have a great line of sight on their cross. Oh, he couldn't even finish it. Valda brought down to 1 as Mantu saves his ass. And did I read his stats correctly? Did Mantu only die 4 times in the first half?
He's doing a bit of saving, wasn't he, with the AWP?
16 and 4. Dude's got a KD off the charts.
Alexi only died 4 times as well, according to this. So, look, we'll assume that there's no funny business that's gone on there. But this is now looking like an OG series to close. The pistol round is great. Sinners on some of these 4 spies, especially with the scout in the hands of Zedco, have been looking threatening. They've picked up a few. See if they can apply any pressure here. They'll need to do that right here, right now. And the tag is in. Zedco's landed the bullet, but not the frag. Flames loves an entry. Oscar mops it up, and into B they go, continuing to milk a few. And, well, in response, Oscar stands tall. 3 on 3, the bomb goes down.
Yeah, that's not too shabby, you know, and the nade could have been destined for greatness as well, a little shy of the mark. And they're being hunted. Close the gap, nice tight left corner taken by Valda. They're just not going to be expecting this. And with his short and stubby Mac-10, it's unscoutable. Speaking of, I don't know if he's going to keep hold of his scout.
Very deep smoke again. We've seen a couple flubbed from OG today. Let's see. Any dramas? Oh, left, right, left, right.
Yeah, and perhaps good night for Neofrag. He's got 4 HP, has to get the hell out of dodge. The bomb's too far gone, and, well, Oscar's trying to take one with him. He will hit the necessary tag. But everyone's going to get away scot-free. 2 players' hearts beating in both squads. A Galil preserved and a Mac-10 scout pair for the CT. Sinner's going to be running out of options, though. It's going to be a very long road for them to close the gap that OG managed to accrue. I mean, how did they get at the tail end of that half? It was 6 in a row.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It was great stuff from OG, right? You pair that with the pistol, and now they've got that in the second half. It's the recipe here for success. Rugger's still stressing out. You got the round, it's okay. He's probably not getting much sleep at the moment with the new baby.
Yeah.
Shock's been given the deagle from Neofrag, so they have a deagle, a Mac-10, and a scout to work with here. 1 flashbang for good measure, and let's see. Are they able to apply any pressure here, or will this be quite the easy 12th for the international roster that can? Setting up some util over towards A. Alexi spotted 1 close here, and that might be the go signal on towards B. It's been a bit of a fake. As they've made their way onto the site, dinked up USP, cannot convert, and, well, that should be all she wrote.
Zedco just has to get on the mic and say, yeah, 1's 2 HP.
Dinked him.
Oh, he gets checked, so maybe a little Mac-10 for someone. There you go.
That's $600 as well there for Neofrag, so be happy with that.
Oscar hits the drive-by scout, and maybe Valdez Galil's up for debate here.
Well, if they had a little bit more pep in their step, they could have unraveled an extra kill or 2 here. Now it's just about doing damage on the way out the door. So what is the path of least resistance for OG to save what they've invested in? Looks like B-App's looking good.
B-Stick, he's like sticking around in a promising scenario for the save. If they do start gathering towards him, he's got Shock from top mid as well.
Yeah, the thing is they don't need to go any further than about here. They did take Flames down. It was just an SMG, and the rifle should be held onto. So all good in the hood for OG. 12 now, 4 to close. And if you're tuning in going, where the bloody hell is Complexity versus VP? Well, the overtime game, or double OT game, plus a pretty drawn-out affair on Inferno, and then Steam deciding it wanted to go down for about 20 to 30 minutes, has put us in a position where we might be a little bit behind the 8 ball, but don't worry. VP are coming. They're going to speed that one up. I didn't really have any sarcasm or... No. Just in case you guys missed it, that was a joke.
Here's the full info that there's absolutely no one being, and it's rare as a CT squad you get that info this soon. It may be all for naught if Flames just walks in and decides the A site's his. He's got the bomb on his back, but that's not going to stop him. Great catch on the aggress on B. They know where you're coming from, at least here this time. Sinners know where you're at. I don't know how every bullet that leaves Flames' gun is connecting right there.
Jumping AK through the smoke. 3v3.
Yeah, tagged him up. Oscar's been put on notice by that. You got to start going for these soon. Smoke, kit, you've got all the bits and bobs you'd desire. He knows where Valder is. He's not found any connections, and they're taking their time here. I don't think they're really crawling in. B-Stick's testing the limits now, and Valder onto Zedco will probably be the end of them. They've got 1 bullet left in the mag, and only a Mac 10 for poor old B-Stick. Call it 13. They got full cash to splash into the next. So Sinners, it's time to prove your worth.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, the fizzle, right?
Yeah,
in that first half,
feeling the fizzle.
Definitely could have been a lot more. 6, like I said, 6 isn't bad for a T half, but the CT half was where they had problems on Inferno as well, right? They just couldn't keep up. They just couldn't keep up at all. And Flames, off the back of a fantastic series, is continuing that good form right here, right now. And Alexi B getting fired up. This series, you know, being on top of the group, going undefeated, Manti having a bit of a giggle. It does mean a lot, right? To go undefeated in your group, or we know what the ramifications here are. Look, Sinners lose this, they're not out. There is a technical way that they can still make it into the playoffs, but OG, by winning this series, secure themselves a top 3 placing. Whether that's first, second, or third, we don't know just yet.
Very quiet on Mirage. Smoke from the CTs from short side has given Neofrag something to play around. And Oscar's, he's in the right place. He suspects B, and he'd be right to do so. They've just deployed a smoke in apps that will buy them some time. But yeah, 3 CTs up against OG. This is for Sinners just to prove that they are ready to fight. Flames, first to die. Oh, that's more from Zedco. You couldn't ask for more than 2, and well, he's delivered it. It will be Molotoved into a less than favorable duel, but it should be on his teammates to finish the job. B-Stick and Oscar, they've started to show themselves in the feed and in the server. There you go, 7. Sinners pass the test on B.
And that's going to be the key right here. If they want to win, remember we spoke about the issues on Inferno that was not getting multi-kills? Well, getting a multi-kill there is great. It stalls the map completely. Even though the rotation for Sinners was already in the right place, they're able to mop up any mess that may continue.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times we've been in Flames' POV as he jumps out the apps, and it's always boots on the ground, fragging around. It's probably quite a nice change-up for them.
Yeah, look, OG can buy. It's no dramas here. And they're going straight into an A set piece. Alexi B down to a Tech 9. We saw what Neofrag did with that on Nuke. He's clearing mid right now. Shot getting up close and personal towards Shadow. Oscar overseeing things with the AWP, and they are out. Flames, that is huge. A bomb site. It's looking like OGs. They trade efficiently. They are in.
Oh, no. That's just bare bones. Keeping it simple, stupid. A take Flames, the pointy end of the OG spear, and he just comes straight through with the frag necessary.
Onto the AWPer, nonetheless,
Yeah.
right? The fact that the flashes were perfect. Oscar's sitting there looking at a white screen. Next minute, bullets are in his head, and he's dead. Cannot contribute at all. That was fantastic work. You know, we talk about entry fraggers. Their job is to make space, right? And some of those entry fraggers are the ones who just run out and kind of die, but they've made some space. Flames is just smashing windows and taking bodies with him. Fantastic work right there. 14. 2 saved guns, a bucket of utility. You're not that tall, boys.
Yeah, just a little experiment. Everyone saves their goodies, but yeah, chance is starting to run out. They're running light for the Sinners, and after a great solid defense, it's immediately responded with a kick down of the door, as you put it, from Flames. Yeah, he really did just to take the round into his own hands.
Well, they get an AWP out for Oscar again. They'll call a timeout. They're second so far in this third map of play, but really running out of chances now. Sinners. It's been competitive. They've shown that they're no slouch, taking it against a bunch of different opponents here within the Pro League. Worked their way up, season 33 from ESEA Open. Made it into main, over to advanced, and then Premier all the way up here to the Pro League.
And now making all of those teams in their group acknowledge their existence and have to knuckle down. This is the third map. This is a overtime game on map 2. You know, like this is far from a open and shut case against the Sinners. They've continued that part of their journey. And don't forget OG's journey for a while upon their inception. Pre-roster mania was just losing map picks and harrowing losses at LAN events to the point where they were just felt like they were one step away from greatness. Well, topping your group at Pro League Season 14 certainly is a big step towards that goal.
Yeah, it's a good way to kick off the season as well, right? So
yeah.
OG gonna have a couple of weeks here if they do win this one to prep for those playoffs, taking place starting on the 7th of September.
Also, just because of how many good teams are in Pro League, like just dodging that round of 12 is a real nice luxury. Let some of the fat be trimmed. Flash the ladder side, but they aren't ready for short. Zudko's fallen out of that. And this mid to B 3-2 split. Zedko's kind of isolated. I fear for his life here. He's got nades thrown on his nose. They're coming through. And Flames' bullets again find their mark. Oh, it's so suppressing. Something from someone. It's Neofrag with it all to do. He's needing multi-kill and Valda denies. It reeks of 15. Shock holds on to a prized weapon for Oscar to defend their honor.
I think the writing's on the wall here.
It is.
And I don't think we could tell the story anymore, so that they've come and they've put up a fight. I think now it's just about the discussion, what happens in this group. And if you were paying attention earlier in the day, the desk have covered it off. We'll continue to do so throughout the day. But regardless of this result, Sinners still have a chance. OG are guaranteed one of the top 3 slots. We don't know which just yet. There will be more matches throughout the day here, and every single match and each result, even maps, are going to help determine, come the final day of play, which will be tomorrow, how this one all shapes up. Now, the cleanest possible way we can get it done today, let me just bring it up here so everybody is ready and raring with it. If OG win, Complexity win, and Fours win, then all 3 would be locked in for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that right there, if those results come through today, which we were discussing earlier, off of form right now, you would say that each of those names are the favorites in their matchups. Then we could have everybody locked in at the end of today. So keep your eyes peeled.
Essentially, that G2 Fours game is incredibly important for both of the squads. Fours can lock themselves in today with that win, and G2 can increase their chances tenfold with a win against Fours. So both teams are going to be giving it their absolute all. You get to see Jerry back in the server. And a new and improved Fours.
Desperate now.
Wow, yeah, that was a move of desperation. He's leaped into the underpass from the window. He's clawed one back on the other side of the map. Is Neofrag onto the lurk of Flames, but remains to be seen how well Beastic can delay here on the B apartments. He's jumping for info. Mantu might get another shot. That's it. Oh no, Beastic loses his head. He was playing it safe. And with his knife out and his pants around his ankles, Mantu still gets the shot. Shock with a quick one. Bomb's already planted. It's up to Neofrag now. Shock is already down and out. And as you said, the writing was on the walls. Now it's just time to confirm. OG locked in to advance out of Group B. Top of the table, undefeated. OG, that's impressive. And truly tested by the Sinners. Their adventure does continue. But OG, that's got to be feeling good. You get Flames back in this boot camp as well. He has a blow-off, pop-off performance. OG, Kings of Group B.
round is all they need.
Fnatic have no more nades left. Just Brolin with a smoke down on the ramp, but does he want to switch away from his gun and get timed in what could be Fnatic's last round here in Denmark? Missed shot from Flusher, given a second chance, and it's taken away. Mousesports, 1 kill away from doing it. It's JW on the ramp.
They managed to go the distance, and they get it done in 3. You can see how much this means to Mouse. The champions here, they crush Fnatic from beginning to end. Mousesports were in control. They fight the good fight, they talk the good talk, and here in the grand final, they showed they've got what it takes.
Hey everybody, a series that felt like it took about 4 hours probably did just do that. Of course, the culmination being that of OG staying undefeated within the group itself. Welcome back. ESL Pro League Season 14 Group B well underway. We are down to the wire here for OG, though. Not very much of a tightrope to walk. I've got Yanko with me, and we're going to begin to put a cap on this one.
Yeah, OG, 2 maps in a row, kind of a similar storyline where they have to close it out on their T side and then just have a excellent T side to really close out the game. Alexi B having 10 frags at the end of this map, but that's really irrelevant when he can call the game well, set his teammates up for success, and when they execute well, do their job, so to speak, right? And it's unfortunate for Sinners. Most of the time, the more difficult side is the T side, but here's the thing with lower tier teams. On T side, you can be more coordinated, you can have more set things, right? Like in freeze time, we have this strat, or we have this opening to a round and then this different ending, and everyone knows what they're doing. Well, CT side, you have to be more reactive. You have to be, prepared first individually. If a fast hit comes in, you need to know your reactions. You need to know where the support is coming from. How are we helping these guys if they're exploding onto their bomb site? And also, if it's a prolonged round, default map control, you have to know in the mid round, okay, which area of the map is a problem, where have we lost control, what can we do to react, and that's where, difficulties can arise. And I think we've seen that happen on these last 2 maps for Sinners. Unfortunately, their CT sides have just completely failed them.
And again, there is something to say about in-game leaders or leaders within a team that can adapt. on the fly, right? I mean, that's going to be that difference maker when it comes down to these sticky situations they find themselves in.
Yeah, and this is not a stab at Sinners or anything. It's just a matter of fact, and it comes from not playing this level of opposition really almost at all. You know, prior to their appearance here in Pro League, they only played big outside of any teams that were in the top 10 at some point in this year. So this is the experience that you gain, and players individually can better gauge, you know, where they're at and what are some of the moves or the decisions that they could have made that they didn't, you know, the reactions that they should have that they don't, also that people are doing to them, and which will make them better for the future.
Yeah, overall, it's all about the stepping stones, the big building blocks. And speaking of which, one of the foundations at OG is going to be Valde. We bring him in right now to talk to him in a post-match interview. Valde, congratulations, man. First and foremost, can you hear us?
Yes, I was just waiting.
It sounds like you're in a party.
We hear Alexi more than we hear you.
Yeah, I think so, weirdly enough.
Well, don't you think it's fucking weird that it never happens?
Whoa.
Family show.
Please. Hey, Valde, so we'll keep the ball rolling here if you don't mind. We'll give it a try. Yeah, good job.
That's fine.
You tell them how it is. Yeah, do you think you think you guys should have won Nuke?
I think we had the chance to, but in the end, I feel like we made too many crucial mistakes. So I think it was fair enough that we lost that map. I think we had our chances, but at the end, we had a little bit of trouble with the outside smokes and some of the outside pushes that we were doing. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was okay. It went to 3 maps, but overall, I felt like we were the better team.
Hey man, congrats on another win. You guys still undefeated. Booked a playoff spot at least with this win. Not sure in which position yet, but you know, some of the other teams like VP, G2 that I think everyone expected really to make the playoffs and have better performances haven't been so good. G2 especially. What do you think is the reason that these teams have underperformed and while you guys managed to just come out firing on all cylinders?
I think the obvious answer would probably be the player break. I'm not too sure how much G2 have practiced, and I know some of these like upcoming underdog teams, they play a lot of CS, so if they're coming out of the player break with 120 hours and G2 maybe only have 50, I guess that could be some of the reasons. But overall, I feel like you can't really underestimate anyone in these like times in CS. Everybody's dangerous and anybody can beat each other on any given day, so at the end of the day, I feel like it's probably the individual level, and then maybe G2 also needs like an event or two to get rolling.
Yeah, I could see that as well. I mean, for a team like Complexity, though, when they came in here, people were thinking, okay, well, they're in a pretty rough spot. But they've actually turned the curve. You know, what are you thinking about what your matchup with Complexity might look like at the very end of the group?
Yeah, that's a good question. Might be a little bit interesting since they're playing with a stand-in. Also, they already had a great showing, so they might just be playing the chance. In the past, we've had some really rough matches against them, but then now that they're missing Config, I obviously think he's like a super crucial piece to their team. So it will be interesting to see, and we're just going to do our best to get the 5-0.
Yeah, and we'll keep our eye out for that. Hey, Valde, I got to get you out of here. There's a whole other best of 3 coming up right behind this one. So thank you very much. Tell your teammates to chill out on the keyboard. They sound like they're going to break something.
I will appreciate it, guys. See you.
See you, Valde.
See you.
And that does it. OG have really locked themselves in a good position right here. They've got just one more matchup in their group left. That'll be Complexity. That'll be tomorrow at 8 p.m. CEST. For us, we start to turn the page yet again. Virtus Pro to take on Complexity. The Complexity we just heard Valde talking about, in which a lot of question marks coming into this one. Perhaps they've got some answers in this matchup.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energy. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history.
What is this, man?
Did you get flashed?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Boogie? Oh my god.
Ooh.
You cannot see me, right?
Almost.
Oh.
It's like I can only see your helmet.
Oh, what? 1 HP?
Yeah, 10 HP.
Oh, where's my shots going? No, no, no. I tried to jump, then I pulled my knife out.
Yeah. Don't pull knife out in this map. You get surprised every time. Whoop. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Oh no. Why are you jumping? Jumping jack?
I hit you through the floor?
I think my leg. Nasty. No. Can we remove Digos?
I need to win one, well, please.
I'm FK.
Oh, no, you're still insane.
You saw me or what?
Yeah. No hits, not good.
Ah, you saw me. Meh! Mama! You have spider sound or something? Like
me? Spider senses.
The next matchup we have on our hand features Virtus Pro and Complexity squaring off in a best of 3, one at the very end of the group here for both of these teams. One having a much better showing than anticipated in the other. Well, we're still all trying to figure it out. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 14. So, time to dive right into this series as a whole. We could even start that out with a little bit of a tweet right here, right off the top from Mr. Peter from hltv.org. Of course, a great resource that I found myself on many a times.
A wonderful human being.
And also a wonderful
Serbian, of course.
Is?
Yeah.
Huh, cool. Well, he had a tweet yesterday, and he's talking about giving up big leads on Dust 2. And apparently common for the G2 side. And if we saw yesterday...
Back to G2. How is every segment about G2?
Well, you said... No, I'm kidding. If you think about it, yeah, there was a game yesterday where Complexity played them, came out on top somehow, some way, some shape or form, and then you look at G2 and you think, okay, what happened? You know, it's like the wheels fell off.
Yeah. 11-4. Dangerous lead. not really. Poison happened. In that particular game, he was on fire throughout the whole series. He was great. You can see here when it comes to opening duels in particular, he's second for the whole tournament. The first AWPer on the list, interestingly enough, it's a rifler, Nico from OG. That's number one. We mentioned that in our previous game. And yeah, just he was amazing yesterday against G2 in that Dust 2 game. Like, he was hitting people, getting run boosted. There was nothing G2 could really do to shut him down. And they did try a lot of different things. And unfortunately, you know, for G2 in that game, Amanek was having a rough time. So it really was, you know, clear the difference between having an AWPer who's playing well and just not having that presence on a map like Dust 2 just makes your life so much more easier when you have a guy like Poison on your team.
Yeah, Poison just yesterday went 74 and 59. That's a big impact overall. You know, negate the things that he was able to do in the game. But when you have an AWP presence that's so menacing, that'll really be a thorn in your side.
Oh yeah, and it's not just that he's also mobile in his position, right? Takes different spots, and I think but the main thing about him, and it's going to sound a little bit funny, but he's really accurate. He rarely misses. You know, it's not even like you can always count on him to get like either the first kill or the second guy or whatever, right? You're almost never gonna see Poison, you know, fail with the AWP, and that happens more than you might think.
You know what else has happened is this next gentleman we're going to hear from is in the top of the stats for his team, and really that's going to be Blame F. Let's hear what he's got.
Blame F, thank you so much for joining me today. Let's talk about how your team has adapted things over the past few matches, because your opening match against Force obviously didn't go the way you wanted it to go, but now you're one match away from qualification.
Yeah, I think it's a weird process because we have so many new players, new coach, we have a stand-in, and we lost like a key player in Grelle in Config, who was playing a lot of the important roles and positions. So I just think that in the beginning, a lot of mistakes was happening, and I think that's kind of like that's how it should be because we only practiced like a couple of days. We didn't even have time to go through all the maps or anything like that. So some of the maps we might only have practiced like one scrim on and like barely talked about it. So it's kind of understanding that that they're not all perfect right now. But I think we just try to do our best with what we have right now. We know like it's a weird situation for us, so we're just trying to see like if we can make like a good figure or something like that.
So now that you need to fill that gap of opening up rounds that Config has left unfilled, how are you finding taking more initiative? Because we're also noticing Poison doing it as well, particularly when he's on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of impulsive thing, some of it, because we didn't know we were gonna lose Config, of course. But I said to myself in the break that I was gonna like try to be more like of an aggressive rifler when I came back from the player break, to try to see if that would work better. And we'd have lost now Rush and Config, who was probably our two biggest, or like the guy who did the most entry fragging in the team. And I just don't think we have many players in this team that like to like go in and go first, including myself. So I think just naturally someone has to do it, you know. So I just try to do it to the best of my ability right now. The team is a little bit weird right now because we do have a lot of like passive players and all that kind of stuff right now. So yeah, someone has to do it, I guess.
Well, good luck, Blamer, because if you do win against VP today, you'll be making it through to the playoffs. Who'd have thought it at the beginning of this week, hey?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I hope we win today, then and get through.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That is exactly what Complexity fans around the world are looking onward towards. Of course, the North American-based organization owned somehow by the Dallas Cowboys, I think. I don't know. There's a whole explanation there. Regardless, has no bearing on this matchup overall because Complexity came into this group limping and now are in contest, Yanko. I don't understand the mathematics here.
Well, I think it's a combination of them, and that was a very candid interview from Blame F to speak about it like a little bit and saying he also isn't one of the guys who prefers going in and wants to try and be more aggressive. But yeah, I think for them, like first they have still a very talented group of players. And also the opposition in this group is just weaker than in some of the other groups. I mean, G2 has been underwhelming. Sinners are a premier team. Force is a replacement team for Renegades. VP hasn't been too impressive. And then you have OG who, yeah, I mean, you can see they're undefeated in the group. There's a reason for that. And they're yet to face them. They're playing them tomorrow. So I think the combination of those things are what has enabled Complexity to be in a position where with a win today, they can secure a playoff spot with one game still to go, which I think is all they're hoping for at this moment in time.
In our game to go here, we still need to figure out the maps. In a veto process, Yanko, where do you put us?
Yeah, I think we saw that they played in Cologne. The maps from Mirage, Dust, Overpass, I think we're almost a lock for the same maps, unless VP wants to throw a curveball and pick Ancients instead of Dust 2, which is something they could do. We saw BlameF talk about they don't have time to practice one map. They, you know, for some maps, they just played one scrim, and that's it. Couldn't even discuss it too much. So we'll see where VP stands. Knowing them, I'm not expecting any curveballs. We see there's the Mirage pick for Complexity as well. They want to keep it simple, right? Like they're playing with a stand-in. Aztag is a new guy. VP doesn't go for the Ancient pick. They just go for Dust 2. And I reckon like that Overpass here is probably the decider. I think that's what VP would prefer over Vertigo, but we'll see what their thought process is.
Yeah, because even with the Vertigo pick itself, you know, there was a grindy game on Vertigo yesterday from the side of Cole, but, you know, with a rather low win rate, that's something to kind of think about as well, right? They were taking that risk. They went for it.
Yeah, I think for Complexity as well, probably the best chance to win the series. There's a higher chance for them if it's 2-0, right? A map like Overpass, it can be a little bit complex. It's more difficult to play just as a, you know, puggy mixy system, right, where you have a stand-in as well. They're gonna have to gamble more when it comes to Overpass, just take more risks. And VP is a team that, due to their slow play style, right, they're good at punishing those risks. And I feel like if VP gets to a third, that's where they take the series. For Complexity, 2-0 is the way to go.
2-0 is the way to go. Go through Complexity. They might. We're going to find out because Virtus Pro stacked up on the other side. They are not going to let them do that. We're into the pistol round, so let's do it. Chad and Alex, take it away.
Yeah, straight into the pistol, and already 2 smokes deployed by Complexity as they surge up mid. This is their own smoke they threw out window, and it's the own smoke that they flashed through. James happy to greet them, and that was Poison. Not only the push, but with the bomb. Yakinda's caught another one, and Esatag's just next on the naughty list. NATO Safix doesn't clear his corners, and, well, welcome to our third series, or rather second series of the day. It does feel like it could be the third, but a very long first has resulted us in just getting VP Complexity started. A lot of stakes today, Shadi.
Yeah, lots on the line, lots on the line. So Complexity, with a win here, can qualify for the playoffs. They can also make sure that G2 don't. So if you're a G2 fan, you're going for Virtus Pro right now, but tomorrow, when G2 play Virtus Pro, you're going for G2. So
you're a temporary VP fan.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of all this, but we're going to make it as clear as we bloody possibly can. Now, that's not the way Complexity wanted to kick things off here. And we might get a bit of a breather to talk about this BlameF stuff, because it was great to hear from him in that little interview piece with Frankie there. But let's just dial our focus in here on this Deagle Force Buy. Next round, we might get a full eco, and there's a tag onto Poison. 3 smokes, 2 flashes for Complexity to work with after their initial util.
It was what Yanko was saying as well, like he acknowledged that was a very candid interview from Blame. To be fair, he always often delivers in the candid nature of his answers. Unfiltered is a better way to put it sometimes.
Whether it's about him or his teammates, right? He's very vocal about what's going on.
Such is the meta at the highest level of Mirage. Everyone on the CT side capable of smoking off that connector. And
From anywhere.
It does just, it buys you so much time.
Yeah. Just, can someone smoke connector? Yep.
Yeah,
it's like they're on the moon.
It's on the way.
The hole in one.
They're throwing it from Dust too.
Well, that's next. We got the orange maps here today.
Yeah.
I like Yanko's sentiment about third map probably going to start to lean in the favor of VP if they do get to overpass, but their Mirage has been horrific as of late, so let's see how much damage they can put down. Yakinda and James, while doing exactly that. Tagged up 31 apiece for NATO and Blame.
Somebody finish him off. There it is. Yakinda's been a real problem child for them, and yeah, just collecting all of those headshots. It doesn't feel threatening. It really doesn't, and that was Armored Deegs. But 2-0 for VP.
All right, let's get talking about this BlameF stat line as far as entry fragging on the T side. Now, in this event, his attempts at going for entry frags on the T side is at roughly 37%. Right, now that sounds like a lot. He's currently, in terms of the tournament, the highest, I believe, on the T side. He's sitting at the top. This is where you correlate his attempts with success. It gives you a little rating. He's the highest in terms of T side.
Conversion.
Yeah, well, conversions, there's someone probably a little bit higher, but with all those things leveled out, he's the highest rated, right? I went back this morning and had a look at his last 4 Tier 1 events. So let's go IEM Cologne Play-ins, Blast Spring Finals, and IEM Summer. And I had a look at his entry attempts of those events and then found the average. The average of those 4 before coming out of the player break into EPL was 16%. He has more than doubled his level of attempts, right? And if you had a look at that 16%, his actual success was quite high on a lot of those. Like, I think we were talking 60 plus.
Well, he was being discerning with when he took those duels.
Yeah, and now he's doing it more. His success is still quite high, 53%, right? So he's contributing in this field in a very, very big way. And it's interesting to see. I went and checked JKS, the other very passive member, the last tier 1 tournament for JKS over there in Cologne. His was around 16%. So far in this event, around 16%. So for JKS, it's staying pretty much the same. For Blame, there's a clear change.
Precisely, but it also reflects on what Esatag and NATO Safix are expected of in this Complexity roster. I think Blame even alluded to it, saying we've got a lot of passive players in our ranks right now. JKS at the tip of my tongue. Esatag, I've seen him with aggressive flair. It's not like he lacks the capacity. And JKS is a decent P250 shot. Now, the trigger discipline out of Buster could come back to bite him as they could try and get this bomb down. Poison, get it done. Get your team some cash here. Kick could deny and play spoiler, but Blame's Deeg bangs, and they have denied. It's come down to a 1v1, though, and poor Blame is being held, and Yakinda again saving out the VP boys. He's had a multi-kill every single round so far here. As Yakinda 6-0.
One of the other key factors here is Poison. His level in this tournament has looked great. I didn't get the chance because I'm not going to lie. I'll tell everybody what I told Alex in the car today. I said, all right, this first series, I think OG are going to 2-0 Zinners. We're going to have a long break between the first and second series. I'll check to see how Poison's level is comparing at this event to the rest of the year. So I didn't get a chance to do that, but Poison's definitely been putting up numbers.
Yeah, and he's looked like a very competent rifler as well. It's not just that the flashy AWP, and speaking of, he is equipped with the Kalashnikov for fourth round of play. Now, they've got no one housing the A push for info. Admittedly, it's up to Kick at how much he wants to try and take, but distinct lean towards B here from the boys of Complexity.
Yeah, I think they want to pressure Sanji and Buster here. They're on a bit of an island right now. Yakinda floating around window is the next closest point of connection.
Yeah, double AWP. Very
Yakinda
early.
AWPing is curious.
It does mean that they're going to have an AWP posted up on B, though. And they're actually chopping and changing, so it won't necessarily be a quote-unquote stack.
Sanji.
Yeah, he's having a look and catches a glimpse of the shoulder. Good trade out of NATO. Now, they do want to commit to this. And Yakinda, ooh, an uncharacteristic miss results in Poison's opener. And that might be enough to spur VP out of the site. They have yet to commit, though, so you can see a lot of hesitance out of Cole.
It's a save.
Second-guessing themselves.
It's definitely a save. James is still in the A site. He has not moved a muscle. Kick it, I think, is caught wind of this and doesn't want to go down for no reason. And this is what we're going to see from VP. If you're rocking up and you're expecting something different, well, you're a fool. The VP, they very rarely change their approach, and they're going to play the number game here to hold on to very lovely little rifles. Now, an interesting thing, when I saw Config got injured and that he wasn't going to be able to play, and they brought in NATO to replace Config, I was like, all right, well, Complexity, Pro League, who cares? We're not going to see anything.
He made no secret of that.
I wrote them off immediately. And I think that is because I was under the impression that they were expecting NATO to fulfill Config's role within the team. Everybody else, however, is playing at a level which is making up for that, right? JKS, Esatag, Blame, and Poison all have positive ratings. NATO is there more just facilitating everybody else, doing his job where it's the best of his ability, making sure that, you know, in the crunch moments, he gets that one kill he needs. He's there in that late round 2v2 situation, is able to lock down a position.
And I mean this in the best possible way. NATO, if he does his job right, should be invisible. Like, as in, to the point where I'm just saying he fills the gaps. He is only there for the necessary trade. He's only there to be that fifth man. He doesn't get in the way. You know, in no capacity is he in the way. And we see products and examples of that all over. Now, JKS is on his way to Palace. James posted up. And I'm sure he's far too wise to be walking on in all dry. Kickert's having a glance at ramp as well. So VP actively looking for info here on the A side of the map.
Exactly the same setup as they just run. Jame aggressive Palace, Kicker close A ramp, Yakinda floating around between connector and window. This time no AWP for Yakinda. And Sanji and Buster relatively passive over towards B. So this is just about who's going to wait longer here. I think JKS will have to have a look before Jame winces back, unless there's a kill elsewhere on the map to draw him in. But you can see how aware JKS is of this.
Yeah, and James is so... I haven't seen an Orpo so stubborn about this. The whole setup hinges over James posting up on Palace. Like, Kickert has to just Be active, and there's the reward, James. At the 1 minute mark. He stood there for 30 seconds, Chad.
Yeah, and the thing is, with no connector pressure, and connector and window being covered off, James didn't have to move. So they are actually setting James up to be able to stay there that long with their CT spread. And now the pressure applied on Sanji towards B.
Yeah, now, maybe a late arrival from Blame with that boost. Buster was holding the light glitch. It's not even a glitch, why am I calling it that? That's an old COD call out. But either way. Nato, stabilizes the spray nicely. He does deal with one. Blame reactively jumps in, and it's good collections from VP all over the map. S-Attack trying to isolate Sanji. He knows he was the bench player. He's just sat and pressed pause. S-Attack just about gets across the site, and the molly's good. That might force the fight. 2 Danes partnered up, and make it 1. Just S-Attack now with it all to do. Sanji heard the sound cue. He knows where you are, and he's managed to isolate the first 2. Damn. Damage into Buster. Well defended, all things considered. VP will make it 4.
I'm going to have a little bit of a look here because statistically speaking, Mirage for VP it has been an absolute nightmare. But let's just see how much of a nightmare. I know we were going over it just the other day, but it doesn't hurt to have another little look. Now, in their last 8 games, they've only won 1. So that right there says a lot. And that was a 16-8 victory over Akuma. I remember you going through this list just the other day, actually. And I think one of the bigger problems is, out of those matches, the lion's share of their rounds have come on the T side, 56%. So if they're able to post like a 9-6 CT half here, wow, we're talking.
Yeah, and Poison's done well to find something out of nothing, and Kickett's not got anything to report with his commitment there. Okay, this is really hinging on a complexity. Oh. Second round, and Blame's confirmed it with the spot onto Sanji. Now look how little they are committing. They've got the site, they even have the bomb on the site, but they're unwilling to commit until they've got someone posted up for CT.
If Blame comes across here and throws the smoke between stairs and jungle, they'll have a much easier crossing. Now he's lobbed out something.
Deep connector, so CTs are still a threat here. Yakinda can still perch and peek, as can James for that cross. And little do they know, Nato needs to trade quickly, does find it. Bomb loose though, and S-Attack down. Yakinda's managed to at least extend play, and James just gonna stick around for another collection. 40 seconds, this is dream territory for James. He knows how to work his magic in scenarios like this. They just have to be smart about it. NATO's coming in. Oh, careful now, NATO. Inch over the line, and James will collect. He's not even burning. 1v1, Blame cancels the plant. A flash from James, 1v3 becomes 1v1. He's such a nuisance. He's repositioned a little, knows he's got Blame locked in. And now opts for the AK-47 to finish the job. He needs info. Blame burning a little, fires off the shot. He knows where you are now, Blame, and can clear the corners. James, perfect play from the VP AWPer. He makes that look easy.
Oh dear, there were so many flubs right there from Complexity. I think JKS gets team flashed, right, as he's peeking to clear CT. Yeah, because he was doing the dance. I don't think anybody else threw a flash, right? I don't know. Did he flash himself? I'm not sure how that unfolded. That was not what they were looking for, because it seemed way too easy, right? Check this situation out. It's a 2-on-4. Now it's a 3v1.
Yeah,
JKS is blind, so I don't know. Did he I don't know.
Might have flashed himself.
Yeah.
He was doing the dance, but...
Deary me.
It takes someone like James to make you fully punished for your shortcomings, as Chad has outlined. Now smoked off, he will take a pot shot, and between the wickets...
Look at Poison
New lease of life. Yeah, at least going fast. He's going thick and fast. And exposed. Goes 1-for-1 again. Poison's so good at finding something even when he's booked.
He didn't catch him.
I don't think Kickett saw it.
Oh, he thinks something's up. Yeah, Kickett knows something's up here. Can't convert.
Oh, come on, Blame. You're dead now, right? You're dead now, right, James? Oh, NATO just walks on and delivers the bomb. That is a bit of an iffy one. JKS, however, does strike, and I can't believe it. The hunt for Blame continues.
How's he not dead from the...
Sanji should be killing him any second now.
Oh my God.
Blame gets another one out of absolutely nowhere. He's confirmed the round, I reckon. Now, the bomb's on connector, so it's not out of the realms for Sanji to be competitive here, but JKS's hesitance is justifiable.
Yeah, they have no idea where Sanji is right now, so the fact he didn't give away his position Well, it's giving him a buffer to work with here, but if he wants to go for this, he needs to get his ass down that ladder to fight Connector or break that vent and give away where he hides.
He's on his way, just as JKS is considering giving up on this. Now, Blame's joined him. Sanji still holds firm, so not going to have any info on this.
I feel like Sanji's just here to sniff out the AWP, Alex.
Why do I feel like that's exactly
I feel like he's just here to get the AWP.
Like the fact he's been so stationary this whole time.
Yeah, it's like his mission isn't even to win the round right now. They're going actually towards B.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Okay. Footsteps being made. Is Sanji going to get wind of this? 10 seconds now,
God,
10 seconds
if they plant open, Chad, I'm going to absolutely squeal. Okay, they know where he is. Plant safe, Blame to bodyguard. Sanji's got the frag. JKS is going to be so mad if he can't convert this. One bullet will do. Okay, sighs of relief, my lord. The second is found, and they needed that. A response to James' clutch at least, but they are going to be a little bit light on funds as a product of James' hard work. 1,400 in the bank for a couple members of VP, so they'll give it all she's got.
Yeah, may as well go for the buy situation here, but very careful stuff from Complexity, and I almost feel their careful nature is what lost them the round to James. So, they get away with it this. They'll be up against 5 Deagles. Head armor for Yakinder and kick it into Kev. This is the type of map you'd think somebody like Yakinder would do his absolute best work. Just that sharp object you send in, let him crack open as many skulls as possible.
The Pug Realms, where he cut his teeth, he's probably played well over thousands of this bloody map.
If you tune in, you're watching FPL, it's on Inferno, it's on Dust 2, it's on Mirage, and if it's a Blue Moon, occasionally it's an Overpass. Yeah. Why would we ever want to play a map like Nuke, where it takes teamwork and...
Well, I suppose you've answered your own question there.
It's so silly, though. They're the top-end professionals.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, if anyone was going to be aware of how to default and how to play rotations, it would be a professional pickup game.
Even I can herd cats into getting yard smokes to get down secrets.
Really?
So, oh, yeah.
That
you
is
should
impressive,
see me. I'm like a pug whisperer.
Okay, who knows red container? Can we smoke red? Anyone?
I'm even just G'ing people up for doing their job properly. Like, nice molly, yep, you can like you got it. It's a reinforcement.
It's exactly what I wanted. Well, Poison's been waiting, and there's quite a standoff established here. Kicker should have had a shot there, and he did do good, significant damage. But Essa tags on B, and he's saying, "Gentlemen, it's a little suspiciously quiet over here. I jog on over here."
Are both of these teams playing musical statues?
Yeah.
Like, when you watch VP on their T sides, you're going to be seeing a lot of what we're getting right now at Complexity. That one's going to split open the skull. The bomb will go down with about 5 seconds to spare. So start the 40-second timer, get your stopwatch out. Beep, beep. All right. Watch that one tick on down because it's just exits for VP here. They'd love an AK. They have one. They'd love a second.
That was always my job on Sports Day.
Hold the stopwatch.
I was a stopwatch guy.
Okay.
Didn't choose to compete.
Okay. Didn't choose to compete?
I was the stopwatch man. It was
wasn't allowed to
It was a
compete.
very important role, you know. Mr. Flanagan, my PE teacher, called me Big Al, so that'll help you understand exactly why I was on stopwatch duty.
Mr. Flanagan?
Mr. Flanagan. Yeah, it was a bit of a slip-up from his part, but it did stick. Only took one gymnastics lesson for that to stick. All right, Big Al, you're up on the pole vault, or whatever it's called, the one where you jump over the box.
The
vault?
The vault, yes.
There's no pole involved.
No.
No. That would be a very elaborate PE sports day.
But pole vaulting is a thing.
You didn't do that in your PE lessons, though, did you? I think you needed a full setup for the pole vault.
But I think we had that.
You did?
Yeah.
I think we did the high
Australian
jump.
schools
That's
are very...
no pole jobby. The high jump where you do the Fosbury flop.
Well, maybe we didn't have the pole.
I think you did the Fosbury flop.
The pole was very big.
That's very elaborate.
It's very big.
I can't imagine you running around Dog Swamp with a big pole.
Dog Swamp. It's where I work, not where I went to school.
I know,
I went to school in a respectable name.
Like
Woodvale.
Ooh, it does sound more respectable than Dog Swamp.
Okay, well, they haven't had to take as many saves as I thought here. A Galil and an AK, that's quite the prize possession to have, as Windows Smoke was off kilter a little bit, left a gap.
JKS of Woodvale Primary.
He is from Queensland.
Queensland Primary.
About 5 hours away on an aeroplane.
Oh, bloody hell. Wait, he's suggesting Australia's quite large?
Huge.
You just don't inhabit 80% of it.
The center is where all the death lives.
Yes. that is the scorched zone, the forbidden zone.
Yeah, it's like Maze Runners.
Yeah, it does feel a little dystopian. Well, that was the end of our podcast. Thanks for tuning in. Fortunately, nothing's happened.
In a round and a half.
James ready, though, and he's already caught Nato. The poor dry peek out of him. JKS comes alive. It's James who's causing more problems, though. He's having one of those days, Chad. Unfortunately, Blame's Lurk has locked it down. The bomb's supposed to be going B. Poison was trying to run towards short with it. Now Esatag comes to life with a 1 versus 3. He's isolating James, but James says no, and it is a James denial. Look at the bomb, by the way. That was Poison changing his mind mid-commit.
Well, they want to stay flexible, you know, and to be fair,
I think James
I'm not going to say
off.
this a lot, they had time to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, James is quite scary. He's found himself in all the right positions so far. Now, I'm making sure I'm keeping my eyes on the inbox, because if emails from Mr. Slavinsky keep coming in, right, we're going to know he's going to be updating, he's going to be letting us know who's in, who's out, what does a map win mean, how many rounds do you need? Maybe not the rounds part, we can only really work that out tomorrow. I don't want to get too stuck into the stakes so far. We're only in the first half of map numero uno. That's number 1 for those of you who aren't as fluent as I. 6-3, the scores on the doors, and some pistolas will be coming out for complexity here. They cannot fully invest, they don't have all the money required. In the next round of play, they will have 2,400. So you want to keep about 2K in that bank balance. JKS, the only one yet to purchase, so you might see him get a nade or two. He might be left with the short end of the stick on this one. Remember, I said that VP, last 8 games in Mirage, they've only won 1. Traditionally, the majority of their rounds do come on that T side. So a 9-6 first half or better for them is phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's already a pretty damn good haul. It seems set for 7th here from the Polar Bears.
There's a Blame entry.
Yeah, there it is. Add it to the stats. And he's put a lot of pressure on with that. However, Buster meets Esatag on the jump out, and there's 2 rifles here that should just be able to keep them all at arm's length, and it's exactly transpired as such. It's only Poison hanging out with his Desert Eagle in a dream. Do love me a good Desert Eagle. Sanji bests him quickly. And yeah, running away with this half. They could very well win the half out here at round 11.
And the thing is, going into Dust 2, even though last night, for example, Complexity were able to beat G2 on Dust 2, we look at Dust 2 as the home map for VP. You know, you go in with the most confidence for them, and it's just the way, like, when we were watching them the other day, I couldn't believe how much map territory they were taking with, like, 1 flash. They had, like, short control, they knew that nobody was in bedroom, they had tunnels, it's like 1 flash was used, and they could do whatever they want, so...
And you see CT sides just get locked out and forced to almost play VP's game at that point, where they execute into you, you lose 2 players and you're saving B, and they can just run that again and again. You never feel like you had a chance to really execute into them.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Imagine if VP come in here today and get this one done in 2. They just wanted to make the playoffs here at Pro League the hardest possible way. Limping out onto A, and that is crispy from Yakinda.
Yeah, really nice from him, and he's still there to be an issue. JKS to try an entry frag, I suppose, and you'll never guess who's holding the cross. It's Mr. James, causing the pain. Oh, and it's Kicker with them 2 through the smoke as well for good measure. Virtus Pro, I think they're all too aware of the stakes of today's play. Oof, Blame, okay. That was a railgun.
Instagib, here we go.
Whoa. Instagib on, what was the map called? Faces? Twin Faces, I think it was called.
I don't remember the Quake names. We're talking about Quake, right?
Yeah, I think I was playing. It was Unreal Tournament, I was thinking.
A bit of the UT.
UT 2004. Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, it's one of those situations for Blame. It's like, well, do I just save? I'm probably not going to win the round. Not even really going to get offered that many kills here. You can see the bomb on the radar, top left-hand side, completely surrounded. And Yakinda in T-spawn, there's not too many places for Blame to hide. 12 seconds remaining.
I know they're probably oversimplifying it as well, Chad, but... Easy now, Blamey.
Oh, not after time.
3 seconds away from having bloody peanuts in his pockets.
Oversimplifying.
Oh, yes. Am I oversimplifying? What was I going to say? Well, how does James, on both of the rounds where they've kind of like been committing to wait, seem to be able to play that jungle position? Like, even in my games, when I'm an AWP and I'm trying to support as a mid-defending AWP, I'm smoked off. It seems like it's just not been part of the Cole playbook.
I think they're lacking mid-pressure, right? He's not having to worry about connector or the window boost. That normally makes that jungle player's life a bit more difficult, where they're just limping out A-ramp and apartments and he's not feeling pressured. He doesn't need to really draw too much of his attention there. So we're going for a B finish. The flashes are in.
Ooh, one's across. Sanji, oh, he eats that flash. There's real room for Esatag to try and take some space. Sanji's the one to deny it. Just needs a couple more bullets and his teammates have got it. Well, that's a quick acquisition.
I hate the fact that I just before was like, yeah, I wrote them off, and then
now they're off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they still have the entire series, Chad.
The entire series, yes.
To win.
They still do have the entire series
to win.
But I'll say it again, VP, 1 out of their last 8 Mirage games. They normally win the lion's share of their rounds on the T side. They already have 9.
Yes, they do. And it doesn't bode well for the Complexity squad. Admittedly, I'd give them a bit of a stronger edge with the new player and stand-in on the CT side. I feel like that perhaps would attribute itself better to the pieces of the squad they currently operate with. Kicker and Esatag playing a very dangerous game around the smokes. It results in an opener for Complexity that maybe they can seize. Now, they're not committing anywhere with the bomb, but they do crawl on up towards Connector. Buster deep smoked off, and James still alive, so don't be writing VP out of their 10th just yet. In fact, Sanji, a perfectly timed peek. NATO, good for it.
Surely they win this one.
Yeah, you'd think so right now, especially blame onto Buster. That's the end of that.
Okay, so 4. 9-6.5 for Cole. That's what we're talking about. James caught with the deagle out, and he will go down. Now, the money situation for Virtus Pro is fine. They have 2 more rounds of play here, and I think financially speaking, they're going to be able to get through the next 2 with decent-ish rifle rounds.
Ah, they didn't save that one they were running for. Poison going to have to be thrown in AK by Blame. I think maybe he was considering taking a T-side AWP out to play. We haven't seen one just yet. He's happy with the rifle, and let's get this one started. Just going to be seeing that typical util sail through the air. It's going to be extinguished by that molly. Has he manufactured any sort of gap? It doesn't look to be the case. And okay!
What? Poison, what did you see? What did you see that we didn't see?
All right. Well, a full grey screen for James, now forced to watch.
I wonder if the molly just worked against, because you see it's going to be deeper in the window, the way that it extinguished. Maybe James' barrel or something just peeked out the front of the smoke. That is a great way to kick this one off. All right.
Yeah, see if we can catch that one through the replay. It's not always a guarantee, but they'll do the very best they can.
And that's all we can ever do.
And Buster's gotten away with murder there. Just as the T-smoke blooms to escape. He's found an equalizer. Now, Blame loves this maneuver. He's managed to worm again through that connector smoke, and they've been throwing it consistently, so it's by no means a cue as to his funny business, but he's super far ahead of the pack.
Oh, they're all going to go connector here. Esatag up through underpass, the other 2 coming up from middle as well.
All right, well, Yakinda's tucked in very passive, and Kickert's push ramp might be short-lived. He's going to have to react to all this kerfuffle.
If Kickert baits for Yakinda here, this could be massive.
Yeah, Yakinda's yet to be checked. Surely they jump.
Oh, now. Oh!
And they're ready for you as well. Not bad at all. Every member the VP attempt to contest with goes down. There's only one man left. It's Sanji in the kitchen. Complexity cooking up a 5th.
Well, I thought that if VP were going to lose the round, they would have saved a couple of guns to bolster their rifles for the final round of play, but they didn't save anybody. So this means that that okay rifle round I was talking about is not to be. The loss bonus is not there. It didn't look like he saw anything.
Nope, just a couple of pot shots straight to the dome of James, and this one onto Yakinda. Not much counterplay. Not much counterplay to that.
You can't stop poisoning around like that, and then as soon as Blame and JKS also grab some frags, it's all over Red Rover. So scrapping together some Fami. Yes, I know it's Famises. Some Deagles and an M4. VP would love this 10th. Deep mid volley. Yakinda in a little bit of an aggressive maneuver right now.
Kinder, dead to rights.
It's another blame entry. Good stuff to see here.
Perfect flash as well. Oh, all of these flashes are so perfect.
Oh, they heard that.
It sets them up for the util dump. A 6th certainly sounds great for the Complexity boys, and with the man advantage found by Blame, they're on their way.
They lost a 4-on-2 already.
Yeah,
now they got a
this one feels
5v4.
A little uncomfortable at the moment. Just everyone gathered in mid. It's
You don't love it.
no.
Maybe they can make it work.
Oh my God! I can't believe Blame's caught a timing on kick it here.
He didn't clear his corners.
No, but he's through. He's flanking CT. And they're all in connector. JKS ramp, this is a dream to finish full the 6th. Something would have to go very, very wrong for Cole not to have a 6th here. James dies, everyone panics, and kick it. Oh, it gets a double as they walk through, and Buster will make it a triple, and it's all gone wrong. JKS with a tut of his tongue accepts defeat, and that's 10 for Virtus Pro. Whoops. Whoops. Complexity leave a little remiss, and we're going to take a quick break, catch our breath, and screw our heads back on tight. Must win for the squads. Complexity with the opportunity to truly complete this unpredictable ride they've been taking through Group B. I mean, let's be honest, if they were to get through Virtus Pro, they could be locked in and guaranteed top 3 and a spot in the next round of competition for Pro League. However, Virtus Pro in form tonight, it seems, and a couple of slip-ups as expected when fielding a new player and a stand-in. Complexity find themselves with just 5. 1xBet leaning actually just a slightly.
Yeah.
They really aren't. I think they've been burned too many times with Virtus Pro. NATO, nice find. They know he's in dark and they're trying to isolate, but he stands his ground. NATO, Sapphics a double. And Complexity were off to the races. It seems immediately it's pulled into a 1v2. A lot of frags in a very short space of time. Kick it again. And there you have it. Esatag quick to the draw to trade, and that comes down to a 6th for Cole.
Nice little trading there on the site. So had a couple of traps lying in wait on that A-bomb side, right? Under the balcony, in the reverse side of the Goblin corner, whatever you want to call it. Called it a Goblin spot.
I like it.
Yeah, I used to call it a Goblin diffuse back in my day in Australia. Going for a Goblin, not a ninja diffuse, a Goblin. Give it a little hobgoblin. All right, well, green things aside, Virtus Pro on an economical.
Oh, I do love those. You know, where you just don't have to worry and Complexity easily pick up a 7th. Everything's calm. You don't have to really commentate. You can just relax.
Sit back. Maybe everybody just, let's use this round to just be mindful. Just really gather where you are right now in the world, what you're doing, take a deep breath, just chill out a bit.
Mindfulness. People were preaching that to me since I was 13, and it took until I was 28 to take it seriously.
That's one of the problems, right?
Nice
Imagine
one.
if everything our parents told us, or the teachers at school, right? Not every, actually, maybe not everything.
Careful now.
Imagine if some of the good life advice that our seniors gave us, we actually digested and didn't just think they were being clowns.
Well, I mean, there's also, I think, an accepted ignorance to youth that is part of youth.
You need to learn.
I think so, yeah. And I think, you know, learning by your mistakes isn't a bad way to do it. Now, they've boosted Kicker up to the point where I actually have to address it. It could result in a dead blame and a scooped up FAMAS. He's actually cleared it. Nice. No more issues for me. But yeah, like, even meditation, not my strong suit.
It's not easy to do.
No, far from it. And I have a lot of respect for people that can do it frequently, whether it's through self-control or otherwise.
I did a little bit of it for a little while. Like I was trying to force myself to do yoga as well, which is just a good way to make sure that phone is nowhere near you for about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is a nice way to start the day. Sanji, no hope. He goes down. That's 7 on the board. I also did a sensory deprivation tank once.
How we find that?
I think you probably need to do it a handful of times, like 3 or 4 times before you get used to just the feeling that you are floating and you need like supporting your neck, right? And all those things. And then once you've come to terms with that, then you can probably take advantage of it. It was good. The hour went very quickly, but I don't think I was fully relaxed enough for it.
Yeah, I guess because it's also new. It's like the, what's the word? The excitement and this overstimulation of a new experience. Poison's off to an aggressive one. He will tuck in just in the nick of time, and he's brave to repeat. But Yakinda catches a nade, swallows it down to 55. This is going to be very telling. If Complexity start finding more opening frags, as they just have with a partnership of nades, they are going to start making VP just a little sweaty. Don't forget, as Chad was constantly badgering you with, the reminder.
If you didn't hear me.
If you didn't hear him, I'm now going to reiterate one more time. The VP typically much more affinity for finding rounds on their T side of Mirage. So if Colin, this CT setup gets off to a flying start, they might be doing it the hard way.
Even feels like a bit of a bonus round here. UMP and 2 FAMASes in place, so Complexity could even stomach a loss here. Kick It has taken some space. Buster ready to appear out the apps. Will be mollied back for now. Sanji setting up some util. James to join him, but they have to do this with just bullets alone, and the flash, it thrusts JKS forward into a big find.
That's dreamy. He heard the lick of the flame as well. He knows Buster's Palace. They've got a pretty damn good idea as to what's coming. It hasn't got the B players rotating, but Poison's certainly going to be not too far away. VP cut noise, which is keeping feet planted, util dropped, and we're at that 30-second mark.
I would say if a kill doesn't come their way soon, maybe a save.
didn't want to be coming out of my mouth this time. And actually, look at this, James, the entry fragger.
He's getting some spice.
And he's found JKS. It's Sanji with another, and it does get a little competitive for just a moment. If it gets a plant, it's certainly something. Now, Blame advancing. He's cross-triple. Sanji's ready for at least a little bit of a fight, but there you go. Should be some weapons to be retrieved as well.
I wonder if you're a team who plays against VP quite often, if in those situations where it's a 3v5 and you're probably having the same discussion as we were just there, well, they're probably saving. If that like actually gets you into a false sense of security, and then when the attack comes, you're not actually as ready as you want to be, because that's not something you could fall into, right? And that's something that if VP wanted to change within their game plan, they could start using against teams. They just need to be a little bit more organized and maybe save a little bit of extra utility to be able to do moves like that more proficiently. Yeah. It's just one of those things. You can use something which is starting to become a weakness for you as a strength. So let's take a look at VP and how they want to apply themselves. All 5 members over towards A. They have 4 smokes, Molotovs, flashes, mid-control cleared by Blame. They can be on high alert for A. They're already playing retake, so even if JKS and Poison get smoked off, it's not the end of the world. And JKS has already found 1, so this is a great start to a low-buy scenario. Bomb's going down. Front side of default. A deeper smoke there towards connected. They're going to push and fight this any second.
Yeah, they got the flash pulled from Kicker. And it's good time on this. Blame loses all vision, starts to unload his mag. He does well to find 1. NATO and Poison do at least, and it's just that Tech 9 of James that taps away for a consolation 3rd.
Bit pesky there for a moment. You could see the idea. VP trying to push the friendship as much as they possibly can, but Complexity now up to 9. Just 1 round in and here to tie things up. And then that discussion in the first half of VP looking so threatening, it can start to shift. Complexity changing the tide of conversation. And Blame, happy. I don't know if he's happy or relieved. Maybe relieved.
Do you know, I'm relieved that Graham Messioso Pitts worked out how to pull off the man bun.
Okay.
You know, he's been working on that badly for like 3 years. Now he's looking like, you know, he's got an affinity for the mun.
You think he's fitting it a bit more?
I think so. It suits him now. He had to kind of try it on, grow into it.
Experimenting.
Certainly. Shouldn't we all?
Well, I guess one of the things with Graham is he's had the double thumbs up perfected for years, so...
Yeah, gone are the days of him in a black and white striped referee jersey.
Whistle in his mouth.
Whistle in his lips, for sure.
Red card in his pocket. One of the best to ever do it.
For those uninitiated, we are addressing a long-time industry member. Used to work for ESL when I was working for ESL, which is how we're so entwined.
Used to admin the games I used to play.
Used to admin the games Chad used to play. Now, of course, he's had a stint all around the shop. A bit of Blast, a bit of North, a little bit of everything. Now over at Complexity as a general manager. There we go, we did it.
We got there. We did the full story.
That's the end of his story. Let's see what VPs has in store for around 20. JKS kind of isolated, actually, with Poison smoked off. It is just JKS and his trusty smoke. Good luck, have fun, mate. He's dead. Yakinda found him, and yeah, already backing away. Blame's rotated in from jungle side. Esatag on the way as well. The cavalry's late.
Smoke's going to be fading, though.
Yeah, it's not a bad gap either, you know.
What are they doing?
Oh my God, they're all just looking the wrong way. He could have had so much more.
Nobody wants to take the side.
They'll go for it now. Oh, and an elevated position from James does open up. There's a lot of bodies on his screen. Too much for NATO to handle. A little weird one for me there, Chad. Could you just like put your thinking cap on?
I'm not sure. I think that VP were waiting for like a coordinated smoke push.
Yeah.
And that's why they weren't crossing over towards the site. The thing is, when you do an execute, you only have a limited time on that utility you've just thrown. If you don't take space, if you don't get yourself in a position to at least get the bomb down and set up a post plant, well, the utility's gotten you out to Tetris, but that's right where the CTs want you. So it did get a little bit strange. But VP will get their first round here within the second half.
And you got to see James hunting there. I reckon that's exclusively because he was excited at the prospect of
an orb. But it's all right. Sanji, the safety net, has been able to pick that up for him. I think that James, right, the thing is, when you have your first couple of games and things are going so poorly, they're going to change it up. Yeah. It's like what Blame said about within the player break. He said to himself he wants to be more aggressive. Well, things have started to go quite poorly for Complexity, right? So him changing it up is one way to get that done. And I think that Blame in terms of an individual is such a great mechanical player, right? And he's got a very good read of the game, and you can see that in the slow way that he approaches it. If he's able to apply that, they can still do smoke walls and set him up, but he just goes for the kill instead of just going for the territory, right? And that right there is going to be such a difference maker. Anyway, Complexity will be calling a timeout here. Just need to discuss their options. JKS is being bombarded over towards that A site, and he said he was on a bit of an island. He was left on his lonesome, right? When you're playing an AWP ticket and you have a player like JKS forward, it's almost like he has to play for himself. You can't really help him. So you get it. It's the problem with Mirage.
What's the best? Yeah, okay, sure. Let's blame the map. But best case scenario for JKS is he's isolated. There's 4 people pushing him. He gets like a multi-kill. Gets 2, right? Like
slows them down, slowing them down, and one and done. And you're happy with one.
Smokes fade, and then poison's relevant again.
He just has to make it as messy as possible, right?
Okay. Well, that's something to bear in mind as we do get to the business end of our first match, second series today. Hope you're having a lovely. What day is it today?
Today's a Wednesday. Tomorrow will be Thursday.
Wednesday.
Tomorrow is the conclusion of the group. If you do want to watch the games tomorrow, they'll all be played at the same time at 8 p.m. CEST. And the reason for that, if you are unawares, is for competitive integrity purposes.
Thank you, Tom Point.
Tom Point. On point. Okay, well, this mid control being worked on here. It's just the slow press, the slow grind of the default now, forcing Complexity into some more passive angles. And this time, JKS has a bit of help in the form of Poison, who's in the site with him. And this angle that he has opted to pick on up is a great one to deal with Lurky Boys in connector. So it might be good for at least a kill here, Poison. There it is.
Oh, and that's the lurker. Here comes Kick It, though. Still another Palace present. Like, that's going to get you feeling like it's an A take.
But it's B.
It leaves NATO staring at the bench. Does he contest or does he hide? I think he might hide. This could be badass. It depends on the flight path of VP. He's just hiding if they assume it's clear. There's a tag with a frag that will bait them in. Oh, perfect. And NATO can come alive, activates for another, gets the bomb loose, and with 15 seconds left, James got a decision to make. Is it game on? He goes forward. He says yes. 10 seconds, NATO, just don't die. Don't let that bomb go down. And now he's down. The bomb perhaps can go in.
Oh, I don't know if there's time. It's going to be tight. Oh, just. Oh, not able to get the digits in time. You could see James there with the frustration wiggle as it is trademarked.
Credit, I have to give credit. I know it doesn't look like the most stylish play, but having the presence of mind to not panic, not try and take that engagement, realizing that your best case scenario in a 1v4 on your B bomb site is just to play the clock and play your element of surprise.
Safe pair of hands with the decision making there, right? You know, it's the impact of
He's not trying to make the frag movie.
No, I don't need to kill them all. I just need to win the round. A lot of you at home
could learn
need to hear that message.
Let's see this again. So Jane was really hunting for NATO, and getting him at 5 leaves him just 1 second shy. He was, I think he started planting about 3.5, so just off the mark.
Oh, it's a tight one there. A new coach in the background here. We haven't had an opportunity to cast any Complexity games as well, so Peacemaker has taken over the reins of the coach position. Keita, who was released from the team, he's now over there at Fnatic, who we'll get to see in the next group.
That's 3 Union Jacks on
yeah,
Fnatic.
We get to see Mezzy, get to see Alex in-game leading again since their little jaunts at Cloud9.
Is that next group?
The next group, yeah.
Dude, Group C is my most exciting group. That's like really weirdly, there's like Na'Vi, EG, FaZe. Big.
Mouse Sports.
Mouse Sports. Oof.
It's a juicy one.
And Fnatic, no?
Yeah. So it's the household name group. It's also the group with probably the most interesting, right? Because people are going to be really interested to see what happens with Fnatic, right? Is this
100%.
project going to work? Going to be interested to see how Daps fares ever since he's returning from Valorant.
When I found out that Krim sold all his skins.
Oh, you couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe it.
Couldn't believe he sold all his skins.
I mean, I had to take a day off.
He sold all his skins.
He sold all his skins, Chad.
Not all his skins.
That's right, he sold them all.
Oh, no. I don't know how that was one of the headlines of the article.
It's very important.
All his skins.
All his memories. He sold all his memories, Chad. No thank you from Blame. That's enough from him, and a wonky smoke in mid does set Yakinda up for his walk. It seems like they want to go A with a Yakinda twist. He's going to be working his way up towards that short and potentially even jungle flank if he works his way through ladder room. That's quite the entry. Essetag swallows it. And oof, every single core member we jump to is just eating lead. And yeah, they're all dead. It's just NATO. He seems aware that there is that Yakinda with now frag on B, so he's going to be aware of it. He'd love anything that's not a UMP, but whether or not he keeps hold of anything remains to be seen.
So this is now starting to get into hot water for Complexity, and it's more about that money situation. NATO goes down. It's the fact that they had that early lead, and now they're on the receiving end of a couple of rough ones, has left them with not a lot of cash to splash. And as you get to the tail end of a map, and the CT economy getting broken is less than ideal. So 1,900 into the bank balance next round is not enough for all of them to purchase. This will be, or should be, a force buy. And you can see why they've taken this timeout. They're second so far of the first map, and that's just to discuss what I would imagine is the best possible purchase they can have for this next round of play. So if we're being realistic here, they force on round 23, most likely concede it unless VP have any flubs. So then we're talking 13 to 10. At that point, their win will have to be an eco afterwards for a Complexity.
Then we're looking at 14 VP.
Yeah, and that's maybe why they're really taking this pause, because next round JKS will have enough to buy, and Essetag will be close enough as well. But Blame, who has 1450, Poison 1400, and NATO 1500, I just don't think it's enough.
But it's such a wanky force.
It's not even a... Oh, they
haven't. Okay.
But I think they've gone with the best of...
It's like this, the new Astralis money with like the 500 in the bank account.
So I guess they'll just go for 2 pistol upgrade rounds in a row. Right? So next round, they're going to do whatever you see here. Maybe they do something similar. And maybe in this round, the goal is we'll gamble stack a sight. We will hope that maybe we find a gun or two if somebody walks into our den. And then they can carry that forward and have something a little bit more threatening next round. But realistically, if VP are able to be like water and go the path of least resistance here, they should end up on B. They should get this 13th and then likely the 14th. So...
yeah, it's just about if they overthink it, if they overcook the pooch, as my friend used to say.
They are going back towards A with the bomb.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's I'm not going to assume the full commit into the stack just yet.
It's looking very likely.
I agree. I 100% agree, but you've got to assume someone's going to go have a little look. That's the perfect molly, by the way. They're all going to be cooking.
Scatter.
Get cooked. Good extinguish. Maybe they're not ready for more. That's 2 found. Now JKS reveals himself. There's another hidden into the smoke, and it does enable NATO. Can he get away? No, he's a dead man hiding in the smoke. 2 people unloading the mag. He pushes in for another attempt. Fair play. They get a couple of kills. It doesn't quite work out as wonderfully as it could have. Kiket's utility definitely really crashing the party. And as you highlighted, Chad, this was after the back of the timeout. Complexity juggling their numbers, and we'll go for the same thing again. But this does, as we outlined, kind of guarantee a VP 14th before Complexity defend again.
Yeah, so it's almost condemning them to now having to play the full 30 rounds if they want to win in regulation. And this was Complexity's pick, and for the 700th time, Virtus Pro have only won 1 of their last 8 Mirage games. Only 1 of their last 8 Mirage games, and that was against Akuma.
Oh, I heard those guys were really up and coming. They were
they're very good domestically.
Very good domestically.
Very good domestically. Okay, so as foretold, the prophecy comes true. 14 to 10, backs against the wall. Immediate AWP purchase for Poison here, and he's not going to have any utility to work with.
And I want all of our viewers to just put yourselves, you play Counter-Strike as well, put yourselves into the shoes of all of Complexity right now. You've just had to stomach, after a long, arduous first half and a bit of a second, you've stomached 2 just freebies, giving it away to your opponent, stacking sights and accepting your defeat. If you're the first to die now, like your first opportunity back to defend your honor, it's going to feel very costly. That's a very deep one out of Blame. Sanji ahead of the B-Apps util. He's going to be actively fighting for this, and he swallows the nade now thrown out by NATO. So just consider survival is a priority for Poison, and he's managed to connect at least onto the second shot he releases. Kicker is into the site, though. Essetag has neutralized that threat all the way from downrange. From short to A, smokes were up. Bombs heading towards the A site, and it is a bit of a passive hold. JKS and Poison with it all to do.
They have to smoke CT here. They can't allow Poison just to post up with the AWP. They need to at least smoke CT or deal with jungle so that they can plant. James dealing with jungle with the AWP. So the bigger issue is the fact that James has the bomb. He will have to swing out here.
Poison, he's positioned his... Oh, he doesn't even pull the trigger.
Oh, no! Yakinda! Yakinda!
What was that? He's actually gone down to Poison.
Oh, my lordy.
I've never.
Yakinda's normally sharp as a bloody tack.
Yeah, but it still may not guarantee Cole's 11th here. James, alive and kicking he does. He knocks Poison down and out. Rotating in, there is a kit on JKS, a smoke on JKS. They should have this one, but here comes Sanji. The flash won't catch him. Juzzy Bear's looking the wrong way, and now only one. Tag losing his teammates in the process. James advancing a little too much, and time-sensitive mission here. He's going for the full defuse, a 10-seconder. Sanji laughs it off, and it all just falls apart for Complexity.
Thank God for Yakinda's sake. Holy moly, red beans and ravioli, as our friend Tristan Saranthus would say. That was an absolute mare of a spray. Thank God they converted that.
He's just lost
painted
track of
lines
it.
around him.
He's jumping.
How does he hit
right.
it? It's so crazy. Watch this. Blind. No.
Imagine if that was it, you know, the comeback comes in.
The comeback.
Oh. Blame. Actually, a bit of a nuisance for VP there. That's the bomb, so Kickit really cannot go down. He knows he can't go down. He doesn't surrender. He actually actively fights for mid and maintains it, which is good. Coleman advantage, certainly not in the weapon department, though. Ah, leave me alone, Yakinda, back to his precision ways.
I'd love to see his reaction after that spray. Holy.
I think he's about to prove to all of us it was just a fluke. The one-man A-take, a la Yakinda. The whole team goes B, Yakinda go kill on A. It's a VP classic, and it's pulled 3 CTs over here. He walks on past Blame. Does he consider it? NATO got so much to do in the meantime. 3 members on his site, and he has delivered a crucial frag. Kick it on the rotate does punish it, and yeah, okay. They're not on the right site now. Yakinda's right in between the two of them. Blame clearing. He does get the necessary frag, and it's an AK to retrieve, but a kitless retake for the map. And Kickit's pushed up. James onto the first, and all onto Blame. He's not ready for this kick at swing, and he's being very passive with it. Starts to edge forward. James trying to bait, and that's the end of that. 16 for VP. They lock it down. And that was Complexity's pick, no less as well. Well recovered. And a solid first half converted in the second for the Virtus Pro boys. G2 fans rejoice. VP are 1-0 up.
Hey Future Pros. Who doesn't like being aggressive? Well, if you do, this is a handy Mirage smoke that will be useful to know. When thrown correctly, this will put a smoke right up to the top of T-sided mid. To throw the smoke, hop into the back corner of the CT spawn. Aim just to the left of the corner of this building. Then run forward and start walking as you get close to the top of this thin building thing. You want to walking jump throw this smoke right as your crosshair hits that section. And just like that, you can keep T's back while you take mid, or they push through the smoke, which should allow you to get some easy kills. But be careful, this smoke will always leave a slight gap that the T's will be watching.
rifles here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
This Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there, not giving Elfon the space to breathe, but the spray now comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
Two players now for Fnatic, just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who is going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They've seen with the AWP now, and a desperate play into B comes in. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down and get a different frag. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. He didn't even... He had one button on his mouse stand. He had one button. There was no zoom.
Group B well underway. Complexity currently just one up in the rankings, or at least the standings as they are in the group, because no one really expected them to come here and do much, but lo and behold, they have. However, it did run a little dry here on the map of Mirage. VP picked this one up and start the series off in the right way. Welcome back, ESL's Pro League, Season of 14, XIV, I think? X.
Yeah, that is indeed correct, Trace.
Nice. Yeah, so Yanko, let's start talking about what happened here with Complexity. You know, where do you start to see the breakdowns happen?
I think it was a combination of two things. Early, they made some mistakes in a crucial rounds in the first half, right, where they could have gotten some momentum, broken VP's economy, and probably won a lot more rounds on the T side. That didn't happen. And then also there seemed to have been a plan from VP early on. Their focus on the CT side was mostly on mid. Like, as soon as they would see some presence on mid, they would try to, you know, collapse on that area of the map, clear it out. That's why you saw a lot of times like JKS just swinging out of A apps, because he was getting calls. They're fighting for mid. He knows he at most has a 1v1 fight, right? So they were trying, Complexity was trying to do different things. So a lot of times it came down to that, right? Like how many players would they lose on mid? Could they take the site with a reactionary play? So that's why it was a bit of a chaotic first half for both teams, really.
Yeah, just a little bit all over the place. Of course, Jame and Blame F in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. We'll see the numbers, we'll run them. Blame F, let's talk about what he brings to the table. Obviously, he's running the show here, but in terms of a player within rounds and situations, where do you see his most impact coming from?
Well, usually, I mean, it would have been he calls from the lurking position, right? So it's his team executing somewhere in the mid round, probably towards the late round, and then he's working around that because he knows where all of his teammates are. He understands where maybe there are some gaps. You can see this was the round I was talking about. That was a 4v2 that Complexity lost. If they won that round, they could have broken the economy of VP and probably win a lot more rounds in the first half. But yeah, for Blame, it was that, and that was the problem. Sometimes he was so hard on the lurk that unless his team got into the bomb site like with a nice trade, there wasn't too much he could do, right? People were still focused on him. Now he's almost leading with that lurk. You know, he gets the utility from his teammates, but he's also pushing until he has some contact, and then the rest of his team pops on the site. So yeah, he's playing a little bit more aggressively, still having good impact.
Yeah, I believe we can load up a 4v2 as kind of one of the examples to run off of here. Yanko, would you mind leading us in this discussion?
Yeah, this was, as I said, a reset round for Complexity. It was a fight for mid, right? You're going to see here Poison getting the first kill, getting traded. He gives out the call. Okay, they're fighting for mid. He got a flash. JKS starts pushing, gets the entry kill. Now they have the site, really. He's going to use his utility, you know, Molly for jungle. Blame F is on the lurk, top mid, gets another kill here. And now you see 4v2 situation in the corner of your screen. But they took too long here. They were trying to play it too safe, right, to smoke top connector. Again, that allowed Yekindar to sneak into this position. James on top stairs. James was just patiently waiting in jungle. Now a missed molly. He keeps hiding in the corner, gets a kill here on Ato Safex, and then 1v1 just gets a good shot on Blade, leaves, stays alive with low HP. So really important round. If he dies here, they have to go to a USP eco. Complexity gets a bit more economy and some momentum, and maybe this half goes completely the other way.
Well, let's say some of Complexity's flame dies down a little bit, right? If they lose this map and this series, which will be, you know, coincidentally at the same exact time, talk to me a little bit about, you know, what sort of trouble they could find themselves in within the remainder of the group. You know, they only have one more game. That both of these teams would then go to 2-2. It's a weird situation to be in.
Yeah, and they have to play OG in their last game, which is the undefeated team in the group, right? And they also have more to play for, potentially have to play for that first seed, right? They might need a win to secure that first seed tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. I think I was saying if Complexity is going to win this series, it has to be a 2-0. I didn't give them faith,
any wiggle room
on overpass, right? But it depends, you know. Obviously, that's not 100%. That's not a certainty. So I think for them, I would expect them still, even though it's VP's pick. Like if Poison can play on the same level he did against G2 yesterday, and if Complexity just cleans up a little bit, doesn't lose these advantageous situations, right? If they play with a little bit more discipline and resolve, I think they can win Dust 2 and take it to overpass.
And Poison countering James, kind of slowing his role on Dust 2 would probably go a couple miles for Complexity.
Well, yeah, we'll see. You know, VP has this different style. We saw it in Mirage, a couple of city-sided rounds, right? It's just like a gamble for playing 4A, right? Just for maybe they saw something in scouting, right? Watching demos in their game, but that can be frustrating for the opposing in-game leader, right? If you run into that stack or gamble and you have, you know, in your eyes, there's no reason for them to be doing that. So we'll see how Complexity works around that.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. Of course, that means we do go into the next map of the series, Dust 2. Right here, Complexity looking for the bounce back. Will they find it? We'll find out when we return. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Yeah, it's already dropped. Yep, I'm going.
1. 2 of them here. I'll go plant the bomb.
That's a good idea, actually. Oh, bumping. There he is. Parachute bumpers. Oh, you killed one! Oh, and I surfed. What a victory.
I'm getting shot next to the silo with a shield on the right side. He's in between this. Wow. How did I pull that off? Holy moly. Going.
Bumps here.
Over here, I'm going. I'm getting shot at from behind, but I'm going for this guy. 2 guys down here where I'm landing, Rush.
Coming.
Yeah,
I'm on the other, I'm on the other.
Nice. Oh, two guys on the team.
I'm going. I see him. Going for the back guy. Leaving him. Nice. Casbah through the front door. Oh, I see one fella.
Another one that can run away.
I'll go for that fresh shoot. Which is kind of okay. I have to reload mid-air though, which kind of sucks. Oh, I'm dead.
One more. Have medis. Nice. 99 in 1. What the? Watch this. Watch this. 99 damage on the goal.
Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walk, faith in God.
I find myself in two minds, Chad. I find myself in two minds because Virtus Pro did, you know, we saw them get, no, let me try again. Complexity, we saw them pick up a win against G2 on Dust 2, but this is VP's playground as well. So the analyst desk has set the scene perfectly. Trace and Yanko talked about it. This was outlined as, yes, an underdog story for Complexity, as you would expect with a stand-in and a new player.
And a new coach.
And a new coach. And a new general manager. The manager. But either way, they've got a shot here, and it's not the best one. Certainly our analysts expecting to see VP on their home turf dominate. We're onto the pistol now, so let's bring you into game with us, and you'll witness a bit of a slow one, surprisingly, out of VP.
Yeah, you have a, you've missed probably the first 15 seconds, but nothing has happened. So if you've missed VP's games on Dust 2, they like to go B. And JKS is towards the back of platform. There we got the 1x bet odds leaning heavily in VP's favor now. And here they come.
Yeah.
You would think that VP would maybe start hitting A. But no, here they come again. JKS, good luck, you're on your own.
He's smoked off, and they can just burst out of that smoke at 500 different trajectories. He's Molotoved off. His teammates are flashed off. I just feel like I know how this story ends. Brutality. There's a fast flank out of Poison, but that lurk smoke they dropped is actually acting quite nicely as a little shield for the setup and enabling the plant. That was a long-range goosh into poor old Esatag. Yeah. So, something I was going to say, and it looks like Poison is going to get another chance into another frag. Now, with the kit on Blame, they're going to give it a good go, and a couple more headshots. We could be talking about a Complexity recovery here. One-on-one. He has the kit. He just needs this shot, and he's got it. What a recovery out of Complexity. I assumed this was done and indeed dusted appropriately. on Dust 2. Complexity with the recovery.
Oh, that's surprising, especially after losing the site and NATO and JKX getting absolutely nothing done. That was a 3-on-5.
Yeah,
and it's a B retake.
The point I was trying to make was, imagine if JKS, you know, fights them off immediately, just slaps them away like an irritating fly. If you lock them away and out of the B options early and they start feeling like it's not viable, I could see a world where Complexity truly upset the VPD2 playbook.
I still don't quite understand how you win a 3-on-5 post-plant situation on the B bomb site. I know he got 2 and Blame got 2, but VP kind of had to gift them a couple of diffs there. So they've gone into the Force Buy. Their purchase, no word of a lie, looks better. They have an AK, 2 Galils, a Scout for Jame, and Deagle for Kickit, even with a bit of utility behind it here. And that, comparing to the other side of things, is an M4, a Famus, a Jiggle out mid, and a Wiggle out mid here as Blame will take down your Kinder.
Yeah, if I was watching anyone's demos to learn how to kind of destabilize VP's Dust 2, it would be Yakinda. Like, any of his opening moves, if I can just make sure I'm holding weird, ratty angles for his clears.
Yeah, because he's very procedural about how he does things, right? Got all the jiggles in the world.
Blame, he's managed to not only deal with Yakinda, he's grabbed the AK, he backs and bolsters the B defense. It's pretty solid at this point. It's hard for me to visualize a way in which VP get back in, and just as I say that, Kickit's one out, his dual Blame commits to the spray, and it results in his death and departure now. Wide open once again.
Well, they know now they can go either side into a 2-2 because Blame is the A swing player. So not a full commit just yet, but they are having a look in towards A. Poison's Scout needs to strike, and he's actually been dinked away. The headshot is better, though, and Poison says, no, you won't be coming A just yet.
Oh, now what? Buster's poking middle. He's lost Kickit on long. He's lost Buster up mid with him. Poor soul, Jame and his Scout. It's really no fun for anyone, and either wants to die or run away. Take me, just kill me, S-Attack, taking his time, gets it done, and Cole will make it too.
Well, NATO and JKS have to be very happy with Blame that round, because Blame got the kill, got the AK, gave JKS the M4, and then when he died, NATO got the AK there. So profit for the B defenders, they're happy with that one, and I think they might be under the pump this game. So getting them as flush as possible is probably important to do so. Now, it will be VP just down to these pistols. And I think one of the keys is Complexity not flubbing any number advantage situations like they did in the early stages of Mirage. Yanko highlighted one of those perfectly on the desk for everybody playing at home.
2v4.
Yeah. And I guess for VP, it probably could have said the same thing with them not losing pistol round in the fashion they did. Now, they're very grindy, VP. They're going to slowly work away at you. Boost over the smoke here. Who's going to get spotted first? Who's got keener eyes? Is it the young Mr. Savage? Indeed it is. So, mowing down 2. Getting that job done. And just getting picked apart here across the map. These upgraded pistols really not up to the task. Ouch. A kill's nice. A plant would be better. A minute on the clock. Let's see. How far are VP going to push the issue here? Oh, not out long. S-Tag has cleaned up that side of the map. Jame is quickly running to see if he can fill that void.
3 Danes, though, in the starting roster of Cole when Config returns.
I reckon by the start of next year, it'll be 5.
Yeah, the full conversion.
Either...
Oh!
Sorry,
Jame!
what?
I mean, he's dead now, but damn. He makes that costly for sure. And yeah, Poison's only going to leave with a Galil.
Very costly.
Eesh. Well, that could come back to haunt them. Good shots out of Jame, all things considered. He's lost all his teammates in the opening spray. You can see this is exactly how he lost the B-Tons players. But yeah, let me see this second one again. Bang, long range, and bang, see a nerd. The MP9 of S-Attack not able to convert.
All right, well, he started working on that CT side of bank balance early, has Jame. He's got his AWP out.
Also, how dare you imply that Poison's not going to be in this roster forever?
Well, Graham's there now, you know, from North. He'll probably just pick up, you know, you see...
Can you imagine the announcement? Messio Pit has blown the Counter-Strike world wide open here as he brings MSL out of South into Complexity.
Buys Gade back from Big.
It's a crazy roster move. We've never seen anything like it.
Oh dear.
It seems he wants to bring in Henny, actually, and they're going to transition into Portuguese-speaking roster.
Oh, dearie me. All right, here we go. Now, I just think that, like, Astralis and Complexity might have some discussions towards the tail end of this year or the start of next, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
You are. And to nip us in the bud is, never mind. Thought they were going to do something quickly for a second there. Walking on down mid, the Yakinda project begins. Everyone else stands still. Yakinda takes all of Short and Tons at his own pace.
Yeah, like, this is allowed, right? And you're going to wonder, why is nobody fighting? Why is nobody picking? Because, truthfully, they're scared of James Orp. Right, really, if we're going to be honest about it, they're scared of James Orp. Oh, this might be spicy here. Hello.
He's got a little pop flash lined up to catch Buster, and it is the perfect pop. Unfortunately, JKS didn't go wide to it. Maybe he doesn't even have the info on it. Good timing from Esatag to drop that smoke, and there is a bit of a gap that he's going to be hearing, and rather holding. I heard a scope elsewhere. Nade over both of these short players, but Blame holding a bit of isolation utility, and as that smoke fades, the flash is perfect. Yakinda should trade, but he can't. Esatag, that gets 2. And JKS has got a lot to do. James still a threat. He's always a threat, and now Buster's got B wide open. Look how quickly these rounds can turn around. This is the Virtus Pro Dust 2. This is why this map is so synonymous with them being irritating and difficult to crush. The cockroach that just keeps on finding new ways to get into your setup. And a flash for NATO. He's got a lot to do here. He has to win this duel with Buster.
Oh, they're waiting for Blame in tunnels right now.
It's okay.
If Sanji spotted Blame at doors, he'll have a good idea of this.
Yeah, he's waiting for Blame as well. Does look like VP might be able to just take this one. He's walking on in. Sanji's so aware of Blame's push, and this is the timing Blame was waiting for. He just take a little glance. It seems that they're all locked in. And Chad's going to be a little upset, but all 3 of them will successfully save as well.
I'm just a little bit confused because it looked like for a moment there they were going to go for it. NATO might do some damage on the way out the door here. Just the damming, not the edge. And the save will come on through. 3 players of VP survive.
Have we got any herbologists in the chat, in the stream? Anyone that could identify what desert flower is at that Bricks location?
Okay.
No, I'm not joking. It looks like a succulent to me. That's my guess.
We live in a very hot place, right?
Yeah, Malta, we're familiar. Maybe it's a cacti.
They have
some description.
You know there's so many gum trees in Malta?
Gum tree?
Yeah, Australian eucalyptus trees.
Sweet. Oh, is that what you call gum trees? Are eucalyptus? Yeah. I didn't know that. I thought it was 2 separate things.
No, same thing.
Hello, hello. From aloe to aloe. It's a stretch, I admit. Have you seen them like shucking aloe out of eucalyptus leaves, though?
No, I haven't.
Aloe vera? I could be getting this wrong.
I don't think you get aloe vera out of eucalyptus leaves. I think you get aloe vera out of an aloe vera plant.
You're going to say it's out of an aloe vera plant, aren't you?
Yeah, aloe vera plants are more of like the light green, and they have the spikes on the edges, and they are in a triangular formation.
I feel like long, green...
Yeah. A eucalyptus tree is, the leaves on those are quite small, and it's a fully fledged tree.
I'm not a herbologist, I've made it clear, and I don't think herbology is the right word either.
And koalas eat eucalyptus.
Oh, they do?
Yes. It gets them high.
I heard they all have herpes as well.
That's true, too. Actually, I think it's chlamydia.
I'm really not on the ball today, am I? Sorry. Sorry for all the koalas out there. Didn't mean to offend. And yeah, the CTs have ran out of resources. It's just NATO and his teammate hanging out with a USP. They've upgraded nicely. Thank you, JKS.
Well, they're going to try and save the AWP. It's basically the same weaponry they had in the previous year. Yakinda already trying to cut off JKS, and Sanji is about to appear. As NATO not ready for that one. So VP find their second, and JKS is playing a quick game of prop hunt here. Wants to turn himself into that tire, I'm sure.
Or the football.
Kick him around.
What are you taking? Over, under on him saving?
He's saving. He's all good. No, he's not all good anymore.
I'm not sure.
Well, he took one with him. Does that count?
don't think so.
Okay.
Because I believe the words you said were he's saving.
Yeah.
So does that count?
Saving face with a kill. Sorry, I didn't get to finish my sentence.
I'm
It all
glad you
happened
did.
too
No, I'm
quickly.
glad you did in the end. Well, Chad was bang on, gets the kill.
Okay, let's see. Can VP get 3 on the trot here? If they do, the money will be broken for Complexity, and it should become a bit of an open runway to 5 for the Virtus Pro. Ho, ho, ho. No AWP for the CT side. It's going to be an MP9 for Poison. That is nowhere near the 4750 he requires for the scoped Big Green. And this is, well, your Kinder up catwalk. It's a story of many parts. He gets up here with a full bag of utility. He just gets to walk.
And he can do whatever he wants with this.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? If you're VP and you get cat control this early, it's like getting banana in my mind on Inferno. Like, you may as well, if you can get it that fast and you can get your teammates to back you up quickly, go for just a bit of a quick A piece. Especially if they identify that there's no AWP in play. Like, a cat execute with no AWP almost feels like a bit of a dream.
Yeah, and they love this. What they'll do is they'll smoke out and threaten mid to B, see if your Kinder gets anything for free, and then they can hard commit A if they do get pokey and proddy. No, they haven't. I think the B defenders, JKS and NATO, on a very passive hold, have nothing to report. Your Kinder's going to be lining up some util. I think James throwing one from way downtown as well. See that sailing into the A site now. And your Kinder starts his prowl. They've thrown the Vanguard from way downtown. And it's all a mid to B. JKS and NATO have been waiting for this. 30 seconds, got a lot to do, and it's only NATO with a FAM as the crosshairs are on him. And eliminated. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and it's perfect that using this round, Chad, where you say, look, why don't you just hard execute into A? There was 3 CTs there, but if you make it just convincing enough where no one can justify leaving their positions, you're walking down a very comfortable street.
It's the swing player, which is Blame F. That's the role he plays, right? If they are able to condition him so he cannot assist the B bomb site whatsoever, they put themselves in the best place. If he's in CT spawn and they throw A utility and he creeps up the ramp to help A, then he can't help with the mid to B.
Mission accomplished,
They've
right.
done exactly the job that they're looking for here. They give themselves an easier avenue for the mid to B. And then you would say, okay, we'll bring out double AWPs. Have one AWP at A and one AWP at B, and then you could maybe play a bit of a setup where you have one rifle player locked down long, one AWP player mid-long watching towards short, 2 players in B and an AWP flirting around mid. Then you get into problems the other way. Okay, well, they feign a mid to B. You can't cross across mid doors. There's only 2 players at A. They get the site. Your long AWP has to play retake, and then you're in the same scenario. So you're screwed either way here.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, it's a joy in one way, or one definition of the word, to watch a map that's been played so long be solved to this extent. Poison's done very well on that exchange. He's got a lot or more people pushing for that pit fight. How is Attack supposed to support him? He's got no nades. He couldn't bail his teammate out at all. Now, the B defenders, all 3 of them, I should highlight, are on a bit of a dank flank, and VP have not fully committed to the long in. So hang on, hold on. Hold your horses. There's 3 walking up. JKS tons, NATO from T-spawn. Oh, JKS has done very well. Nearly another onto the head of James. And Blame from behind can strike. Wow, Complexity, the stars have aligned for them here. This was supposed to be a guarantee. They got the opening frag out long. Isolated Poison, they had full control of it. But yeah, some weapons recovered, and just this push for info has rendered VP looking a little limp.
Well, this is great. In the early stages, Complexity have won 2 rounds they probably shouldn't. One being the pistol round, and now this being light upgrade and some save rifles here. And look, there's no other way to split it. It's a great positioning on the CT side, was able to do it, and they got lucky.
But yeah, I just wanted to highlight that this was what OG were doing on gun rounds. That pushed tons. Like, the reason that VP's at Dust 2 looked a bit weak at times, and why they felt like they were solved and they always felt like they had the CTs in the right place, was because they had 2 players very actively setting themselves up for Info B.
Yeah, they weren't isolated by having to cross. They were giving themselves other ways.
Right, so you're trying to do a mid-B wrap. Well, you've lost tons. Buster doesn't have that guaranteed info anymore, and I felt like that was a big reason why OG smashed through on their CT side, made VP look a bit silly at times, just like this round did. You know, like, they don't no longer look like the Sith, whatever, Megazord.
Sith Megazord. We've got the Star Wars combined with the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
The Sith Megazord.
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite.
And it can only be countered, apparently, by P250's pushing tunnels.
I thought you were going to say the Jedi X-Men or something.
The Jedi Exodia.
Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. Or is it Exo?
Yeah, you're right.
It's Exo. Yeah. All right, well, that's actually a lifeline for Complexity, because I was starting to give you the chant of the G2 fans around the world who want to see Complexity lose here today to give themselves a shot. Out long we go. This is a gear shift. Okay, again, they've pushed out the long doors. They've got control. Will they stay to their guns this time and just continue with the space they have, or will they walk back into the unknown?
Poison sticking around. He will be flashed off and forced away, but it's just Sanji trying to sell this.
They're doing the same thing they did last round.
Yeah, but this time, no. Loss of the tons. Buster lives on and enables him to set his team up for success. Pop flashes galore. James to lock down the door. NATO cannot cross while James is posted up, and it seems they're sketched and scared of a bit of a mid to B. Uh-oh, barrel. Barrel, and that's S attack. There's more coming. James gonna do it all here. Oh no, too easy with the no-scope. Blame just trying to trifle with death. And he does meet it. Yakinda's already flanking. JKS is looking the wrong way. This one is a guarantee for VP. Just NATO. Now, bomb planted thanks to Kicker. He's managed to scavenge away an AWP and will look to maintain.
I think if they hit the emergency button here, they could rock a double AWP setup with either JKS or NATO. I think NATO's probably done a bit more AWPing. Oh no, he's not even going to save it. AWPing in his career. I know JKS in 100 Thieves, he did a bit. Obviously, there's certain maps where he was doing it for them. I think Dusty was one of them, Train was another. But Config seems to do more of the secondary AWPing throughout Complexity, and Config's not here. So if they wanted to rock that setup, they could. And I'm not sure if that will be the change they're looking for. But when the guns come back out, VP able to convert and keep things level at 4-4. We have another timeout called, and it is from Complexity again.
Peacemaker on the mic.
Yeah, and I think it's probably a good thing. You know, I don't know exactly what type of coach Keita was. I know that he's a smart lad when it comes to the Counter-Strike brain. I just don't know if he would have had the cojones to be like overruling Blame in certain situations. And I don't think that Peacemaker would have any issues doing that. I think if he saw something a certain way, he would let them know.
True.
So maybe that's a mix-up that could work in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, just having conviction in your own opinion is a big part of the role. And I think Peacemaker's got that in spades. 4 versus 4 right out of the gate, and Yakinda's not done. Anybody else, he says, as the supportive flashes are there, and he just lurks in the safe haven he found within the flames. Oh, this one's starting to run away from Complexity, Chad. I'm already getting that sinking feeling as to VP picking up steam. The CT's battered and bruised. They'll do their due diligence. 2 smokes for the cross. No one on site to actively defend this. They're just staring at a gray screen, and a pop flash play ain't awful. It isn't bad. And NATO's going to give it all it's got. 1 and done.
The bomb's loose.
Good timing on that nade. He looks promising for us. Good kill. He actually finishes off Yakinda with that, and Blame realizes it's game on. Play this one smart. They're looking for JKS, and they do find him. Looking the wrong way. Buster with impact in this round. That's double kill from him. Blame the unknown entity. Wasn't spotted when they last cleared elevator, so they're looking long, and oh, a little glance out of Kicker, and it does pull it into a 1v1. Buster, that's smart. Actively hunts the jewel, doesn't let Blame reset. And it will post a 5th for the VP boys. Complexity broken.
Yeah, it's still on a bit of a nice edge in the sense that Complexity winning that pistol save round just a few ago gave them a buffer of economy in this one, but I know what you're saying, because now it should be VP locking in the 6th. You'll get another gun round out of Complexity in not too far from now, but it's going to be this same cycle that they're going to find themselves in of maybe we just lose territory, we save, we have to go for some rounds. It's still close right now. I think if VP are starting to get in the realms of 8 or 9, that's more than comfortable. Sanji's about to get some business. Oh, and well, Kicker stole the customer. He's going to be having commission on that one. The bomb's dribbled out the doors. That could have got a lot messier. and it's spicy all over the place here. Some dinks are coming out, but they will get across the line. VP survive for their 6th. And G2 fans now, I'm starting to hear them. I'm starting to feel them.
You haven't got your double orb once. I don't think they've really had the funds. I was looking at it. They have had a couple of, like, they'd have to go double glass cannon, but never, ever seen the opportunity arise. If Complexity can start stringing together a couple, we may get that look.
Might be a super late play with that here. I just want to bring up these emails again just to make sure I have all the relevant information here. Now, the reason I'm saying I can hear the G2 fans, G2 require Complexity to lose this game for them to have any shot in qualifying for the playoffs. Contingent on them also winning later today against Fours in the final best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a product of G2 losing to Complexity, right? A full 3-mapper. It keeps them in it and an opportunity to qualify. They even had it here. Have they, or should they, beat VP, Complexity would be into the round of 12. That's impressive considering the circumstances. And we've seen this take before out of VP. We have seen something rather familiar. It's a short-sided assault.
Do they full commit this one, you reckon?
I reckon this is an all-in. Yikinda patrolling, looking for Blame. The nade is in a great spot to isolate him down, chunk him down nicely. Hit 54. A smoke that Blame plans to peek around, and down goes Yikinda in pursuit. And there's Poison just booked completely. Oh, Yikinda go kill. NATO through the smoke. Esatag strikes on to kick it. It's not a guarantee anymore. And Sanji's still top mid, so these two, NATO and JKS, have got a trifle with Buster's angle. Well, Esatag works with Jame.
Oh, lured in.
Lured in, exactly. And now Sanji, he's away from the site. Someone defuse. It may not be planted for him. They have got no kit, though. This could be the Sanji special. He's even got a nade for good measure. Lines are up. And down he goes. Okay, Complexity say play on.
VP have given them some absolute gifts this game. 3 already. 3 out of the 5 rounds they have.
The pistol, for example?
The pistol, the P250 round with JKS and Lower Dark, and now that one. Yikinda gets you 2 cracking openings. You have the site secured. You get a little bit overzealous. You get baited into a peak wide like Buster there, and you get punished. Complexity, sure, they're operating with a stand, and they're operating with a new player, they're operating with a new coach, but they're not slouches as far as players go. You're going to give them a chance. They'll take it. They'll grab it with both hands. JKS finishing off Sanji there, and yeah, facepalm indeed. How many more of them are you going to give?
Yeah, it's such a horrible feeling when you know that round was destined for you. Oh, and James just doesn't seem to miss those. I can't believe it wasn't even a wall bang. He like tracked NATO so well. It was prior to the door being in his crosshair.
Okay.
Ugh.
4v5.
Yeah, unlosable in the right minds with the right execute.
As Hampus would say on Ancient, just go B.
Just go B.
Now they could just go B. And if Jame does what Jame does, which is lock down rotations, they can keep him apart. Yikinda, you're about to have company, mate. You and Kick It about to get a few angry CTs knocking on your door.
Yeah, and that flash is going to be perfect. Oh, now Poison's got it. Yikinda down. Suddenly that 5v4 advantage is missing. And they're contesting short. Poison's hitting every shot he can. It does look good for Cole now. A quick recovery from them. Don't you dare feed the beast. Whatever you do, JKS has got so much responsibility on his position. If he goes down, they can flood B. Do they know that? Can they work that out themselves? They've got Sanji long. It might pull them into the A stack. Mid to B smoke deployed. And James does try and bait Esatag. He tags him. Both of them have exchanged damage, but Poison has to push through the smoke. And Buster can get it all done here. Oh, Buster has wraps it up for VP, and very far from what was intended. But it does come through. Triple kill out of Buster on those rotates.
And you see what Complexity have to do? They have to make these plays that are outside of the norm, right? Okay, we have to triple short and take territory. We have to cross through the mid smoke to make sure we get ground back. They're having to do these plays you would rather not, just to see if they can be competitive. But Buster locks it all down.
Yeah, that's silly. Like, that's crazy. You can see how JKS is feeling the frustrations there, because 1, fine, 2, okay, but losing 3 to that pushed up AK. You knew where he was after the first. That's just good play out of Buster, and the contrary for Cole. Well, this is one of those rounds where people are shouting at each other and bickering, running around with P250s and Deagles. Let's see if they can get anything done with this one. VP, you'll never guess which letter of the alphabet they prefer. Ooh, and a perfect little pop flash. So no one's got any info. Everyone screens white at the boot camp. It still enables JKS to get one. They don't get any more though, right? VP don't lose another silly one. JKS would have to go up huge and Buster will hunt him down before things get too naughty.
Well, there's 8. They've won the half here. Best they can do is 10, and that's what they managed in the first half of Mirage. Which
I just realized who I'd like as instead of NATO on the second roll.
Who?
S-Attack.
Sure. The problem is he's playing A.
Yeah, okay, touche. But in terms of roles, I don't think anyone else I'd prefer over the second orb setup. But like I was just kind of brainstorming like where it would come from. I know Config like sometimes will whip it out when he's feeling himself, but yeah, they don't really have that fallback, and it's not a compulsory component.
It's a 3-man boost short here. This aggressive short play again out of complexity.
If it ain't broke.
Oh, NATO's so scared.
Oh, he's only just got across to B. That's the VP effect for you. Yakinda, nothing visible on his Blame F sweep of Xbox there, and they've got a nice little flash for the reaggress here. Blind, hits his crouch keeper, spotted. And if they reek back in, it's the Yakinda special. Good catch from NATO. He reacts to the call, aggresses a little bit. And James to punish Poison. There's so many CTs for him to contend with here, and with Sanji long, Buster's just going to poke B. This is so naughty. Look at this. As Sanji starts saying, I'm over at A, come and get me. Buster pokes some prods. He could have been in B by now. NATO's flash implies he doesn't know, but he will now soon. As this is the head-to-head, Buster looking to isolate his B defender. NATO passes the test. And call that 6.
Yeah, he was set up there multiple times, Neto, getting flashed for, so the supportive element looking good, and into B we go. He needs to stand one last test here. The cavalry's on the way, they're rotating over. He's stuck in towards Car. Kick it in James. Oh, they can't get it done. Kick it tries. James denies the AWP. Throw that one away and get yourself an AK, my friend.
You big meanie.
Okay, well, great stuff there, and a very important round for Complexity to win towards the tail end of this half. And you can see what the change-up was. Instead of allowing VP to play and hold your rotations at bay with mid to Bs and short execs, you take short, you take them out of the equation, you force them to be flustered. And good teamwork there. They were setting each other up. It was nice to see the flash work in multiple occasions. And here we go. Round number 15.
Just watching NATO solve the mystery of beating Jame on doors, and now Yakinda goes straight out long, looking for some sort of safe haven. This is going to be chaos, so strap in. Yakinda, lovely ang. VP have killed everyone other than Poison on long side. And it's just him and NATO up against the world. Poison to solo hold A. And he's gone for CT. If he can wrap around short for the defense, I suppose that's cool. VP are pulling the plug.
Oh, if they both pick and push through middle here, they might catch VP in transition. How safe are they going to be? Oh, not tucking tail.
Oh, wowzers, trousers, Poison. No double zoom necessary.
Yikes. Are they going back to A now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Cancel that. Poison's called our bluff.
You shall not pass, apparently. Buster's very noisy about this, and the problem with that is Jamie is coming, so kind of telegraphing this one.
A smoke. Poison will have something to work with in the vision department, though. That's a tiny gap for him. Reaction speed test, go. Doesn't hit the first. He doesn't know if one's across, though. There's still one to find, and that's NATO gone. Buster's done a lot for VP there and does have the opportunity to not only plant safe, Poison, the unknown entity, looking for an incredibly impactful finish here, and he's making noise now. They can peek him together, essentially. Does isolate the jewels. He's looking for Jame. Suspects him, but he's close, just in the open, hiding in plain sight. They take 9. And Virtus Pro are within touching distance. 7 rounds separating them from a compulsory win in their project here in Group B. Complexity on the ropes.
Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Try loving.
Got a joke for you, Chad.
Knock, knock. What's the joke?
5 CTs by 5 sets of Kevlar vests. That's the joke.
Where's the punchline?
Well, you're about to see it. Complexity have got themselves plenty of nades. In fact, 2 sets of a full belt, and they're charging long. And Sanji is not having any issues so far. In fact, he's already received blame with a smile and a bullet.
Well, he's normally the punchline.
Yeah, he is, or the butt of the jokes for sure. And he's still doing damage. JKS is wondering where all his health has just gone, and it's thanks to Sanji and his pepper. There's a tag looking to dish out a little salt. Trying to plant that bomb uncontested. Sanji going for a little attempt. It does result in his death. Now we've got a 4v4, and it is going to be determined by these duels. NATO Safix keeps Yakinder honest on his flank long, so now they will focus their assault through short, one crawling up towards elevator. JKS would love this win. It's not going to be easy. Buster's been one of the best for VP so far, and contact's coming. NATO deleted, Buster's sharp, and they're just dropping like flies. Only Essa tag, and it's just perfect. Oh, Virtus Pro. Make Complexity look a little silly there.
Double digits reached and just 6 more rounds now for Virtus Pro, as every single team coming in today's play at EPL for Group B can qualify. With this win, that's going to set things into motion here to make this group as sticky and messy as possible. And for Complexity, even with a loss, they are still not out.
Yeah.
It's just going to make tomorrow all that more interesting, isn't it?
Well, we're going to have no lock. Oh, wait, we'll have OG locked.
OG's locked.
OG's
I
locked.
think if Fours win later, maybe they're locked. I'll have to double check.
They control their fate.
But if G2 win that game, woof, 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 rub your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow will get spicy. Maybe not as spicy as round 17, though. 2 AK-47s. 1 for NATO, 1 for Blame. JKS and Essa tag obliged with the drops. Poison into the Scout, and scouting out middle right now. Has Jame on the other side. Scout for him as well, and warning shots exchanged. A late long is the play. Sanji appears to be the weakness they'd love to pressure, and he's just transitioning into pit now.
You want my Sanji, you got to get through me, says Jame as his shots do connect. He's tagged up 2 with that.
Master, they're coming!
Oh, you're right. There is a Dobby element to Sanji, isn't there? And there he goes. First down. And they are going to commit to this. They're making no secret of it. Buster's already vacated. Jekinder's looking to back him up with a bit of short presence. He really has confirmed the suspicions that this is the all-in. But there is no one to actively hold them at bay. Kicker and this damn Gandalf position. They're going to drop the simple smoke for him.
Whoa.
That's the bomb plant. Lose. Kicker caught on the way back. Good util and better fragging out of Blame. He's made a 7th look realistic here, if not a guarantee. Yakinda's on the retreat and Deagle shots to hit. It does confirm the save. But Complexity win it out, and it's a product of Blame. I mean, I saw VP's retakes. We've seen them time and time again. And this was the second round forced by VP, at least competitive. It was James tagging him up, Sanji just unable to get much done.
Yeah, it was really confusing the other day when we watched Fours versus VP, and Fours kept going for these late, long plays to try and punish Sanji, and James just stayed posted on the long corner with the AWP the entire time. Now, look, James didn't have an AWP, and to be fair, he did hit the first shot with the scout. If he had an AWP, maybe it would have been the same as that Fours game, where they walk out long, they die, and then the round just falls apart. I'm going to be interested to see how Complexity want to deal with that, because if they think Sanji's a weakness in the same way that Fours did, well, they are going to beat that AWP more often than not. Great opening there from NATO, and this second one from Blame, that's the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, I mean, Buster's been the real issue for Complexity so far. 19, closing in on 20 frags.
Let's see if he cools now, and if that changes a lot. It's crazy. Alex, take a little bit of a look at the utility damage for VP. I know they were on the T side.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's nothing. So the highest right now is 33 on Sanji. Let's see if that goes up now they're on the CT half.
Yeah, gosh, it is. I mean, it's the start of their CT campaign. Maybe not fair to point fingers, but admittedly.
Well, you're normally going to get more on the CT side because you have the corridors to nade into and stuff, but you think on the T side, like, molly to certain positions to do a little bit of damage, maybe some chunk HEs together. But I guess if we're considering VP, it's not like they do stack nades too often, right? This is just the saved AUG M4 and a couple of Deagles, and the AUG's the first one to step on out into the line of sight. You never know when your Kinder's going to strike.
Yeah, had some good acceleration on that.
You have to ask the question now, where does Blame want to finish? Because he knows the AUG was mid, doors was smoked off, so your Kinder could still be towards B. He could also be over here towards A. And what's Kickit cooking up here? I think he's going to kind of negate their set of wall smokes with a smoke of his own.
Which could really rot the clock. Like, if they think they're about to go A, that smoke from Kickit does arrive, and he can now play around it. He's isolated them, does very well to find the frag. But Yakinder up to his usual antics, pre-aiming onto the JKS angle. S-Attack to keep it clear. You got a shot here if you are Sanji. Now smoked off, he tries his luck, and yeah, good find from Poison. Those two pushed up CTs are found, and so Jimmy's rustled. It's Complexity that collect an 8th.
Okay, well, they're going to slowly work their way back into this, and with the loss bonus coming in next round of play being 1,900, I'm curious to see what the buyers are looking like over there. I don't think VP are going to be going for that full investment by any means. They won't be able to get that AWP out for James, so it should just be another save. Sanji trying to get an extra kill or two. And that'll be it for round number 18, as we now turn our sights on what should be a Complexity 9th. They're able to tie things up here if they win this and then the consecutive gun round, and then we'll be back on in similar fashion as we were on Mirage. Now, I was saying not a whole lot of nade damage, 2 of which have been purchased on up here, 1 for Sanji, 1 for Yakinja, and both of which are heading over towards long. Now, if they throw them immediately, nobody will be home, and yeah, you can hear those go off in the distance in Poison's vision there. Blame F straight down mid. NATO gallivanting for some cat control. JKS checking in from lower dark, and straight out the mid doors. Or a cat push could be likely here. Should have a good idea they are against these pistols. And Blame was talking about his entries being more aggressive. Well, here he is. Look at this. Straight out. 1 found. Put another one in that column for the attempts. Everybody hitting the deck here, one after the other. VP fall. And Complexity, they aren't done yet in this series. Okay, kick it. Pops his head up, gets a kill. Just a consolation frag, an extra $300 in that bank balance. That'll be an extra nade or a flash or a smoke.
I need to see what a eucalyptus plant looks like.
You're still on that?
Well, just I was thinking about the flower again. Ah, yes. Definitely not what I had in mind.
Do you know what a gum nut is?
No. A gum nut. Is it a source of gum?
I don't know why we call it gum nuts. My grandparents used to call it a honky nut. I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
No, probably not that either. We've got 3 down mid. Blame already with a great deal of control, and he's beaten across Jame, and I think he's aware of it. So falling off the close line. Bit of a standoff again between Sanji, Esatag, and now Jame. He's floated back again. Okay, well, Molotov and Smoke combined does force Yakinda to... Wow, good lineup on his Smoke actually means he maintains full mid control. Like, he's played that perfectly.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't throw it early as well, like, he's getting the most of that molly and now the most out of this Smoke, and oh dear. Players just avoiding each other. Nade through from Yakinda will tickle up with no damage whatsoever, mind you. As some fake utility over towards A. They're sending Blame out for another opening kill attempt.
He might jump down, we'll see. That's the fight, and that's the frag. Kick it gone, and he does descend. It's smoked for now. They're going to try and pincer B, and the Buster and Yakinda are ready for this. There should be a trade available. Poison puts it down. It's Yakinda. Only the one. Okay, Complexity looking set for a 10th here, and we are going to tie things right up.
Oh dear, okay. Jame over towards T-Spawn might just want to perch up and grab some exits on the way out the door. But that was great. That was really good stuff. So they're using their utility to help Blame get set up for these plays, and he's doing a good job of it. He's doing a good job of it. You have to look to, first of all, what was going to be the change for Complexity coming out of the break with Esatag replacing Rush and Peacemaker replacing Keita. We always knew there was going to be something looking different, right? It wasn't going to be the same mix. Yeah. And then the question becomes, well, now Config is out. Who is going to pick up the slack of, in my opinion, the driving force of the team? I think Config is irreplaceable. Jame will add the 13th kill to the tally, retain the AWP, but they need to start getting some rounds on the board. Only one so far, and that was the pistol. They've let it drop ever since that force buy.
You know how we were talking about that death essay Chris J retweeted?
Yeah.
And you know how we were talking about how it kind of wakes you up, you're like, you start becoming hyper aware of all the things you should be more grateful about. Do you think Config sitting on a sofa with his hand on a cast is gonna have any further breakthroughs? I know we've already had that kind of story arc of talented bad boy with a bad attitude becomes, you know, closer to realizing his potential. The Thorin essay.
Yeah.
Oh no, call. But I wonder if there's any more levels to Config, and if this is going to be something he can recover from and find even more hunger within.
I think it's going to make him hungrier for sure.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're about to lose this round.
It's actually too much to ignore.
It's already happened. They've already lost it in my eyes.
And it was a product of just a simple doors double D.
Yeah, getting a bit ahead of themselves there against the low buy.
Yeah, and it is already over in Chad's mind. James got a great pop flash for Poison's clear. Sanji, look how passive he is.
Well, James can AWP above Sanji here.
Yeah, it's the classic James sets for success. Now, they've planted safe, and that's something.
They have to be aware that ramp's a possibility. Sanji's just like a secret agent right now.
Yeah, they'll have to assume it's... Or maybe they're operating under the assumption it's clear. They're actually trying to double up on short.
Oh, if Sanji goes now, they're not looking, Sanji.
They're not looking.
This is your chance.
No one's looking. He can strike. Yakinda's left. They know exactly where he is. They're already on the bomb. He's got to go clearing. NATO, call the bluff. Call the bluff. Be brave, be brave, be brave. Call the bluff. Ah, okay. Jame was bodyguarding, and yeah, they do let it slip away.
So they went for something a little bit more aggressive there in the Complexity camp, and it comes back to bite them, right? And we've been talking about, obviously, the need for a little bit of more of that, but that's the second round for VP. So when the guns are out, Complexity have looked like the better team. It's just when we're seeing these pistol strikes. So yeah, straight out the doors, a fast mid-control falling flat very quickly, and then JK is trying to take space, not ready for that big green. And that one there, a rough one. Peacemaker not happy with that. Well, they have enough for the buy here. Poison's AWP's out. Both teams are sitting flush for cash, and Poison wants to use that AWP out long fast. Warning shot fired. Sanji escorted towards the pit. James this time with the AWP towards short. So, oh, and the double AWP of Buster out here as well.
JKS, very lucky to have not just got caught out by that. I thought Yakinda's aggressive maneuver might have put the bomb completely isolated from the team. But it just seems like he's got that info. Very early into the piece, though, we know this is very punishing for VP when they're doing their maneuvers. Assume it's got the same fate for JKS. He's got the bloody bomb. Yeah, throwing it to Blame, but they could both go down if Mr. Savage isn't alert. He's looking the wrong way. Oh, that's a gift for JKS. Whew, sweat off the brow. And again, they return to the doors where they met their demise.
Oh, a bit of a missed CT smoke there. So Kickit, he's now noticed that there might be a bit of a problem here. He's been heard, Blame is spamming, damage done, number advantage. It's going to be used over towards this B site now that has been evacuated. Buster's AWP is about to get smoked off.
Oh, this is perfect. If they go now, they have to commit. Be brave, boys, because you've got the full site. Smoked him off as well, and
They've
it's just not, I mean, when you've got a double AWP, you're not retaking.
Yeah, they've already called it here. So Complexity, the Calamity of last round, they've already bounced back from this, and that's what I was saying. The gun rounds, Complexity are looking better. All right, this is another one that they immediately respond with, and just really, right? JKS, it was the oddest of moments. Yakinda comes down, JKS just turns around, catches him in the act of
flanking.
Yeah, and there you have it. That's all we needed was one kill, and away we go. 11-11 tied up here. Looks like we're going the distance. Now, map number 3 will be Overpass. I think Yanko was saying that he felt that Complexity needed to get it done in 2 if they were to win the series. Overpass a little bit more technical.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you were listening to the interview with Blame and Frankie, he talks about getting ready for this Pro League with what? A stand-in, and I think you had less than a week to get him more comfortable.
I think it all happened very quickly, didn't it? And the fact that they even got him out there to the boot camp, I believe they're in Serbia.
I swear he's done that before, though. Like, last minute, he's just on a plane. Like, yeah, get into LA.
He's just standing by. He's like the emergency fighter. If someone doesn't make weight, he's just there ready to go.
Yeah. And I mean, you can feel for NATO as well, because he gets regular tastes of exactly where he wants to be. Like he gets to sample it. Like, you know, like we're talking, he goes to Michelin star restaurants and he gets like a tasting board.
I'm with you.
And then he's condemned to McDonald's for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it I hadn't considered before. Well, maybe that's enough to keep driving him to strive for that goal. Config's going to be out for a while, so might be with this Complexity project for some time. And they're going back to this long play. No Jame or Pier, though, but Kickit is with Sanji, and they're doubled up on the doors. The spam through. Magnificent.
Huh? Oh, they don't clear Sanji because of Kickit's steps. Well, that hurts. That sucks. And Sanji's at least going to be able to get away scot-free, actually. Never mind.
Well, they're quickly scurrying elsewhere. JKS needs to do an aggressive maneuver outdoors. He has to find something with this push.
Yeah, they're already catching up with him, so he hasn't necessarily pushed, but now all 3 of them gathered and drop the smoke and have a go. It's time for a biff. Buster and Yakinda. The cavalry's on its way. Whatever you do, don't look at that CT for long. You'll get flashed forever. Poison's just about got his vision back as they have to be corralled into the site. There's a timing on this. Buster... Oh, such a good flash. Such a good flash. And now they've got a chance. They're into the site. Buster's faffing around with his AWP. He still hits the shot. Trade from Juzzy. And now a 2-to-5, a 1v2. And with it all to do, 18 bullets. And the gap has been closed. Kickit and Jame. A fake now then. They know it's a fake by now. And the head was there in the crosshairs. James just too quick on the draw.
Ooh, bit of a death slam there. Saw the webcam wobble, and that's a frustrating one to lose. But once you lose 2 players at long, you're scrambling at that point. They did a great job to even claw that back to a respectable looking round here. We get to catch James POV and scoped in the scope criminal. Oh, look at that. The tightest of lines. All right.
If I was making a list of players I imagine are the most irritating to play against, Jame is right up there.
Oh, the amount of times, if I died to him like crossing doors late, oh man.
And it's just all the close ones as well, because he's just got such an awareness of when duels are possible, to the point where you can't quite believe he was scoped in and ready for it. You know, those deaths where you're just like, he's He's expecting that.
Yeah.
You just start getting driven up the wall.
I think that's just like the nature of Jame, right? Because they do play such this slow maneuver. They get the map control and then he's making the calls, and his job is kind of just to lock down these positions. It's more rare we see him go for the fight than the fight come to him.
Yeah.
So he is just waiting for any possibility. And with all the info that his team gets him, it's always quite a nice place to be, right? Because you're able to piece the puzzle together in your head. You've got your scouts that have gone out across the map and they've dialed it back into the big green. Now, it was actually the timeout from VP here. And as we're staring down the barrel of the late stages, round 24 about to commence, you can understand why both teams are in a precarious position regarding the economy. The loss bonus for whoever loses this one is 1,900.
All right, so whoever wins this round wins the map.
Well, we could put it that way.
We could. I mean, it wouldn't be a guarantee, but it would certainly be a dramatic framing. And here we go. James already posted up for Poison, and it's too easy for him. Cole lose the very pointy end of their attack. They were supposed to have a flirtatious Poison pressuring short. Instead, James not only dealt with that, he's ready to deal with Yuan Long as well. Anybody else? Yes, indeed. Flames next. Sanji's alongside for the ride, and just 2 members. Make it 1 member of the poor Complexity squad, as they are absolutely wounded and sent packing. They didn't lose a single point of damage there.
That just looked way too easy, didn't it? VP. Line him up, knock him down. Jame reading the game very well here. Gets that first, has so much time to reposition. And yeah, Poison, there was a lot of pressure put on him to get space. And when he doesn't, it's an all-in long. And I think they were between 2 minds in that long play, because you knew Jame was short. So maybe if we react quickly, we can beat him before he can rotate across. But they weren't unable to get the troops together. And come on, Jame. This is getting a bit silly, isn't it?
He nearly went down, he does. Oh, that's fantastic work out of Cole. They've actually managed to get the AWP as well. So if anyone over-rotates, Buster, oh, he did give him a chance. He gave him a chance to a wide open run to B.
Look how locked in they are here. Yukinda has the fallback covered. Kick it. Well, I know he's right now up towards short, but he can lock down this mid to B with Buster and Window at any time. So as long as they don't overstep the mark into Blame, who's currently, or was currently scoped on in, all good in the hood. They're setting up a boost. Yukinda's going to get all 3 here.
Hi, guys.
1, 2, and 3. I'll take that ult for Master Jame. Thank you very much. Well, that's 14. And the guns coming back out. Complexity's last chance here to put up too much of a fight. And this loss bonus for the next round of play, if they do lose this round and they don't get the bomb down, the only amount of money they'll have next to their name is $2,900, because everyone's going to spend almost everything. So this is just how rough it's gotten for Complexity. Oh, it's a biff straight down the guards and straight into the AWP again. Jame.
Oh, and onto Poison as well. Like, frustration's just bubbling over now. And he is such an issue for Complexity. You can see that they're actually all in fear of him. They're actually running into each other in suicide, just trying to work out what the bloody hell they're supposed to do now.
Yeah, and that's just the gear shift. Aggressive short, picking mid. He's normally at long. They thought they could get away with something. You're not getting away with anything, Buster. Oh, Blame, not known to be an AWPer. Gives them something to work with. 4 on 4. And plenty of time. What's going on here? They've heavy rotated for this mid to B right now.
They got no one A.
I suppose if they go for a 2-man upper dark push with Yukinda leading the charge.
JKS is there, he's anticipating it. Oh. Big find, huge find from JKS. Now, Kickit's got his feet planted on this door's position. So as long as they don't try and go through mid, it is just a 4 versus 1. It's gonna be loud about it. Lots of information for Kickit to work with, and Sanji still has to Incendiary to deny.
Well timed.
Very well timed. Blame's down and out. Ready to push on in.
Sanji didn't hear it, or did he?
Didn't hear it, didn't acknowledge it. Checks it now. Big find from Blame, and that will be 12. Complexity. Solid conversion after losing Poison to James Antics again. This time they've overcome it, and it's kind of through Blame's own hand. He took the initiative, took the AWP right back, and JKS will take the AWP out of James' hands as well. Here we go. Now you're cooking with something.
Oh, still plenty of money for Virtus Pro over there to go for another buy right here, right now. Complexity will need to win another one on the trot to I'll give Virtus.pro a taste of their own medicine as far as that financial department goes.
Poison's the last 2 rounds has been the opening death with an AWP on his back. So let's see if he can actually, you know, get a chance to utilize it before James takes him out. He definitely will this time. He's opted for the B lean. Yikinda gets himself across. Speaking of B, there's only one man there. If they were to somehow find this pick on his first glance, it's a very different state of affairs. Poison's posted up. Yikinda's far too wise to be giving anything away such as that. Don't speak too soon, Alex. Oh! And they might just go for this. Buster is enough to deter. JKS so low, a flubbed incendiary. They are committing to this. They know that they can force the issue here. They really can. Buster's doing everything he can to slow him down. The bomb loose.
Keep the NATO flank in the back of your mind here. He's taken long control. He could be behind them any moment here. So if they want to save, NATO can deny it all.
From behind. And down goes James. That's exactly what he needed to do. He can't die now. Doesn't need to. They're trapped between NATO and the bomb plant. The only option's mid, and that's exactly where they're channeled up. This is for saving now. Complexity are closing the gap to a very competitive standpoint. This is 13. NATO with another punish.
Needed that one, didn't he? The pressure now is just going to continue here. Complexity, they can smell blood in the water. Take away another gun. NATO, the hunter.
Here we go, bro. He's feeling frisky.
These are really important kills.
Yeah.
Like, these are really important kills for the tail end of this game.
You talk about CTs having their money broken at the tail end of a map. Well,
1900 now. Like, they're the ones who have to stomach potentially giving up 14, right? If Buster lives...
If Ezatag strafes, he'd be on for a chance, but no.
You really would love to have seen them get that one, because you know what Buster's going to do? He's not going to hold on to that. He's going to give that straight to James. And James has been really good in finding these openings. So even though VP are going to be operating with just the AWP that was saved and maybe some upgraded pistols, with James alive, you start to think it's possible.
And this is the Complexity special. You know, over the course of this series, they've been able to win against the guns. It's against these dastardly pistols and save rifles they've had a couple of woes. And they're walking into James' domain on short. He's tucked in. Yikinda to bait and perhaps even switch.
It's pressure on these two, right? You've got 3 stack on B right now. James AWP, right? The game plan here is James has to get a kill or at least presence alone to scare them into the B stack. That's what they're banking on.
And he banks the molly right onto James' location. It's a bit short. I thought I was actually going further. That only clears the closed stairs, so he's still viable, he's still valid, and he thinks better of it.
They still don't know where the AWP is exactly, so no long presence right now. This little boost is going to be maybe too late. Oh, okay, really sketchy stuff now. Did they see the AWP? Maybe they did. They are tucking tail.
It looks very mid to B here. Yeah, the util confirms our suspicions. It's a good way to avoid the AWP, but will you avoid the stack? Pistols are there, James to flank. If you start hitting a couple of headies, it gets threatening. Just like that.
Oh no, the
Sanji
USP.
with just a USP, bro. And that Deagle, oh, it started taking chunks. He was swinging his axe. Only takes the one, so a sigh of relief for Complexity fans.
Well, they got what they wanted, VP. They channeled them into the stack of the bomb site there. It's now about protecting James AWP one last time. And on next round, they get the 2400. So you will see that cash start to skyrocket. But now I think is the point where Complexity have the stranglehold of this game. Complexity are the ones who find themselves with a bit of extra bank balance, especially after they secure this one right here, right now, to tie things up at 14-14. So even if they lose the next round to play to VP and they grab that 15th round, they'll have enough to contest. Has been quite the back and forth affair here. Just a quick little look at the scores on the doors as Yikinda tries to be as prickly as possible. Bomb goes off. He does enough damage to take blame with him. We've got 21 kills for James, 22 for Buster, 20 for Yikinda, 15 for Kickit, and 13 for Sanji. On the other side of things, Blame F and JKS both with 20 kills apiece. Poison with 17, 15 for NATO, and Ezatag with 14. Here we go. The most important round so far. VP lose this. They have nothing. They go into the final round of the half of the game, of the map, with just 2,900.
Okay, well, you've made it very clear just how much is on the line here, Chad. showing a sheer willingness and bravery to peek those doors that have bested him on crucial rounds before. Still pokes his head out. No deagles this time to lop it off.
Lots of space early.
Yeah, James got a great angle for this though, and edging into James' crosshairs. Familiar territory for Cole. They've actually chosen not to advance past the line in the sand drawn now by James AWP, and they're returning for a bit of a short run boost, I think.
Buster's only opted for a deagle here. He still has 1250 left over. This is interesting. It's almost like they're playing in case they lose this round with some of the investments.
Yeah, sure. Full A nades. Well, there you go. That pulled out the defensive response. You've seen Kicker try and throw that a couple of times.
Yeah, and the problem is Sanji only has a molly and a HE left over to help defend, and he's in the pit right now, all the way up towards long.
Flash will keep Jane busy. Time to commit. Here goes everything. Complexity committing into way with 30 seconds left to work their magic. It's Yakinda from Goose. Good for one, and so is Kicker. There's the response from Complexity. They have the sight. Sanji long rotate in from B side. JKS responsible for short, but they are opting for CT. Buster and Jane partner up. Kit on that long player, so he'd have to cover a lot of ground. They're going to go for it after Jane hits that shot. NATO with a lot to do, partnered up with JKS. The comms better be clear here. And NATO getting closer and closer to contesting on ramp. He hears them coming, using the smoke, trying to find some elevation. There's so many bodies over the side. NATO with a great second. And Sanji running out of options. They're running out of time. He'll have to hold it. And we just need to see JKS with the denial. Call it 15. Cole have an opportunity to push us to 3 right here, right now.
Cool. Now that money situation for VP really starts to hurt. Can you believe Complexity have brought this one back? They've had some rounds really go their way. Or if you think about it the other way, VP have really let some slip. Remember how this all started? A B pistol round that they had a 3v5 advantage on the very first round of Dust 2 here.
Ooh-wee. Okay, Cole, here we go.
Overtime or bust for VP.
Overtime or bust, and it's the long call. Blame leading by example. He goes first out on his call, takes the duel he was ready and willing to take. There's no one home to receive him, though. They've actually got Jame on short side, so there's no AWP presence. Poison gets to really work his magic on this. If anyone wants to have a look, which I'm sure Sanji is far too well trained, he's probably holding a smoke. Yep. Right now, staring at the floor.
They have the info, right? Yakinda through tunnels, Buster top mid, everything's called clear. This is just a classic Na'Vi, as we were calling this about a year ago.
Yeah, and if you're ever feeling like, oh, I don't want to die early on A, just do what Sanji's doing right now. Take a look. You just pull the smoke out, you sit there, and you get ready to throw it when your teammates start shooting. Like now. And he will deploy it just in the nick of time. They go wide on that, and Sanji executes. Brilliant work. Can he get any more done? He can. JKS is his next victim. He's made it competitive after all. 45. The bomb needs to go down. That's NATO Safix getting it in.
No kit for this retake.
Yeah,
we'll
no mollies either. Better util on Yakinda. And he's coming in from long. It's not the perfect weapon for an MP9. Jame trying to find presence. And you know Collar's just screaming, stay in. Stay in, rot the clock. NATO, if you release that crouch key, you're a dead man. Buster's on the crawl. S-attack tested, and he passes with flying colors. Yakinda's just not got the weapon for this. And it does look like Dust 2's falling away from Virtus Pro. It would have to be now. Yakinda has connected with Jame. No kit, no time. NATO's done enough, and I think that's it. Complexity are pushing us to overpass. They say play on. G2 fans starting to sweat.
Complexity thinking they're lucky stars as they, well, live to see another map. That's right, we're going on into Overpass.
They're lucky star.
Starer?
Yeah, it's one star. That's the logo.
Well, that's what I was going for, but like, yeah, okay, man. Anyway, I'll give it to you. Look, we're going to be jumping to what is Overpass. We got to settle the series. How did this game get so damn competitive, Yanko?
I think it was a rather scrappy game, right? We saw some rounds, teams winning rounds with pistols, right? In the first half, Complexity winning an eco. Basically, I think they had one saved gun. Even that pistol, I mean, how the whole series started, right? Complexity found a way to win a 3v5B retake. Like, I think VP, if they were in the same situation, they would have just saved the kit already at that point. So that definitely helped them a lot. I mean, they managed to convert that round, get off to a 3-0 start. So, you know, it was a 16-14 game that saved their bacon in the end. And we didn't see Poison really, you know, on the same level as he was yesterday, but we saw some of the other players from Complexity step up in different rounds.
Well, that's actually a pretty good place to start, right? We talk about Poison. We obviously talked a little bit about that of Jame as well, because obviously the op duel here, if you think about it. But impact-wise, let's say just as individuals, without the head-to-head overall, what do you think about what Jame brought to the table?
Well, I think in this game, he definitely had more impact despite some of the, you know, save rounds that were happening and whatnot. You can see when he had, you know, 10 more kills with the AWP, some openings too. So, yeah, it was just a very close game, a very difficult game for Complexity to close out, right? So they had to win 5 rounds in a row in the end. They were down 14-11. You know, a team that's playing with a stand-in, that's difficult to do. And I have to say, I love the call in the last round. You know, a lot of stuff on Dust 2 in general revolves around long and getting that control, and then how you're going to different ways of finishing the round once you have long control. And despite VP having a good read and having a stack towards A, the fact that Complexity decided to go with a pop flash basically while their smokes were flying caught VP a little bit off guard. They managed to get the entry kill instantly in the guy that was towards CT, and also VP's plan was to drop defensive smokes and, you know, negate the T smokes with that, prolong the round, make the take of the site awkward. But Complexity kind of got ahead of all that with the fact that they were more explosive in that last hit. It was a great change of pace, a great way to switch it up, and, you know, it allowed them to close this out in regulation and avoid overtime.
Yeah, which is, you know, kind of what happened, right? Like, that's the saving grace. If you're Complexity, you're real happy about this. Are you real happy about getting Overpass, though, when that third map does come around in a few minutes?
Well, I think, you know, obviously they had a ban in the second phase as well, and they didn't veto Overpass, they vetoed Ancient. So they're more happy to play that than they are Ancient, that's for sure. But, you know, they've been working their Overpass previously because they had issues with the map also. They will have some things in place, but more so I think it's going to revolve around mid-rounds, right? Aggression, from them on the CT side in the mid rounds. In T side, they might try to keep it a little bit more simple. Maybe we see them focusing on their B side a bit more, going for those fights up short, just trying to find some straight up duels. And if I was VP, I would try to deny them duels and I would play more double op if possible.
Yeah, we're going to see if they do that. Maybe they're listening to Yanko out there. Maybe you're listening to me at home and you want to know, well, where the hell is the G2 Force game? That's coming up next. But first, we go to Overpass. We're going to settle the score between Complexity and Virtus Pro.
Nice shot, my friend. Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
RB patching the wound. There's one guy who can help lock this whole thing down.
the gap. But this would be a huge round to win. This is just Glocks and a few little Deagles. So this is definitely doable for Electronic. No armor though. They've got the kits, they can do this, but they need to get on it now. He gets close to them, they have no idea he's in the back.
Device wasn't ready. He could knock Tag off the plant. A double, a triple.
Here comes Electronic. Into the bomb site, taking 2 heads and coming in big.
A very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen, Counter-Strike fans. I am Machine, I'm joined by the wise Chad Sponge Birchall, your favorite new streamer. Morning streams, catch him at 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. 8. Oh,
8 till 12.
That's the actual shift? That's
I get up at 6.
That's an early one, bro. Who's tuning in at 8 a.m.?
There's a couple of people.
Yeah?
About 6 of them.
The morning run?
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, some people come. We do predictions. What do you think I predicted for this one?
I reckon you predicted a 2-0 for VP.
I think I went with form. So I went with complexity because I had this whole little conundrum this morning where I thought if I go with the favorites, well, the favorites for the rankings should be G2 and it should be VP, but I had to go off of recent form. I had to slap a bit of sense into myself, even though I was doubting the complexity stand-in, new coach, new player project. They've definitely put up a fight here. Now,
they have.
I don't know how you're going to win Overpass, though. We haven't seen them play this just yet with NATO and ESL.
Doesn't that give us just a little bonus for the complexity prediction in the sense of VP genuinely are going to be seeing everything for the first time? Or is that not framing does not really work when you're talking about a VP who will just play their own game regardless?
Yeah, I think because they play so slow, how much craziness can you throw their way, right? What can you do to unravel them? It's going to be hard to get be a thorn in their side, really, in this scenario. But
well, with a CT start for the VP as well, like that only feeds into your theory of just this being a nasty one. Like you hit that brick wall, all of their CT rotates are fine.
Yeah,
you're a little clunky, you know, you're going to have a little lack of polish around a lot of your plays. I think there is definitely going to be an air of anxiety around complexity stepping into this third map, and a great little camera shot we get there.
Graham set up it all, hasn't he?
Oh, much love to Graham.
He's doing the tech.
We didn't have that before Graham arrived. That's the Messioso effect.
Look at Graham Pitt go. He gets so much praise when we're casting. Everybody loves a bit of Graham Pitt in their life. But here we go. Live on 3 has been called. I don't think we still call it live on 3. But here we go.
Game time. And this is the business end of Group B. We concluded Group A. It was all easy. We had a 5, a 4, a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Well, not to be. Not to be today. Instead, we have the head-to-head VP Complexity. One team. Shortcomings at the start. Complexity impressed. Taking the scalp of G2, which puts them up for debate, up for contention today. Even losing today against Virtus Pro does not run them out of contention. For VP, though, this is a must-win. Let's see how they shape up in the pistol round. They do like to lean towards the utility to our boys from Complexity.
Looks like ESL lining up a bit of a heaven smoke here, so it might be a ruse over towards A, with the 1x bet odds still pretty much in between both of these here. So as they come around long, they clear it on out. They will have the top bathrooms to dine on. And then they might just scurry back down connector and do that in time with ESL Heaven Smoke. NATO can come on in, volley the barrels.
This boost, bro, it's going to rumble all of them. Look at this. Oh, Buster gets 2 out of it before the door even swings open. And they'll know there's another. NATO's done very well to double up himself. Now that leaves us with a 3v3. And everyone's here, including Poison's block. Gives it a good go, would need another, doesn't have it in him. And so we'll call it Virtus Pros.
Yeah, perfect stuff for VP there. A little tower to kick things off. And a 1-0 start. Let's see if Complexity can rumble them with a force buy back. No plant means no AKs, and that's a little bit rough. Now, if you're a G2 fan and you are joining us for that Fours game, welcome. You are now a VP fan. If you have a VP jersey in the closet, maybe a flare, maybe you just want to put a chant in the Twitch chat, you should be a VP fan right now. You as a G2 fan want Complexity to lose. Tomorrow, when G2 play against VP, you very much want G2 to win. But right now, to give your side a chance, that's start to win against Fours later this evening, Complexity have to lose to keep that as a possibility. Yakinda strikes Flame, head on a swivel.
There we go. And don't forget, James only got a scout for this, so though it is James, it is only the headshot for the instant kill.
Oh, Sanji can flank them here.
Spotted him out. Yeah, you're right. Sanji threw the toilets late. And no one's expecting this. Oh, this is going to ruin their day. In a very big way, but back to turned. Oh, makes a bit of a meal of it now. Kick it is struck onto JKS in the underpass. So now they're going to be attacked on 2 fronts, 2 very different and reversed fronts. You've got to acknowledge Sanji's desperately demanding attention.
Plant's nice.
That's very brave, and he's gotten it down. NATO's dealt with the flank of Buster. So kick it long side flank, Sanji toilet side, Jane Bank side. They're completely isolated. And ESL looking to lock the doors behind them on a bit of a late crawl. If he loses his teammates too soon, it's going to be for nothing.
It's a truck plant, though, so that might be a right for ESL. Actually, never mind about ESL. NATO and Blame are doing it on their own. You don't even need him. James already saving. Again, Complexity win a force buy. And this is without any AKs needed. That's insane. Yakinda fluffing his lines with the MP9 right there, not able to convert against Blame, and it all fell down. You think with Sanji having 2 players back turned and he didn't get one of them? Indeed.
And I'll be the one to add the caveat of shooting people in the back of the head being a bloody nightmare, but still, at this level of play, Sanji needs one there and he hasn't pulled it off. So it does result in the response from Cole right out of the gate. And if anything, this is worse than winning the pistol and, well, excuse me, losing the pistol and then converting.
Yeah, this is a big issue for VP now because they may as well force buy. And you can see a bit of a mood shift there. I think Sanji's going to know that he really did screw the pooch on that one. Like one, you just needed one. It could have been enough. But we got 3 AKs, an M4 and a FAMAS, so...
Nah, stick a fork in this one, Chad. I'm not even worried.
You're not worried?
Not at all.
Okay.
Con aren't going to slip up like they did previous.
Okay.
We're getting a spotless overpass out of the bunch.
Well, you take a little sit back, put your legs up. There's a lot of moving right now from VP. So, as we were talking about, the fact that this has yet to be played for Complexity, we also don't know how they're going to approach things. Their tendencies, we know that Blame's going to be more aggressive. That's going to make things harder to read for VP. But this passive hold that they can establish on their gun rounds may make up for that just in its nature. So back and forth we continue. VP went A, now they've gone B, now they're coming back to A, and, well, A seems to be the right place. It is just ESL tasked with babysitting the backyard of B. Tagged on up, NATO's chipped on down. This is going to get interesting, Alex.
Fine, you're right.
Are you sure? You know, like...
If they just go B now, I'm not scared at all.
Yeah, well, they could just go B. It looks like they are evacuating down connected. JKS leading the charge. Poison not too far behind, and while Blame and NATO are selling this A fake with some tidy utility of their own. But you'd want to be getting a bit of a move on down towards this B site now. Blame will be playing initiation roll onto the site. Yakinda might be able to catch NATO here. Never mind. The stand-in gets the better of him, and
nicely played by Blame.
Yeah, they just kept them guessing, didn't they?
Kickett's chosen not to engage. He really wants this one-shot headshot, and it's not a guarantee yet. It should be now. 3 to the spine. That's an AK to retrieve. But it is the round for Complexity and no sweat, really. If anything, VP have just bolstered their buy for the next.
Yeah, so this isn't the worst situation. That AK is going to be tidy to carry on through. They'll get to keep those deagles. I think if James was able to go to Yakinda's corpse and grab that deagle, that would be the best, right? He would be able to drop that across to Yakinda for the next round of play, and they would have everybody on something upgraded. I guess Buster will be able to do that as well, so not the end of the world. Either way, they can make this one spread. Second round for Complexity here, and another good start out the gates. Now, on Mirage, they lost a couple of silly Billy rounds, a 4v2, a 4v3. What's he upset about there, Blame? You got the round, mate. You only lost one gun.
I reckon he's talking about how smart he is. He's going, look how smart I am. I'm reading these noobs like a book.
Yeah.
The East London Blame, that is.
Yeah, the East London Blame.
Yeah,
everyone's favourite Blame.
You've got to watch out for him. Bit of a gangster, bit of a Cockney gangster. Sanji with the monster smoke, game on. Saved rifles, they're having another bite of the cherry, and it's up to Complexity to just take this conversion. They kind of won back the momentum after that second round force, and we're seeing that 3-0, quote-unquote, 3-0, now 3-1 conversion coming through.
Yeah, you want to get yourself up on this T-side. Okay, damage exchanged. James tagged. Blame feeling a little bit of the tickle. You want to establish yourself the best you can here on this T-half, right? And while you can. So these gimmies, you're going to need them. When the guns come out for VP, and that loss bonus is yet to build to its max capacity, that's the best time to mount a few. And again, just with presence alone, they've forced VP to the wrong bomb site. One by one, they'll march through Monster. And they're in.
Or are they? Sanji makes it very costly for ESL. He catches a bullet to the head, and now Sanji's dead. Good util out of NATO. He's doing an awful lot for Cole. Super sub. Oh, has to contend with the deagle of Yakinda. That leaves VP with a man advantage. Admittedly, not necessarily with the weapons. They'd need another way in.
They may as well go for it.
Doesn't look like Flame's going to allow it. 2 on the spray. Nearly sends James away, but that's an AK to play. And now a flash out of Yakinda heaven. It's threatening. It's very threatening.
Should be another rifle here to find, so grab that AK Yakinda if you can. Oh, there it is. And run the hell out of there. So 2 AKs taken through. Going to give them a buffer of cash that we know VP like to have. And now we set our sights on round number 5, the first gun round of the game. James going to drop that AK across. He should buy his own AWP here, has plenty of cash to do so, even a full bag utility in his back pocket. And Blame really is taking this whole aggressive situation. I like to see it, right? He's taken... All right, he's getting a bit... I don't know if he's mad or not. Like, he's got a grin on his face, right? But he looked mad, but I don't know if he is mad.
It's just purely driven by the high test. You know?
Okay.
He's just got so much testosterone flowing around. He's angry when he's winning. Ouch. He might be angry when he's catching shots like that as well, because James just plucked him on the cross. Straight out of the equation. Looking for info on the jump. I don't know if ESL got spotted there, but he's booked if he peeks around. Wow, this is a very brave Dane. And he posts himself up, ready to receive anyone that's... Ooh, you're playing with fire, ESL. You're playing with fire, my boy. He's got 2 players on the other side of this.
Look how far in he is. This is nuts. This is nuts.
I can't believe they don't know. They don't know. Now they do. ESL double entry, double trouble as well for VP. They can pretty much call this done. Call it quits. ESL arrived. Sanji's the only man on the site. He's got nothing to do. And I'm changing my tune. Yakinda's caught him. If that bomb doesn't go down, okay, it has. But they're running out of players. Yakinda does very well to join them very quickly. There's a lot of pressure here on Complexity. And the CTs are closing the gap fast. Poison would love to contribute here. And NATO just more than contribute, gets the frag, and maybe they won't expect Poison here as well. They're looking for him. Just in that off angle on the clear, and that is VP. An incredible recovery and a product of Sanji's patience and some great deagle work out of Yakinda.
Yeah, look, you could see ESL with those kills talking an awful lot. He was obviously communicating where that third player on the site was over towards ABC, but after losing Blame early, this was here just to turn the tide of things. And yeah, look, if they were able to cleanly get into that site without conceding JKS on the short sandbags cross, that was probably their round to win Complexity.
Oh, it felt very good for a long time.
It was such a great little maneuver, right? He had to make a play when they were down a man, so he's made the right maneuver. He got a lot out of it. Teammates just weren't there to back him up in the way needed. So Blame, aggressive, again, flashed forward. Doing more of this 3-1-1. JKS to connect up. Oh, ESL. What is going on? And he's even going to unload more. That is great stuff. You see that spam all the time. It's very rare, though, you see a profit.
Well, certainly into a full kill. Never mind with the Galil.
That's wild. Well, JKS is going to have Kickit to deal with here, unless Kickit wants to turn his attention and avenge Buster's death.
Appropriately, this is Kickit's role. ESL playing right now, and he's ready to beat him at his own game. Oof, catches a dink, he's dead. Nice play from Kickit. He's just completely demanded respect, and now JKS claws one back.
Oh, we might not expect him already rotated back.
Yeah, he does now. Smoke deployed. JKS tries to keep him at bay, but Kickit has returned to defend. So has the entire Complexity squad. They're returning after the handiwork of ESL. Stampeding into Kickit, and he's all alone. So unless he gets 2, they may not go for this.
Nice patience. And nice conversions there. They net this one up. The call was great. You could see what the intention was, but we've already seen a couple fall apart. And now it's about taking away James' AWP. They tell Poison, I think, that he has the bomb there.
Oi!
Poison, you need to plant, please.
Now, preferably.
And now you can hunt, but you're dead. So they know where the AWP is. JKS, look how far he has already taken this issue. He is above James.
Yeah, you see him. He's ready to drop a smoke for that JKS flank. He's already considered it. James is the save meister.
Just knowing that it is James, right? Taking this AWP away from him would be massive. I don't even know, right? Let's just take the economy out of the equation here, just to deny James the James time, right? So that smoke is going to indicate where he may be hiding. NATO's starting to have a look. JKS is creeping ever closer. Ooh.
Damn.
Both survive. Okay, well, James keeps what he's got. But this was a good round again. So ESL opening, right, I guess the Counter-Strike gods were unhappy that he didn't win the last round with his perfect timing and positioning. This time, they gave him the kill onto Buster, and JKS, with his double kill, was a difference maker alone. So here we go, some upgraded pistols around this AWP, and these are the type of the rounds that are going to be hard to win, but almost feel like a necessity for Complexity as they set up their stack nades. Oh, Oopsie daisies.
So they set up their nade.
Yeah, that was an accident. Yeah, you got a little bit mouse one happy there. Maybe sweaty hands. Where is that molly burning?
I don't know, it's burning him down to 28. Why did they just throw at James?
Wait, okay, oh, okay, so it looks like it landed top of Divider, so it took a while to spread. A big biff here. Don't want to give you Kinder an AK.
Oh,
you can see him. You can see him. Oh, Justin Savage, that was almost a nightmare. the gun model obscured the vision.
And that's why sometimes the nerds with the swap hand macro actually look smart.
Yeah, you're flicking left and right in fights like that to give you all the vision you desire. Door swung open, JKS on high alert. Need to be careful creeping down this connector position. James actually going back up towards A. So it feels like VP are unable to find the right stronghold here.
This is great from Cole. I mean, for the first look of their overpass, already their T side is promising. I mean, and how is anyone to know? How is VP, never mind our analysts, to know that overpass is actually a competitive one?
It's their best map, Alex. They're just not picking it, you know? It's their best map. This is the one they've spent the most time on.
Yeah.
If you're Blame at this point, right, like, and you find yourself in these situations where you're having to play with a stand and you're having to play with a new player, may as well start playing some of those games. You know, oh yeah, we played this low in practice, we were really good on it. Why not? Like any information you can give out there in interviews to throw your opponents for a bit of a loop, that's the next level of Counter-Strike, right? I think Karrigan's always been pretty good at playing those games.
I think Karrigan does. I do think Glaive has experimented with it as well, playing that naughty game of interview answers.
Do you think if Astralis ever rebuild away from the core they have now, do you think they ever play Mirage?
It's definitely not out of the realms of possibility. I mean, like, who's currently on contract? Bubsky, Glaive have got
Lucky.
longest, and Lucky.
Yeah, I don't think the others have re-signed,
Bubsky, Glaive, and Lucky. Blubsky? Who the bloody hell is Blubsky?
Bubsky's brother.
Ah, yes. Yeah, close call from JKS. It could have got awkward, but fortunately, Yakinda focused on that alternate angle.
Okay, well, the buy is here from VP, but just take a look how lackluster it seems. Kick it with no util. Buster with a Famus. There is a kit for James. Not a lot of util here. Complexity can really start putting the pain on VP if they convert this one as well.
I mean, Chad, don't forget, they have been given the beautiful simplicity of win this map and you're into the next round of competition.
For Complexity, yeah.
Like, Cole have got that really clear, apparent goal. You know, like, guys, no one expected us to be competitive in this group. Never mind make top 3. We can do it if we just convert.
But what if I frame it this way? VP are playing for everything here, whereas Complexity get another chance tomorrow.
Certainly.
So, is fighting for your life?
I'd argue you were fighting for your life in a major final. That didn't seem to incite much confidence out of them.
Okay, well, they had the time there against the 3-time champs.
Different kettle of fish, and we're definitely not in Berlin, even if overpass may indicate the opposite.
James yet to die. Is that?
That's correct, yeah.
Is that correct?
Here's number 5. Oh.
James yet to...
Yeah, it's only 7 rounds.
James yet to die.
It's only 7 rounds in. It's a different video game he plays.
Yeah.
One, you have to be salaried and have 4 people all on the same page to play. Here we go. It's your boys knocking on the door, and Sanji, no, that's quite the denial. He gets 2, and he is eventually traded, but now Buster set for success. You got to clear him quick. And they do. Kick at another problem. And Complexity have evenly traded. That's actually incredibly impressive. They're going to get the bomb down with a couple of seconds to spare. James crawling in. I think his first death looms. Or is he just going to go clutch a hard shot? Great shot out of Blame as well. And Colsay 6. They take it all away. James concedes his first death, and round 9 will be a bitter one for VP. They got, what, 3 grand low end? Yeah, kick it to the same fate.
Well, James could buy an AWP. He could definitely go glass cannon here if he wanted to. And Sanji kicked this off with a double. See the top right of the corner? They went from a 5v5 to a 5v3, and then back again, all the way down to a 2-1-1, and Blame converting the final kill. Look at that. NATO getting fired up. That was a big round to win.
I'm telling you, vibrations are at an all-time high now in that Cole boot camp.
I might see some smiles on Blame and JKS's face soon.
Oh, no way. No
They have to
way.
win first?
They have to win first.
All right, if they win, then maybe they smile.
Yes, 100%. Oh, a guarantee.
A guarantee?
The machine guarantee, a smirk out of Blame, and a full smile out of JKS.
James did glass cannon. This is the Virtus Pro that I don't like, the one that buys like they're playing a pug and nobody gets along.
Yeah. Played one of them last night, actually.
That's the territory I don't like to see them in, but maybe James feels like he can be that factor to change things up. If anything, what it means now is if he is in the wrong place at the wrong time and can't find any impact, he'll be saving again. So, James, give us a different conversation here, mate, would you? We want to see if you can contest, if you can force Complexity feel awkward.
They're coming, and he gets what he wanted. Blame puts his head right into the chopping block of James AWP, and he takes a slice out of Complexity, preemptively wall banging. Oh dear. JKS has lost his jewel to Yakinda. He's lost his rifle as well. And oh, Esatag in pursuit of glory, and a response has only gone down as well. Oh dear.
Well, the AWP's paid off in a big way. 1 kill, and then the dominoes have fallen. Now, they can't lose a 2-on-4. Oh, it was a 2-on-5. NATO's actually backpedaling towards B. Yakinda filling the gap that has been created on A with the death of Sanji.
All right, NATO and Poison solving this puzzle together.
Do they have the corner pieces?
I reckon they've got half the sky, at least.
Half the sky at least, all right.
So they're working on the full corners. Looking at the util, NATO with a smoke flash.
Yeah.
A B finish. I'm just trying to think it through. Like, what's James holding? So he's holding the monster walk up.
And it's a weird line. When you come through here, initially you're going to be turning your attention towards barrel, then the ramp, then the little hill. Not this angle. James good for one, or at least he should be.
Yeah, and Buster's looking to lock it down as well. James can mantle over this and peekaboo over the smoke. He's kind of smoked for them a little
they'd
bit.
be liking that.
Yeah, that's the perfect flank. Poison's gone, and yeah, NATO Safix handed a empty site. He can maybe get the plant. Buster's charging.
Take that.
Yeah, out of a 2v4, you take that all day long. And he's managed to slither away for a second. Good recovery, I suppose, in terms of getting something out of a round where you just lost to pistols. And a saved, I should add the saved orb caveat, excuse me.
Oh, the bought orb. The
bought orb, yeah, the glass cannon orb.
The guys, you just buy deagles, I'm going to buy an orb. So it paid off, and this is where maybe problems start to arise for Complexity. It's been going so well up until this point. You would hate to see the wheels start to fall off now, especially after losing to, well, the pistols, really. Yakinda, with that double up in connector, almost sealed the fate, and they've actually drawn out the double AWPs here. So Buster wielding one, Jame onto the other. And I think this is what Yanko said on the desk as well. I think he said to make sure that they can't just do the crawls across the map and really destabilize them, get out the double AWP. So see how this one trots along. Jame jumping up close and personal towards connector, just playing the sound cues to see what he can hear. Esatag trying his luck with the wall bang again. I don't think he'll get away with it twice in a game. And they've just fanned out into that default spread again. So this is the thing, the amount of pocket strats for Complexity on this map are going to be few and far between. You know, having one of those well-oiled B, fast execs with the flashes and the flight paths, not going to be easy to do. So it will just be the default again and again here, as JKS is operating on this connector position. Little angles to have to deal with there. Esatag keeping them busy over towards B, just with some bullets through the smoke. And the bomb is very, very passive. Sewer cold clear. Buster could swing on out and, well, take JKS down. Looking the wrong way, not aware of the angles right there, and didn't think he would get pushed. 4v5.
Oh, and Yakinda's been waiting for this whole time. This does feel like the momentum shift. No, but
that was quick.
Poison very ready. Relieves a lot of pressure from his squad with that. So Yakinda's long presence is neutralized. Esatag is going for a solo bomb campaign, so
25 seconds, Alex.
Yeah, they're counting on this flank onto Jame. All the VP boys are going to be here. They've even smoked them off. This sucks for Complexity. 15. Are you just going to go through, or is Esatag about to open up the thing? He's actually got another. Poison onto another, and Poison will get it all done. They line up on Optimus, and he puts his hands in the air. He doesn't even know what he's done.
I don't think they can believe they won that round. Everybody was there. I don't even know how they got through. They were smoked off. They were denied. What?
I don't understand. Fully smoked off at 15 seconds. You killed James with your solo bomb carrier.
It's how it started.
It all started so well. That's Complexity's 7th. Can I just see that again?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he realized what happened there either. He's saying what? We're saying what? Nobody knows what's up.
There's the first. Now he gets a collateral here. Bang! And the round is won.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't. Okay.
So Chad, what does that balance out losing to pistols?
I think it does.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I think it really does. Now, who do you think out of your Kinder, Buster, and Kickit is going to be asked to drop the AWP for James here? Which one of the three?
Master requests an AWP.
Oh, he gets it too. It was Kickit. That was always going to be one of them.
There you go, sir. I've polished it for you.
Well, they have 2 AWPs because Buster's bought one of his own, so the buy round sufficient for VP here, but their lifeline back into the game and their great start into the last round of play, round number 10. I don't understand.
At 15 seconds, the smoke lands on the group long. I just assume it's all over.
Well, I guess that's kind of how VP win rounds, but they don't question it. Blame's aggression gets them another almost.
Oh, I can't believe the Kinder's ready for the repeat. He just stands and delivers.
All right, we're getting a bit of argy-bargy in this game now.
Yeah.
Not a huge amount of pace to it, but definitely some early biffing here. And I'm not even concerned about the number disadvantage here for Complexity. It doesn't seem to bother them. Oh, maybe the 2-man disadvantage will.
NATO's top of the scoreboard for Cole right now, and he's definitely feeling himself in a new way, in a big way. Your Kinder's double, though. I mean, good for one, sure. Taking the second is above and beyond the Call of Duty. And now, from Call of Duty to their Counter-Strike, who is going to strike first? JKS could try and pop the head off of Sanji's jump, but he seems to have got the info safely, and so the CTs start to rotate in. NATO's on a timer now.
Hard clear.
A very hard clear. Oh, and he actually does do his job. Unfortunately, Sanji's taken down JKS, and the rest will fall into place, but a little bit of a glimmer of hope at the end of that. VP have responded after losing that last second convergence of Cole.
It's crazy. If you brought up the scoreboard right now, Alex, and you had a look at the kills, you wouldn't think the scoreline was standing at 7-4 because you've got Sanji over on one side with 10 kills. You've got NATO over the other with 10. You got 7 for Poison. You've got 7 for Yakinda. And then you've got Blame sitting here on 8 frags, 6 for James, 6 for Buster, Esatag and JKS on 4 apiece, and Kickit on 4. So I feel like there's not even a disparity in the kills right now. It feels very equal in that department, but the rounds, there's quite that void. A 3-round gap here. Timeout called, discussions being had. It looks like it will just be Blame operating with an AK-47. The rest into some upgraded pistols here.
Yeah, also I think a product of some of that weird scoreboard is VP's saves. I mean, you should see how many CTs left alive there are on those Complexity wins. It's just it's like a choose your own adventure between 2 saves and 3, almost every round Call of 1. So a clean wipe on VP is always just such a huge achievement.
That's what keeps them threatening round after round, right? The fact that they do save those rifles and they always have a chance.
Yeah, and they're so convincing on those, say, forced by AWPs from James. Now he has once again got himself with the big zoom banger.
This is very aggressive. Yakinda has all playground control right now. James was just babysitting him to get into position. So with all this room that they do have, and now NATO spotted above the connector position, they have a good idea that it is likely to be B. And Blame is really taking this aggressive stance seriously. He's been the pointy head of a lot of these attacks here.
I mean, he's had that thought process. Who's going to be config when there's no config? Has to be him.
But if this is if config returns and he's all good and he's rehabbed and there's no dramas, and Blame is able to do this in rounds, and then config, there's not as much pressure on him, there's not as much pressure on Poison. They have somebody else who can help with it, because sure, Rush was their entry man, but he was more like their entry martyr.
Oh, and actually baiting the James shot doesn't achieve too much in the grand scheme. They are advancing now. Sanji's rotated in. Buster's floating on his way as well. And there's Flame. There's JKS. Oh, dear! The site's open for business. JKS pushes forward. NATO with more. The multi-kill to secure the round. They are planting and exposed to Kickert, but holding the line. That's the first in this 1v3. Kickert's got a lot to do, and Blame's already completely evaporated. He's going around the world. Kickert's anticipating this. I wonder how quick Blame is on this flank. Kickert's not shown face at the top of site. And he's away. Oh, he just went a little early. Blame did not slow down. He's still holding W, so now the flank should secure a guarantee. There's JKS to wrap it up, and there's another nonsense one out of Complexity.
I can't believe they stole another one back. They've just stolen that back. And this is, I swear this is how VP feel when they do it, right? Because all those dominoes fall, it goes from looking one way to the other in the blink of an eye. Great shot from Blame. Great shot from JK. Did JK only have a Glock?
It looked like a Glock in the kill field. I didn't want to commit to it, but we'll see a sidearm. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, NATO's feeling so good, dude.
I'm pretty sure it was a Glock.
Yeah. It felt like a deagle. I mean, it got like that insta-goosh. Col 8, VP4 for a spot in the round of 12. The train's kind of screwed him a little there.
Yeah. Okay, well, no dramas, no dramas. They didn't fully commit to that.
I mean, imagine getting out of your group when you've had ESL for a week and NATO Safix has just got his bum in the seat.
Yeah, on the NATO phone. It's not their bat phone, but...
They put a picture of his logo in the sky over Copenhagen.
When Blame calls.
Yeah. NATO's at dinner. Sorry, Mum, I've got to go. You know, you understand. You
Throws
understand.
on his cape.
Yeah, out the door with his mouse and keyboard under his arm, and down goes Buster. Blame dunks on him. And they've got the perfect read. Let's go back to the wide open A site.
Well, if this is looking tidy, I wouldn't mind if somebody on replay or Jakey or production could just... Because I was watching from a bad angle. I really want to know if that was a Glock kill from JKS.
Yeah, let's see that again if we could. That would be really cool.
That was crazy. It's going to be hard to catch on the replay because those 3 frags came in instantaneously.
Yeah, and I think for the replay boys, we just saw it from NATO's POV.
Yeah,
so obviously they have to gamble for one.
They could just tell, just let me know, was it a Glock or was it not a Glock?
Or we just need another computer for these guys in their dungeon, which just does bird's eye of everything they're watching.
You know
somehow.
what? If I go to HLTV, which is a little bit delayed from us right now, and I keep my eyes on the scoreboard, in about a minute or two's time, I'll know.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's do that. That works, and that's guaranteed.
But yeah, I already suspect the Glocks, as do you. Let's just lock that in finally.
Yeah, I just wasn't doing my standing position to see the monitor at the right angle. I was doing my sitting position where things are a little bit blurry. What? Can you believe it's 9 o'clock?
I honestly can't.
Today's been a lot. Today is going to be a long one because For's G2 could absolutely deliver. Now, if you're a G2 fan, I'll say it again, and I'm going to say it for those of you G2 fans in the back. You want Complexity to lose, which is not looking likely now. So if Complexity win, that means G2 cannot make the playoffs. If Complexity lose, G2, as long as they beat For's and win their match tomorrow, will be able to make the playoffs potentially, maybe, technically.
Technically. Precisely.
But otherwise, G2 are just playing for pride, and well, with the way that they've started this group, they definitely haven't seemed ready for competition.
No, the G2 camp right now are holding their breath. I mean, they've been supporting VP for this one throughout, and it's at times it's looked very convincing. Isn't that the story, though, of Virtus Pro? A 16-10 conversion on Mirage. We thought it was done. We thought it was over. I mean, the analysts, understandably and justifiably, said it had to be a 2-0 for Col to have a shot. That's because of the unknown entity that is overpassed. James tagged up NATO. We're back into round 14 here. And if they can just hold on to this, if they can hold on... It's a very deep nade, wasn't it?
Very deep nade. It was a Glock.
And if they could just hold their nerve, hold their metal, post a 10th, never mind an 11th.
10 would be great, 11. That would be a dream.
On T side, yeah, it's a great haul. It really is. And a limited VP utility belt for the remaining 70 seconds.
And no kit in sight here, so bomb going down again. I know it normally results in a save, but less likely as Jame in the upper bathrooms here will have some company very soon. Is Blame going to be flashed or is he just going to peek dry? Oh, he's across. Oh, that is huge.
I can't believe he's got that, and he might even find Yakinda because he is a demon. Now Yakinda's got a lot on his plate.
They can accelerate.
They are. They're charging to punish. NATO tucked in, S-Attack advancing, they're taking some space, taking some liberties. Look at the amount of control they have. The smokes have arrived, and surely the bomb will too.
S-Attack looks confused. Where are they?
Why is he planning there? He's a little exposed to the bank player. He's gotten away with murder there, though.
I hope he calmed that plant position. That's going to get dicey. They're all holding from bathrooms and banana here, so that plant could be a problem.
They are boosting. Perfect with the flash. I don't know if S-Attack caught a glimpse of that. It's a dodgy plant. There's no push from VP just
Remember,
yet.
No kit.
Gonna have to hurry this one up. Weird defuse. They can defuse behind the box. Chad, our worst nightmares are coming true. They just have to knock him off the bomb. He's still defusing. There's the spray. Good golly. Did that one get a little dangerous? A little rough around the edges.
Look, I get what S-Attack's going for there because they're worried about Yakinda peeking out at long at any moment. So you get the plant, but just towards the tail end, it looks dicey. But that's 10, the double digits on the T side. Complexity. They want to secure this one.
What a second shot out of Poison as well. We're so concerned about that spray. You can see JKS just full commits, hoping and praying they're not tucked in behind the dice boxes. And now 10. They've actually done it. And look what VP are presenting for their final round of play. Cole have got the opportunity here.
They're definitely presenting.
Oh, just a shy of the mark would have softened Yakinda up. And JKS and Yakinda have been having a bit of a duel in Underpass throughout this series. So that's another win for the Savage.
I'm going to have to go back and check this evening, but I thought Justin was the backyard babysitter before, and I thought Rush was the connector player.
Well, they have chopped and changed a few roles, haven't they?
Yeah, so maybe that's one of the ones that he got a change up in. It's much more active. It's unfortunate for S-Attack, he gets the other one of the two, but here we go, 4v5. Just over a minute left on the clock. No AWP, no kit, only a smoke and a flash to work with. Complexity, they do good to lose this one.
And yet here I stand, concerned that it's a possibility. Now,
It's always
Buster,
a possibility.
Well, certainly, but Buster is in a prime position to really play spoiler here. It would be a very hard clear, and if the spacing's good from Cole, it should only be one.
Who's getting the bomb?
Oh, they're even flashing it. Oh, he looks the wrong way. There you go. Not even one from Buster. S-Attack's been dispatched on bomb duty, and we are just a couple of frags away. NATO full commit, and that does translate into the double response. B-side open for business. The whole map is open for business, and no one can deny the plant. Sanji certainly can't, and that's the end of him. Wow. Complexity 5 rounds away from getting out of groups, Chad. A stand-in. NATO Sapphix, S-Attack are weak in the jersey, and Complexity can throw a rather vicious blow to the entirety of Group B. G2 eliminated, grouped, if Complexity find 5 more. this eclectic mix of players, individuals, and complexity players is actually 5 rounds away from doing it. It was a spectacular half where we find ourselves on our 3rd map and it's Overpass. A hard-fought Dust 2 pushes Complexity and Virtus Pro to a 3rd, and well, now Virtus Pro are the ones that are feeling the brunt of the first look at Complexity's Overpass. We've seen them try all of the others, but evidence is that Complexity's T side, well, it certainly bangs. Let's see if their CT can keep up with VP. We're getting into the pistol, it's live. And your second half, your final half of play for your second series of the day here. It's a big one for Group B. A lot at stake. And this flash could be brutal for Virtus Pro. They're walking in, JKS for the contact play. 1xBet leaning heavily in Complexity's way, and that's the swing. That's the chance. Poison, Peppers for 1. It's a problem, though, because a lot of room now for VP to maneuver, and these next headshots will be very telling. NATO heavily tagged, but still JKS. There's some taps, 2 to be specific, and there's more where that came from. Nice from James, somehow pulls a double out of his bottom. And they don't have the bomb, but they seem to be receding. This is fruity now. They're gonna lose them. And I guess that's by design, but bomb on B, disappearing off into the mist. If you're NATO with 10 HP, do you want to be Scouty Boy or do you just want to be a Hidey Boy?
I didn't kind of mind the fact when he just had his head
down.
Yeah, and just have Blame try and bait this one in, but they're working their way both up sandbags with the reposition. Blame will be baiting NATO here for the conversion, so it's going to be on Blame. NATO should fall very quickly.
He'd love one. Kicker might give it to him. Oh, okay. Baited completely. James has a look, and now they know where he's coming from. He's trifling with 2. He knows where they are. It's all about these headshots. He just can't put them down. Well handled by Virtus Pro. It was James that just bailed them out in a very big way. I think it was his Glock that just popped off. Those 2 in quick succession really neutered the Complexity defense.
Yeah, and it looked like they had done enough there with the JKS double, but maybe the team getting a bit ahead of themselves here. Here's the JKS, just beautiful little headshots and trying to pivot around to alleviate a little bit of the pressure there. JKS tries to do too much. He goes down, and well, VP...
That's step 1, right?
Yeah, this is step 2, and maybe a little bit of a bigger step is making sure they don't go down to this force by here. NATO, Esatag, JKS, a completely new combo of players to lock down that B bomb site. Blame and Poison tasked with defending A right here, right now.
Yeah, it's like new voices for JKS as well. 2 new voices to play the site with.
And JKS previously, before joining Complexity, didn't used to play a lot of Overpass. This was the perma ban for Vox. We didn't play it in Renegades. He didn't play it a lot in 100 Thieves.
Maybe I'm asking a newbie question. Is this the boost where you kind of have to just be jumping?
Is it with the MP9? Yeah, Esatag can jump and he can use the accuracy of the MP9.
It's not going to help him, unfortunately, because they're all coming through Monster. The nades have been good. Every single one is connected to an extent, including VP. NATO with an opportunity, and he's fired off a good deagle bullet there. It's taken down Kickert. And Sanji, oh, very low. It's enabled Blame onto Yakinda, and with them low, they are vulnerable to scout tags as one hits through the box. Jane within that one-shot radius. Careful now, burning, and Blame's so worried about the classic VP flank, they're just going to walk away from this one.
Yeah, well, they know Buster loves the flank here. If Blame has a look out heaven and he can at least either scout some info or somehow get a kill, maybe they'll go for it. Smoke towards short.
That's threatening. It's not going to stop VP, of course. They've got a double monster hold,
but they have to go now. Look at the time.
Yeah. Nice AK. You'd love to take down a couple of these VP members, and they're so tagged, they'll all exit. Blame will get to keep hold of it.
Yeah, Blame should be able to live in Graffiti right now, so all good. And everybody walks away with their life after that post-plant situation for Buster, James, and Sanj. That's great to hold on to their rifles. Blame's going to be happy with picking up an AK here, can drop a deagle across. And they are going to keep themselves a little bit more threatening for the next round of play. But if VP bring this one back, you know, that is going to be mental. I think with the CT side, right, you would be saying maybe it's easier for Complexity to keep it together. If they're getting toyed within their rotations in the same way that Complexity were doing that to VP, that's where there might be a communication breakdown.
Certainly. It's a possibility. Now, the fact that Poison's stuck around here does give me a little bit of confidence. He's fallen off now, as will the entire Complexity squad.
This looks very reminiscent of the first half, in the sense that, I swear to God, we saw an exact same round out of this. VP went everywhere together with James. He played for info. Once he said the coast is clear, they all rotated. Once they realized the coast was clear at B, they all rotated back to A. And then Complexity just ended the other site. Now, transitioning on the radar here, everybody is gravitating towards B. So maybe Complexity have made the right gamble stack this time, but it means that they just have to stay. They cannot rotate back. If they hold their horses, we're going to get a 5v5 on the B-bomb site. And they're not holding their horses.
Ooh, Poison's actually a bit of a threat with that scout. He spots one going short pipe as well.
This is aggressive.
He's hard committed to this angle.
Very aggressive.
So he can't really leave. He's just going to be looking to try and tag anyone else up, soften them up for their deagles. Yikinda poking and prodding short side and gets more than he bargained for here. They're going to assume it's a stack. And Yikinda's gone down without a single frag. So it's on to Sanji now losing his rifle. James needs this and Blame's down. That was a real opportunity now for Cole with a weapon in Esatag's hands. I'm not ready to write them out. Neither is the deagle of JKS now down. Oh, Esatag. And the bomb's still around him, as are the entire squad. So they're going to come to his site, but as he backs away, Buster greets him with a spray. And that's 7 for VP. And Chad's fears will start to become all the more apparent. As we get into our next gun round, we'll start seeing if they get pulled around by this T side of VP. Because it did, as you said, Chad, that 11-4 half, it felt a lot like VP and the way in which they find their victories.
Yeah, there was a lot of slow
open
rounds.
Sights, you're over-rotated.
Winning with one hero gun, you know, everybody hitting their shots in the last 15 seconds of the round. That one right there, if Complexity just believed in that stack, I think they would have had a better chance of defending from the side. But regardless, that's not the way the cookie crumbled. And Blame forward, had a look, will immediately be forced on back. And Yikinda, oh, you can smell blood in the water, hot on his heels here. Oh, nice little boost. Different variation there. The CTs dealing damage to the Ts with a boost for once. I'm sure they're under the pump more often than not. And here's this Buster lurk. Now, Blame has to be aware of this. If he's ever watched a VP demo, he knows that Buster works on this territory. And if Blame gets this kill, which he will, that should really wrangle VP into an odd situation. Oh, look at the gamble stack. They've gamble stacked A. They've completely gamble stacked A here of Complexity.
Yeah, and the only possibility of this going deeply awry is if Yikinda not only finds Blame, but they go B, and that's exactly what they're doing. Oh, timings. Is the door open? So many questions. Esatag knows he can find Yikinda here, and he can't win that duel. JKS will have to stick around for it. Now they finished the job, but they're so late. They're so late on this rotate. Yikinda's 3 kills on A have opened up B.
Shiver me timbers, mate. This is a rough retake right now. No defuse kit between JKS and NATO. Now, look, they have a bit of utility, but if they're playing the long game...
Oh, they're not going for it, are they?
Well, they might. JKS is getting over here. JKS has a molly. They've got a couple of flashes between them. Remember, no kits, so time of the essence.
And now he knows where both of them are coming from. Nice bit of util from NATO to make him peek. And that's the end of that, isn't it?
VP are going to win this game, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Why does it feel so apparent?
I don't know. Maybe we're just non-believers.
We've been non-believers this whole time.
Non-believers.
We've been non-believers this whole time, Chad. We've just been, you know, enjoying in quiet and very... I mean, I can't get it right. What have we been doing?
We've been commentating Counter-Strike.
That's true. What have we been doing? We've been quietly surprised by Complexity at every turn.
I want to know what made them gamble stack A.
Bloody quick.
I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate the call. I just wonder what made them gamble stack A. Like, it's okay to make those kind of gambles. I get it. I definitely get it. I'm just wondering what was the inclination.
Well, I mean, when you look at the minimap as Yikinda's opening up on long, it actually seems like the perfect call. It was only until those frags went Yikinda's way that it fell apart.
And then the Sith Megazord of James was able to obviously read their mind with his telekinesis.
With his telekinesis?
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard about that. The Deegs are doing nothing. In fact, we can count this as 9.
Well, they're bending spoons right now. It just feels, they're just like the train, the Virtus Pro comeback. They were just shoveling the coal, the wood, the whatever you want to power your train with. Maybe solar power. Maybe you're into the environment. Maybe you've got some bloody wind turbines on top of it. I don't mind. But they were just fueling it in the first half, and now they're the Virtus Pro that could. Uphill no more. They're almost finding themselves on that downhill stretch. Nice little well-placed nade there to default. James hadn't repositioned, but it's only going to be damaged there. Not sure that Blame and Esatag want to give up these AK-47s. And that is 9. Felt like a pretty easy 9.
It really did. It's kind of flown past, and the gap closing rapidly for Complexity. And 11-4 CT Hall, it was good. It was convincing, especially on their, excuse me, I should say T Hall. Now here they stand on the defense, yet to post a round.
Well, the G2 fans, again, they were turning off the stream. They were walking away. The G2 fans had seen enough. They thought, bloody hell, it's all over, Red Rover. We're not getting out of the groups. Now,
but don't forget who we're talking about here.
It's VP.
It's the team with, I think, the record-breaking comeback.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, they're in the stands right here. The G2 fans are getting louder than the Virtus Pro fans right now. The signs are out, and the tech pauses too.
But maybe Steam should go down, actually.
Steam should go down again.
It's about, we're overdue.
Steam
overdue
should go down again.
A little Steam
I
crash.
like how the admin has just said, what's up? Because I want to know what's up too. What's up, Buttercup? Everyone's favorite FPS bug. Now, that's one I would like to get to the bottom of. Maybe one day.
Do you know, I mean, we can take this moment to actually reflect on, you mentioned Train, it just came back up in my mind. Do you know what I don't miss? I don't miss VP doing their Train defaults, because that map was a dream for Virtus Pro. Do you remember the amount of cheeky, fakey boys around Ivy they'd get away with?
Yeah. Well, like,
10 seconds,
so
they're fighting Ivy, they're going back to Pop, they're finishing B.
I think Blast did some content recently where they were asking a bunch of players which map they preferred, whether Ancient or Train, and I think they were going, a lot of people were voting for Ancient. I think like Perfecto, maybe it was Perfecto, I think he went with Train. I didn't watch the whole video.
Well, Navi's Train did bang.
Yeah, so you can see probably why he was a little bit remiss that Train went out. But here we go, Sanji's back. Let's hope that they've put that FPS issue to bed, and yeah, Ready being called by Complexity, the Danish international squad that can.
Danish, come on now.
Oh,
I mean, when they started, it felt a little US, didn't it? We had Obo,
That's
Rush.
Right. Yes. And it was an American organization.
They were even, I think, destined to play on North American soil.
This was just after they got rid of like Def and Shazam and Sick. Sick in there. Yeah, Ricky was there for a while.
Jason Lake, I believe it was after the Star Ladder Berlin major play-ins. He put out a tweet saying, I want to build a Juggernaut. Yeah. And poor Juggernaut has actually just been plagued by issues entirely out of their control.
Yeah, I'm surprised though, Jason, if you are listening out there, maybe Messioso can make this happen now, Mr. Graham Pitt. How have we not had Blame F cosplay as the Juggernaut?
Oh, maybe they were saving that for like the first big win.
Maybe
like
the major.
Juggernaut build complete, you know, and then they just put him in a big metal helmet.
Because I could see him in the helmet.
I could.
Yeah,
and
running through walls.
Maybe we get Juzzy Bear in a full unitard.
Okay, who would he be?
Deadpool.
Justin would be Deadpool.
Yeah, because he's, he's without the mask, he's like, no expression.
Okay.
No real kind of character. And then he puts on the mask and he becomes this whole new kind of alter ego.
Okay.
Known as Deadpool, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know the Marvel Universe well enough to give you an alternative.
No,
so
that's all right.
We'll go with that.
I definitely see that you tried.
They punched each other in the CGI thingy-majiggy.
The CGI thingy-majiggy.
Deadpool 2, I believe it's called.
All right, here we go again.
Ooh, we're burning the midnight oil, folks. We're not used to this. Sorry,
I don't lie. I normally go to bed at around like 10 or 11
It's actually way past its bedtime at this point. We're supposed to be tucked up in bed with our teddy bears. And instead, we find ourselves talking about a rather intense game of Counter-Strike. It was an 11-4 half, and yet every part of the fibers of our being starts to believe that the Polar Bears got what it takes to close this gap.
Especially if they win this one here. It's really going to start rubbing salt in the wounds. 11-4 on the half, 11-9 we sit now. Blame F in tandem with Poison on a two-man long hold. Jame and Co. Just around that corner.
Yeah, the timing of Flames pushes everything. He is going to be flashed in, plays anti, loses vision, and loads his mag and loses his life. Sticking around for the repeat. Poison, an uncharacteristic miss, results in loss of territory. And in a large way as well, because Yakinda's pushed up for the rotate back. Oh. Yeah, I mean... Chad, it's over to you.
Well, Right now, NATO on the site can still probably swat this one away. He does have Esatag with him here, and both have swung on out. So that information might be enough to send Virtus.pro back towards B, where JKS can cut them off before they get to the monster pipe. 2 to line up. JKS gets none. And this one could be done, unless from the heavens here, NATO and Esatag can find a couple of shots through the smoke. Loss bonus in their favor. If they save, they'll both be able to drop a rifle each in the next round of play. But this Buster Lurk, we spoke about it earlier, it's now manifesting, and it might be enough. They know it's coming.
That's a lovely find from NATO. He gets the information for free, and that might slow Buster down. But unfortunately for the save of Complexity, they kind of need the frag.
Yeah, Esatag has to go and deal with this, right? NATO's too low. Esatag will buy them some space, but guess what? Sanji and James will fill his role. Locked out, locked down. And now with that max loss bonus in play, the fact that they may only save 1 rifle, that's if Esatag can live. They won't be able to drop it across in the same way. So even unable to save here. Because think about this, NATO could have dropped the rifle, could have even dropped an AWP for poison. Esatag could have dropped something as well. Blame had enough to buy himself. They might still go for a buy here, you know. JKS has 4K. So Esatag, if he just drops poison and AWP, Blame can buy, NATO can buy, they can still make this work. It's not as bad as I foretold, but...
Timeout time, though. Definitely want to make sure you get everything right.
Maybe even a double timeout. Just knowing that you're yet to win a round. So you have a couple of options here. And I guess with the passive nature in which VP are approaching this, you might not want to consider an aggressive move. But an all-in of some variety could be what is needed to change the tide of this.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 4-man A push, you go 2 bathrooms, you go 2 long, you try and stop them defaulting over towards playground. Don't allow them to get past the precipice of party and play retake on the B bomb site and hope that you have enough utility and men left to get back in there. There's a lot of things that you could do.
Yeah, and you know, it's easy to say, obviously harder to do, especially when you're in the game yourself and you're in your 3rd map and you're kind of feeling like that 11-4 half feels so long ago now. You just feel like you're in a different game. It's completely nullified, and they're going for a boost. Interesting mix-up off the back of a timeout. They set Jame up, hoping to catch a CT slip in, and slip they shall not.
Okay, well, they have 4 players over towards B here, and normally the problem with that totem boost is you now have to go work on map control. You're worried about a long push, maybe a push towards the fountain, how much territory have they taken connector? Well, Kickit's down there, so they know that they at least have their half of connector under control. That's pure VP fashion. They're never in too much of a rush, so a minute 20, flash comes over, space now being taken, and that is going to go over to Poison as information for him to relay back to his B stack. Everything's cool right now, but eventually there will be a timer on the gap being pipped towards long. James has that bomb on his back over towards the B bomb site for now, which could be an indication that's where they want to finish, but...
Poison's being walked up on here. Bang! And your Kinder's gone. Okay, now that might channel them into the stack, Chad. Blame has floated back, so it's a 3-man stack, but...
It's a monster lockdown, though. JKS, NATO, and Esatag are all close to monster, and they're actually floating to lock it down even more. So well-placed nade just tickles the feet of one. And there is another smoke on NATO. He should get that down to monster now. This is perfect. He's going to channel them all up through short here. They have to go, that molly. They're going to extinguish. Here we go.
And this is it. They come crashing into the rocks, and no vision for NATO. It's returned in time for a nice double. He's got the bomb down. And mission accomplished. Complexity have posted their first CT round.
They've broken the drought.
Whoo-wee. James, standard procedure. I reckon he's going to hide in plain sight here. He's fine.
Well, it's felt like a long time between drinks for rounds here for Complexity. They will get it done. And, oh, James, he's going to not hold on to the AWP. He's gone down after time. Now, 10K in the back pocket, not too many worries. But not getting up to his regular hijinks to saving the gun right there. But this one here was good utility usage on that B-bomb site. They kept Monster Smoke the entire time. But there was also a little bit more space given by VP because they went for that boost, right? They started their campaign of defaulting about 30 seconds after they normally would.
Right, yeah, precisely. Like that control was given. This time it's going to be 4-4. Blame wanted it. They've thrown out a smoke for Poison to peek on, but he's not got any support. He's going to have to pull the plug on that. He wanted to do a cheeky, aggressive maneuver over that fountain smoke. You can see the Molotov from VP would have been a problem. So, all's well that ends well.
Oh, run boost. JAME Airlines. Landing was a little bit rough, but they got to the destination and they just set Buster up. So now that JAME can opt down the long corridor, Buster can work on his control.
I'm just imagining JAME Airlines when he's saving. It's just him flying around above the airport, just constantly like, sorry guys, we're going to be extending your aviation journey today. That's obviously not how they speak. You think I've been on enough planes to know how they speak?
Yeah, I kind of want to forget those journeys.
Well, VP, look at the mini-map. They couldn't be more segregated. And
I couldn't tell you where they're going.
Nope, no one can. And that's the beauty of it, because Cole don't know either. Now, this boost is promising if, and it remains an if, ESL sticks around. He's just dropped off as they emerge. A silent advance. Here we go. So,
there's only 2 players on the site for this hit.
James got a Heaven Smoke cocked. Cocked? That's the word I was trying to say. And Buster has Blame clocked. There we go. Oh, above and over. Good for one. JKS in a lot of hot water here. Good dink. Being pushed and swung on by Sanji. Poison Molotov out of contention, really. NATO's flank's the only hope they have, and he's made it a very quick 1v2. NATO Safix,
Give it a go.
What you've got.
Give it a crack.
They're shouting at him, aren't they?
They're telling him to save, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they are.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I thought that was going to be the hero moment.
Well, at some point, let me give you the good news, Alex. At some point, they have to start going for the clutches. So we've probably only got about 2 to 3 more rounds of the saving before they will attempt these rounds. But when the game is this close,
yeah,
it's justified.
Absolutely. And what's funny is, you know, Chad, I'll give you a little story while NATO saves.
I love a good story.
When I was first getting into Counter-Strike commentating, transitioning from COD 4 Pro Mod, we're talking way early days. Me and Lauren decide we want to be Counter-Strike people.
Okay.
We couldn't stop ramping in all of the like 2v3s where it ends up being a save, but they poke and prod. Like we'd ramp because
Call of Duty so go
used.
for it, right?
You'd always go for those. Like whenever you saw a 1v3, you just get excited because someone's going to give it a good go. And part of me definitely does miss the encouragement or the reward of going for every single clutch. You get to see those plays certainly, but that obviously on the other foot, you just lose that entire beautiful economy game that we get to spend the entire game talking about. So
yeah, that's the thread that ties us all together, right?
It really does, and it's what makes Counter-Strike a thinking man's game. Speaking of thinking man, it's Blame. He's pushed up. Ooh, and catches a glimpse of one that might lure Buster into a false sense of security, and it has caught pure wall bang from Blame, no less, and he's actually going to stick around. He throws the smoke to guise his retreat, but that's going to channel them into B, and I think they know that. They're acknowledging that with a rotation of NATO's Safix.
JK's getting flashed in here. Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, they know where you are, Kicker. That was a perfect flash out of NATO, but JKS has still been caught. Here comes VP, that slow, vicious strangle of the attack. Slowly taking your map away from you. Hiding in the smoke, hiding in plain sight is ESL. He wants to strike with the MP9. Smoke's deployed. There's still so much time, but Kicker plays that so well. Kept even. Maybe there's more to be said about this one. It's NATO Safix on the site that seems to be channeling them away.
And they've had a lot of fights given to them there, right? They had
Blame
to
will
take
hear this.
a couple. Too bad he's in the wrong place, right? Yakinda's going to beat him to the top of the site, and if he does fight Yakinda, then maybe that sends them back towards this B area as James is posted towards short. Sanji playing between the two of them here.
Oh, you've got to be smart if you're Blame here. Think it through. James waiting for NATO's info push. They're playing such a cruel game of Counter-Strike. You die pushing short to an AWP as the bomb goes down on the other side of the map.
Blame will go for this.
One Optimus, one Dice. Finds his first.
Healthy player, dead.
Don't forget, Yakinda's very low, but he's just assuming he's not Optimus, and so shot in the back of the head. Still only one round to boast. Complexity, down and out.
Oh, this is getting very, very rough now. They've clawed it all the way back here, and I don't know what they can do on this CT side. Another timeout called. They scrap together that buy. They'll have to be humbled right now. It can't be more than a couple of upgraded pistols at best, maybe some SMGs if they'd like. Blame has 5.9. NATO has 4.6, but between the other three, there's not really a way that they're going to be able to buy. And the claps in the background trying to keep the spirits high, but I mean, I feel the energy getting sucked out of the room right now.
I'm right there with you. There's just a small part of me that has to return to the thought process of, dude, we are still four CT rounds, Admittedly, VP's coffers have been swelling to the point where it just doesn't feel like you're ever going to get a slight moment's respite. None of these rounds will come easy. But it's still within touching distance. If you take this half somehow and separate it from the first, admittedly, it is going to be very difficult for Cold to recover.
Hero M4 on Blame.
Here he comes. Oh, and there's a small universe where he does some damage here, and there goes Yakinda. That's one of the shining lights and beacons of hope for VP, often on their T side, and he's gone. No project for Yakinda this time.
If he just stays active here, Blame, and repositions this M4 time and time again, might even be able to find another kill here. Poison and Blame have Sanji tucked in towards the tail end of Connector. Now, that one kill has bought a little bit of room, and Kicker should be dead for this world right now. He's been baited into the left, has someone to deal with on the right, and now Sanji's down.
Oh dear. I mean, this is dreamy for Cole. Let's see if they can hold on to this. So Buster's long lurk and hijinks are starting to manifest, and yeah, James walking the bomb up there too.
If Buster is able to take Blame out here, they can just stroll in towards A. Blame is the only one they have to deal with on the site, and he's noisy about this.
Bit of a meal of it, and more impact from Blame, and the hero M4 finishes it off. That's it. Kicker's so detached from the pack. Poison's even acknowledging it's a possibility. And yeah, there should be no hope in the world. Cole will find their second CT round.
Not a lot of money for Kicker here, so it's not the end of the world if he does save this. Well, he didn't save this, and now it might be the end of the world because money is an issue for a few members on Virtus Pro. I cannot believe that Blame has just gone Hero M4, pushed up, taken the first fight, helped facilitate the second, contributed then for the third and the fourth kills.
Beast, absolute beast.
That's huge.
To pull that off against VP as well.
He was involved in 4 of the kills there. Like, his presence is what allowed Poison to pick.
He got right under their skin.
Well, this round here is everything. Next round, 1900 for VP. I cannot believe this.
And they're throwing an aggressive maneuver into the playbook. This is a very ambitious push. I love it. Now, it might take us 30 seconds to see it pay off, but they've set him up. And they seem to be thinking better of it.
Yeah, I think they're worried about this connector door swinging open, so instead they're sending Esatag to be the doorman, Poison to be the VIP to get ushered on through, and, well, Sanji, you were locked down. Poison is still flirting with this. I'm surprised he hasn't dropped back quicker. He could get sandwiched in here.
Yeah, they certainly could. JKS has got a lot to deal with. Does find the headshot again. Yakinda down. VP are already feeling hot under the collar. They've lost Yakinda. Esatag was flirting with the smoke, but now VP have control of that short water. They can pivot. The door was open. Sanji's there. Now, it's Blame responsible for ensuring no slips through the toilets.
Yeah, NATO's just jumping from the dice box right now, so he can respond to help B pretty quickly. So it will be a 4-on-3 on the site until NATO gets there, but this boost,
it could be
have
everything.
To get something. I think Esatag, he must be aware that this is coming. They're not looking, they're not ready. Oh, Poison's down. JKS follows.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. NATO long range does get some body bursts into Buster. Good flash to suppress. Blame slot starting to join the pack, and he will be there to at least contribute. Oh no, they've recovered an AWP as well. 12 seconds as the bomb goes in. There's no way they can deny it. It's too risky. And from behind, they do strike. Esatag with 1, still on the site. It's so close. 2-on-2. James a nuisance. He gets the best of Blame, and it's all to play for Esatag. No kit. Desperate to isolate. Look at the bunny hop. He might. Oh, Sanji saves them, and he says play on. An AWP for James, and he says it's not enough.
Jeez. Esatag, you thought he had done enough
that little move, bro. He actually baited
the
it.
Steps as well. It looked like he had done enough. That would have been huge impact here out of Esatag.
We might get to see it from like the third party here. Look at this hop. He baits Sanji round the pillar here. Look. Bop. Hey. Up. Isolates the jewel. He's holding down the mouse. 1. Yeah, a different universe. That's a very stylish clutch out of the Dane. Instead, it leaves us in a very weird one. It's going to be AK's light util, or someone's taking a Galil.
Yeah, I think we might see a Galil or 2 in the mix here. Maybe even Yakinda down to... Oh, no, they did go with the Galil. I was going to say maybe even on Deagle if they wanted a couple more nades, but it is VP. They're happy to operate with very little. Scrappy end here. Map 3, we've gone the distance and looking like we're going that far again. Both teams missing.
Do I say it?
Overtime?
Ooh, overtime?
I don't know about that.
Okay, well, Kick It fancies his chances of at least putting a 14th on the board. Poison's holding steady as well.
I think this round says it all. Whoever wins this one wins the game.
All right. Chad has spoken. NATO has too. And they're going for the toilet walk-in. Now, Poison is going to be very vulnerable to this. There's a timer. They're really pushed up. I don't think he's ready for this. There's so many bodies to his right. And they're going to clear him. A sitting duck. They pluck him out. Blame with so much on his plate here, and he's done very well for the first. Smoke might save him. He lives on. And now the bomb to be planted.
Oh, he's burning a lot. Oh, the nade. He ran back through the flames.
Ouch. And it results in his death. A good nade from JKS. Chunks Buster. But they've used all their util now. So as it fades, this will be Cole with a good shot at giving it a go. Got Smoke and Kit combined on JKS and Esatag. NATO with impact. He's found Jame as well. They can do this. It's very close. Sanji holding this headshot angle. They're yet to commit. You got to hurry up with that smoke. Jump in for info. Knows it's long. NATO's gone. Need that smoke. Need that kit. Need it now. And you got to defend. Finding the first. He's got to defuse right now. He picks up the kit. No, he didn't pick it up. He didn't pick it up, and no hope for them. It will be VP's 14th.
Oh, and he goes down with the bomb as well. The worst possible scenario there. It's not the save. It's not the clutch. It's losing absolutely everything. And VP, they get it done. It looked like Blame had done enough. It looked like he had done enough. The kill, he stole them out. The smoke.
Oh, so how many heartbreaks can a team that's been together for a week take? You know, like, like I've seen bigger teams, like teams that have been established for years, crumble under the situations these boys have conceded in this series.
Maybe because it's a new love, it's easier for them to forget the pain.
Oh, it's so real, Chad. Damn.
That one hitting home for most.
Yeah, it's easier to forgive in the
early stages.
Romantic stages, it certainly is, until it starts to accrue a debt.
Yeah, it doesn't bother you as much in the beginning. Time, it's a cruel mistress here, and NATO 5.3.
Time waits for no one, Chaddy, and looks like Complexity are going to be putting all their chips into the center of the table.
This is the shove. This is it.
They frown, take a sip of their drink, and say it all in.
Oh, look, they've had to prioritize nades. Blame's gone for the M4. NATO's has the best buy out of the mob. JKS and Esatag defending B can work with SMGs, but it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all here. Passive stance deployed. Virtus Pro.
Oh boy.
The waiting game, their favorite. When they go to the doctors and they're told to wait, they smile.
It's a good skit we could actually get. VP just ear
waiting
to ear.
for delayed trains.
Yeah, everything. Oh man, that's a really, put that in your pocket.
Someone get that over
When we have
Frank.
our hands on the players, that's pretty funny, actually. Poison's given him a good, safe info play. You said you wanted a passive setup. Well, it doesn't get more passive than jumping with your knife out for info. I think you got spotted, and so it's an even relay of information.
Look at this one from James. Downtown, that smoke's going to land.
Strong arm.
That corridor is so long. He's kind of isolated. Poison has to fight here against Kick It if he does want to round the corner.
Can we contextualize what they're up to, though, Chad? Because they've parked this bus on B the whole time.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to go for the B finish. Maybe even more so now with that Kick It kill. It should draw a rotation, but nobody wants to move just yet.
Don't flinch.
They're sticking to their guns on this. They're keeping the pieces in the right place.
Hold your nerve. Oh, JKS baiting with the nade. It's just a little shy of the mark. This is what they were waiting. 25. Verse Pro are such geeks. And it's going to work. Yakinda needed more. Buster with something. Kicking down the door. We're on a 2v2 here. And NATO and Blame are coming short side. It's about the util. Great smoke. Sanji catching some flack, but the bomb will be planted safely. They're playing it to perfection here, VP. Just milking this round for everything it's worth.
They're charging.
Coming in thick and fast. And there's a chance. It needs to be all on NATO. 1v2 for their hopes and dreams. Kit available. You might want to scoop that up, but he wants to fight now. And he's isolated it. He does take it. NATO's Sapphics keeps Complexity in it.
Oh, and we have more twists and turns in this one here. Back and forth these teams go. Nobody wanting to relent. And to think, it's just 5 rounds that were necessary on the CT side of Overpass for Complexity. Well, that's their third. Only their third here. One-way traffic in the second half, just like the first. And what a clutch here from Nato. The black t-shirt, you see him in there? Well, that's the Super Sub kit.
It is. He made his own. Oh, that's going to be feeling so good as well. For such a crucial round, Nato Safik's adrenaline pumping, living his absolute reality, making a fantasy a reality if he qualifies for the playoffs of Pro League as a stand-in.
Yeah, I think he's going to be more than happy with that one right there. And you can just see the buy now for Virtus Pro. Complexity were limping last round. Well, VP, they got a broken limb. 3 Deagles, 2 AKs, light util. Is there a change-up? This time round, no AWP to usher the long presence that they've been working on time and time again. Yukinda sent out on a fact-finding mission. Jaime and Sanji down through the connector. Maybe they'll look for an A finish this time round because they fell back into that B stack, and those SMGs, we said they could work to lock down the B bomb site. They did exactly that. But Yukinda's taken a lot of space here. And he's got a lot more available to him. Last time he walked up through the bathrooms, he caught Poison slipping. This time, Poison's a bit wiser, dropping back passively towards the site, has called for the cavalry. Blame joining him now and getting set up for an A-piece finish will be Virtus Pro. Smoke's being lined up, a couple of mollies, a couple of flashes to work with. It's the A all in.
It's so brave from Blame. He's just flashed to have a look, and I think he's confirmed his suspicions. The nade is very promising. And here we go. It's Yukinda meets Poison, does best him. A chance! They all line up on the Blame F. Famas 3. He has the AK. The flashes from his team have bought him time. He's ready and unloads into another. Looking for the ace, and he sends them packing. VP are broken, and Blame F just pops off, stands up, rips that headset off. He knows what he's done.
What a huge round. What an absolutely huge round.
He knows what he's done, Chad. He's broken VP on match point, series point.
The one-man army on the site here. Flash for the info. They come on in.
Oh.
He mows them down. The Famist straight into that AK-47. You are not getting in. Blame says no. And we go one more round. It's just the pistols here. Complexity, they can do this. They can do this right now.
Bloody mosh pit over there. He's doing the windmill.
Look at this buy. Look at what VP have. They have nothing.
This is it, man. Cole could really do it on this round. I'm saying could, because we've seen them have some real some disappointing losses before. They just have to hold on to this one. The greased up rope of series point. Just hold on, don't slip. You can see the lineup from Blame is so perfect and well timed. It's for the short take, and they call it clear, but the door can swing open at any moment.
Oh, this is so scary.
It is. And here comes VP. Ezatag's at least caught a glimpse safely.
They've got 4 here.
They've
got everybody in need.
Cole can do this. The smoke is there. Chaos already. A double out of JKS. He's pulled it out of that bag. And VP absolutely shattered. This will confirm the elimination of G2 as well. Oh, JKS to finish the job, and he will. Complexity, such a hard-fought battle. A stand-in, a new player, and Complexity sail to the playoffs of Group B.
Hey Future Pros, back on Overpass today with another T-sided smoke. This one is thrown from spawn and lands in the doorway to bathrooms. To master this tricky smoke, hop onto the railing. Line up in between these 2 points, aim to the right side and close to the top of these leaves. Then throw the smoke. It may take a few attempts to get it down, but I have faith in you all.
There's been a couple shock and awe campaigns, but this one will leave your jaw on the floor. Complexity taking Virtus Pro down, securing themselves a berth in at least the round of 12 and potentially even more. But of course, that's something to dive into all by itself. This is Pro League Season 14. If you don't know, now you know, Yanko.
Yeah, what an effort from Complexity, right? Maybe low-key Overpass is their best map. No, jokes aside, I don't think that's the case, but I do think everything has fallen into place for them on this map, right? Starting from, well, losing the pistol, but getting the second round force buy win. Then they managed to reset VP's economy every single time. And it's not just that. Even when VP was on half buys or some force buys, ecos, they would always just full stack a site. And Complexity was getting really good reads. I don't know if it was Blame making calls or maybe the guy who's playing on the side of the map was giving him the information and that he thinks the bomb site is empty. But they were just getting free rounds like that, you know, and you can argue, well, yeah, VP, they lose the round, but they save their armors and stuff. Well, the economy for the T's is also building up, right? And even though it's a CT-sided map, it's still difficult to win consecutive, you know, 3 or 4 buy rounds against a full bought-out T side.
Well, yeah, especially when you like just looking at this first half of Overpass, right?
Bang.
I mean, 11-4, right? So VP did claw their way back into this, no doubt. Then you start getting to that position where they're trading rounds back and forth, and that's when things start to get a little scrappy.
I mean, not only did they start coming back, they actually had the lead. They were up 14-13 towards the very end of that game. Then we had the 2v2 clutch with NATO Sapphics clutching it out, and then the Blame F ace on the A bomb side, which was just incredible, you know, kicking it off with the FAMAS and then picking up the AK. And you can see here, even in the stats category, he was leading his team and, you know, leading by example for sure.
Absolutely that. Speaking of examples, I've got a fine specimen of one right in front of us. He goes by the name of Justin Savage, and he's ready to talk a little counter. I think they were calling you Jazzy on the broadcast there, but I guess we'll call you whatever you need to be called. That was a
call you by your proper name, Justin.
Yes, Mr. Savage,
Thanks,
sir. You've showed up. You guys showed up in a big way here in this group, man. Talk to me a little about some of the trials and tribulations coming into this whole thing, much less where you are now.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously we have a new player, and then we also have a stand-in as well for Christian. So it's been like a bit of a weird boot camp, I guess you could say, because we came into it thinking that, Config could actually play. But, yeah, unfortunately that accident happened, and then we had to get Nato in as a stand-in. So we've just tried to, like, do as much as we could with the time that we've had. And, I mean, he flew out to us, and yeah, it's been going good so far.
All right, how do you think Config could take some tips from you in regards to social media, like being a little bit less active and staring in his phone a little bit less so that he could actually do his job?
I mean, maybe. I'm pretty sure he fell looking at his phone, so if you could take a tip from me, then that's probably it, yeah.
But on a more serious note, like obviously it's a difficult situation. You guys couldn't even get any practice in, like we heard from some of the other interviews, or at least proper practice. So are you approaching it more loosely now, the games, right? Like people just have more freedom individually, or is it just you trying to play in the same way you always do and just trying to get NATO up to speed as fast as possible?
I mean, he pretty much just took all of Christian's roles, so it kind of puts more pressure on everyone else in the team to pick up the slack, I guess, that we have, because obviously he's our best player in terms of like fragging, and he's the guy who creates all the space as well on the team. Like that's the role that he's put into this team, like the way that we set him up. So, I mean, everyone else kind of has to like put in a little bit more and make sure that the team still functions the same way. But we pretty much just slotted him in the same that we had before. So yeah.
So here's another guy that slotted his way in, especially today. He goes by the name of Blame F. You've probably heard of him once or twice. Justin, he got this pretty cool ace. Do you mind walking us through this, just kind of as it was unfolding in TeamSpeak or Discord or whatever it was?
I can. I was on the other side of the map, but yeah.
Oh, bet.
If you see on the map, I'm all the way at the end. on 1 star, so.
You're pretty close. Yeah. Well, in that case, either way, talk to me a little bit about Blame F's performance today then. I mean, obviously he came up big here on Overpass for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Ben's always been like a crucial role in the team. Obviously, he's the IGL, and I think he's taking a lot more space because Christian isn't here, so he's been doing a really good job at that. And I mean, obviously this round he did really well to get all 5. We really needed it, but I think it was also good by the rest of the team who were throwing flashes over the wall and helping him.
Did you get scared when he jumped out of his seat? Did you like notice that at all, or was it just like there's some commotion happening? You know, the room is gonna fall apart, tables are flying.
Ooh.
I mean, I was just trying to stay calm. I definitely did notice it. I don't think anyone couldn't notice it. It's very loud in the room. But yeah, it's always good to like get the mood up a little bit, especially in those tense games where like obviously they're starting to come back and we need some important rounds to win, and obviously the atmosphere is very intense. So when you have someone who does that, it helps the team and the atmosphere for sure.
Well, look, man, I got to get you out of here. There's a whole other best of 3 about to go on. It's G2 versus 4s. I'm sure you're going to stay awake watching that one, but thank you, Justin.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, and for Complexity, tomorrow they're going to OG on the day where all the games happen at one singular time. That's 8 CEST, sorry. We're going to be going to a break, and I think that's about all we got for up here. So we're going to get ready for the next matchup. Yeah, that's it. You know, that game started
quick day.
At 6:02 on the dot. Craziness. Either way, G2 versus 4s coming your way right after this.
Yes, nice shot, my friend. Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I don't think we are missing too many like parts of lifting a trophy. I just feel like we need more practice, and we have been losing to just the top teams like Navi or Gambit in those tournaments. So I think they were just better team at that time, and I feel like against Navi we are close to wins most of the time, but against Gambit we been losing online and then we have won them on land. So I think we are getting there. I think it's all about practice, and I think it's about also getting to know your opponent as well. Not to know, but to know how to approach versus them, because they have a bit of different play style. It's why they're the best team in the world. So I think we're just trying to find a couple of like keys or reads that we can use against them, so we can win versus them, I would say. So I think that's like we already have some things in our mind, which I'm not going to share, but we are looking to remain at the top, but we are also aiming to take them down as soon as possible.
Malik, thank you so much for joining me. It does go without saying it's been a tough week for G2. So what's your focus for the comeback in this last 2 games of Group B?
I think the only thing we are saying to each other right now is like to take it game by game and to put a lot of attention to it, care a lot about what we do from the inside. Like we didn't expect that would be so rough to come back, to be honest. But it is that it is, and we just want to be smart. We have experience now. I've been coaching for a few years now, and having bad periods happened many times for different reasons. But out of like a break like that, you just have to take just, you know, being humble, working and trying to do better game after game, and you know, get back into the thing. And I think it's what we are doing at the moment. It's unfortunate because we are short so far in this tournament, but I'm still really confident the guys are behaving properly. Every day we just try to do better, and this is the only thing we need to do basically. So that's it.
So tell me what your impressions are of FORS going into this matchup against them, because it seems like they've kind of come from nowhere, as have their star new players, Zorte and Kenzie.
They are like doing a really good job. I mean, CIS in general, like it's unbelievable, like how many teams can compete quite well last month. And FORS, like I even played against most of these guys on majors, maybe 2-3 years ago. I was remembering like having these games against FORS. Now the roster is different. They have 2 new guys, but I think they are just hard workers. I think they have been grinding a lot. I was checking really closely what they did this season, and yeah, they are just on the rise. Confidence. It's a great opportunity for them to compete against really great teams. And you know how it is. It's always wonderful. You go all the way. It's a great opportunity for them to show that they can compete. So yeah, I think they are like a dangerous opponent, and that will be perfect for us to once again being tested. Trying to do, we will be challenged today out of the shape we have been showing the last days, and we will do everything we can to take the win.
Well, thank you very much for talking to me today, Malik. Good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you, Frankie, for doing the interview for us here on the ESL Pro League Season 14. 2 teams have now been locked into the playoffs here from Group B, and FORS has their fate in their hands. If they win here up against G2, they'll be going through to join the other 2 teams of OG and Complexity into the playoffs. Not sure exactly what order they'll be in just yet, but hey, for a team that talked about the opportunity to get into play, finding out literally at the end of a media day in an email that they didn't even think was real, they have a chance to qualify in the playoffs. This is phenomenal for FORS.
Yeah, it's been a fun story, and it's really cool to track them. And I think, you know, certainly I know you and I have both enjoyed talking with Jerry. Yeah. Enjoyed listening to his thoughts. I'm sure they've gained some fans as well. It's just one more team to throw into that CIS region that's having like a really cool performance here in this year. That region just being incredibly strong at the moment.
And we've been seeing them go up against the likes and like punch. I want to say punch up because you have OG. You can say it 4-0 in the group, but they had a chance to actually beat OG when it came to yesterday. We even had our very first overtime finally kick off in ESL Pro League Season 14, where typically it's like 10% of the maps go to overtime. But we can see here, Complexity 3-1, FORS have a chance to get to 3-1 as well. And this just what I was talking about when we got into the overtime here, there was a realistic world where FORS could have actually won this map and potentially taken the series.
Yeah, which would have been absolutely excellent. I mean, they've shown great proficiency. They've shown really good individual strength in a bunch of their players. I'm thinking Zorti, I'm thinking Flit, I'm thinking Kenzie. Yeah. Those guys have had some good performances, and then also as a team showing up and causing a lot of, I guess you'd call them upsets at the time. It's starting to look like it's a little bit more consistent, but this is certainly a dangerous team who can do a lot of damage, and a lot of teams and a lot of players are finding that out at the moment.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I don't think we've really seen them play a map where they didn't look competent enough on, right? That they looked, well, let's just go back to King's Spirit Inferno. Yeah. But they've not looked bad on a map whatsoever, funny enough.
Right, they've had some stretches where it looks like they kind of are running out of ideas, or kind of maybe a little bit unsure of themselves, or maybe missed like a finishing touch or something. But yeah, certainly all the maps they've shown that they can be competitive on.
Oh man,
which is super impressive. Yeah, that's this was a heartbreaking clutch for FORS. But I mean, look, I think FORS as a team in this group with this opportunity to get out here with a win today is massive. And this is exactly what they've been looking forward to. This is exactly what Jerry's been preaching in terms of the opportunity. And now all they have to do is reach out and grab it.
It's, I mean, it sounds easy. It's definitely more difficult than we can say for them because G2, well, actually, I'll maybe rewind that because G2 have not been looking good whatsoever in the group so far. Nico's been looking okay. He's been looking, pretty standard Nico form, but they haven't been able to be that formidable force we saw just a few weeks back at Cologne, right? They're not looking like a second-place team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Nico's been on point as well in this series, which makes it a little bit heartbreaking to watch the team struggles because you see Nico playing this well game in and game out, and you want them to be able to succeed because of that kind of a performance, and it's not happening. That full picture of G2, I mean, it was something we kind of touched on in Cologne, is like the online version of G2 and the LAN version of G2 are just not the same thing. And there's a lot of teams with that issue, and there's especially teams, a lot of experienced players who have played on LAN for years straight, have to going back to online, struggling to find that ability to translate their skills into that internet arena. But I mean, for this matchup tonight, for me, the struggle for G2 is going to be more on the mental side of things. Like, the question is now, like, what are you playing for? Because you can't make playoffs.
Right.
You're out. Like, yesterday was a must-win game. You lost it. You didn't get the games to go your way today that would have kept you in the running for a playoff spot, so you're just eliminated. So the question is, do you have the motivation? Can you actually look within yourselves and say, this is a point of pride. We're not going to leave this group with 0 wins. And that's kind of what you're playing for, and it's really disappointing when you have to adjust your goals to that level. And that's why I think it's going to be a mental struggle, is can you actually switch on and stay focused and find a motivating reason to focus and play your heart out in this game?
Well, there still is, what, $5,000 on the line as well if you win the series.
Yes.
To them, it might not be a lot of money.
I was going to say.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But we do see Mirage already picked up here off the bat. I will say for G2, I maybe not expect them to play like top-level CS like we've seen them be able to do in the past, but I'm hoping at least, if anything, they go into this match trying to fix problems they're having or figure out what's going wrong within the team, because they're not looking like the team we've seen before. And right now, they have the chance to potentially spoil Force's chance to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is like now you just get to be the asshole of the group. Now you just got to play to ruin everyone else's hopes and dreams, and maybe that's what they cling to if you're G2. Maybe you just say, look, we want to challenge this Force team. We want to make sure that they have to work really, really hard to get out of this group. We're going to take this series today, and we're going to let them go into the last day of the groups with all that pressure on their shoulders and see if they can collapse or see if they can stand up to it.
I'm a little bit worried, though, with this first map choice. I think it's 14 maps in a row.
Yeah.
Forest have won on Mirage.
Yeah, that's not too shabby, is it? It's been quite a good run. Now, the caveat to that is a lot of the times when we talk about these kind of statistics with teams in the past that have had great runs on maps, it's usually against other Tier 1 competition. Force's streak of 14 wins, while very impressive, is stretching a little bit deeper into teams that are not as competitive as the G2s. That being said, they've looked great on it this week, no matter who they've played.
It is very true indeed, and we'll see if Forest can maintain momentum for just one more game. It's do or die. If they can take this here, they're into the playoffs. If they lose here, they have to hope they can win tomorrow as well. Let's throw it over to our commentators, though, for our final series of the day. For the first time, we're going to hear their voices, though I saw them on stream earlier on today. It's Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much, Jasons. Yeah, we're around the place. We're up and we're out.
I love the Jasons, man. There's such a little breath of fresh air. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we've had our little nap in the green room.
It's been a long night.
It's a 10 p.m. start. Here we go, Harry. We're not waiting around. There's a lot of stories to cover in this series, but let's just start with the pistol, because what a better way to begin. Kenzie, does he clear it? He sees a leg, and he does spam down next, and now these CTs trying to move back through the window. The Glock's up close, and they're not easy to get through. Oh, Kenzie chews through Nico's face, and now it's a 2v4.
Woo, baby! Look at Flick go with that Glock. Just Amanek, last guy standing, 1-on-3, and not much love to be found here for Amanek. He's going to smoke out Flick, and Flick will just run through the smoke, domes him. And so there's the pistol secured for Fours. Now, I don't have a lot of hope for G2 on this map.
Really?
Fours, 14 win streak, Hugo.
Yes.
14 in a row.
That's a lot, Harry.
That's a lot.
Yeah, they've looked really good in the Pro League on this map, right? Even in that series against OG, where, they had the sweaty overtime loss on Inferno, and they finally fell in the third map. They destroyed OG out of the gate on Mirage. So that was super exciting, and this series is certainly going to be so.
Also, while it's 14 in a row, it's 23-1. They have one loss in there that
really
ruins the streak. 9 either side of it.
Well, it's nothing in comparison to NIP, Harry, but that's fine, They'll get there, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
that's a good point, Hugo. I can't believe I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Could have been 87-0, like 23-1. That ain't even that impressive.
Yeah, well, they'll work on it. Yeah, for G2, right, it's like now, which side of G2 do we get? Do we get G2 going, hey, cat's on the bag, we can't go through, let's have fun, let's frag out, let's show up? Or do we get the G2 that we've seen for the rest of the tournament, where they can't really even field the series? I don't know. I'm a little worried for that fact. I don't think Fours are coming in sleepy by any means. They know what this game means to them. Goes both ways, looking to lock in a playoff spot, play for seeding tomorrow. That's like a holiday, Harry.
Mate, look, if there's one thing that can make a human being try harder than ever,
yeah,
it's just spite. It's just a chance to ruin everyone else's fun.
That's true.
You know, like, yeah, you can't do this if you're G2. This is the end of your line regardless. But what you can do is you can ruin Force's day, and that might be motivation enough.
Yeah.
Nico has dropped the bomb. And Kenzie's dropped Nico. He wasn't a fan of that. 25 seconds, though, as this bomb's been retrieved. They're going to run with it down here through middle. Now, don't go to B, Fours, because if you go to B, you're going into 3.
Yeah, Jax is here. He's dropped the Apps player. Spam with the Deagle, done some damage, and he's set them up 15 seconds. Look at the car. It's Hunter ready to win the round. They need the cover on the plant, and the Scout is here to die first. It's found Flit. Kenzie's got a stick. This is not what you want. He spotted Hunter. There's no time, and the bomb is loose. That's a round for G2. They steal it away. Now, if Fours have done their homework, Harry, they should know to mainly focus on that A side, where Amanek and Nexus sit, because it was what held back G2 in that game versus Cole last night.
And G2 love triple stack in B. That's something they run a hell of a lot, like a kind of double short setup, maybe an open window that likes to rotate.
I mean, let's talk about it. That game was cursed. That game didn't feel right. That game was horrible. Didn't feel normal. No, it was horrible. I will say I've enjoyed every game of the Pro League so far, apart from that map. That wasn't enjoyable. And I don't think G2 enjoyed it either. It just felt frustrating for everyone involved. Well, I don't think we're going to get that G2 again today.
Something I am really worried about is Fours, at least historically, have had a bit of a tendency to crumble under pressure.
Absolutely.
And I think that, like, if this matchup had occurred, you know, day 2, where this isn't like your chance to lock in a playoffs performance and be like, oh yeah, look, you know, that's adding pressure to Fours that I don't think is reciprocated in the same way at all for G2.
Sure.
G2 have got nothing to gain, nothing to lose from this, really.
Whoa. There's $5 grand on the line here, Harry.
Yeah, you know, $5 grand.
Yeah.
To the G2 names, maybe. Maybe not the biggest, you know, prize. But I'm more so worried for Fours and where they're going to be at mentally.
Yeah. Couple of techs running through. Beating Jax is making quick work of them. Finally caught with a flashbang. He was low on ammo anyway. Hunter here now to stop them once again. And it's a messy spray with Jerry on the Tech 9, making things scary again for the CT side. G2 can't hit that scout shot. Amanek, he had a bit of a slow burner yesterday. If he can start red hot, that would be great for G2. But they might come to him. Jerry's in the back line. They have no idea if he played this. If he went in, it's free. Now they come to his side of the market. Nexa grabs the kill. Jerry's patience is what lets him down as Flit's now boosted up in the site. 1v3 needs some impeccable D work, and Nexa will not let it happen. G2 looking fresh, looking funky. They found a second.
You said Amanek and a slow burner, and it got me thinking, like, is there any joke to be made with, like, slow burn him, you know, Jerry Bezos, something like that? Like, maybe there's something there.
Yeah,
maybe there's something to it.
I'll think about that. I'll get back.
Slow burn him, kind of like Bo Burnham.
Yeah. No, I got where you're going.
You get what that is, right? Because like he's the guy that made the song that I'm referencing.
No, I know the song.
You know the song, right?
The song. Yeah, about Jeff Bezos. Yeah. I'll think about it, Harry. We'll get back to that.
Jeffrey Bezos.
Yeah, born in 1964, CEO, entrepreneur. We've got a buy here. Force go back in, right? They got a couple of kills and tempted them in to a full investment. Galils and Deagles. Now, Force's Deags. Ooh, these are tasty. I can tell you that much. But G2, not hungry. They've had dinner already. A down lower and Flick coming out under as the bomb meets him in middle. We've got a re-smoke in the window as well, but G2 aren't really challenging it. They're dropping U2, and they actually evade middle. I like this call for G2. They show a lot of presence. Four's probably scared out of taking mid, and in fact, they are moving back into the B apartments with everyone. Bomb's a little late. Does Zorti have some smoke lineup back in top mid, potentially? because he does have the bomb, and you don't want to lose this unless it's going back under to A. That could be the case. Almeza's got the B pick, though, and there's not a stack. It's only Hunter here, trapped out in market. The bomb is not committing with the team. And so this is all a bit of a ruse. Hunter might figure it out soon. Jerry is waiting for the late backstab, and he might catch Hunter by surprise. Oh, my God. This has all gotten very weird.
Yeah. Oh, there's Jerry getting that kill, and now the B-bomb site, they're licking their lips. Bees.
What's in that nest? Is that honey? I'm going to put my tongue in there. Maybe don't. Flitz locked them out, or so he hoped. Nico with a quick shot. This time Jerry activates. He doesn't wait for the market players, and he brings down Death.
Oh, yeah. For Nico and Nexa, might just have to be a save here. You know, you don't want to have to call it, but that's just how it is. The hive mind of Fours have overrun that B-bomb site. And so this will be them immediately answering back, Hugo.
And that's why you force up, right? Even though it looks ugly, like double Galil, triple Deagle, that's not a buy where you go, ooh, yeah. But Fours make it work. Lovely little play from Jerry to hide out in B after Almeza's fake gets sold. You know, you could have just full rushed that with 5. You obviously probably would have won it, to be honest. But that's one way of, you know, planning for the worst, but getting the best. Jerry gets the entry. He goes even further, and Fours lock in 2. Now, G2 don't wait around. Amanek buys up the AWP.
I like that.
Yeah,
that is like a big balls play right there.
It's actually dropped over by Nico. So, you know, full faith in the orb.
Nico. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see what he can do with it. You know, when we had Amanek on this orb yesterday, he never played mid in any capacity. Never to con picks. He was never cat. He was never window. And, you know, there are ways of stopping that window smoke as well. So it's not like you really have any excuse to not be AWPing mid. He was just sitting ticket or triple, like man-2 effect, and not really getting a lot done with it, obviously. I don't need to tell you that. If you watch the game, you'll remember. So I wonder how Amanek's going to perform today. He's up in apps right now. It's been cleared out. He can probably rotate setup shop on short as Hunter activates the big flank. Almeza is still here, though. He just left. Hunter's timing now perfect as players move into middle. Even Jax is pushing. He's confirmed it's not Palace. At this point, you know it's likely this con split with a little dosage of ramp in there as well, sprinkled on top. So yeah, Jax doubles back. He doesn't want a full flank. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, but talking of flanks, look at Hunter coming in through the B apartments. He's going to miss the timing on catching these players in the bottom of mid, and Nico's now smoked out as well. Oh, that's the bomb dropped by Nexa. We're getting a bit more mileage out of him, and Hunter's flank is able to provide one.
Oh.
Almeza and Kenzie make it weird. Nico playing around that smoke. Keeps it in the advantage of G2 for a moment. Jax is still lost to the Palace. Jerry's going to try and get this down. Will Almeza be able to cover him? Well, there's no swing, so the bomb plant is given over at the very, very least.
Execution from Nico, though. And this is not the gun you want up against 2. He's got all the info in the world, but it's who's going first, who's taking that initial contact. Almeza waits for Jax, and it's a bit of a miss shot. Nico now coming in on a flank and jump peek for Almeza. It's audacious, and it won't work out. Going to be a locked-in round. 4G2 on the retake, looking a lot better right now. Nice and slow pace on that retake. And Jax, despite being known about from almost the beginning of the round, once that con split came in, he just doesn't commit. He doesn't overplay his hand. The Palace position is so stressful to Fours who know they can be peaked at any time, no matter where they try and plant. And so, yeah, he waits long enough that Nico cleans up.
You know, already, I think we're getting an okay look at a G2 in that, like...
I mean, if we're comparing it to yesterday's Mirage, it's not going to be hard to look for bright signs.
It would be the most, like, Jerry luck ever. They're like the team that were meant to be sick, that have been terrible, then come into the game versus Fours that, you know, potentially, you know, locks in that top 3 finish. Yeah. And then, like, you get the flicker of G2 that you wanted to see.
God, another Fours buy. They keep going for him. Double Deags, double AK, and they've got everything they need, supposedly.
Nico, he likes doing this, and they're ready for it, but it won't stop them. Now the AWP helps out cover given by Amanek. It's better than last time. Zorti's going to be all that stands now in a 1v4. And yeah, good round out of G2 here. Yeah, we know the Deegs can get scary, but everyone's peaking together. So it's a cleanup for G2, finding another. And Fours now have to finally call it off, take an eco, not enough damage to justify a rebuy.
Yeah, for little eco Glock round here. These are never fun. Never fun. These are always the rough rounds, man. So just a little B rush. Jerry's going alone over towards A. What's he going to be able to do? You think we're going to get a big Jerry round here, Hugo?
Nope. I don't think we are, Harry. I think we're getting more of an existence round where Fours hold off, take their time, talk about the next gun round, bleed the clock, burn the util. You know, if you're really getting sweaty, and you know you are at this point in the Pro League, right? Even every grenade that G2 throw out, they've got to reinvest, man. So the longer you stall out this round, as painful as it may be to the viewer, is actually bettering your chances. Think about it like that. Every nade out, $300 taken away from your opponent. But
that's big.
Still pretty desperate, don't get me wrong.
Also, you know, the incendiaries now, they expensive, bro. They're like the, you know, the Gucci of the nade world.
Yeah.
Oh, and Nico, he's gooched up the palace.
Gooch is loose, and Hunter taps the back of the head. Usually hard to hit, but not for Hunter. 2 shots into middle. Woo! Well, that's one way to make the P250 work.
Okay. Maybe
P2 is pretty nasty.
That should be the end of any danger posed by this round. Jerry, come on. There it is. Just tickled out. Just tickled out by Nex. Whee! Now 5-2, right? Now we get the guns, Hugo. This is where Fours, I want to see a response out of them.
Yeah.
You know, in a lot of these Fours Mirage games, we've had someone capable of stepping up and, like, really reining in the opponent, no matter who they're up against, right? You think about guys like Almeza having that incredible game the other day, or at least the start of it, then he wins a round where his monitor turns off or freezes or whatever it was. So let's try and identify that hero here. Slow start for Zorti. He's having a bit of a slow burn.
Yeah, he's not had a he's not had an AWP yet, right? In terms of gun rounds, Fours, this is like their best one, and even then, a lot of util has been used early. G2 trying to fight for middle. Fours would love to grab Amanek's AWP. It's sat back safe in market. Already switch ups that G2 needed yesterday that weren't coming through. But they are still triple B, nothing wrong with that. However, this is an A split into this round. Nico with a well-timed smoking connector. It goes both ways. They go up to the top, about to flash through potentially. Oh, yeah, it goes out this time. That's going to stall things seriously. Zorti's back on ramp. Jerry's trying to get out Palace as well. G2 have read this again. They pushed through B. They've stacked up the A site. Nico's dropped one of the 2 lurkers, and now it's down to the bulk push. It's down to everyone through connector. Nico's changed sides, swapped hands, and now they've got to clear him out. They line up. Nico, A1S still got the ammo for it. AK swap will almost get him killed, but Amanek gets that cover from Catwalk, and everything looks good for G2. A lot more aggression, a lot more moves around the map. That's twice that they've cleared out the B apartments and been able to stack A as a result. I'm liking this phase from G2. It's just a shame, Harry, it's coming too little too late. You're playing for a grand each at this point. That may sound lovely, but it's not what you wanted coming into this season.
Yeah, you know, I doubt that was like the meeting, right? Like, boys, we don't care about making a deep run. We want the 1,000.
There's money to be made. It's been a dry old harvest.
It has been a dry old harvest this year. Yep. For Fours, the dry spell's set to continue. You know, the money is gone again. I don't want to keep chiming on about the money so much, but it is very, very important here. Fours are feeling, you know, bit rough around the edges right now, and losing these rounds, having to then, you know, respond with partials that you really don't have much of a chance of winning. It's a very, very rough feeling, and it's letting G2 build up a convincing scoreline to open up this map. We need that round to come in at some point and completely change up the momentum. And I hear typing.
You thought, ha, no, it's not live, it's not a real round, no damage has been done, a reset will be called. It's all good. Nico's crashed. And so even fours agree. I think. There's just a lot of questions in GoTV, and there we go. Thank goodness.
Sweet.
Yeah, everyone was on board straight away, and fours don't mind getting a bit of a breather now going into that eco yet again. Bit of annoying, but not the end of the world. Yeah, this is, you know, it's 6-2. It's not, we have yet to really see much out of fours yet in terms of these full buys, in terms of Zulti's Orb, in terms of, you know, any depth. So I'm not getting worried yet, but you mentioned that, you know, 14 win streak, the 23-1. What a time it would be to break that for G2. And set them up for a 2-0, Harry, because the hilarious part is Nuke is up next, and that is just a pretty bad map for fours. It's one that they've lent into, and to know good success, it's one that we know G2 can play. So, yeah, as mad as that is, I don't even want to call it, because I still think fours should win this series. Like, G2 are in a world where they can 2-0.
Yeah, and
for nothing.
And that's, yeah, well, that's the worst part.
Keep rubbing that in right at the end.
But it's like we say, right? It's not about what you can gain, but you can take a lot away from fours, right? And hell, you know, if you really want to go down this avenue of being painted as like these villains, you know, like these, oh, we're gonna ruin the dreams of this CIS squad. Well, you could do that by winning this series.
Nothing like making betters mold as well. You all thought the fours were going to win today, the G2 with nothing to lose and also nothing to gain. Well, that's the best time to step up and show your worth.
Well, plus as well, I think you kind of want to save some face if you're G2. Like, yeah, you could just tune out and get 0-5, but oof, is that really the legacy that you want to have left? You know, the little mark on this season.
Yeah, it's been a difficult few weeks for the G2 organization. So this would be a nice win to get them feeling good again. Nice crossfire, but the flashes are even better, and Kenzie just clears out Jax. We see not only these Russian Deegs, but the Tech-9s as well, lethal in these guys' hands, and no kills being given to Amanex Orb either. Flit and the gang are tucked in with a plant. Jerry chasing, but he gets out alive, and they won't fully commit. That's a lovely shot from Almeza. It's a gun to be given, an orb to be grabbed. Hunter was here from the get-go, smoked off at short, finally going to move in with what remains of his team, and it's not a lot. Guns being put to good use, and Nexa just on damage control, trying to stop them from getting that orb. But all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. Fours find a third. And hell, we were waiting for rifle rounds. We didn't need to. They get it done with nothing. And that's more like the fours we've seen throughout this group.
Yeah, I was looking for the round to switch up the momentum, right? And start to see the signs of fours that we're used to seeing. And that was it. So hopefully, you know, we can see them keep chaining this success together now.
Man, they just had the B entries on Tech-9s every round as well, even when they've not been able to convert. So it certainly feels good.
Yeah, a little tack pause for G2, talk this one over, try to address these problems at the B-bomb site.
Maybe we should put 3 there.
Maybe a third man is the answer. I mean, hell, maybe it is.
Yeah, no, that was a really good execute though for fours, right? It wasn't just like, oh, they ran out B. Like, we had double short smokes in. There was a crossfire between the 2 B players to play for that exact round, right? Not giving picks over to anyone in the halls, just looking through with the Eagles. They were tucked in, but not only did the smokes come down, cutting off Hunter, but then some excellent flashbangs that rendered the bench player useless. So nothing G2 could really do there, and they weren't giving kills on the retake either. The fours players tucked in for a good amount of time. So here we go. Guns are out. Zorti's first orb, and falling off is Flit. Don't know if that's what he had intended. Zorti's late to the angle. Almeza on the smoke. Nexa right beside, and he heard the tag. He knows what lurks in the shadows.
Oh, Nico's got a flash out. He's flashing for Nexa. Oh, that's a little awkward. He checks close right, but he will still collect that kill. Fours down into a 3-on-5. This mid control, they've still got it, but it's all they've got now with Jerry falling over in Palace. Zorti and Kenzie, 2-on-5, and oh no, Amanek seen the barrel. Ugh. Sometimes bigger ain't better, and Zorti learns that the hard way. Amanek showing it's what you can do with it. Now, Kenzie all alone, takes one with him, but he might just look to get out of here, Hugo, and hold on to this AK.
Yeah, it's tempting to Fours. You know, if they keep this one gun, they can buy up decent in the next. I mean, you know, any amount of money is enough money to make this Russian roster buy, but yeah, like multiple AK-47s is just enough to get things going. So 30 seconds, and G2, it's not like they're rich. They don't want to throw too many bodies at this problem, just to remove a rifle that will probably be replenished anyway. That being said, we're seeing better signs out of G2. We're seeing individuals coming in. Nico having a great start to this map. Loves Mirage, does Nico. Flat map player. The caches, the dusts, the Mirages.
So you're saying Nico's a flat mapper?
Yeah, I mean, he says that, not me. He says that.
It's like a...
We saw that video of him recently.
Flat Earth in CS.
Not really. I don't think Nico's an idiot. Controversial take.
Yeah, I'm having a little look at this, right? So G2, 4 loss streak, right, on Mirage. 3 of those being here in the Pro League to Sinners, OG, and Cole. It would be almost poetic if the 4's 14 win streak is brought to an end by a G2 that look wounded on a 4 loss streak on this map.
Yep. How would that haiku go, Harry?
Haiku, how do they work? 7, 10, 7 on the old syllable count, I think. It would be like, man.
You don't have to just come up with a haiku on the spot.
G2 look so damn good. That's 7.
Yeah. And 10.
Can they beat 4s? We know they definitely could. That's 10.
That's 11, but okay,
that's
we'll
10.
give you that.
That's 10.
All right, now 7.
Ooh.
Right, 6 left to go.
What a great shot from Nico.
There we go. Oh, a little haiku. Someone tattoo that on their chest, and Harry will sign it right at the bottom, right where you want it.
Brilliant.
Fours are winning this round, at least for the moment, but they might walk into another B-stat carry unless this A player can come in on the mega flank. Kenzie. Now, you don't want your B activation to hurry up. You want to wait, but Cherry, that was one way to do it. Double entry, forget the flank. We don't need it. Cut off what rotates, says Kenzie. I'll just kill them where they stand, and so he shall. Amanek hit that shot, but Kenzie still soaks the bullet and gets rid of the AWP. 4 for 4s. Wow, what a way into B.
Yeah, so the B side's the answer today, apparently, on this this G2 Mirage. I feel like, you know, we're getting a sense of who this like big player on 4s might be. It's looking like Kenzie right now. I think he's been pretty instrumental at a lot of these opening kills. He's taken part in the majority of opening duels so far for the 4s squad and to the most successes as well. It's great to see that. Oh, hang on a moment. I'm going to hold that thought. Never mind. Flit's going to keep it under control. Hunter could have got away with something nasty there with the Deagle. I almost put dirty and nasty together. That would have been nerdy.
Nasty. Oh, careful. Kenzie dinked up, though. He won't live long. Not under these conditions. Throws a nade right after. Careful. Little crossfire for the connector split, but Kenzie kills a Catman, and now it's up to this A site. 4s, they don't care. They'll walk into your stack. They'll get rid of it with ease. Oh, low HP, and Nexa double D, double spam, and takes a couple with him. It won't worry 4s, or at least it shouldn't. Nico jumps back up window, and they molly his escape. And he sneaked through the gap without touching the Molotov. Yes, Nico.
I did the haiku syllables wrong, mate.
How many is it?
5, 7, 5, not 7, 10, 7. I don't know where that came from.
It sounded like a really long haiku. I thought
it was long as well.
Well, you have to give it another go later.
Yeah, I'll come up with another one. Here we go. Look, Nico trying to hunt down this AWP.
Cheeky.
Here's the scope. Zorty with the flick. We'll get rid of Nico. And so Force is starting to save a little bit of face here. They could still look to win out this first half of play after all. And considering the start that G2 got off to, that wasn't even something I was really considering. It looked like G2 had woke up on the right side of the bed today. So this is good for Force. Building back in, Hugo.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, the Force are going to be on a 14-win streak. I don't think Force are going to be, you know, deterred at, you know, being a few rounds behind in the early game. They know that they can long this out. They know they've got the CT side to boot. That's good for Nico. Molly's the window, and so the smoke blooms wrong. Zorty, even with the orb, can't get past him, and Amanek's orb will strike onto Kenzie. Well, those are massive kills. You said Kenzie's been the guy breaking open bomb sites, and Zorty, we know what that orb can be like. Both have been removed. In many a map, you would save in this situation, but it's so early in the round, Fours want to at least try. And so out ramp they go, back to this orb. Maybe there'll be a flash. Jerry's coming back from the palace, and it would be wise of him to throw it for Almeza, rather than just dry fight this orb. You know it's here. Maybe someone jumps it. There's the flash. Fires off, and that's fine. Even though with the shots missed both ways, you get Almeza, Amanek off the angle rather, and now Fours start to move in.
Oh, but Nex is not giving up an inch of ground. He's going to double up. Oh, make it all three for Nexa.
It's more like it.
Beautiful, mate. And these were the A-holds we were not getting out of him in any capacity in that complexity game the other day. It's great to see this return to form from Nexa.
Oh, Amanek opening window. We may have this little boost up into ladder. There's lots of players there, and so up goes the orb. It's already fired a shot on window, and now it's on short. That's the key, right? Force don't know it's already in this position. They're just going to run up assuredly, and, well, why is he there? How's he there? Says Almeza. Finds out the hard way. Jax wins his fight. He's down low. Nico in the con smoke. Flit throwing grenades will be heard. So he won't. And again, it's a 5-on-3 out of the gate. G2, they're really making Fours work for these rounds. They'd be able to get their way back in. Hunter. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Grabs it. Quick kill. Molly dropped through. Goes Zorty, but it hits him, and it slows him down. You've all been there. Getting hit by a nade and stopping in your tracks. 0 miles per hour. And not only that, but they hear it as well. G2 insta-peek off the back of that connection, and Flit just looking for damage.
Yeah, but with two players, you know, it's this AWP on short I'm worried about. Just going to nail him if he tries to even leave this little corner here. Sat in Delpan waiting. Going to get flanked by Nexa. And so it's a flawless round for G2. This is a potential of a 10-5 half. And really, it's got all the makings of that right now. The money is gone again for Fours. They're back onto these pistols. I'm not ready to say, like, yeah, that's the 10-5 locked in, because these little 4-spy rounds have looked really good from the Fours squad. I think, honestly, when they play, like, hilarious, you know, when they play like they've got nothing to lose, that's when they look like they're at their best. And so it's another one of these B rushes. Hugo, it's tried, it's tested, and it's stayed true to Fours throughout this entire game so far. They want it now more than ever to allow them to get this sick.
The executes has just been second to none in this T side. So, yeah, Fours absolutely wise of you, Harry, to not count them out in a round like this. No, I think G2 are probably realizing it's very quiet. Watch out the apps. Hunter's already ready to drop a smoke. He won't be caught with a flash this time, looking into the wall to avoid the blind, and Jax has dropped the bomb. Hunter catches them by surprise, and this is a cleanup, a mow down for G2. A far better face shown today, and with a 10-5 half, they're looking to break hearts and break streaks. Let's see if they can do it as we run it right back in their T side.
Future Pros. Today we'll be smoking mid-short on Mirage. This smoke will allow you to take top mid control even if an AWPer is holding the angle. To do the smoke, hop onto this bin. Aim at the top right antenna all the way to the edge. Then throw the smoke. This variation gives you a small gap to the right for you to utilize.
G2, they're looking thick, they're looking pumped, they're ready for this one, Hugo. They want to break Force's 14-map win streak here on Mirage. And this is also the series that decides if Force are able to lock in that top 3 spot. So, G2 are really looking to break some hearts today.
Yeah, wouldn't that feel fine? Wouldn't that feel great? G2, ooh, blocked con smoke. Is that going to affect the lineup at all? I'm not sure. We'll have to see as G2 get ready to bound out of the Palace. Kenzie tip-tapping away, and he's got a couple of kills as well. Low on ammo, though, and headshot not given over by Hunter, who's tucked in close to the wall. Look at that shot from Hunter. Only with a Glock. Flit responds well, though, and Nexa is a long way from home. They're going to send him back to the T-spawn. Oh, even getting naded as well. 1v3. Nexa, what have you got? He's had a great game, but not this round. 6 found, 4 fours, and the comeback starts now.
I'm going to hold that thought till we see if G2 elect to force this up, right?
No bomb plant.
No bomb plant does impact it, but G2 are wild.
We like a Deeg.
And if anyone can Deeg, it's the Kovacs.
I've heard that.
But they're not going to do it. They're going to respect it. They're going to look for rifles as soon as they can.
I actually like this. You know, you have a lead as well. Like, just keep the lead. Just, you know, minimize the comeback for fours. Once you start digging your own hole and giving fours 8, and then it's one gun round, it's 10-10. Like, no, G2, they just get their AKs out in round 3 of the half. That means fours can have some fun.
Yeah, everyone loves getting eco kills. Everyone loves it.
Great for the stats, great for the confidence, great for the freeness of those fights.
It's just beautiful, isn't it? Like, you know, there's nothing quite like wrecking someone who can't fight back. You know, like, that is the... Kicking them out while they're down is one of the best things in life. And so, G2... Well, they're down all right.
But they get up again. We ain't never going to keep them down. But not this round. Oh my God, GT, you wanna do the inevitable? You wanna?
Yeah, do you know they're just having a little chat about the rifle round, right? Four's got to have one of these as well in the first half. It's very helpful, just a bit of time to collect your thoughts. Like, now they all explode into middle. They actually do Glock flit, and Jerry also dies to the Glock as well. All
really
things
good.
considered, that's a pretty costly round.
You take that, absolutely. It's about as successful as a full Glock Eco's going to get, and now the guns come flying through for G2. No AWP for Zorti either. He's 4 and 10. He definitely didn't get the AWP until later in the T side. And Amanex had his, all the way through and looked pretty good while doing it. So maybe Zorti can recover as time goes on. Right now, G2, they're setting up for an A round. They're taking mid-control, but they will be met there by For's resistance moving through. Jerry going full snacks right now, sitting in the smoke. Looking for a triple hat trick of frags and flash through, and Jerry, oh no, now it's awkward. Now you got to escape, good luck. Smoke down, but it actually missed its mark. Jerry goes short instead. And meanwhile, this is always going to be an A play, but maybe forget the split. Mid's not gone your way, and Zorti, he sees a barrel. He wants to finish the job. Ah, there it is. Palace player to worry about as well. But now, this is one of the awkward rounds that For's were in so many times. 2 opening kills go the way of the CT side. What the hell do you do here if you're G2? You have 1 smoke. You've got to fight your way back in.
And that smoke's on Amanek all the way down in lower tunnels as well. Not even like he's going to be able to drop it in to help out. And that was also the bomb facing at ramp. So this is left to Nico in a 1-on-5. And he's just side-swept out of the round. This CT side is really starting to take shape now.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm kind of thrilled for Force that they're actually recovering this game because, there's a lot on the line for them. And so it's nice that the pressure of it all isn't getting to them, and they're starting to erect this comeback.
Oh, fast drop out under, and it's not spotted by G2 out mid. Spawn taken, Flit. Going back up into middle, and he can get flashed out for fights in this position as well. Instead, it's just an escape. Zorti helps him with it. And yeah, these Deegs getting destroyed right now. Nico, if there was any man for the job, trying to get his pick out ramp. Bomb's coming back to him as well. This is just a repeat of the previous round, it feels like. And it's going to be as easy as it was the last time. Force, they're feeling confident. They're taking every single fight versus G2's Deagles. That's a statement. Jax is dead too, and finding 4 now in the CT side. 4's up to 9. Means this buy round needs to be everything for G2, or we're not only even, but Force will take the lead likely with an anti-eco following. So this is it's getting a bit rough for G2 now. Quick tack and a good time for it going into your second rifle round. You have the AWP as well. Amanek's been saving for it. I imagine he's going to buy, even though Zorti doesn't have his. And you can slow it down if you're G2. Try and actually get this mid control, because in both these last few rounds, Force have thrown bodies into middle in some way, right? Be it flit under, be it, you're peeking cat, window, con at the same time. Force have wanted this control, and so G2 may try and take it back.
See, I just think Force have a lot of ideas, though, for this mid-control and how they want to fight you for it. A part of me almost wants to see G2 just try like a straight-up play, maybe over towards the B-bomb site, but Nico has been given that up, and... oh yeah, it is looking like we might get the B play here. There's a top mid smoke going in to try and get a man out into the open. Jax is setting him up with flashes, but while this has happened, Jerry's pushed lower, and Flit has dealt with Hunter over on the short side. This B split that was meant to come in is now just 3 players solo pushing out of the apartments, but they've been given a little bit of room here. Flit will drop the bomb and Nexa out of the round. Now, they don't know that Amanek is all the way in, but they still clear him. And Force have tied this up at 10-10. It was a 10-5 half to G2. And Fours have won everything since getting onto this CT side.
That's now 3 5 alive rounds in a row for Fours. No casualties, no kills for G2 in the last 3 rounds. 2 of those rounds, gun rounds, Harry. So, yeah, it gives even more, you know, applause to Fours, the fact that they're able to keep these rounds so clean. And that just means that you're at a point in the game where when you're G2 now, you almost know that it's impossible to ever be breaking this money, to ever be putting Fours on eco. You've got to work even harder for your rounds. Fours continue to fight tooth and nail for the middle side. Flashing through connector does blind that player, and so Flit reroutes, and it's Almeza with a weak gun who's in the perfect position for it. He's been baited by the jump as well. They're not going to check this. Almeza, it's free real estate. Out they go, and he shoots him in the back of the head. Hunter's Tech taps out Zorti, and things do get naughty for a moment, but all is under control. Finally, some kills for G2, but ultimately meaningless. 3 alive, AK saved, and Fours take the lead back.
Yeah, and with so much money banked up from those 3 5 alive rounds, it's going to take more than just 2 kills in a little partial buy to, you know, really get into the minds or bank accounts of this Fours squad. Yeah. You're not breaking this money down for a long old while, G2. And so that means they're going to have to really grind this game out up against Rifles the majority of these rounds that remain.
Yeah, you're not even thinking about money, though. You're trying to get on the board, man, because that's something that has not been apparent in this T side. 6 up in a row on the CT half. It felt like G2 had finally been the challenge that Fours didn't have on this map.
I like that they're still leaning over towards in like to these B plays. I think this is the solution, if I'm being honest, right? But you haven't really had the firepower to get in. Well, this round you do. Oh, Maze are going to take one with him, but how many more can you really expect? That's the trade out of Hunter.
This is going to get weird. Look up in apartments. It's Kenzie versus Nico, and they don't even know about this gunfight. Nico's late out of A, and Kenzie's not ready. Oh, he's holding it, but he's still going to try and activate. Not checking deep back. Nico saw something, maybe. No. Kenzie still has the element of surprise. Amanex holding it. Nico's going to catch the drop, and Kenzie jumping out of danger, at least for a moment, tries to swing. He's at least got Nico's attention for the time being, but his team aren't winning the fights on the retake. It's not going to happen. Regardless of what happens to Kenzie, this round is dusted for G2. Cherry looking for exits, but that's a way back in. Only one on the B site for Almeza and no kills on the retake.
And so I hope now either they deal them that same kind of B play again to really get Fours paranoid about it, or maybe this is where we see them go back to these mid takes. Knowing that now they've forced a bit more respect out of Fours over towards that B bomb site, this might be the time to go back to middle, right? You mentioned, and I think you did a really good point to sum it up, how early on, that mid control was a big problem. Fours were always willing to fight. They had a lot of ways to go about taking that control off of you as well. But now that you've kind of forced a bit of a worry over towards B, with G2 hitting it so many times to good results, you know you've likely played with this CT setup somewhat.
Yeah, this is a classic G2 round on this map, right? Nex is selling a B fake. He's going to come down under later if he doesn't just commit through apartments. Meanwhile, it's a full A take. Now they're not smoking. It's not an execute. It's just a contact play, and no one had even changed position. No one had rotated. Oh dear, G2 bombs now loose. Nex's flank is no longer apparent, and Fours have everything. I really thought that was going to be a bit of a slower affair, right? With Nexus selling that harder, coming in under, but instead, G2 just run out dry on the ramp. And you're not getting past Zorti when you do that. So this is ground to a halt.
Yeah, that felt maybe like wishful thinking, right? Yeah. Like on the back of seeing one molly, Fours would go, it's B again, and just move everyone over. But it's like, you know, that's not going to happen in a 5-on-5 when you haven't seen, and you've only seen one Molotov. Like,
you didn't even give them time to rotate. Like, you hit A like 5 seconds after the first nade went into B. So Fours hadn't even really clocked on to what was going on. That's like a pug strat there, really. And you have to hope your opponents panic. Well, Fours, experienced on Mirage, will not do so. And so while G2 get on the board, Fours immediately respond. And that's when things get worrying.
I would really love to see, like I say, either another one of those B plays or a return to this kind of slower, methodical mid-take. That A play certainly was a little ugly, and now we have a timeout for G2 to talk this one over, try to figure out how they want to approach it. They can feel this one slipping away from them, considering they were 10-5 at the half. They probably never even considered it could get this dire. Force is still pretty light over towards B. Although part of the mind game here, right, and this is, I imagine, pertaining to this conversation in the attack timeout, is this idea that, well, now we've just called a pause. The only round we found is over towards B on the back of a B play. We hit B like 4 times in a row to make that happen. We just tried faking B, they still only kept one there. You're maybe worried that if you go back to B now, it looks too obvious, right? And already, look, 4s are stacking 3 strong over towards this B site. Ooh. So I like that right now G2 are looking like they want to do another pump and dump play in towards A. I think this is a good timing for it, but Jerry will get set up with the flash at ramp. Jax was playing anti, and that is the opener that they were hoping for, but as quick as it's arrived, it's been cancelled by Flit. This AUG back in CT, a real nuisance. That's going to uproot the game plan. Now we look to Hunter. We say, look, all right, we lost one of the Kovacs here. Can you give us the space over towards B? This AWP of Zorti misses the shot, and so right now, Hunter is the guy trying to make this round happen. Kenzie has missed the timing on the top mid flank. At that point, now that they've heard the gunshot, G2 know that 4s are fully aware and fully committed to this rotation, but Hunter is the guy providing everything. I love it when you let this guy off a leash and you say, look, the round's essentially on your shoulders. You think he's going to be able to do it, but Flit is wrapped lower and no one was holding for it. Hunter and his Galil have got to do it all, and he gets 3 out of the 4 kills required. It's nothing compared to Flit's 5. That was such a weird round. That was like watching that was like watching 2 endgame bosses fight each other while their little like crappy minions are all like hitting each other for like 2 damage.
Oh my goodness, what a round for Flit. Yeah, you can see the penny drop their 4s. It's funny we talk about how they're not going to panic rotate. They actually do. They fully leave B. It's only Zorti who comes back on Cat, and even though he whiffs that shot, giving Hunter 2 kills off the same angle into AWPs, Flit, who started in CT spawn, runs out under, flanks the B play again, and G2 slowed down in the apartments. They knew the AWP was on them, and Hunter wasn't there in time to stop it. Oh my goodness, this is a roller coaster, and it's only going to get weirder. Amanek jumping, diving through the Molotov. His team won't get so fortunate. They're trapped behind it, but Amanek has provided the first kill. Almeza dead as well. Why are the pistols so terrifying on this B side?
Oh my god!
Luckily, Flit's looking for another one. Multi-kill round. He's finally found by Nexus Deeg. Still 3 will do. His team are ready to close it, and so they shall. 14 on the board, 4 4s. You got to give it to G2. They've had rounds in here. They've had ideas. They've had players standing up tall. But, man, 4s, they're 5'14" right now.
Hell yeah. 5'14", what's good?
Yeah, Flit's had some incredible rounds off this AUG. 4s have been a team that make this AUG look so good. I mean, obviously, we've seen more and more players and teams pick it up over the time gone by, but they were doing this on, I mean, they got 4 right now, Harry. They were doing this on Ancient in some of those long angles, playing those little, almost like one-ways in donut, those tiny little gaps you can peek through, and these scopes make those rifles so much more effective. Talk of scope, Zorti's got his, and I bet he hits this flick.
Oh, he did! It's not the kill! Damage to Jax. Jerry's peeking with the AUG over the top, but look at this, it's all up short, and with Almeza dead, if you don't get a kill through the smoke, this might be a 4-man save. On the flip side, you could consider giving this a look. Just a little look.
That's how it starts, Harry.
Right, that is how it starts.
Just once, man.
Yeah. Try everything once.
Yeah. Maybe try it again. Because damn, that first time was so good.
Yeah.
And that's how they get you. 4s won't even eat the apple, Harry. They'll chill out in the garden, having a good time, keeping their guns. And yeah, it's the right call, right? When Almeza has been beat, even that round that he got 1 kill, he went 1 for 1 onto Jax, got traded. 4s still lost it with absolutely nothing. So this is the right call. Like, you're out of position. You get dealt another B rush for G2. They get the frag with no response. And yeah, give it up. 4-on-4, maybe you try it, but not today. If only that flick hit the killing blow. Maybe it would be a very different round.
Like I say, that whether or not you went for that essentially came down to Almeza taking 1 to the grave with him in B, or your smoke spam getting you a kill. And with neither of those happening, That was a save from the get-go.
That's fine, though. Again, like G2, they want 2 rounds as half. They've both been the same thing, these B executes, these quicker rounds, right? So Fours know what the problem is. They're going to start leaning heavy over towards B again and, you know, just play maybe a retake setup on that A site. It's not like G2 have ever thrown A smokes. Think about that. They've only run dry contact flash plays out A. Now the mid control, Harry, you wanted it, and G2 deliver. Oh, it's so fast.
These little fast short plays have been good. Almeza, they will get by him. They skirt on by, and now Zorti. He's seen one in the apartments, but they're also running amok in his bomb site. Jax is right down beneath him, and so he's surprised by that AK.
Oh, no.
Man, it was really feeling like B was the answer, and G2, they fully agree with that. They keep running this fast mid-control into the B site and to great results.
Yeah, they got past Almeza there, right? That's how the first kill onto Kenzie comes in. Like, he's walking up Cat. He's not ready for a play that quick. Firstly, the pace is lights out for G2, and the AWP wasn't watching it. It was up on apps, right? Not in mid. So it's not like Fours knew that Cat play was coming in. But Almeza, he even fires out a ladder, but he fires too late. The player gets past him. He takes the second one, but by that point, they're already up in B. They've smoked you off. So yeah, that really goes from bad to worse there in a moment for Forza. They need to be ready with guns out from the get-go. I can't blame them for not being ready there, but G2 seem to have caught their number on this B bomb site. Can they find just a few more? Victory is within reach. And even though we talked about these profitable rounds for Forza, these, you know, saves, these 5 alive rounds, they've still got loads of money. They'll be just fine and dandy to continue to buy up.
Oh, they're going to call in a timeout, though, because they're starting to feel the pressure here, Hugo. They're starting to feel the pressure.
What kind of pressure?
Well, that pressure of not just having your win streak broken, but at a very crucial timing. You know, we keep saying it. This is how Fours can solidify that top 3 placing. Look to move on to the next stage. For G2, they're just looking to take away.
Yeah, nothing like a bit of BM. Forming the start of maybe a future rivalry, who even knows? I hope we get to see more of Fours, regardless of Pro League, in more of these top-tier events, because boy, have they proven that they maybe didn't earn the spot, but boy, did they deserve it.
G2 maybe looking like restaurants in the COVID world. Takeaway only. Wouldn't I know about that? Here's the rest of G2 grouped up outside of the A site. Fours are very paranoid about B. They've stacked heavy in middle to try and repel these Cat plays. In reality, it's an A push, but this AUG again from CT. This time, different hands. It's not Flit anymore. It's Jerry trying to make a difference. Doesn't want to overpeak here because he knows a 5-on-4 retake is a good setup, really. Like for this A bomb site, you've still got utility. G2 have got nothing. And right now, they're just bullying these players in the site. Amanek is ready for the boost up. Hunter as well is donning the AWP over Amanek.
Fair enough. Amanek's trying to prompt it. Oh, it looked like he had a gap there, but he can't stop it. Oh, still the spray comes in. Amanek is in the open, and there's nowhere to go but back to the graveyard. Nexa pushed through a smoke. He's here in jungle. They don't know. Zorti, will he clear it with the AWP? It's up close. It's not an easy shot, but those are the ones that Zorti always finds. Headshots somehow, some way, and a missed shot from Hunter has left Nico in another clutch. The big flank Flit holding for it. He's just turned around. He might hear the steps from this point. They're on the defuse. Flit doesn't know.
No one's
Nico can win the round.
Oh my god, they're blocking! They're blocking it! Oh, Almeza runs in front of Kenzie. He says, you know, the iconic, get down, Mr. President. He pushes him out of the way, takes all those bullets, and then deals with the gunman over in middle.
Damn, that timing was almost there for Flit anyway, right? Nice try for Nico, but oh, he didn't, dirty. He didn't want to start spraying. It's very hard to control at that point. Just the taps. And you can't hit the head, looking at the ground. My goodness, this game is close. G2 are not out of the woods yet. It always would feel predictable to go back to B, and so they shall not. Flash under Jerry. Oh, they both blind each other, but still Hunter comes out on top. Amanek armed back with the AWP and doing the work he must. A 5-on-3 out of the gate. It's not the T's that are left in hot water. It's a CT spread thin to push B. That's only confirmed what they already know. G2 is setting up on this A site. Flit looking for 30 kills, could find them in this round. It would require a monstrous play to close the map.
Kenzie starts to move over to A because of this info that they got on the apps push, like you're saying. Almaze's got this little one-way smoke as well. Gnarly little lineup. And so suddenly what was a 5-on-3 is now a 4-on-3, where you know that this push is coming into A, and Kenzie has tipped the scales into the advantage of Forza. Amanek with a must-win trade has brought it back. Oh, another from this AWP, and Amanek's keeping it going. He's keeping it ticking forward. Almaze left in this clutch. The molly makes Amanek a little uncomfortable, but now he's able to play around that smoke. Almaze should have the drop on him here, and he will. Just Nexa left to beat. 1v1 to decide if Force can close this out or if OT is still on the cards. Here he comes. Out into the open. There's the swing for Nexa. He peeks ahead of it, doesn't even try to play the time. He wants to win the fight, and this game's going the full 30. Maybe it goes even more than that if G2 have their way.
Yeah, what up now, Amanek haters, right? It's him and Nexa who are performing so strong in this map. It was those two that really, you could say, let down G2 in that cold game yesterday on this same map. Obviously, Hunter's up there as well with 19 kills, but surrounded by Nexa and Amanek right beside him. And a big 3K round for Amanek to tip the favor back in the G2 pocket. Now we go to round 30. Double AWP. All right. We've still got those AUGs in play. Why wouldn't we? They have been doing so much work for Forza. And I got to say, this feels like a must-win map for Forza as well, right? Nuke is not pretty. The numbers don't lie. So if they don't take it here, it could be G2 and 0. Overtime's also scary. Why even tempt fate? Set up on B heavy, or actually rather double out the window. Might just be boosting again into ladder. Kenzie taking space and putting that up to good use. That's why he bought it. Spawn up on the A site. Nico gone from the round. Hunter attempts some mid control. Flip, will he be able to stop him from getting into connector? Up on ladder, just watching lower mid, dropping onto the cinder blocks at a perfect time. Hunter still hits that timing. Kenzie is a dead man. Finally, ace smokes for G2. It has never come through on this T side. How will Force deal with it? Flip starts strong. Jerry follows up, and it could be the beginning of the end for G2. More flashes. Keep Jerry trapped and contained. Nexa tries to chase him down with the cover of smoke from behind. Zorti's pushed through, and Flip will close with his 30th kill in the 30th round. Forza find the first map of the series, and this one's heating up now, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, Fours are now one map away from getting into the ESL Pro League Season 14 playoffs. The team who replaced Renegades have a chance to make it through, but all that's saying between them and that prospect is Nuke coming up next here versus G2. And this map, this was intense. I mean, 16-14, it couldn't have come much closer than this. So many trades back and forth. Again, so many great individual plays. But my man Flit, I got to talk about him yet again. 30 kills he drops in that game. He has been a consistent standout player when it comes to Fours and it comes to Mirage.
Yeah, he was a freak in this game. That's excellent to lead the charge for Fours and have this nice little second half for him. I mean, part of it is, for me, a lot of the success, the reason Fours wins this is that second half. They get it started, the first 10 rounds of the second half, they go on a 9-1 run. They establish all the money they need for the rest of the half. They never have to save. They never even feel a little bit of economic oh my lord, I just lost the entire plot of that sentence. Economic distress is what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
But one thing they did great on strategically is really early on, they set the tone for G2 that mid was not going to be free. Every time like G2 tried to do some kind of a default where they'd throw the traditional smokes out mid, get towards the top mid boxes, have some kind of slow control and decide where to go from there. Like, Fours was so aggressive and were able to find like just 1 or 2 kills in mid while G2 is just trying to take basic control, and that shuffled G2 into now attacking extremities, now grouping up and just playing the sides of the map, and that's a tough way to win a game if you have to rely on that over and over and over. They were never able to go back to mid control.
Yeah, we got to see some like nice plays over towards B as well, using like a one-way smoke to just sit above the edge. They got that information really early on so they could use to rotate players around.
Importantly too, G2, you want to talk about how little success they had on their T side. They didn't get a single plant. Like the 9 rounds that Fours won in that 9-1 run, there wasn't a single bomb plant. So there's no economic relief coming. There's no extra $800 for every single player that's going to allow them to continue having dangerous buys. This was a really, really difficult second half for G2, and Fours did a phenomenal job. Flit was obviously a huge part of that.
And I do kind of wonder, thinking back to the 28th round, I believe it was, when we saw Nika go for the flank in towards mid when they had the bomb planted, and for some reason Flit runs away from mid to actually go check the site when they're defusing the bomb, and I was screaming to you like, what is he doing? Like, come on, this is like, just turn around. Nico's right there. And
maybe a little bit excited and lost the detail, but yeah, they had plenty of players to recognize, and obviously we've seen that so many times at this point, and it's pretty commonplace for a CT to just kind of turn and check that or hold that connector, and they're very fortunate they got away with that one there.
Yeah.
And you can just see Flit flanks and underpass towards the B bomb site. You saw him back at Ticket Booth with the AUG as well. This thing was just a beast, and he was able to set up so well.
Was there a single kill in that little highlight clip that was not an AUG out of him?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, we're seeing the power of the AUG, obviously.
Yeah, I'm hearing all AUGs at the moment. That's good stuff.
Well, I want to turn our attention towards something we talked about before we got into the series. Nico talked about how he's been playing well the entire time here in Pro League. He only finishes with 16 kills, 21 deaths. You actually have Hunter and Nexus step up, getting 20 apiece. You have Aminet getting 18 and Jax getting 13. So it was nice to see, at least when Nico wasn't able to step up as much as he's previously done in these matches, some other players were, where they've fallen, or I failed to, I guess, earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, that is okay to see, but I mean, it's just kind of, it's a weak silver lining and a loss.
I don't feel good saying it.
Yeah.
I mean, was that 68 ADR to Nico? It doesn't feel like we often see that.
Yeah, so that was rough. Obviously in a 14-16 loss as well, so a bit brutal. We'll see if he can pick it up on Nuke. I think the other side of it too is now, we mentioned before this began, it's now 15 straight on Mirage for Fours.
Yep.
This is a real comfortable pick for them at the moment, and they're having their way with it.
Yeah, and what's interesting is I was trying to talk to you before we started, looking at have they played Nuke at all here in Pro League, and actually played once against Complexity. It was a 16-12 in favor of Complexity, whereas G2 have yet to play it here in Pro League. So I'm really curious. I mean, obviously, I kind of worry for them, but I'm also excited for Fours for the fact of, like, they know they're so close. They know they're literally one map away, but I don't want to see that get in their heads and make them kind of choke of, like, getting the pressure getting to them of potentially make it to playoffs right now.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I hope they start choking. I hope that pressure gets to them. I hope they feel that pressure, because that's what it's all about. And can they still perform? And throughout this group stage, they've proved that they can overcome that kind of a situation, that kind of a mental pressure. And like I said, in this series, I feel like the bigger, mental game and pressure should be on G2's shoulders. I mean, they're already eliminated, but now it's about pride. Now it's about putting a stop to Force and forcing to have to fight in the last day. I don't think G2 is necessarily as strong as Complexity on Nuke. Now, granted, there were 2 stand-ins, but obviously at the early point of this group stages before Complexity really got rolling, Nuke was obviously where they felt most comfortable to go to. So this will be interesting. That was a good test for Fours and a good way for them to get some play on the map that can allow them to look at some of their mistakes, look at some of the things that Complexity did that made things difficult, and adapt their own style.
Well, at least, I mean, they do have a decent track record on as of recent times, at least in terms of the caliber of teams that they're playing. I mean, they played against Na'Vi and IM.
That's always the other question, right?
They played Na'Vi, 16-13 loss. They played Astralis, that was a 16-6 win. That was on the 17th of July. Then before that, Blast Premier against Na'Vi, 13-16 yet again. Like, they're playing against extremely good teams when it comes to Nuke, so they're going to be a formidable team, but they seem kind of beaten down right now.
That's the big question is, I mean, they are the ones on the back foot, and certainly that 16-14 loss is going to hurt G2, and it's already in a precarious mental position as it is. So Fours, I feel like, certainly would probably come into this map having that advantage at least there. Now, the tough part is you want to talk about who they played on Nuke. It's basically just Complexity that can even come close to stacking up to the competition on this level. Everything else like that is teams way below. It's AGO, it's Gamer Legion, it's Wisla Krakow. It's teams that you're not going to imagine being compatible to the extent of a Complexity of even a G2 that's not playing well.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out here momentarily. We obviously had to head to a break yet again before we can get into this next match. And honestly, I'm kind of pulling for Fours, not trying to be biased towards them, but I would love to interview Jerry. I would love to talk to him about the journey of getting through to playoffs. But you know what? We got to wait till then. We got to see if they can even win this map, as we're going to head to that break and come back shortly.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Oh la la.
Ah, bro, this is so fucking
Oh my
hard, this shit,
god,
right?
what a double frag by Bella. Ciao, Bella.
Left one.
Oh my god.
We have high trade capacity on this team. I'm blind.
What?
Ouais, ils sont partout. They are everywhere, these Kovac people. Top right, I see.
Ah, man, no, why you do this, man? What?
I know the line.
I don't know the map, I feel like it's random.
When
Bro,
it's a
this
good,
weapon is
when
so
it's
shit.
a mal alpha weapon, hein? Ok, j'ai rien dit.
That's full blind.
Top, down right.
He walk, bro,
forward trip.
he's born, he walk, the guy. Foolish I didn't touch him.
He's 1 HP, yeah, man.
You have it, bro. One bullet in the head, he's dead. Just take your time, breathe, respire, relax, plus. Oh, that's right.
No way.
Top right.
Nice, I'm
impossible this thing, man. Like always when I'm on shit position. Live flash, live flash.
Ah!
Nice.
So bad this weapon.
C'est bon, stop complaining, enter.
Top left.
Top, middle left.
Top right now, top right surfing.
Top right surfing to the left side, your left. Your left.
The right, yeah,
Your
yeah.
left. No, your left,
Oh.
Jackie, your
He was
left.
surfing, maybe he's down now.
He's down now, yeah. To the right, to the right.
One life.
You see, he's now to the left, top right.
Allez.
Jax with pre-firing angles. Nice. Top right and middle, sorry.
Hey, one way smoke.
You too?
One way, in the one way.
Still in the one way?
Yes.
I think he gonna brain me. Putain. Ah, make a step.
Check your left.
What?
Your left.
No! You don't do your left, man.
What about me, dude?
Dead or not?
Ah,
Dead,
my
dead.
God.
Top left!
No,
No.
G2 looking to avoid devastation this evening, not wanting to go down bottom of the group without a win to their name. That could happen right here, right now if Fours get their way. We're on Nuke. Fours picked up their 15th win in a row on Mirage to start this series. Now we head to what I would say is dangerous territory for the T side. Let's see if G2 can pick up the pieces and make this a series after all.
Yeah, this is a map that hasn't been incredibly kind to Fours, and already Jax is trying to really drive that fact home, pushing into the hut. He will go a little too far, and Flit reclaiming these kills, but it might not matter because this lobby push has dealt a devastating hand to Forza. They've only seen Nexa on this push into the lobby. They don't know that Amanek is here with him. And this setup, oh, it's gross. I don't want to look at it. They're waiting on either side of the little doorway there. So this is pretty gross.
He's got so much to clear, but actually going ramp is the last place they'll expect him to come from. But as soon as they spot him, unless he insta-kills Amanek, it should be fine. And even if he does, like you said, not going to be ready for this corner position from Nexa, you would presume. Zorti, he's got some high R sensitivity. He's got some fast flicks, so let's see. Oh, now he knows. Oh, doesn't matter. Headshot for Amanek. And yeah, I got a bit scared there. G2, Jack's got those first 2 kills pushing lobby. Oh my God, that's a big glass. A big mug.
Jeez, yeah. That's like a bowl.
Don't know what's in there either, but I won't ask. He doesn't need to tell. Yeah, after Jack's got that double, G2 continue pushing in. I thought they were getting ahead of themselves. They went 5-on-3 to 3-on-3 instantly and still recovered it. So it all worked out after all. G2 are feeling confident, and hell, they should. They showed a good Mirage in the last map. Oh God, through the molly.
Oh, the mow down kind of in, but oh my. Flitzdig. Always good to make rounds interesting. Once again, they don't know that. Oh, now they know. Now they know. They've heard the footsteps. Doesn't matter. Amanek still nails the scout shot, and G2 get that conversion. Now just pistols to go up against. They should be well on their way to that 3-0. Hugo, I do want to ask you. Who do you think has the highest sensitivity on all the Fours, based on what you've seen?
Well, I would say Zorti, but obviously the fact that you're asking me that question means I'm probably wrong.
Well, actually, so it does come with a caveat here.
Is it a coach?
Zorti's so, like, I can't find his settings anywhere.
No?
I've tried.
He's a ghost?
He's like
I'm
a
answering
ghost online.
Zorti, because you can tell from how he moves his damn mouse.
Well, okay, I'll reveal it to you in a sec, because look, they've actually force-bought again on the side of Fours.
It's a bit audacious. It's a bit.
Oh, vent drop.
Yeah.
That's the bomb going down. Oh, Mazer and Jerry both get a kill apiece, but the bombs drop down on B. And you can see the obvious problem, because Jerry's up here on A. That's, most importantly, not B.
Yeah, he would love that 1v1, but he just smoked himself off. Yes, that lets him reset, but to what benefit?
Amanek and Exeter have been the two as well to just close out all of these little rounds, right? Like the A hold, they kind of trade evenly as best they can, and then you just rely on these two to walk it over the line. You would have loved the bomb plant here. That's why I get the feeling you went for the vent drop anyway, because a bomb plant would have set you up with some residual cash to still buy in this coming up round. So without it, little weird. The SMG kills have helped build up some money. Oh, that's the end of that. And yeah, look at how it's left you. So you imagine if there was an extra $800 here, you'd be buying anyway. That's why you tried to rush that bomb plant down lower, in spite of the rest of the gang all fighting for the A control.
Why wait for the 800, Harry? Why wait for the
I
bonus
mean, why
money?
just buy now, right?
Why not just buy every round until you win?
Point. Oh,
Fours do that a lot, man. They just buy till they win, and eventually it does happen.
To be fair, like, I kind of...
It's a good buy.
A part of me kind of likes it, especially when you're playing like your first half as the T half, and like everything is a bit of a question mark.
It's early in the day.
Because you can just build up. Like right now, you're getting like max loss if you're...
And you're also, you know, 3 kills, you're still keeping G2 on their knees. You're still keeping the money contained there. Harry, just quickly, talk... No, oh, my goodness. Okay. Talk numbers to me, Harry.
It's Jerry.
It's Jerry, okay.
At 3 sensitivity at 4 DPI. 400 DPI.
Otherwise, he ain't going anywhere.
He's like really low DPI.
Yeah, I'm going to guess Zorti's higher, but maybe you could do some recon work. Amanek, another scout shot through the wall. This guy's come alive in the night time. 5-on-2. Well, this buy's gone nowhere. Bye-bye to the buy. And hello to the eco. Or so I hope, unless Fours get some miraculous return to form here in this round. A bomb plant, some kills. I'd like to think they would just bring out Deeks in the next, but this is where things can get weird. Nico crouched in. They're so ready for the position. Zorti, good check. Moving into B, looking for that plant. You're going to tell me this man's sense is not higher than Jerry? Look at him move. Look at him swing and sweep through corners. Bomb can get planted now. Trying to stand far enough back on the plant that his teammate can deny the defuse from double door. And Zorti goes back. You play for yourself at this point.
Here he is, Mr. Sensitivity. Keeping them out of the secret rotation. He knows he's got a second man here. Trapped, Flit, tries to pounce and, well, bring it back to the 2-on-2. Tap on the bomb for G2, but that's where the Rapper Zorti comes in. And for Jax, he's left saving. So Fours, they finally break through.
That's a 2v5. That's a 2v5 with all the info, all the map control, B contained by Nico. Fours have nothing. They have no way they should win that round, and yet they do.
You ready for 2 big W's, Hugo?
Okay.
You were right. Zorti is higher than Jerry on sensitivity. 3.2 at 400 on Zorti.
Sounds about right. It's not that much higher, but
no, not that much. But
still pretty high.
Well
for me.
observed to you, Hugo. Very astute.
0.2 is actually larger than not 0.2. Wow. Otherwise known as 0.
Yeah.
Well, that's a round that will just confuse you a little bit. Amanek's got an AWP, and everyone else has Deagles.
And it's a glass AWP, because why not? Let's see what he can do with it.
I mean, he hit some bangers with the scout outside, but they throw wider smokes this time around, so it's down to luck. And that little gap, if they cross through, he might see feet, but he can't take the shot. Or at least the kill. Many shots taken, no connection. And Amanek making a scare. Nico doesn't know. Oh dear, that was not commed across. They could be down. That's the call you've got to make. And Nico realizes too late. Oh, the
flick!
duck. The flick and the duck.
Yeah, both. That wasn't duck though, man. That was like full-on geese. They terrifying. Next, up here. Oh, Jax gets tickled.
Any luck flicking those swans, eh?
It's just the one swan, actually.
Okay, Nexa could make things weird.
Nexa could make things weird. Nexa's making things weird, but he doesn't stop the bomb plant. Oh, but that doesn't stop him making it weird.
Why would you run away there? Terrified. 2 on 3. They've done it in harder positions. Flit. He knows Nex is here. He hears the steps of the second man, and he won't give Nex the time of day. Dodges death yet again. There's no kit in this round, and Amanex Orb might just want to get out of the way. It will, giving up the 1v2. It's the right call. The numbers may speak to you, but oh god, he's really got to run. He's got no armor. He'll be fine.
Yeah, maybe a little bit worried when he hit his head.
Oh, they almost got him. They almost did.
It's all right though. It's all okay. Calculated. He gets away with the AWP, and so that still gets to rear its head once again. However,
look at this.
Yeah, no, this shot was wild. Look,
he dinked him.
Duck.
Oh.
And then, like, what do you even do there? Look at it from Hunter's POV. Look. Oh, beautiful.
Traded though, and yeah, Fours have had no problem getting themselves back into man disadvantage rounds. That speaks, you know, lots of these individuals on a map they don't really play, a map they don't really like. Nice nades. They get the AWP out of the round, Harry. It's gone. Obliterated in main. They try and pick it up. It's already been mollied off. You're not going to give that up. You might even save it yourself. And this eco is done. A great call for Fours to just charge that.
Oh, but Jax, can he get it? Can he get out with the loot?
They're watching it. There's no way they're not.
Give me the loot. No, yeah, you ain't getting this back. You ain't getting that AWP. That's the downside of a glass AWP. Right, double nades into main, he's a dead man.
He'd probably be dead with armor as well, to be honest. That was, I think that was 3 nades.
Was it 3?
It was a lot of nades, Harry. It was, I was in awe at the sheer quantity of nades. And goodbye, Jax as well. Does someone save it? Jerry might go back now that he's got that kill, yes. Yeah, I mean, T-side AWP in this map, or as far as, is this maybe the best T-side AWP map? Maybe Overpass? But even then, not really.
I know.
Pass like mid.
Dust is pretty gnarly
yeah,
for
Dust,
a T-side AWP. Overpass, pretty nutty for a T-side AWP.
Actually, there's a few. There's a few. I think we just think...
But I would say Nuke, like, top 3.
Good. Yeah. Lots of options to get opening kills. And, you know, it's if you like... Yeah, let's check these nades. How many we got?
It was 3.
Door off and then... Yeah.
Oh, actually... No, 1 to block the nade. Oh, yeah, that's the third.
3 in main. So 4 nades total, Harry. That's some quick maths for you there at home. What else can you do? And move on. Buy up next.
Oh, and how the mighty have fallen. Look, he went from rolling in the deep with the AWP to now a UMP. It's still got the MP in it, but... Oh, my goodness. They in the lobby. Zorty's got the bomb as well, so you don't want to lose that. This is not the start that Forza wanted. Nico whittled to his knees, and Flit crunches his knees off, mate. Falls off the top of the silo.
Yeah, you got a duck and roll there. Oh, it's a good angle, but Flit trades, man. Forza are so good at trading, and Kenzie needs no help down on lower. It's caused commotion. Amanek has upgraded his gun after taking lobby control, and he's already on B. The bomb's going to be joining him, but I don't think Forza will make that mistake of going out early. They're just going to group, try and trade in this 2v1. That being said, Amanek, the god position for this play.
Yeah, the thing I'm a little worried about is I think Kenzie might be tempted to hold vent. Yeah, okay, good. They swapped the bomb back. I'm very happy they did that. I was so anxious that Flit was going to go for the site plant, try and clear it while Kenzie's holding this vent rotation.
Yeah, this is a great idea. Now Kenzie goes up. Bye-bye. We've got the info. It was worthwhile. I trust Kenzie to win the 1v1.
Yeah, it's still not guaranteed, though, and this is suddenly giving Amanek a reason to give this round a go. You know, like you say, you had to get that info somehow. You were just hoping that on the coin toss, you'd pick the right side.
You know, there's so many ways to line up coming out of the doors, so a double or single or window, right? And there's so many spots for a CT to play on that B side. I kind of like the idea. It's just, you have to win it. And luckily, main plant, heaven post plant. Last place, Amanek will check, you would think. Oh, he ain't ready.
Yeah, he's not ready for this, mate. You're thinking like, main, it's main. It's not main, it's heaven. Kenzie blindsides him.
Yeah, and he knew he had the room, right? He had the time to wrap all the way around. That's a very dangerous call, but Amanek, the last place he's coming from is, you know, ending up back at main. Even if he comes up secret, he probably misses the timing of that ladder climb.
Oh, yeah, man. If he's going secret as well, he really got to be running as well, so you would hear it. There's a lot going your way,
so, yeah. Everything about that was beautifully played for Kenzie. And G2, this should be their map in the series, but I say that with bated breath. Especially after what we're seeing from Fours. No sleepers on this map, as it turns out.
Well, see, do you not remember that Jerry Glock round on this map where he's like in lobby and it's like this remarkable... I think it was an ace, if I remember right.
It was a dream hack.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
No,
just
man.
a pistol round, right?
It used to be a better map for Fours than it is right now. We've kind of seen them hit struggle street on it as of late. Maybe that has something to do with like the new additions.
Sure.
But if there is one silver lining there, it's that Jerry can definitely, feel pretty comfortable, cool in here. And with his individuals around him looking good, I do think Fours are going to give G2 maybe more of a run for the money than they bargained for. Just the Deagles here. But I'm always ready for Deagle rounds to get weird.
Oh, good check. Smoking main. This is all a ruse. The bomb's out ramp right now. Anything Jerry's doing is just selling this fake hard. You could even end A with a flank through heaven. There's options open to Fours, but they keep doing these info plays, which I really like. Okay, you see 2 on A. Massive info. Even though Jerry's still committing, there's a third. Now you know there's one player unknown in this round. It's Nico. Where's he gone? Down below. They're going to drop on his head, and Nico's spraying with a Deagle. Can't get the kill. Almeza sat on the red box, and Kenzie cleans up the rotate. So yeah, lots of, I mean, even in that 2v1, but right there, we're seeing these awesome info plays for Fours where it's like, yeah, we have bomb out ramp, we can go B right now, but let's see where they are. We run out A, we see 3, yeah, B, max 1, at worst case, let's go. Or the A players, run out, clear it out, and the bomb doubles back through lobby and goes A. Like, you're planning for everything there. Even if it goes wrong, it even goes right at the end of the round. So great calling. And G2, they're getting beat on both bomb sites at the same time.
Nico outside with this M4 playing the long angles. There's a lot of smokes down here. There's the ones to get you into secret. There's also this deeper line of smokes to allow for some semblance of a main take if you want to. Instead, it looks like they might try and skirt on by and try to take like this deep outside control over towards Hell. If they're going to do that, they've got to be cognizant of Garage. They've got to clear it deep. You cannot half-arse this. It's very, very tempting. They need to check this very deep cubby, and Nico's been spotted. They isolate that one engagement outside, and that is now a big hole in this G2 game plan. Jax holding on to heaven, that's pretty big. Jerry's out in A. Jerry's in the A site, and now the rest of the gang are moving in as well. Jerry has absolutely ruined G2 here. They're so busy trying to plug this hole outside. Jerry takes full advantage of the eyes being off of him and gets right up in their A.
Maybe you're tempted. The nade kill wasn't enough, but Nexa, no kit. I don't see any dropped either. And Kenzie again has gone on the lobby flank through ramp up into heaven. Zorti can now be assured it's clear. Don't worry, buddy. They're not going for it anyway. It's upsetting for G2. No kit, and they would have lost that, really, with us knowing the positions. It's the right call for G2 again. 6 rounds, 4 4s. Man, just so much confusion. How can you call into this on the CT side? Like you said, they're drawn outside by not only the smokes. It's not like G2 even panic, see the smokes, and start dropping players lower. They had everyone top in that entire round, but after Nico gets cleared, worried about heaven wraps, Jax may deal with it dropping into the A site, but then Jerry's already way further than you expect.
These lurks are doing everything, be it info grabbing, space grabbing, they're doing it all.
Round winning.
You highlighted them early on for the info plays. Well, that round there, Jerry shows us the other side of the lurk, and that's when everything goes right, and you actually completely just steamroll the site single-handedly. Beautiful T-side here for Fours. G2 need answers, and they need them now. Something else that's kind of scary is, like, oftentimes to deal with things like these outside smokes, you might want to try and, like, cross into secret, right? Try play around that, maybe go for, like, an early vent or ramp drop to deal with it. But I don't know if you want to do that versus Force because they're very methodical. They got a lot of good utility to clear Secret out. And on top of that, Outside hasn't really been like the bread and butter here, right? They throw it in that round there as like a little, by the way, we can do this. But a lot of these rounds have just been centered around A lurks into, you know, late B plays if the info's there.
Okay,
oh, well, that's a rough start.
Through the door smoke. Taking down Hunter. Doesn't even get to play the round, poor guy. And now Forza ready, set up for this A-Tape. We've got smokes outside. That's drawn Nico down lower. You talk about that secret control while it's here. It's not really helpful at this point. And Nico smoked off as well.
So that's what I mean, right? You've been getting misdirected throughout this entire CT side so far. And the fact that you're in secret, that's where Force want you to be right now as they hit this A bomb site. They overwhelm Jax. Nexa dead as well to Jerry, and this is a save through and through.
Mate, that looks even winnable for G2. Even with Nico down lower, they had double backside setup. The molly goes in from rafters, and it completely displaces that setup. Nexa is forced wide by the hut. His teammate goes out by Tetris. Those aren't the positions G2 wanted to play in that round, but Force's utility again pushes them out of position.
Yeah, this is pretty masterful right now. If you're G2, you are second-guessing every decision you are making, because so far, every decision you've made has played right into Force's hand.
Mate, they okay, maybe this hasn't been a great map for them, and the numbers, you know, they haven't been recent wins for them, but Forza have clearly been putting in the homework. They got 12 rounds against Complexity on this map. Otherwise, we haven't seen it from them, you know, since pre-player break. And the one thing that we always come back to with the player break is it seems like some teams have taken maps that have terrible stats and they've turned them on its head. And this is a great example of that. In that core game, it was...
They got 3 T-side rounds, Hugo. The T-side was their big problem. Yeah, I could feel you alluding to it.
A little worrying now, Harry. A little worrying. Another AWP for Amanek, but how do you even get value out of this? Your smokes are outside. You can try to play Heaven, perhaps, but Force have the util to stop you. Here's that cross. Nico, he doesn't have to drop. He can now confirm if players are behind the smokes, and they are this time. Drops a one-way, goes over the top of it. Molly is dissipated, and Nico is disappointed that no one's giving him kills.
Yeah, so Force hear that the Molly gets put out, and they just go, oh, well, he's playing a one-way in secret. Well, boys, let's just dodge him. Now they get the info that there's a lot of guys in A. I almost wonder if this might trigger them to go back and face Nico in the 3-on-1, and yeah, that's what they do. They challenge him outside while they know they've got him trapped. This looks unreal, man. Force, they are reading the game in a beautiful way. Amanek's gonna try and get tricky with it, but instead he gets flicky with it, and Flitz gonna deal with him. Nexa dead as well. Flitz coming alive in the nighttime.
Flit is an animal, dude. I mean, there's so much firepower on this roster, right?
Yo,
like, there's
so
no question about it.
Just to talk about that round, because a lot just happened. They molly into secret, and they hear it go, psh. We all know that noise, right? It means the molly hit the smoke, and if you hear it hit the smoke already, you're thinking, oh, they're playing that one-way smoke setup in secret. And so smartly, suddenly the game plan changes, and Force go, well, just don't face the guy secret. You know it's probably Nico. He's often the guy to do it. Don't bother giving the guy who's able to step up for G2 a chance. They go into A. They get the info from that aggressive play out of Kenzie. And then when they see this...
Oh! Execution.
Okay. Yeah. Hang on a moment. This could still get weird.
Oh, no, through the smoke. That's exactly what Nico wanted. He even hit a second man. He fires off through to find another. Okay, Nico, any more? No, not today. Not in this lifetime, Zorti. Oh, he's not going to clutch it out. It's the CZ of Hunter to open and close. Wow. Forget the previous round, because suddenly, boom, G2 swing and they hit for a rare change. And Eco push into lobby disrupts Force's plan. Maybe they've been getting too much respect, right? Think about that on Mirage. When G2 started making moves on CT side, started to clear out map control, push B apartments, take middle back on CT half, not only did they have the info, but they were disrupting Force's plays. You give Force the room to make their executes happen, and they look beautiful. But G2 get in the way.
If you're playing reactively, Force are going to send you to where they want you to go. And that's exactly been the story of this first half so far. That round there, the fights happen on G2's terms when G2 want them. You know you're going to meet players in lobby when you crunch. Pop flash over outside.
Do they know?
They're working this control. Nico tucked in the garage. They're going to bypass him. Apart from Almeza.
This is a scary spot to play for Nico. Very scary. You're calling, I don't even have main guys.
There's no one who can flash for him either, which is a bit of a shame. Hunter maybe could from in the A site. It's not going to be the nicest of flashes, but there it is. And there's the peak for Nico. Good for one.
Oh.
Traded by Flit shortly after. Now the B play looking to come in. Jax has deleted Jerry. That was over on A. Amanex rotated in from ramp, but Fours, they're walking past the AWP. They're getting close to him. There is a second man down here in the form of Nexa as well. They don't know the numbers, and Nexa's hidden in dark. They're going to try and clear him. No, they don't.
Oh, no.
They haven't cleared Nexa. They've just assumed that dark was clear on the back of this walk-up. So Nexa might be able to get away with a round here. It's low HP on Zorti, and they know where he is.
Full stick. Not enough health to run through. Nexa's got the round, and there's nothing Zorti can do. Lovely call for Nexa, and even with a one tap, the style points, no round for you, not today. I love that. Amanek dies. He looks like a bit of a fool there. He doesn't want to be spamming, but he is baiting so hard for Nexa. He is making sure they never consider that position. Oh, here's the ramp player. Here's the B rotate. I'm over here, guys. No. Nexa's tucked in the whole time. Even though that double vent rotate cut off by Zorti, he had a clean old round, but he couldn't have won it. The Molotov was in the way. Nexa stuck the bomb. And so Zorti gives it up.
You know what I really want from an Amanek AWP as well? Yeah. I want to see him take that peak on top of Garage over the blue box. You know, like the little movement base jump, get up there. I don't know. I have a good feeling about it.
Yeah, sure, especially when you have wide smokes, right? When you have default red smokes and first smoke down, you can't often get that unless someone jumps up or goes on top of blue. But with the wide smokes, the fours throw behind garage or into garage next to main, those ones, yeah, if you go over garage, you've got open line of sight. The fear
is a good spawn for it now as well.
The fear is silo, but fours haven't really been going silo that much. So, yeah, that's a good play. But no, the smokes come down, and it doesn't matter anyway. Amanex given nothing. Oh, second one traded. Jerry on a tear right now. We only have that one smoke and fours. Every round it's something new. It's a change of pace. It's a different position. It's a different end goal. And so Jerry just muscles his way outside.
Yeah, Jerry's a guy with a lot of ideas. And like I say, man, this nuke map used to be way better for fours. I feel like for him, the biggest problem has maybe been just getting it to gel with this current 5.
Nice.
But when the ideas work, they look really cool. That kill from Nexa has brought us back into a 3-on-3. Fours are kind of moving around to pincer this A bomb site. You've just seen a player at ramp. Jerry, I think Jack saw something.
You think?
Right, like he's very, yeah, there we go. Jerry on the receiving end of that one, and that's a big kill for Jax. Not only do you deal with the guy wrapping heaven who could have caused you so many problems, but now you know it's likely the A play. And so both these players that were down on B, I was going to say are making their way up, but that's not the case. They're very slow off the mark here.
Yeah, Hunter's going to go up vent when his teammate times it, when his teammate has the attention.
Look at this, though.
It's a long wrap for Flit. We've seen these heaven rotates come in clutch for fours, especially with the main plant as well.
Nex is taking footsteps.
Knife out. Flit's got the timing right now, and Hunter has no idea. Nexa rather shot in the back of the head, dead. Hunter, kit smoke, maybe a chance. He needs a quick kill, though, and they chase him down, ready to fight tooth and nail for the round. It's another 2v3 out of Forza. Man down positions are their bread and butter. And that is a broken economy for G2 in the last round of the half.
Mental as well, because think back to Mirage and we were saying, like, you know, for the longest time, especially in that first half, we didn't have that big hero player. Then we had like a real turn up. We had that 30 bomb come through. That was obviously from our boy. I think it was Flit. Yeah, Flit dropping the big 30. He's still looking good, but now you have like the supporting cast around him. I don't think there's an identifiable weak player for this four squad. They've all had their moments.
Yeah, and I got to say, you know, we always keep hyping up Jerry, but a lot of this has come down to the calling as well. And not just the calling, but, you know, this isn't just like plug and play. Fours have been doing this, you know, in the server as well, in the prac. on the empty servers, dry running it. Definitely. This is well-rehearsed gameplay. Lovely pick for Zorti. Catching the aggression through Hut. This round is as good as done. And the half as well.
Oh, yeah, 10-5 for Forza. When they played Cole here, they managed to get 3 T-side rounds. So right now, the 10-5 is feeling good for the Forza squad. They're looking for a 2-0 over G2. Can they get there? Let's find out. Forza taking it and running, baby, right now. 10-5 at the end of that first half. Hugo, G2, they need to play catch-up, and they need to play catch-up in a big way.
Yeah, I felt like they were just pretty done after that half. I wouldn't, you know, be against that either. Like, Forza really just pulling out the grime time T-side strategies to put G2 on their knees, and now we need some hell of a recovery from this G2 squad. It's going to start with a pistol round. They always do. A execute. Next has got a molly on T-roof. That's either for the back of the site or for the rafters. Jerry purpose drop, faking the fall. They won't fall for it. Down vent they go. See ya, Jerry. Oh, he's stuck on the ladder. Hunter does get down. He was blind. He didn't know. He was just stuck on it. Jerry does get the final kill and suddenly collapsed.
It's a murder. It is a murder right now. Hugo is slaughter. In fact, Nexa will get one.
Still a bomb.
You still have the bomb, you're right. On the back of Hunter, who's still lost to the ebbs of time down on this B-bomb site. A long way from home. The only path out of here for him is up through secret, I guess.
Or vent.
Or vent. Vent is actually the safer of the two options right now. So Hunter, get your ass up there, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah, but why would he ever expect that, right? Next, he's going to try and clear a lot of the map before Hunter makes a move. He just needs to live, really. That's his call. Kenzie has just hit every bloody timing he needs. He will die eventually. No! Turning around! Timed on by Nexa, and Hunter just had to commit. At that point, you have nothing, no one, nowhere, and no way back in. It's 11 for Forza. It feels good for Forza, right? This is to lock in a playoff spot.
Yeah, and you know, something I said earlier, which holds true with some of these Jerry-led squads, is that when the pressure gets them, we've seen them crumble under it before. I'm very relieved, you know, especially after Mirage started in a kind of a worrying way, that we have them pulling through and now showing up in classic Forza fashion here, looking for a 2-0 over the G2 squad. Just Glocks now for G2. We have to start asking ourselves, is this a group where G2 go 0-5?
I mean, not out of the realms of possibility, right? Their last matchup is tomorrow against Virtus Pro, who maybe on day one we weren't rating, but have slowly but surely come back into their own. Okay, sure. That last game versus Cole maybe wasn't what they wanted, but it was a competitive one. And, you know, VP can't sleep on them. But it's, you know, it's safe to say, Harry, even though we have loved what we've gotten out of Group B, this was the weakest group. This was the quote-unquote easiest group. And, you know, I use that very tenderly, but it felt like a lock-in for G2.
Yeah.
It felt like a group that nothing could possibly go wrong, and yet everything has gone wrong. Not one win on the board, and it's not happening today, guys. I'm sorry, I'll break it to you. Unless we see one of the best comebacks we've seen all season.
If they do go on 5, kind of interesting, because, you know, Bad News Bears obviously received a lot of flack over in their group versus some very tricky teams for finding themselves in that position. G2 far more established, top dog in their group, maybe about to go the same way.
Yeah, just coming off the back of second place at Cologne on land. Back online, Harry, and, well, they don't feel at home, I can tell you that much. But you make a good point. Now, Harry's not saying you should go give G2
No,
hate,
yeah, if that's your takeaway from it, you very much misunderstood the meaning of what I'm saying there.
Can G2 get some consolation rounds, some confidence-boosting rounds, perhaps? Nico tucked in tight behind main. Just a slow default. It's a good call. You know the money is still a bonus round for Forza. There's SMGs in play. Forza doing a great job of holding utility. Molly in hand for Flit in the ramp room. A star player like him playing a position like ramp. Flit will get out. He'll give it away, but then he'll take Jack's life out of the round. Amanek will have to trade another orb and another lineup, but not connecting this time. 10 health between the two of Amanek and Hunter. Nico's trapped outside, but he takes Jerry with him, and they're trying to hunt him down. Everyone's chasing. Almaza's got the frag, but 2 on 3. Even with low HP, G2 at least have B.
Even with the low HP, they do have B. That's undeniable.
These are facts.
Forza, are you going to give this a look? They do have Almaza wrapping to ramp. Kenzie's making noise in decon. G2 are probably a little nervous, right? Because they're looking at this and they're going, well, scoreline, you know, they could go for it. You were hoping that the numbers alone would keep them away. The sight of a 2-on-3 would make them go, ooh-wee. But the Molly next to the only guy with HP, and he's somehow walking amongst the flames. The nade! Oh my god! Oh my god! Almaza's naded them out of this century, out of the round, and 13 on the board for Forza. They were both low, they were huddled together. And the nade flies in.
They still check dart.
Yeah,
they still check dart.
They call Almaza He-Man for a reason. Look at this.
Check this shit. Oh my goodness. Get me out. Yeah, you're tilty, you're done. If you're G2 mentally.
Yeah, that point is.
I think,
oh, we tried to do everything right.
Yeah, you couldn't have played it any. Like, no one's giving away anything. It's not down to you at the end of the day. The util decides it. And even when the Molly doesn't, the nade does. Oh my God, Harry. This is
you want to sum up the kind of tournament G2 have had, just play that clip right there.
Pull that up, Jamie.
Pull that. Nexa.
My goodness.
Well, he's going to open up into B, and Jax is going to get another into B.
The wheels are off. Just run, just gun, just shoot them in their face.
Just win, lol.
Just win, lol. Don't lose. And Forza might actually have to save, right? They are very much out of position. A kill on a lurk might tempt you back in. So Hunter's activation has to come late in order to stop that temptation. Forza are already looking to give it up. I can't believe the round we just saw.
Well, it's one more round. One more little round to hold on to. And a step in the right direction to trying to build back into this. But I don't want to start hyping that up yet. Really.
Please don't.
Not really, you know, Forza should just be looking for the 2-0 still.
It's a good round out of G2, but is it a means to an end? Is it the start of something? I really couldn't tell you. AWP out for Zorti, still saved, and they can buy around it, so G2 still stuck with rifles. But hell, it got them through what was the last round, that fast lower take. What do they have planned for this one now? Smoke outside lining up. Some quick ones out of spawn. Oh, Jerry getting involved. There's a bit of a gap, and oh, he lets them right through. They run by him. Jerry with a transfer. 2 kills. Good luck getting out of the funk now, G2. Eco, they hear that. They know he's on main. Now he's behind, and there's no question about it.
That's nice. That's a nice little response, and Nico's trying to get stuck in. He's retrieving smokes outside, and with 2 smokes going down, that's actually a nice fake. Because now you've seen that, and you go, oh, well, then there's 2 of them outside, and they could be crossing behind these smokes. However, there's no stopping a Jerry that's picked up momentum.
Oh, Hunter caught by the little gap for Flit behind the box, and Jax can't get out A either. Forza, you know, compare those, you know, the scoreline is one thing, but compare how Forza take these fights in the A site versus G2. And G2 on CT side, they were tucked into anchor positions. They were hiding Tetris. They were back site. They were in heaven. Forza just standing in the open on A and taking those engagements, sometimes losing, but more often winning. And yeah, they're just feeling it right now. Why wouldn't they be? 14-6, a tactical timeout for G2. Like, I respect, you know, it would be very easy to give up here. If you were playing a pug, your teammates certainly would have given up a long time ago. G2 don't want to do that. But can they really bounce back from this scoreline alone, even forgetting the context of these rounds, which is hard enough?
Well, it's a pretty big ask, Hugo, I can tell you that much. And on top of that, they really don't have a lot to get it done with either. If they lose this round, they're broke up against 15. And at that point, it really is GG, dominant at that. So your hopes and dreams of even being in a spot where a comeback could be considered all hinge on winning this rifle round right now.
Yeah. All right, back outside, and Zorti and Kenzie are here to fight for it. Kenzie's behind the smoke, and Zorti's orbing back in the garage. He's moved even further. Trying to cross, cover the secret cross. Gap in the smoke, and Kenzie catches Nico. He's really been getting beaten outside. It's sad to see. It's not a great day for Nico. He started strong on Mirage. He just hasn't kept it up, and Kenzie has done exactly that. Double denies Jax with a bomb, who wanted to split main on a quick A attack. Hunter's out vent, or outdoor rather. They don't know. They just snuck down vent. Jerry just dodged death, and Hunter doesn't know. Still going to look for picks on A, but nothing's getting given over. Oh, what a flick! Taking down Almeza from heaven, but is that going to get you back in? Now, you can still bring the bomb. You know it's clear. You're confused as to why Forza double lower off the back of that outside take. But they can play a retake. They've got the manpower and the util for it.
Nexa is still waiting back in lobby here, hoping he can cut off a rotation that is going to come through from Flip, but it's going to be very, very late in the round. And so I almost wonder if Nexa will stop considering it. Oh, that looks to be the case. Nexa, baby, the timing, it's not worked for him here. He could get wrapped onto. This is a very late retake here. Very late in the round. They're going to try and make it happen. The bomb wide open. Here's all the kills, but time is of the essence. No time for it. They try to pull off, you know, if I said like a Rops Walk Sick Mouse Sports late game retake,
exactly
right? You know what I mean?
Dropping in, sticking that bomb last second, covering the hut. That's more like it, yeah. Yeah, and the reason that is so late is because of the flank. Like you said, they're just waiting for the flank. That's the last thing G2 are expecting. Like Nexus not even playing for it anymore. And you know, even though it gets the kill, all it takes is one frag from Hunter, and then that just changes the pace. You know, ultimately for fours, and they can't win the round even with the frags. But you take all the guns, man, you feel pretty good about that. You have enough of a lead to still close this game. But on the flip side, G2 could put you on eco right here and now. So if there was any reason to believe, it would be that. Hunter, he's been a bit of a hero on these T sides, but oh, last bullet in the spray through the smoke. It's devastating. It's still going to go.
Jerry's cracked, man. Look at him. Any more? Oh, yeah! Jerry and Almeza send him out of the A-bomb site. 3 for Almeza, 2 for Jerry. And that should be the GG locked in. 15-7. The money broken for G2.
Yeah. You lose all 5 players in the one round you win. Well, this is what you have to show for it. Absolutely squat nothing. Jerry deletes the top performer. Oh my God, just like
Any
that.
Jerry fans out there? Any Jerry fans in the arena tonight?
Yeah. Right here, actually, this side of the room.
1 million Jerry fans in the arena, Hugo.
I'm one of them. If Jerry only has one fan, I'm one of them. If Jerry has no fans, well, I don't even know. I can't consider that possibility, Harry. And neither can you. 15-7. It's a bit of a tech. We've got an FPS bug, I think. So a quick rejoin for Amanek, and then we go back again. But yeah, it's might be prolonging the inevitable here, Harry. We got delayed quite a lot today. Steam servers going down with VP just playing a BO3. That's all things that long out a day.
That's a 5-hour affair right
exactly. There. And so Fours have really swept this series and kept it clean, giving everyone an early night after all. Well, an early night for gamers.
Yeah, man. A gamer's early night, it's like, 6:30
AM.
Bedtime now.
Can't say I haven't been there.
Your eyes bloodshot. Just maybe one more pug, actually. I was feeling it in that last one. I mean, I only have to be up for school in like, what, hour and a half? Yeah, that's fine.
Quick power nap on the bus.
It's all online now anyway. I can just sleep through most of it. Here we go.
Call at 9 AM. Awake at 8:57. Here we go.
They're running the secret cross again. This is how they found these little B rounds, and Hunter hits a nice nom dead. Kenzie with the mow down, and there's not quite all 4. 3 4/4. That's all well and good. Just Jack's left alive, and he's got to do the honorable thing now and just give this one over. Forza about to lock in a top 3 finish, moving into those playoffs. It's a big deal for the Forza squad. They were talking at no end about how big an opportunity this was that they're even here. And they're looking to really relish in it. Jax.
He's doing the same.
Yeah, he's trying to make everything out of this he can. He's got 1 HP for every opponent still alive. So maybe if they only throw decoys at him, he's in with a chance.
I don't see no decoys here.
Don't see no decoys.
Oh, it's not even guns for him to get either. Not right now. He's got to cross 2 double. He's taking a deagle. But really,
and Jax, this could be the player of the century. Like,
play at the tournament.
Mate, like, you're so screwed. It's admirable that he's still giving it a go. But the truth is, the truth is,
that Molotov.
That on this peak, that on this day, it's all over for Jax, baby. As good as he is, this one should never happen. With 10 seconds left, in he goes, down he goes, and Fours lock in the 2-0. Top 3 spots solidified for the Fours squad, and G2 dropped down 0-4. Can they try recover at all? Right now, I want to home in on fours. GG's to the boys, 2-0 over the G2 squad.
Still grinding, chat?
Yeah, I'm working on it, man.
Can you remember the score?
3-0.
To me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a tournament if I've already lost?
Technically, maybe, but I think you need all the practice you can get.
All right, let's get back into it.
All right, game on.
Game 4, as you mentioned, control point again, Paradise Plaza. I'm playing for Pride. You've technically already won the series.
Technically, but I plan to rub the salt in your wounds.
All right, let's go. There's no way the shield just tanked all of that.
Sponge
now I
down.
need to die.
Oh, I helped. Okay, well, I can capture it at least. Sponge, behind you.
No. What? That was nowhere near me.
That was nowhere near you.
Wait, how am I meant to track the jump?
That's the plan. Go!
No!
You are running out of robots.
I'm running out of robots.
Oh, and there you are. Oh, what a shot! Yeah, run away. Yeah, you better run. Oh, you better run.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Chad. Imagine if you got cocky.
How could I choke
Imagine
this?
if you got cocky and lost a 4-game run. So close.
What are you aiming at?
I wasn't aiming. I was capping.
No!
Oh, dear!
That's the game.
I think it has to be. I need to capture A. Oh, no, you've got a bot. You've got a bot.
Yeah, but you've already overtaken in points.
Oh, we have. We actually have one.
Now I'm spectating a bot.
That's so funny. That's funny.
Oh, no.
That is funny. And here comes the...
You got the 100 points.
Yeah, he's just going to walk it in. One-handed victory from Machini TV.
Oh,
no. But we talked about you getting cocky, bro. We talked about it in the 2v2. You're even MVP. How have you pulled that one off?
I'm so sad.
50% of team damage.
That's 4-0.
That's 4-0.
That's 4-0.
Game, good game.
That's 4-0. I'm sad.
We talked about it.
I'm going to come back stronger.
Yeah.
In the next game.
Okay. See you then.
They have done it. The underdogs in the group coming in for Renegades, finding out that they were in Pro League at the end of a media day, and they didn't even believe it. They have now qualified through to the playoffs. In what order, we don't know just yet, but what we do know is this team are contenders. They have a chance to take some big victories off some big teams. They've already shown they can do it before, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to do in playoffs now.
Yeah, this is such a cool win for Forz. I feel the same way as you. I want to see them against more top teams. I want to see how they're going to perform. I want to see if their players can keep things up and keep playing strong. But, I mean, man, the only really thing you can focus on is a team that wasn't supposed to be here in the first place, all of a sudden getting the opportunity that Jerry spoke about on day one.
Yeah.
And now they've grabbed it. And now they've made it all the way through. They've overcome some of the big dogs, G2, Virtus Pro. Look, this is what happens in not only the online era, but just in this new era of Counter-Strike with younger teams, hungry teams. You start out slow in a group stage like this, the way G2 and VP did, you're not going to make it through. Like, you cannot afford to go down in the hole the way that those two teams did.
So just think about that. Virtus Pro, we have G2,
yep,
and we have Astralis not make it into the playoffs.
Yeah.
The season 14 is a wild one.
That's brutal. Well, I mean, at least Astralis has the caveat of they, much like Complexity, have, you know, like they had Lucky stepping in for Zip as well. So they had their own, like, not stand-in, but, you know, very young rookie being introduced into the team to play against. So yeah, it's a lot of big names that we're used to seeing, especially this specific year with VP, with the context of VP, that just aren't going to be there now.
Yeah, well, let's start to talk about some positive notes, right? Let's start to talk about a couple of people in particular that honestly have surprised, I think, quite a few people out there. First name off the bat, it's going to be Flit. This man, my lord, he went off today.
Yeah, he was absolutely magnificent today, but it's wild to see. This is one of the things I said that maybe we have to be careful about looking at Forz, because they are the biggest, the most clutches one of any team in Group B, and I was worried that may come back to bite them, but Flit obviously tying three-way tie for first place for the most clutches at 7. He was fantastic, not only in pretty much every regard of the game today. I think in the first map, he had a 1.5 rating. You think he couldn't get better? Second map, he was at 1.6. Guy was an absolute monster. I think he ended with 30 kills, 31 kills on Mirage as well. And then you add the clutches into that, and it's just like you got the full package out of Flit today.
I mean, honestly, we were talking about the other day as well, looking at like kind of info sheet about all the teams. And you talked about how they were the team that had the most clutches, but they're also the team that typically won the most rounds when playing a man down. And I feel like that's so tough to do. But I mean, Flit, we got to go a little bit deeper into it. Give a broader context to things here, Moses, on how well he's actually been playing here in Pro League.
Well, what's wild about it is entering into today, he was like the third best player in the group behind Nico and Blame F. He was actually 8 in all of ESL Pro League for Group A and B. He was in 8th place. After this series, he leapfrogged. He went from 8 to 3rd of Group A and B in terms of how he's playing. It goes Zaiwu, it goes Stown, and then it goes Flit. He was actually absolutely spectacular. For context as well, Nico went from 3rd to outside of the top 8. He completely dropped out of that standing altogether.
Yeah.
So Flit has just shot up with that incredible performance, and man, it's deserved. He's going to start putting his name out there.
Yeah, we obviously talk about a couple of other players as well. Zorti is a certain player we're going to talk about a little bit more and actually get to talk to in person, as we're going to bring him in here for a quick little interview. The opera for the team and obviously a clutch master extraordinaire as well. But Zorti, first of all, man, you guys qualified. You're in the playoffs. How does it feel?
Hello, I'm feeling great. We actually didn't expect that we can qualify for the group, but somehow we did it. We had a good preparation on the bootcamp. Yeah, just happened.
I mean, you got to be in shock though, because as we're talking to Jerry, he was telling us in media day, you guys got an email. And you guys didn't even believe it was actually real. You actually walked over to check the email address to make sure it was real, but now you're here into the playoffs. I mean, what's the next steps for you guys? We'll talk about the match in just a second, but going forward into the playoffs now, you have some time. What do you guys plan to do to get ready?
Before this tournament, our small goal, if I can say it, it's if we will qualify for the group, it will be great for us. Now we qualify for the group, probably if we win first match and going to first place in the group, it will be fine.
Okay, so you're not even done. You're aiming for first place right now. Moses, go ahead.
That's why there's no celebrating.
Actually, not at first place. If we will win Complexity, we probably we qualify from a first place in the group.
Yeah, that would be extraordinary if you guys are able to pull that one off. Talk to me a little bit. What was it like? Did you guys have any pressure on your shoulders coming in today? Did you guys was there any more like nerves that you felt or butterflies in the stomach as you kind of sat down at the PC tonight, knowing that you're playing for qualifying for the playoffs?
It's the biggest tournament in my life. I feel some pressure.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you play in best of 3 and you play in first map. It's kind of I'm very excited when I play in the first map. But the second is if you win the first, it's kind of easy to play. Yeah, it's over. Just emotional get over and easy to play. Third map, if you play third map, it's kind of easy because I don't know. I just feel confident in the third map actually.
I know you guys set the goal at getting out of the groups, and you've obviously accomplished that. But when you came into this tournament, kind of looking through your guys' team history of who you played and the tournaments you guys played in this year, you're not used to kind of fighting, at this level against teams of this stature. I know this was a big goal, but was it worrying? Did you ever, for a second, think that you wouldn't be able to compete with some of the teams in this group, like the OGs, like the G2s and the VPs?
Yeah, it's probably that when you're not playing against the top level teams, when you play in the first and big tournaments, you feel like more pressure when you play in first games. But when you feel that you can compete against this team, you kind of play it easy because when you play from, for example, top 20 or top 30, it's the same probably. Just you might feel more pressure during the game, but probably people just playing. I don't know how can I say it. Probably more confident against you. Just so.
Okay. Well, my final question is, we just kind of touched on Flit before you kind of hopped in this call. He had a fantastic series. He's had a fantastic group stage for you guys this whole week. Big performances across the board. Can you just tell us a little bit about what it's like playing with someone like that who has such a huge impact for your team?
Yeah, Flit is I don't know how to say an entry player in our team. If he performs very well, we just make our team is easy to win. We had struggled a bit when we played first games, but today Fleet is feeling very good and just we could make an easy on Mirage. It just dropped 30 bombs on Mirage, and the second map is very easy. I don't know.
Yeah, cool.
It's kind of easy when you have someone on your team dropping 30 kills on Mirage to close that one out. But we don't want to take too much more of your time. I want to let you go celebrate a little bit and, of course, rest up because you guys still have another match tomorrow. But once again, honestly, a huge congratulations from everyone, and you guys definitely deserve the victory and definitely deserve the spot in playoffs.
Thank you.
Man, they've done it. It's insane, and I don't know really where to go from there. I mean, what's Group C, what's Group D going to have in store for us? I really don't know, but.
Well, I think a lot of this was cool because the question about this was like, yeah, we know it's a great opportunity. We know this team's been performing well in the group stage to put themselves here. And I know what the question that you obviously always kind of pose at the end is, at this level, are they going to feel the pressure? Are they going to collapse under the pressure of being in a qualifying game like this? And what I saw out of Fours, especially on Nuke, was that they just absolutely battered G2. It felt watching it like G2 was a little bit hesitant and a little bit nervous and a little bit afraid to actually deny space, to actually take fights and actually try and stop Fours from getting everything they wanted, because those upper busts were huge. They got everything they wanted outside whenever they wanted it. It was a massive performance from Fours, and I think especially on Nuke, from the point where they won, like 2-on-5 pretty early on and round 4 and 5 on, it felt like Fours had complete mental control of this match. And, on some level, G2 already eliminated, but, my question coming into this for them was, will they be able to find the motivation to fight for this match, and will they be able to find like a purpose to actually focus up and put legitimately 100% effort into this? And I didn't see it, and I hate to say that, but that one kind of hurts, and it's hard to kind of blame it. It's a hard thing to work up that motivation when you're already knocked out, but it certainly wasn't there in my mind.
Yeah, well, I'm going to just go back to positive here, thinking about the future of tomorrow, because we still have more matches to play, right? I don't know how this is going to work. I don't even pretend like I know how it works exactly, but I do know for facts is that Fours beat Complexity. Complexity play OG tomorrow, and OG beat Fours. So is there a world we have a three-way tie at the top to determine, based off rounds or whatever factor, if Complexity does beat OG? Because then we have every team beat every team.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going to happen.
There's a world.
I think they could come out first.
I don't know what any of the implications are. I don't know what any of the tiebreakers are. I'm not going to go down that road at this moment, but
it's
yeah,
the implication.
It's very, very possible. A matchup against Sinners, who we saw kind of fizzle out as the group stage went on. I think that OG Complexity one is obviously going to be a real big one to watch as, you know, as they kind of battle for that. OG has a chance to secure first place, and then obviously, like you said, if Complexity wins, there's a potential for a huge tiebreaker for that first spot. So all eyes on OG, and if they can close out and go undefeated in this group because they've looked great.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really looking forward to that as well, to kind of maintain it, to kind of bring some semblance of normality to the group, right? Even Complexity, we didn't know what kind of stature they'd be in, but you can see here on your screens at home what matches we do have coming up tomorrow. Complexity against OG, that'll be here on the mainstream. We do have G2 up against Virtus Pro, and Forz up against Sinners as well. So that means tomorrow, as I said, the mainstream, 3 games all at once, 8 p.m. CEST. What's up?
It's so upsetting looking at that G2 versus VP match, because I remember, like, you know, making a mental note that matchup was happening on the last day, and like how cool the implications could have been if like everything had gone as planned. And to see both of those teams come out flat, dig themselves into a hole, and not be able to get themselves out, not be able to take the lifelines that they got by, I mean, essentially, yeah, it's just, it's frustrating, and it's a bummer because that could have been such a cool match. But obviously the 3 teams that we have qualified through their play all deserve to be there. So you can't say much about it. Just, you know, it's a bummer looking at what could have been just like a marquee matchup on the final day fizzle out.
I mean, I will agree with you. It is a bummer to not see the likes of G2, Virtus Pro playing in the playoffs, but I'm excited to see, you know, where the limit's going to be for teams like ENCE, who made it through from Group A with Hades coming into the roster, like Forz as well coming into this. I mean, we still have 2 other groups as well. I'm curious what other teams might make their way through, but before we can even get to talking about that, before we even fully focus on what's coming up, we still have to get through tomorrow, and that's going to round out our show today. But when we come back tomorrow at 8 p.m. CST, we have the 3 matches happening at the exact same time to close out Group B, and the following day after is when we kick off Group C. It's the group of change. We'll see if anyone can change their stars and make themselves into the playoffs. But we'll see you tomorrow for some more Pro League action.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.